Chapter 191. She understood after arriving that there was someone he knew here, and he had come here too. Yang Huan followed Wu Sini's gaze, and saw Li Fei. His first thought was, this person is really strange. His head, face and body were all covered tightly with different coverings, and they were mixed and matched, as if he didn't want to expose any skin at all, especially the oversized black parasol, which made the sunlight not glaring. But no matter how much she covered, she could still see the calm eyes under the goggles. But the distance was not enough for her to see clearly. She only noticed Wu Sini's deep gaze and complex expression, and she was stunned. The handle of the umbrella Li Fei was holding was getting hotter and hotter in her palm. She also tilted her head to look. Wu Sini was still in a bad condition. To be honest, she wanted him to go back and rest, rather than continue to stay in this environment full of bitter and greasy flower fragrance and fine pollen. After all, he had no equipment and was not from Building 8. Right? But of course she also saw Yang Huan beside him. She was not like the property management who had information about all the survivors. Nor was she as gossipy as other residents. Except for a few neighbors. She didn't know who lived on other floors. And she was too lazy to find out. Just thinking about it made it clear that if they could go together, they must be medical staff from the same hospital. And she also felt that she looked a little familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. The whole garden was very quiet. If there were any sounds, they were just whispers. Many people wanted to sit on the bench but got burned, so they couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Even Li Fei, Xiao Luo, and Ning Shuan gradually had nothing to say. First, they didn't have the extra energy. Second, if it weren't for this apocalypse, she wouldn't even know them. They were just strangers who passed by at some point in time. Li Xian looked here and there, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, this atmosphere. Why do I always feel a little weird? Fortunately, the crowd became noisy at this time. A few people looked into the distance, and saw a group of people coming from somewhere. Li Fei and Li Xian's eyesight also improved a lot, and the sun had blocked the dazzling sunlight, so they could see clearly that the person who was walking slowly was Li Rui, and behind Li Rui was Li Peng. And it seemed that there were several people pushing someone over. The loudspeaker was no longer playing the looping voice, but Li Rui still held the loudspeaker. After they walked in, he climbed onto a platform that had been moved over at some point. People could clearly see a man tied up. His face was bruised and swollen. He had obviously been tortured. But this was not uncommon in the apocalypse. It was better to say that in the apocalypse, fists were more useful than anything else. The man looked weak. His upper body was tied up, and he was pushed. His legs softened, and he knelt on the platform, unable to say a word. Li Rui looked at everyone and slowly picked up the loudspeaker and said, "Hello, residents. Today, a fire broke out in our community. Although it was successfully extinguished, the cause of the fire is still very suspicious. Many residents of Building 8 came to us to get an answer. So after our continuous investigation, we finally figured out the general situation of the incident. That's why we called you to gather together and report the truth of the incident to you." Li Rui's words were full of emotion and easily aroused the emotions of the residents, especially those standing in the front, who were probably the people in Building 8. After all, Building 8 was the worst this time. The corridors inside might have been blackened by smoke, and it was difficult not to cause other accidents. Li Rui pointed at the kneeling man and raised the loudspeaker and said, "After our investigation, it turned out that Mr. Sun, who lived on the 10th floor of Building 8, threw a cigarette butt out of the window, which accidentally ignited a tree, leading to a series of events. He not only concealed the incident, but also tried to escape first, and did not admit his fault when he was caught. This is really too bad. What do you think? What do you think? Stand and watch." Li Fei looked at the so-called Mr. Sun on the stage with a bruised face. Although this could have caused the fire, Li Rui said it. Who knows whether this is the truth, or he just found a scapegoat to force a confession to the public. You know, now even cigarettes are considered good supplies. Of course, as a smoker, it is not surprising to have several packs at home and save them for smoking. However, many people probably don't know this Mr. Sun very well. No one knows whether he threw a cigarette, but that was not completely extinguished from the room and caused the fire. This is really not because Li Fei is dark-hearted. Such things were not uncommon before the end of the world, let alone after the end of the world, especially in some bases. But it is obvious that the residents don't care about these at all. For them, as long as there is a settled truth, They will vent all their resentment on the culprit. It seems that there is nothing in the garden except the giant plants. So someone just pulled out some flowers and plants and threw them at Mr. Sunday. Some of the flower stems were very thick and heavy. Anyway, it's good to vent. After the first person did this, the others followed suit. In an instant, all the colorful giant flowers and flower stems were thrown at Mr. Sunday. Even Li Rui, Li Peng and the members of the security team standing next to him were accidentally injured. No one wanted to spit on him. After all, water resources are in short supply now. If you are really thirsty, you can still swallow it. Who would waste it in such a place? Li Rui had to wave his hand and picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Okay, everyone, please calm down. Now is not the time to vent your anger. We should make a fair judgment," he said, and put the loudspeaker to Mr. Sun's mouth again, and asked, "Mr. Sun, do you have anything else to say now?" Mr. Sun was surrounded by flowers, stems, leaves and branches. His mouth was swollen, and he was probably blurry. His shoulders were still shaking slightly, and he trembled for a while, but didn't say anything. My goodness, this is simply a criticism meeting. So Li Rui moved the loudspeaker away and said to the crowd, "Everyone, please be patient. In fact, we have discussed how to deal with this matter to satisfy you. First of all, he must not stay in our community after committing such a mistake. Secondly, we are going to fine him and use the materials in his home to pay off the debt." What do you think? Almost all the people standing in the front were residents of Building 8. This incident was related to them, so they were most concerned. One of them said with a paw, "Intentional arson. Isn't that intentional murder? Of course we have to drive him away. And this is a good deal for him. In the past, our entire building would have to jointly sue him." Someone else continued indignantly, "That's right. I don't want to see him again tomorrow." Someone else rolled his eyes slyly and suddenly suggested, "I wonder how much the fine should be. If it's too little, how can it be enough to make up for his wrongdoing this time?" The rest of the people also started to make a fuss, and the crowd became chaotic again. Before Li Rui and his team came, the crowd was very scattered. Some of them came together from the same floor, and some came alone. Once they were pushed over, they immediately gathered together, all wanting to see the arsonist who was caught. So Li Fei and Li Xian also got close to the others. Now everyone smells similar, so no one should dislike anyone except the two protagonists. In fact, Wu Sini and Yang Huan also have a special smell after staying in the hospital for a long time. That is, the smell of disinfectant. But now it seems that even this work is not done much. In addition, what is particularly prominent is the mint smell on Li Fei and Li Su. It is not uncommon to have a few of these items at home. But what is surprising is that apart from the mint smell, they did not smell any strange smell. At a distance, it could be considered that the mint smell was originally stimulating, so it was covered. But when it got closer, it was found that there was nothing else except mint, which seemed extremely clean and out of place in the smell of the surrounding people. Most of those people were excited and did not notice this abnormality. Only a few of them stood silently at the back and noticed it. But although they noticed it, they were all smart people, so they did not ask. And they were not so confused by the atmosphere. Yang Huan also paid more attention to the stage. He did not expect that the other people had so many twists and turns in their minds. He frowned and said, "This Mr. Sun seems to be from Building 8. When he was still able to chat in the group, he thought of ways to exchange supplies. After a while, he encouraged others to steal from other houses. Anyway, he is not a good person." Since they were not far away, Li Fei and Li Xian also heard what Yang Huan said, but they did not reply. These days, it is much harder to determine whether a person is good or bad than in the past. But at least the charges against Mr. Sun are more solid. Whether he really lost a cigarette but or did too many bad things, the management took the opportunity to find this reason to get rid of him. In any case, it seems to be a win-win situation for the community. Kick out a bad guy and give an explanation to the residents. And the residents are satisfied. Everyone, be quiet, be quiet. Li Rui had to continue to appease the noisy residents. He kicked away a flower at his feet and continued to speak loudly. "I know everyone wants to bring him to justice. We will work out a reasonable plan that will satisfy everyone. As expected of a former property manager, he is first-rate at making big promises and pushing things off as much as possible." However, Li Fei's attention was drawn to Mr. Sun, whose face suddenly twitched. God knows how he could tell that his face was swollen like a pig's head. He suddenly vomited and fell down due to exhaustion. A member of the security team tried to straighten him up, but he couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he let go, Mr. Sun fell down again. Li Peng frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "What happened?" The team member stammered, "Captain, that person." Li Peng looked in the direction of the voice. In this weather, if they were not afraid of being sunburned, many people would want to go shirtless. So they only wore the thinnest clothes, especially the collar and arms, which were all bare. Only now it was red, indicating that the memory recovery technique was really performed. When Li Peng looked over, he found that Mr. Sun's exposed skin was densely packed with red and pink patches, which made the skin swollen and thick. The latter's face gradually became bruised and terrifying, and white foam overflowed from the corners of his mouth. This scared him and screamed, "Ah!" and soon attracted the attention of most people. Li Fei pursed his lips and covered the goggles and luminous mask on his face more tightly. Chapter 192. Li Rui was shocked to see Mr. Sun's appearance. Although he had already thought of how to deal with the latter, naturally, he would drive him out of the community and confiscate all his supplies. This was actually no different from killing him, but it was done a little more tactfully. Originally, he wanted to follow the restless crowd and then make an announcement, but he didn't expect that he would fall before the announcement. How could that work? Li Rui immediately put down the loudspeaker, pulled Li Peng over and whispered unhappily, "Didn't you say not to kill him? What's going on?" Li Peng hurriedly shook his head, looking aggrieved. "I don't know. I listened to you." This guy did not admit it at the beginning. "We just beat him a few times, and you were there too, weren't you?" Li Rui coughed a few times to cover up. But the residents who were close to the stage also saw this horrifying scene. Some people in the back couldn't retreat, so they asked loudly, "Hey, what's going on? Isn't he going to mutate?" Everyone was in an uproar, although the zombie siege had been over for a long time. The very shocking scene was still vivid in the minds of these survivors. Even though zombies are basically gone now, they still turned pale when they mentioned related words. Now the residents of the 8 buildings standing in the front hurriedly scattered around. Some covered their mouths and noses, and some cursed. "What's going on? Did you pull him here on purpose? Do you want to hurt him?" The crowd that had just calmed down was like a raging sea again. Li Rui's loudspeaker could not calm it down. Li Peng and the security team members also stepped forward to stop the chaos. The fallen Mr. Sun was still twitching on the stage. Only Li Fei, Li Xian, and Wu Sini stood there calmly. Ning Xuan and Xiao Luo saw how calm they were, and did not panic. Yang Huan frowned even more and asked, "Dr. Wu, this?" The medical staff could still tell that this was not a mutation, but an acute illness. However, with such a noisy group of people in front of them, they could not go on stage to check carefully. Moreover, Wu Sini seemed not to want to go. Wu Sini said calmly, "I'm afraid that people threw a lot of flowers at him before, and those flowers contained a lot of pollen, which he inhaled involuntarily. If you inhale too much pollen, even if you are not allergic to it before, you will have some reactions. But from this point of view, it is probably not a mild case." Ning Xuan and Xiao Luo felt a sigh, but did not do anything. What could they do even if they went up? Yang Huan hesitated a little. After all, at the beginning of the apocalypse, she occasionally provided medical assistance with Aunt Huang, but in the end, it gradually developed into being forced to provide assistance. Fortunately, she had some knowledge, so the people in the building did not make things difficult for her, and even Mr. Sun, who had committed theft, did not enter her room privately. That is to say, until the end of the world, she would still have some feelings of being unswerving for the patient. But seeing Wu Sini's expression of not wanting to join in the fun, she had to give up. Li Rui and Li Peng were busy calming the crowd, and they didn't even care about Mr. Sun for a while. One of the people who was watching saw that the latter gradually lost his voice, and his face turned from purple to pale. His heart skipped a beat, and he reached for his nose with trembling hands. Suddenly, his legs softened, and he sat down on the table, shouting, "Captain! Manager! People are dead." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately became silent, and some people even ran away without listening, fearing that he really had mutated. The noise of the crowd was about to break through the sky. There were buildings all around the garden, which attracted some high-rise residents who had not gone downstairs to open the windows and look out. Li Rui frowned and checked. confirming that Mr. Sun was indeed without any signs of life. But after all, he was barely a small leader before. So he calmly picked up the loudspeaker again and said, "Everyone calm down. You have also experienced and seen the appearance of those man-eating monsters. If it is really mutated, it should have changed its appearance and pounced on us. How could it continue to lie? Even if it really mutated in the end, it is still under our control. And we have a large number of people. So what is there to be afraid of?" People thought it made sense and gradually stopped making so much noise. But the whispers were enough to make a large sound. Leroy pointed at Mr. Sun's body and explained, "Originally, we just wanted to drive him out of the community. Now that he is dead, we will bury him. As for the materials in his residence, we will confiscate them temporarily and discuss their disposal later." Upon hearing the second half of the sentence, some people were unwilling, especially some residents of Building 8. In their eyes, it was their own family that suffered. So shouldn't the materials of the culprit be compensated to them? However, they did not make a fuss because the entire community was now managed by the two brothers Leroy and Li Peng. Even if the entire building rebelled together, they would not be able to do anything. So they just had an extra idea in their minds. The criticism was over for now. But the residents were not summoned just for this. Leroy used a loudspeaker to say, "We have caught the arsonist and have sentenced him. But what I want to say next is more serious than this." Li Fei's eyes shone when she heard this. Her intuition told her that the next thing might be related to Building 20. Especially to this group of people. Fortunately, she came here this time. Otherwise, what would she do if they killed her first and reported to her later? Besides, she didn't know whether Leroy and Li Peng had discovered that they had also arrived at the scene. Leroy cleared his slightly hoarse voice and continued, "This fire was a man-made disaster. But you should have seen the current weather. It's not an exaggeration to say that it was a natural disaster. Even in the hot summer days in the past, there were also spontaneous combustion of trees. Let alone now. If a situation like today happens again in the future, we must not sit and wait for death. Otherwise, there are so many plants in the community. Just a spark can burn a whole area." Soon someone retorted, "Then why don't we just cut down all these plants?" This sentence seemed to give Leroy a way out. He smiled and said, "You are right. But this also raises another problem. If you want to cut down the abnormal plants in the community, you need manpower. But the current teams in our community have their own tasks and can't spare time to do this kind of thing. So I want to organize another team in the community. After all, the entire community cannot be managed by us alone. You residents should also perform corresponding obligations. Otherwise, how can it continue to operate?" Immediately, someone raised his hand and asked, "How do we form this team? How many people are needed? The most important thing is whether there is compensation." This is not a lie. They have seen what kind of life the security team in the community and Zhang Xinghua's team under the name of the property have. Moreover, it is better to stay in the community than to go out and work hard to find survival supplies. Although it is definitely exhausting, it is at least safer. This also touched the hearts of most people. They immediately quieted down and looked at the table. This is the scene that Leroy wanted to see. He smiled and said, "Take your time. This plan was originally under consideration, but it has become urgent after something like this happened today. Our team is larger than other teams. It is mainly responsible for dealing with mutated plants and sudden fires." "But," Leroy paused, and then sighed with a regretful look, "I don't know if you know, the only firefighter in our community has left. So there may be no one who knows the fire better than him." But when he said this, his face changed again, and he became excited. "But it doesn't matter. When the 8th building was on fire today, a neighbor rushed into the fire and put out the fire regardless of her own danger. This spirit is worthy of our admiration, and I believe she is truly responsible for our community. So my suggestion is to let her be the captain of our team and lead us all to get through this disaster together." The conversations of the residents below the stage changed very quickly. Sometimes they complained about Yuan Yi's coldness and ruthlessness, abandoning the community and leaving. Sometimes they were attracted by the second half of the sentence, wondering who could win Leroy's favor and who would go to put out the fire. The discussion never stopped. Li Fei felt that Leroy's faint smile was directed in the direction of herself and Li Xian. Perhaps they were really dressed differently from others, so they could be spotted at a glance even if they were standing at the back. But for Li Fei, it was better to discover it than to have any reaction on her body. "Right. But she had to think about how to refuse and get away in public. Li Rui narrowed his eyes and said straight to the point. After verification, this heroic firefighter is Miss Li, who lives in 1902. Building 20. She should be here right now. Let's welcome her to come on stage and say a few words. The crowd was excited again, especially those who lived close to Building 20 and came over. The rumors were all over them. But since they had hardly seen Li Fei in person, they almost forgot about it after hearing it. It can be said that this group of people just recalled those rumors here. Then, there are the neighbors living in Building 20. The original occupancy rate of Building 20 was almost 100%. Even though it has been cut in half so far, there are at least some survivors. And they all know that the residents of 1902 are not easy to mess with. Now that 18, 19 and 20 have joined together, it is even more difficult to mess with them. In their minds, Li Fei was already a person with many blood debts. He would kill all enemies, and his temperament was completely opposite to his appearance. I don't know what they really think. They can think to this extent. Li Fei herself feels speechless. So when she heard Li Rui say that the resident of 1902 took the initiative to put out the fire, her first thought was that she didn't believe it at all. Even if she wanted to fool them, she should at least find someone else. Right? How could it be her? However, only 2 or 3 residents of Building 20 came. After they gathered together and learned the shocking news, they looked at each other without answering, but they were shouting in their hearts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Residents who lived far from Building 20 and had never heard of the rumor didn't really believe it. The people in Building 8, the victim, couldn't help but ask, "Is it true? Manager Li, are you kidding us? How could a girl go to the fire scene and put it out successfully?" Yes, even if it was her. How did she put it out? No one saw it at the time. Right? Letting a woman be the captain. I don't think it's convincing. Some people even started looking around, as if they were looking for the person Li Rui mentioned. Ning Xuan and Xiao Luo frowned at the same time, and almost rolled their eyes. But it turns out that there are no women among this group of people, and most of them may have stayed at home. Li Xian and Wu Sini curled their lips, but the former believed that Li Fei could solve it, and did not say anything, while the latter joked, "You are really famous now. Isn't it obvious that you are asked to come forward? But I really didn't expect you to save the fire." Wu Sini's voice was also a little hoarse, and I don't know if it was because of shouting too much or one of the symptoms of high oxygen. It became even lower when approaching, creating a sense of distance. Li Fei calmly put away the umbrella, and a large piece of dazzling golden sunlight sprinkled on her black hair, which made her shudder. Fortunately, she bought the kind of parasol with UV protection coating when she was stocking up. Li Fei stuffed the warm umbrella into Li Xian's arms, and then replied with a straight look, "Do you want this reputation?" Wu Sini choked, and then touched his sweaty nose. He really didn't want this reputation. Yang Huan didn't believe it, and the firefighter was standing next to her at this time, which made her even more surprised. Before she even asked, she saw Li Fei walking straight forward. She opened a path manually, and many people subconsciously pushed to the side. But some people were impatient and wanted to fight back because of her strange outfit. But Li Fei's steps were fast and steady, and she passed by immediately. Li Rui, standing on the stage, was still calm. When he saw Li Fei coming up, he smiled and said, "Since you don't believe it, just ask the person involved to come up and say a few words." He looked like he was determined to win, as if any decision he made should be realized according to his wishes. For example, he wanted Li Fei to be the so-called captain. Li Fei jumped onto the stage lightly. He looked at Mr. Sun's body under his goggles and stretched out his hand to Li Rui. Li Rui handed over the loudspeaker with a smile on his face, and the crowd in the audience fell silent. A pair of big eyes with various emotions were cast on Li Fei, and the silence was very strange. Li Fei turned on the loudspeaker, took a deep breath through the luminous mask, and immediately asked a strange question. Aren't you afraid of death?" Chapter 193. What? The audience was shocked. What on earth is this woman talking about? It looked strange to begin with. Who knew that the words that came out of her mouth would be so bizarre? But after the shock, most people began to get angry unconsciously. From the advent of the end of the world to now, they have more or less witnessed the death of people around them. Although sometimes they have thought about giving up, they are still afraid when they think that the miserable conditions of those people may happen to themselves. And they often don't think about that word. I didn't expect that this woman not only said it carelessly, but even asked it directly. How could they not be upset and angry? Someone spat and said angrily, "How can you talk like that? If it weren't for Manager Lee's face, you wouldn't have come on stage?" Someone else shouted at Leroy in a sarcastic tone. "Manager Lee? This is the captain candidate you found? What's the point of asking such a question at the beginning?" Leroy's expression was not very good. But thinking of Li Fei, he suppressed it. But his tone was a little gloomy. He ignored the questioning and ridicule of the people in the audience, and only asked Li Fei, "Ms. Li, I know you have concerns, which is normal. After all, not everyone has experience in this area before. But if you really don't want to, we can discuss it again. Why do you have to make it so embarrassing? It will be difficult to carry out in the future." Li Xian wanted to roll his eyes after hearing this. Who was the first to cause this so-called embarrassing situation? Although Wu Sini, Ning Shuwan and Xiao Luo didn't know about the incident, they couldn't help but feel strange about this situation. Although Li Fei did say shocking things occasionally, this time it seemed to be a bit too much. However, Li Fei, who was standing in the center, still seemed calm and composed. She then pointed to the corpse on the stage that could no longer stand up and asked, "He died? Do you know why?" Some people changed their faces slightly when they saw her so calm and asked, "Is he really going to mutate?" Someone next to him sneered and refuted. "How is it possible? If it was going to mutate, it wouldn't have been silent for so long. In my opinion, it must have been too harsh before. And he was brought up for criticism. So he just passed out in a hurry. Right?" After this, some people looked at Li Rui and Li Peng with strange eyes. What if they broke the rules in the future? Would they also be taught a lesson like this? But someone else said loudly, "Okay, don't keep us in suspense. You better explain it clearly. Otherwise," he snorted and clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking slightly. A clear threat. Li Fei held up the loudspeaker slowly, and there was a kind of teasing in his tone. "I believe Manager Li is not so cruel. After all, the prisoner must first be judged by the public before he can be convicted." However, the prisoner died suddenly and quietly in the middle of the process. As she spoke, she used her toes to push the corpse, and it rolled half a circle. The face with eyes wide open in death faced the crowd, forcing people to step back in fear. During this period, many people stepped on and were stepped on. This reason is entirely due to you. What? The people on the stage and the audience were all in disbelief. Before they could react and get angry, they saw Li Fei lift the goggles on her face and explain leisurely. He had purpura and measles, and he kept moving restlessly, which eventually led to laryngeal edema and suffocation. All of these were caused by severe allergic symptoms caused by inhaling a lot of pollen. Before that, you threw a lot of flower branches at him. Right? So, you are all murderers involved. The people in the audience were silent for a while. But these were all very professional terms. Even if they wanted to refute, they didn't know what to say. It's better to say that they did do that. This is a sure thing. Li Rui frowned. They were not studying medicine, and they didn't know whether they should believe Li Fei's words. But Mr. Sun's sudden death was also an emergency. Finally, some people came to their senses and stammered. "I didn't throw it. I was standing so far back. How could I have thrown it? Yes, I only threw it once, and it was a dead branch. So it's not my fault." Some people shouted directly. It was the people in front who threw more. They are the murderers. In fact, some people now have blood on their hands. And some people have already stopped caring about their lives. But most people are still unwilling to be labeled a murderer, and just want to push this hat away. The people standing in the front are all from Building 8, and they hate arsonists. In addition, the thing that this garden lacks the most is plants. And they are all grown up. And you can almost pull a handful of them with your hands. They are indeed the ones who threw the most. But as mentioned before, none of them wanted to be called the murderer. So the people in front turned around and shouted angrily, "Bullshit! You act as if you didn't participate. I tell you, you are equally responsible for what happened today." The people standing behind also fought back. "Get lost. You did it yourself. Don't drag us into this. You crazy." The two groups first exchanged a few verbal attacks, and the anger surged in an instant under the high temperature. They directly pulled out their fists, howling and starting a melee, which was fierce for a while. Li Xian, Wu Sini, Ning Shuan and Xiao Luo silently moved to a tall tree to watch the fight, which at least blocked some of the hot sunlight. Yang Huan didn't want to get involved, so she stayed away from them. But she couldn't help but look at Li Fei standing on the stage in the distance. He was straight and had a calm aura. At least it was rare to see such a person near her. She glanced at Wu Sini, who was folding his arms and not saying anything. His eyes were also looking straight there. For some reason, she always felt that there was a hint of smile in his eyes. After all, they had worked together for so long. But she had never seen him smile once. But she could also detect his mood from the subtle details. Although his mood was getting worse and worse in the hospital. At this time. A little better? Is it because of her? Ning Shuan had also become familiar with Xiao Luo. Seeing that the latter looked uncomfortable with the noisy scene, she suggested, "Aunt Xia, this matter is about to end. Why don't you go back and rest first?" Xiao Luo was not uncomfortable because of the scene of a crowd fighting. You know, there were many such scenes more than 10 years ago. She shook her head and sighed. Forget it. No one can benefit at this time. Besides, maybe Li Fei has something else to say. I will wait a little longer. Li Xian heard it clearly, and couldn't help thinking that they really regarded their sister as the backbone now. Isn't this the heroine of a doomsday novel? Ning Shuan certainly understood what the phrase nothing good meant. Even someone like herself who never got sick and had a good physique was attacked by high oxygen. And her spirit was much weaker than before. If she hadn't started the hamster action and went out to find supplies and stock up. She really couldn't stay at home so leisurely and reduce exercise now. You know, strenuous activities will definitely inhale more high oxygen. And the symptoms will definitely be more serious. Just like the two groups of people in the melee. Before they could throw a few more punches and kicks, they suddenly stopped their movements as if the countdown had ended, and then fell to the hot ground with a plop. So in the end times, we should be patient and calm for a while, and take a step back to have a broader horizon. Although we are angry, at least we will not fall down, and we will not even have the last bit of strength. Li Fei has never been to the garden of the community. But in addition to green plants, the garden is naturally planted with various flowers. The greening of the community can usually determine people's choice of living. However, there is also a saying about the planting on the green belt. Most of the plants planted are easy to maintain. Perennial, drought-resistant and cold-resistant. And beautiful flowers. After mutation, they are even more vigorous. The big buds have fallen to the ground and were stepped on half flat. And the ones with a little height were knocked down to the ground. There are also some classic vertical flowers that are as dense as waterfalls. After all those people fell down, they swayed slightly back and forth as if mocking. And of course, they sprinkled something from time to time. Leroy's face became more gloomy when he saw the people falling down. He made a face at Li Peng, and then said to Li Fei with a cold tone, "Miss Li, is this the way you thought of to shirk responsibility? Now you really got what you wanted." Li Fei put on an expression that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Blinked and said, "I don't know what you mean. Managerly. And I'm helping you. Right? If I don't explain it clearly, they will think that you tortured the prisoners to confess and caused their deaths. Will they further think that you just pulled out a scapegoat? Besides, there is no forensic doctor at this time. Right?" Leroy snorted coldly, "Even if they really think so. As long as they are still in the community, they must obey my jurisdiction, and they can't refuse. But you are so good at creating hatred, letting them fight each other. In this kind of weather, I'm not even sure if they can get up again. You solved many problems without any effort. As managers, Leroy and Li Peng have a lot of supplies under their control. And they don't need to go out every day. So the symptoms of high oxygen are not serious. At present, most people actually believe in the high oxygen environment that the official said. But in order to survive, they still have to continue on the road of survival. Only senior officials can rest all the time. The official was scratching their heads and anxious about this natural disaster. So they had no time to count the number of casualties, but conservatively estimated that this high oxygen can pass at least 1/3 of the human race. There has never been a disaster that is so serious and unsolvable. Li Fei smiled and said, "I am just telling the truth. They got angry and started it themselves. What does it have to do with me?" After she finished speaking, she said firmly and coldly, "Instead of thinking about making great plans, Manager Li should solve the current problems first. Such as when will the electricity and gas be available? Have you contacted for food relief? These are what the residents are eager for. Right? What kind of criticism meeting and organizing a team is only a little beneficial to the people in a certain building and you? Just like today. It will only put people in crisis. When Li Fei spoke, she leaned over the loudspeaker and spoke. Not only did the people present hear it clearly, but even the people in the neighboring buildings who were eating melons and watching the show heard it. And they immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. After all, the reason for notifying people to go downstairs just now was nothing more than to see the arsonist. Only the residents of Building 8 came down. And most of the others were not interested. It was not for Building 8. So what did it have to do with them? Now they have no electricity, no water, no gas, and no food, which is their real urgent need. Someone remembered that they had to hand in part of the supplies they had worked hard to find when they went out. And seeing the mental state of the people in the property management, they were immediately unhappy. Who knows how much money the property management has made so far? They only care about themselves and don't care about them. Right? Some people who were unhappy were standing on the balcony and shouting directly outside. But the people in the garden could only hear some noises at most. And they didn't know what they said specifically. But from the tone of voice, they could understand that they were all angry. How could Leroy not understand that some residents were dissatisfied with his management after Li Fei's disturbance? And now the property management has aroused public anger. His mask-like expression finally changed. And he glared at the latter with gritted teeth. No wonder she was a thorn in the side. Today he finally learned his lesson. How could he let her be the captain of any team now? It would be good enough if she didn't continue to make trouble for him. And he had to deal with the troublesome aftermath out of thin air. Leroy felt a headache, waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Okay. Get off. You won't be needed later." Li Fei looked at Li Peng and other security team members mopping the people who fainted on the ground, threw the loudspeaker to someone next to him, and jumped to the stage like a nimble swallow, waved his hand, smiled fakely, and left without any hesitation. This action was so ironic that Leroy didn't have time to get angry. Instead, he cleaned up the mess. There were more messes waiting for him. He left the garden in disgrace under the watchful eyes of everyone. Li Xian had already put up her umbrella again and was waiting for Li Fei to come over. She said happily, "That's great, sister. He shouldn't have any ideas about you now. Right?" Leroy was not a stubborn person. He knew that sometimes if things became thankless, he had to give up quickly. This incident was like this. He initially took a fancy to Li Fei's ability and tried to embarrass her so that she had to accept the facts and join him. But when he saw that Li Fei was actually a disobedient and difficult person who even liked to do evil, he would quickly give up this idea. After all, Li Fei herself did not want to get involved in those grudges and hatreds. She just wanted to live a relatively ordinary life with her family in the place where she settled down, and let them do the fighting and killing. Li Fei took the umbrella and opened it again, sighing, "It shouldn't happen. But we have to be careful not to let them bind our feet secretly. Look at his look. He directly regards you as a scourge. And I guess he won't bother you for a long time." Ning Shuan interrupted. "Okay. Li Fei, when did you learn to turn the tables? Insinuate? And use counter-espionage tactics? I don't know these. But I think we should run away now." Li Fei looked into the distance while talking. She looked at those bright and large flowers, frowned slightly, and then said, "Let's go. This is not a good place to stay. Except for Yan Huan." The others were all neighbors in Building 20, and naturally walked on the same road. The former seemed to have sensed some atmosphere, and his face was not sure if it was because of the sun, but he also left them more easily. The area of the community garden was not large, and there were some sports equipment placed in it, but now they were all covered by plants and disappeared. Before leaving there, Li Fei adjusted the goggles on her face and reminded them, "You should have seen how Mr. Sun died. Be careful of plants and the things they spread when you go out. Avoid them if you can, and take some precautions if you can't." Everyone present saw how Mr. Sun, who was tied up, died suddenly. Wu Sini knew the cause of death, but others didn't. Later, Li Fei also explained that he was suffocated to death and couldn't resist. The pain was imaginable. The biggest reason was that he inhaled a large amount of pollen from mutant plants, which happened to trigger an allergic reaction. There was no medicine to treat it, so this tragedy happened. Wu Sini, Ning Shuan and Xiao Luo suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Li Fei and Li Xian were wearing such a mixed outfit. It turned out that they had foresight and were well prepared. Ning Shuwan asked nervously. We were just in the garden. So nothing will happen. She did smell the fragrance of flowers, which was even a little bitter, but not too pungent. So she didn't think of pollen. And she herself was not allergic. But this kind of thing that can cause allergies, even if you are not allergic, will cause symptoms after touching it too much. Li Fei replied, if you feel fine now, then there is nothing wrong. I just don't know how often you go out now. If you still want to go out, it's best to take some protective measures before going out. Ning Shuwan was silent for a while, and suddenly took Li Fei's hand and went straight to a corner. Li Xian was startled and followed immediately. Wu Sini and Xiao Luo followed. As for the people being dragged, they didn't feel any danger. Ning Shuwan couldn't attack him right away. Right? If she wanted to attack, there was no need to drag her to another place first, finding a corner where no one else was. Ning Shuwan's expression was more serious than usual. She was always straightforward, and this time she asked directly. Li Fei, I want to ask you, how do you know so clearly? And you told us so carefully. It makes me feel useless. Li Xian glanced at Li Fei and didn't say anything. Wu Sini pursed her lips, but felt that Ning Shuwan was much more direct than herself, and Xiao Luo was silent. But she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Li Fei, however, remained calm. If she had not thought of the wording, she would not have said so much. As for her exhortations to these people, it was because they had gained her trust without her realizing it. Although she had decided to live with Li Su and Li Xian in this life, it was difficult for the three of them to resist the outside world even with the golden finger. They couldn't live alone all their lives. Right? They probably wouldn't be allowed to do so in reality. I don't know how many incidents have happened in this community alone. Will it be easy in the future? So it's not bad to have a few companions when necessary. Of course, choosing companions in the end times is also a big deal. Otherwise you can push yourself into a dying situation if you are not careful. Only after spending some time together, Li Fei had a certain understanding of these people, and she was relieved to talk about some things about the end of the world. After all, good teammates are hard to come by, and she doesn't want to lose them for the time being. Otherwise it would be difficult to find another good and close one. She also knew that there would always be people asking back, just like Ning Shuwan at the moment. Even if she still used a joking tone in the end, she couldn't help but want to ask the truth. But Li Fei had already predicted that this scene would happen, and had already thought of the corresponding words. So she answered, because it's easy to think of. The few people still didn't speak, but their eyes were all staring at her, inexplicably with a desire for knowledge. Li Fei continued, all plants now have mutated. We can no longer view them in the same way as before. In addition to trees, there are flowers. And flowers naturally have pollen. It is possible that the pollen inside has also mutated. Besides, Li Fei paused, and then continued, when we went out one time, my brother did not protect himself well and got hay fever. Today, someone died because of this. It is easy to associate it. So as time goes by, when plants become more and more lush, they will definitely continue to spread pollen. After that, it is estimated that people will not only have hyperoxia, but also mild or severe hay fever. In fact, Li Fei still said the problem lightly. How can it be just continuous spread and mild or severe hay fever? It is simply a huge dust storm. Normally, dust and some fine particles are flying in the dust storm. But this time, the dust storm was mostly pollen. So in addition to the general harm caused by dust storms, it can also cause allergic symptoms in people. Even more serious is that people are directly buried by pollen and die. In her previous life, Li Fei was still in the library. But when the dust storm hit, she and the survivors there closed the damaged doors and windows. And then, there was not so much pollen pouring in. But there was someone who was allergic to pollen at that time. And there happened to be no medicine around. So he died painfully in the end. And the body could not be disposed of. Some people who are not allergic also have symptoms of nasal itching, stuffy nose and sneezing. More serious symptoms include dizziness, headache, nausea and vomiting. The doors and windows are also rattled by the strong wind, as if they will be broken in the next moment. And then a large amount of dust and pollen will surge in, burying everyone in the library alive. It was probably at that time that Li Fei really learned to sleep with one eye open and one eye closed. After all, she had never slept well until then. Thinking of this, Li Fei decided not to go out when the pollen dust storm came, and to strengthen the defense of the house. However, when it really came, people might not be able to go out. The huge amount of dust and pollen would almost bury the roads and buildings. It would be impossible to walk. And using vehicles would also worry about hay fever. It was really a dilemma. At this moment, staying at home is the best choice. But people have no other choice. Without supplies, they will starve to death or die of thirst. Going out may also lead to being buried or suffocated. As for the final decision, it still depends on one's own thoughts. Ning Shuan's eyes turned and asked, "What happened to your brother?" Li Xian glanced at her. But Li Fei didn't think so much and shook his head and said, "It's just a mild symptom. Nothing serious." But the cards you drew before were quite accurate. And it really became a small episode. After talking about this, Li Fei looked at Xiao Luo again and cleverly changed the subject. "But this is just my guess. If it's about plants, I think Mr. Meng should know more than me." Seeing that Li Fei had handed the topic to her, Xiao Luo nodded and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that Lao Ming did mention it casually one day. But he has been studying the edible mutant plants in the community these days, and has not paid much attention to this aspect. I will talk to him when I get back and tell you if there is anything." "Edible mutant plants?" Ning Xuan and Wu Sini asked. "Yes. After all, fruits and vegetables are basically gone now. Or the edible things are gradually decreasing. Lao Ming said that some plants are actually edible, even in the community. But after mutation, he is not sure whether they can be eaten." After Xiao Luo finished speaking, she also looked over and smiled. "So we went to find Li Fei. And Li Fei also did experiments to prove that some mutant plants are harmless to the human body after being eaten. After learning this news, Lao Ming and I also tasted it. And there was indeed nothing unusual. You can also try it when the time comes. Although it is not delicious, at least it can fill your stomach." Ning Xuan has completely believed Li Fei's words. And now she immediately gave a thumbs up and praised. "Li Fei, you actually hid and did scientific research with Teacher Meng? I really admire you." Li Xian unconsciously straightened his chest. His sister is really amazing. After discussing, the few people started walking towards Building 20. It was time to go home. Xiao Luo was anxious to go back to talk to Meng Yisong, fearing that he would sneak out to observe plants again while she was away. It was already hot and oxygen-rich, and she couldn't stand the hay fever. So she was the first to leave, and Ning Xuan, knowing the hardships ahead, calculated the supplies at home and began to wonder whether she should be a hamster and go out a few more times, and hurried home to think about it. Wu Sini was still walking at the same pace as her and Li Xian, but he looked very tired, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. At least, he should be the first group of people to be buried in the pollen dust storm. Li Xian didn't know what was in his mind. He cleverly put away his umbrella and strode up the stairs. So suddenly there were only 2 people left in the corridor. The corridor was as dry and hot as usual. Even without direct sunlight, it was still hot. Li Fei took off her sun hat. The tip of the hat was hot. She fanned it a few times, and it was still hot. Now it has become like this. I really don't know how to survive when it is extremely hot. She frowned, looked back at Wu Sini, who was slowly climbing up the stairs with the handrail beside her, and asked, "Are you okay?" In fact, what she said was nonsense. He was panting, sweating, and looking like he was struggling. How could he use this word to describe him? Besides, Wu Sini didn't stay at home and didn't move. He had to go to the hospital to work every day. The way he was in the hospital was a double blow to his physical and mental health. Li Fei even felt that he should have collapsed. However, she seemed to have given him a few sips of space well water. Well, if you think about it this way, the effect of the space well water is still quite good. It's like a pill made from some old recipe, hooking the life that is about to leave when dying. Chapter 194. Wu Sini raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her cheeks. And when she looked up, she saw Li Fei's face full of planning. A bit like the way they looked at the white mice in the box in the anatomy class. And sighed. "What do you think?" Li Fei came back to her senses and glanced at him, asking, "Can you hold on to the 19th floor? Do you want me to carry you up?" She was simply underestimated, or was she just joking? Wu Sini shook her head and whispered helplessly, "You are really not suitable for joking. Let's go. It's getting late now." "Do you still have to go to the hospital tomorrow?" Li Fei advised. Hearing a certain word, Wu Sini was silent for a while, then took 2 or 3 steps forward and whispered, "I won't go in a few days." Li Fei was a little surprised. Could it be that he couldn't hold on? but it was understandable in this environment. Unfortunately, she could understand, but those patients who still came to the hospital probably wouldn't understand. However, Li Fei also had some selfish reasons not to let him go to the hospital again, because the pollen dust storm would come in a few days. If he picked a working time, the medical staff and workers of the entire hospital would be trapped in that building, including the ordinary people who were still in it at that time. But if he was still at home, at least they were neighbors in the same building, and they could take care of each other. But going to the hospital at least got paid. It wasn't luxurious, but it allowed people to continue to survive. Nowadays, there are dilemmas everywhere in this world. Thinking of this, she asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Sini didn't seem to want to tell the truth. Or maybe it was some truth. She just answered, "You have to sign a contract to work in the hospital. My contract is up, and I don't want to renew it. So I won't do it." After returning home with a contract that day, he thought for a long time and chose a decent time that was not too short but not too long. In this way, he could get some supplies, explain his career, and have room for maneuver in the future. As he thought, everything he saw around him gradually made him discouraged. So he didn't want to continue. "That's fine," Li Fei said thoughtfully. "I don't know what other changes will happen to the weather in the future, but at least my home is a place to take refuge." This sounded very tactful. Wu Sini turned her head and paused, then smiled and said, "You are really careful. When the person on the stage died just now, I just looked at him from a distance and came up with some arguments. You can immediately associate him with the symptoms of pollen. Are you also reading a medical book?" In fact, if Li Fei was really reading, Wu Sini would not find it strange. With the reduction of entertainment and power outages, people have fewer and fewer ways to kill time. It is unknown how many people are in dire straits. At this time, paper books have become the favorite of some people who are not worried about materials. Even the 2 books that Wu Sini gave to Li Fei are related to medicine. Li Fei didn't answer for a while. He is a serious doctor. How could he not think of this? He is not an internal medicine doctor, so he doesn't know anything about allergies. Even if he said something that had nothing to do with science when they first met, it doesn't mean that he is really a feudal superstitious person. He must be trying to trick her. I just said it. After all, someone next to me has experienced it personally, so I must think faster than others, Li Fei replied. As for medical books, haven't you heard a saying? If you persuade people to learn medicine, you will be struck by lightning. It's so complicated. I'm lucky I can finish the 2 books you gave me. Wu Sini smiled and started climbing the stairs again. But he was just as Li Fei thought. He had just got back from work in the evening and had been outside for a while. He was already strong enough to climb a few more floors. Unlike Ning Chuan and Xiao Luo, they might have stayed at home more today, so they retained some strength. In fact, if it were Li Fei, the 19th floor would not be a big deal for her. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Sini might fall directly in the corridor, she would have gone upstairs like Li Xian. Wu Sini felt that her heart was beating violently in her chest, as if it would jump out of her throat the next time it beat. She leaned against the handrail slightly, raised her hand to her chest and frowned slightly, as if she couldn't walk anymore. Li Fei turned her body and saw his thin and sick face, slightly wet hair on his face, and a layer of camellia red on his face that could not be tanned. Suddenly, she felt that it was some strange new interpretation of an idiom. She scratched the back of her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Sini raised her upper eyelashes with crow eyelashes and said weakly, "I really can't walk anymore. How about you really carry me? Don't you still have the energy to have fun?" Li Fei curled her lips and rolled her eyes, but she didn't want to leave him anyway. After thinking about it, she went down a step, reached out and held one of his hands, and said, "Let's go. Go home quickly, and you can rest." But this should be for Li Fei. The indoors of ordinary people are not suitable places for rest now. They can only be called a place to stay, because of the temperature. Both of them had hot hands, and even squeezed out some sweat. Now it is impossible for someone not to sweat outside, unless they are dead. So no one should despise anyone. Wu Sini felt that the slender and powerful hand was wrapping around him, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In such a short time, Li Fei pulled him up, and his steps followed. For some reason, he felt that his heart was still beating in his chest, but it was unexpectedly not so violent. Instead, it seemed that a gurgling stream had opened up in the middle, flowing with a different kind of warmth. He felt this feeling was so strange, And it seemed to be something he originally wanted to get, but did not get what he wanted. He looked up at Li Fei's back. Although it was not very wide and tall, it seemed to show the answer that was about to come out. Stability, peace of mind, and a sense of belonging. Wu Sini was stunned again when he read this. His chest suddenly shook violently again, and he slowly clenched his hand unconsciously. Li Fei noticed it keenly, raised his eyebrows, and finally said nothing, and took her to the 19th floor. Li Xian arrived home early, and the door of the house was closed. There was also a clematis net newly installed by Li Fei on it. Wu Sini found that the color of the flowers on the top had changed. After all, it was very obvious from blue to white. But how did they do it? Plant them, and then put them back? But does anyone have the leisure to plant flowers now? And won't they mutate? He had so many questions in his mind that he didn't notice Li Fei squinting and asking, "Can you let go?" Wu Sini looked down. It was Li Fei who took the initiative. So her hand was naturally on top. But now, he didn't know what happened and his hand was on top. There were only a few layers of roads. How did he do it? He felt his ears getting hot and didn't say anything. But if he really let go, he suddenly felt a little reluctant. Li Fei saw his face flushed, and his long curved eyes were like the shadows of stars half revealed in the sunset. And suddenly he felt like he wanted to say something but couldn't. It's so hot. This should be a normal feeling. But she felt an inexplicable heat stuck in her heart, and it couldn't go away at all. Li Fei didn't like this feeling, from the beginning of the end of the world until now. Because she had a golden finger, she was not as frightened and at a loss as other people. She even thought that she could always be like this in the future. In the end of the world, mentality is also an important part. However, what she didn't expect was that she now had a strange feeling of panic and confusion. This was so strange that it was even a bit weird. Because she had experienced the end of the world, and she knew what it felt like to be so scared like ordinary people. And it would happen every day, instead of being like now. It was strange, but with a touch of wonder and contradiction. Such as, she subconsciously felt that this was not a good sign. She would usually discard bad things. But she didn't seem to hate or resist this strange feeling. Really strange. Li Fei couldn't figure it out. But of course she couldn't ask directly about this kind of thing. Her intuition told her that if she really asked, it would be worse than this feeling. Wu Sini looked at her straight in the eye, although she still wore goggles and a mask on her face. The former always felt that her face had not changed much since the first time he saw her. The quiet corridor could highlight her throbbing heart. He didn't know where he got the courage and impulse, and suddenly reached out to take off her goggles. Those dark eyes obviously didn't expect him to do this, and they opened wider and looked a little surprised. Wu Sini rarely saw her show such emotions, and couldn't help but feel surprised and curious, as if he wanted to find out more of her hidden feelings. But he wouldn't force it. After all, he was the one who was holding her back. So what right did he have to let her do it? His increasingly chaotic brain was still running, but his body seemed to no longer obey his orders. After taking off the goggles, Wu Sini had the intention of turning the tables, and actually held Li Fei's other hand, and suddenly said, "Li Fei, him." A thunderous reminder sounded, causing the two to quickly come to their senses, and suddenly loosen their hands. Li Fei turned her head, and her elder brother Li Su half stuck his head out from behind the door, staring at them quietly, saying nothing. But it seemed that he had said everything. To be honest, she didn't know what to say, and she turned back subconsciously. But her eyes collided with Wu Sini's again. Awkward. So embarrassing. Wu Sini touched his nose again, returned the goggles, and signaled to go back to his home. Li Fei also pretended that nothing had happened, and simply opened the door of her house, and walked past Li Su into the house. As soon as she entered the house, she immediately stuffed ice cubes into the big jar, trying to forget the memory by doing things. Unfortunately, as long as she didn't go to the farm, she didn't have so much to do. In the end, under Li Su and Li Xian's suspicious eyes and the silent air, she washed, made her bed, and went to sleep in one go. Calm down. Calm down. Survival is the most important thing at the moment. The cold air slowly emitted by the solid ice in the big jar was sent to all parts of the room by the vertical air conditioner. Even the mat under her body was wiped with floral water before lying down. So it was very cool. The thick curtains blocked the bright sunshine outside. It was also very quiet at this time. However, Li Fei lay on her side, covered with a towel blanket, and should have fallen asleep quickly. But this time she was a little drowsy and couldn't fall asleep. As a result, she finally fell asleep for a while. But it seemed that she woke up again not long after. And even Li Su and Li Xian had already gotten up. She sat up drowsily, looking at everything peaceful at home. And somehow, she felt a sense of melancholy. Chapter 195. It was also a sunny day. The first thing Li Fei did when she stayed at home was to find a pair of scissors to cut the long ends of her hair. Chow Yifei had already fixed her hairstyle, so she just needed to trim it in that way. In addition, it was not convenient to have long hair in this kind of weather. So Ning Shuan and Xiao Luo, who lived upstairs, seemed to have neat short hair. Li Su and Li Xian's hair was also long as usual. But as boys, they trimmed their hair more easily. Li Su swept the broken hair on the floor and came to Li Fei and asked, "Fei Fei, how is your burn?" Li Fei was drinking a glass of iced sour plum soup. But it was not homemade, but a brewed drink she'd bought when she was stocking up. However, adding enough ice cubes could also cool down and quench thirst. She was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Li Su was asking her about the burn on her hand last time. The burn was caused by the attack of the farm elite monster. It was not serious to begin with. She changed the medicine regularly and ate well these days, so it didn't hurt anymore. She just waited for it to heal completely. But she covered herself up when she went out to the garden last time. She really didn't want any skin on her body to be exposed to the sun. So no one noticed what happened afterwards. Li Fei removed the bandage on her hand. The color there was very light, and it was estimated that there would not even be scars left. She nodded and said, "It looks like it will be healed soon. And there should be no elite monsters recently. So it will only go in the right direction." She comforted Li Su, and heard Li Xian shouting in the distance, "Sister, brother, our bean sprouts have grown, because there are still a lot of beans at home." Li Fei and Li Xian also worked together to make a long container, which is specially used for bean sprouts. After they grow out, they can be harvested directly. The harvest is a large batch, and it can be put directly into the space backpack, so it will not go bad. The temperature at home is kept at a normal 20 degrees during the day, so the bean sprouts will grow in a few days. Li Fei and Li Xian collected a batch, but also kept a batch for today's meal. However, at this moment, the doorbell rang. Li Fei didn't know what happened after he left the garden, but it was not something he should think about. But at least Li Rui's gang didn't come to harass him in the past few days. It seemed that he had completely given up his previous thoughts, and maybe he didn't want to have anything to do with Li Fei. This was really a good thing for Li Fei, and few people in Building 20 were willing to visit the 19th floor, which made them feel much quieter. But 1902 was dangerous, and Wusani's room 1901 became a hot spot inexplicably. No one was guarding it at home all day. As a doctor, there must be supplies hidden inside. And most importantly, there was no evil thing on the door like 1902. Although Wusani told Li Fei that he didn't want to do it anymore, there was still some time left to finish. When he went out, he always took Su Su with him, so he couldn't guard the house. Fortunately, 1902 didn't just stand by and watch. Not to mention that the camera probe was still working. The hearing of the three people in the Li family had improved, and they could hear the sound of banging on the door, and even knocking on the door, and unlocking it clearly. And they came in broad daylight. The door of Wusani's house was quite sturdy and durable. And the Li family, who occasionally spoke out when they saw injustice, didn't want to show off their knives and guns. That was too troublesome. After attracting a wave of people, they just sprinkled a handful of psychedelic powder and prevented these people from coming again in the future. How convenient is that? Fortunately, they have planted a batch of psychedelic mushrooms and made psychedelic powder. If a group of people come, they will sprinkle it on them. In the end, almost everyone in the community will not dare to come here anymore. But this ultimate goal is indeed what Li Fei wants to see. That is, if people don't dare to come, they can hide more safely. Everyone should be busy with their own things these days. Except Wusani, who has to go to the hospital. Ning Shuwan is nowhere to be found. And Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong are either staying at home or collecting plants in the community. At present, no one is willing to fill their stomachs with mutant plants. Alas, I'm still not hungry enough. So when the doorbell rang, Li Fei thought that someone else must have come to the door. She went to the entrance and opened the window on the door. It turned out to be Su Han, who currently lived downstairs. Su Han looked at her strangely, a little embarrassed, a little afraid, and a little entangled. Li Fei took the lead and asked, "What's the matter?" Su-han cleared his throat and replied, "It's like this. Miss Li, we have received a notice from the power supply station and the gas company that the supply will be restored from tomorrow." Li Fei nodded and asked again, "Then what?" Su-han was stunned. He had also informed many other residents of this news before. Without exception, they were instantly excited and could smile even if they were weak. Why did Li Fei always look so calm? As if she knew everything in advance? But he soon came to his senses and said seriously, "It's like this. Although the power and gas supply can be restored, according to the two companies, due to the large-scale loss of internal personnel, only phase power and gas supply can be provided in the future. It is currently scheduled from 12 noon to 3 p.m. and from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. the next day. It will be officially implemented tomorrow. Manager Lee arranged for me to notify you. If the weather is still normal, this plan will probably need to be discussed again before it is released to the public. But now the sun is shining all day long. So we just chose 2 more suitable times and decided directly. The noontime period is probably for eating, and the evening is for cooling off. After all, even if there is no hyperoxia, the high temperature can make people suffer. It just sounds like people have resigned en masse and run away. But it's actually very scary when you think about it. Li Fei knows that it's because many internal staff have probably gone to another world, which leads to a shortage of manpower. However, they still have wall-mounted solar panels at home, and no one would want to destroy or steal them at the height of the 19th floor. Although the power is a little weaker than before, it can still cope with the power consumption of a day. They are responsible for cooling off and have other supplies. So this phased restoration of power supply can be regarded as icing on the cake for the Li family. Li Fei said he understood and asked, "I know. Do you have anything else to do?" It seems that he is still quite easy to talk to. Su-han couldn't help thinking, because when notifying other residents, although everyone seemed to be very happy when they heard that the power supply and gas supply were restored, they became unhappy again when they heard that the supply would be provided in stages. They were still puzzled and questioned and cursed. And those with bad tempers even started to fight. They returned to the previous mode, as if the joyful atmosphere only appeared for a moment. So far, only 1802 downstairs was relatively calm, and Su-han had been swallowing his anger and came to the 19th floor. Besides, he had seen with his own eyes how Li Su dealt with a group of people in Building 8, and he heard that some people seemed to have never returned to their residences in the building, as if they had disappeared. Others don't know. But Su-han knows that the group of people came to 1902 in the end. And then, there were those subsequent events. It must be related to 1902. In addition to the rumors he had heard about his family, he had to believe it a little more. He even made enough psychological preparations before ringing the doorbell, and he pressed it with gritted teeth. But this time, the notice gave him a feeling that was too good compared to other residents, and he became a little skeptical. Facts have proved that you can't judge a person by his appearance. And you can't judge a person by his appearance alone. He sighed in his heart. Thinking of this, Su-han hurriedly said to the window again, "It's like this. Miss Li, after discussing these days, the property management decided to properly deal with the plants in the community. For this purpose, each surviving resident must send one person out. Of course, as long as you work, you will be paid. I wonder what you think." Li Fei frowned after hearing this. It seems that after the incident in the garden, his words may have inspired Li Rui to take action against the mutant plants that continue to flourish in the community. However, this decision is not bad. After all, if they are not stopped, those plants will continue to grow along the community until they will cover the entire community. Li Fei's base in his previous life also encountered this situation. It was like this at that time. In the early stage, it was voluntary. And in the later stage, people were forced to go. After all, it is impossible to let the management do the work. Although Li Fei had some work to do at that time, if he wanted to get more rewards, he naturally did more work. So he occasionally went to cut mutant plants part-time. But at that time, the pollen storm was not as severe as before. Sometimes there was a dust storm, or a single giant zombie plant blew out a huge amount of pollen. But Li Fei thought that even if Li Rui had responded quickly and implemented the plan, the pollen storm would still come, even if all the mutant plants in the entire community were eradicated. What about other communities? What about other lands? The mutant plants are still growing tirelessly. And the amount of pollen produced is not something that the survivors of one community can stop. Moreover, the growth rate of mutant plants is much faster than that of plants before the end of the world. I don't know if it's because of mutation, or because they absorb too much sunlight. The polar day is already very unusual. Who knows if the sunlight will also add icing on the cake for the mutant plants. In short, the natural disaster will not disappear suddenly. At most the speed of progress will be slowed down. Su-Han saw that Li Fei was silent, and had a thoughtful look on his face. So he did not dare to interrupt. He has been working in the property for a long time. And he knows that some people are soft-hearted, and do not take hard measures. Moreover, the situation is so tense now. And he is facing this family. He does not want to die from hyperoxia instead of being killed by human beings. Li Fei looked up. And Su-Han immediately put on a sincere smile, seemingly waiting for her instructions. This man does not seem so stupid. Li Fei thought about it, and recalled the scenes of those people who could barely be called management, who came to her door in the past. She paused and asked, "How is the neighborhood committee?" Su-Han was stunned. He didn't expect Li Fei to ask this question suddenly. Now the property management is the only one in the community. Everyone tacitly doesn't mention this word and the people in it. Besides, there is no neighborhood committee now. No director and committee members. At most, they are part of the survivors in the community. However, Su-Han was originally a staff member of the property management. He was one of the people sitting in the office in that building at the beginning. So he knew about the things between the neighborhood committee and the property management. To put it bluntly, Director Feng of the neighborhood committee wanted to get help from the outside government and was relatively quiet and conservative. Many people in the property management held the opposite idea, which led to the two sides not getting along harmoniously. As time went by, it turned out that just waiting for the rescue from the outside world seemed to not be able to restore the past daily life. But it made the situation even more mired. So there was a case of someone from the neighborhood committee jumping into the property management. Anyway, for the residents, whoever can fill their stomachs with supplies is qualified to manage the community. The property management organized people to go out to search for supplies. Although they also deducted some of it. At least they could get something instead of just waiting. But there are also those who are very stubborn and don't accept anyone's management. They also quietly form their own faction in the surrounding area. But they have not had any conflicts with the property management for the time being. After all, the property management team is getting stronger and stronger. For example, the plan to deal with mutant plants. Because there is compensation or it is mandatory. There will definitely be a lot of people in the end. And then a small group can be gathered. As for the neighborhood committee that withdrew from management, Su-Han pondered for a moment before saying, the neighborhood committee office is still open and can be used as a foothold. But there is often no one there. The few surviving committee members have left the community and should have returned to their own residences. Director Feng is said to be in a bad condition. But he is still alive. Deputy Director Chui's family lives in the community and is not much different from other residents. The original team has long been disbanded. If they are willing, they will be merged into the property. And if they are not willing, they can go wherever they want. I remember there are people living in this building. Right? Although the tone was very calm. With this background, we know that their current situation is not good. It can be said that they have been directly lost in the crowd from the chairman. Li Fei thought for a while before saying, I have to think about it first. Can I decide later? Okay. It's just the statistical period now. There are still a few days before the report. I will come to confirm the day before. It won't be too late to wait until then. Su-Han explained it to Li Fei directly. Li Fei nodded, thanked him, and closed the window. Su-Han was relieved. The person next door, 1901, was not there, and he lived alone. He probably didn't have time to meet people. So he went straight to the top floor. Chapter 196 Space Farming Part. The Li family's recent meals tend to be light and refreshing. The newly harvested black bean sprouts are mixed with cold salad. The cowpeas taken out of the granary are fried with mince meat. And the cucumbers are patted and mixed with seasonings. The whole table looks green and refreshing. The weather is hot, and the loss of food is large. So the family cooks porridge to replace the staple food. Today, a pot of yam millet porridge is cooked. There is a thick layer of porridge oil on the porridge. I don't know if it is because the space well water is used for cooking. It tastes particularly smooth and delicate. The aftertaste seems to have some of the aftertaste of space well water. In addition, there is a pot of red beans, mung beans, black beans, and rock sugar in the kitchen. It is also put in the refrigerator to cool. Occasionally, take out a bowl and drink it, which can also clear heat and quench thirst. So at the dinner table, Li Fei recounted what Su Han said and asked Li Su and Li Xian for their opinions. Li Xian asked while eating, "Can't we just not go?" Before Li Fei answered, Li Su continued, "Just now, I heard his tone through the door. This time, the property management seems to be a bit compulsory. If we insist on being special and don't want to go, who knows? They may come to our door later. Wouldn't it be more troublesome then? And they also said that there is a reward. Maybe everyone else will rush to go. But we don't care," which attracts a lot of attention. Li Xian expressed his understanding and asked, "If only one person from each household goes, who should we go? So let's discuss it now, so that we can be prepared if they arrange it in advance," Li Fei said, with a hint of reminiscence in his voice. "I also dealt with mutant plants in my previous life. If it was a simple mutant plant, it would be fine. But if it was a zombie plant, it would be attacked before you even get close. And sometimes you have to form a team to deal with it. But it shouldn't be like this in the current community. Zombie plants will only become aggressive towards humans after the polar night. But mutant plants are stronger than ordinary plants before the end of the world. If you don't have good tools, it will be more difficult to eradicate them. If some plants really want to be aggressive, their attack methods are comparable to those of mutant animals. In any case, in front of nature, humans are more vulnerable." Fei, do you think so? Li Fei drank a mouthful of porridge before saying, "To be honest, my first reaction was to go by myself. After all, I know some information better than you, and I can see what the property management is going to do. But in this way, we can't go to the space, right?" Li Xian asked before Li Fei finished speaking. He and Li Su are both online players, and they can't enter the space smoothly without a host. "Yes, that's right," Li Fei nodded. "So I changed my mind later, and I guess I have to choose one of you two to go." Li Su and Li Xian looked at each other, and the former took the initiative to suggest, "Then I'll go. A Xian still has to go fishing. Which is more important? I'll take a look there after I go, and I'll tell you when I come back. Brother, you are also very important. We have so many tools and weapons that we haven't finished yet. You have selected the forging skill, which is all experience," Li Xian added disapprovingly. The three of them were silent for a moment, and suddenly felt that Li Xian's initial question was really right. "Can't we just not go?" Kitten holding its head give. Li Fei thought about it, and decided to ask how long the work would take. If there was a little gap, let Li Su go to the space to fill up the forging table and the tailoring table before leaving. She was very confident in Li Su's work. Of course, this did not mean that she was not confident in Li Xian. It was just that Li Xian's fishing could last for a whole day, which was more cost-effective. After eating and drinking, the three of them entered the farm space together. Counting the days, they could have another big harvest. It was just that Li Fei had just brought Li Su and Li Xian into the space. But a hurricane and heavy rain hit them. Their faces and heads were cold. Before they could see the scene in front of them clearly, Li Fei hurriedly led the two back to reality. With a long sigh of relief, Li Fei raised his hand and wiped it. His forehead was full of rain, and his clothes were slightly wet. The same was true for Li Su and Li Xian. The latter sighed. "This summer rain is really heavy. It can't be compared with the previous spring rain." Li Su thought of something and asked, "But the summer rain in reality comes and goes quickly. I wonder if it is the same in space." The most common thing in summer is thunderstorms, which are characterized by the word storm. Although they look terrible, they last very short time. But since the end of the world, the last summer rain seems to be a very long time ago. Something that only appears in memories. If there is a rain that comes and goes quickly now, people with unstable mental state will be happy and crazy. Well, there is really a chance in the future. Looking back, I was so happy that I lost my mind. I opened my mouth to touch the rain like others. Someone beside me rushed into the rain and got soaked from head to toe. They were so happy. However, after the rain continued for several days and nights without any sign of stopping, they were no longer happy. Li Fei put away his memories and found 3 raincoats from the storage box. He wore one, and Li Su and Li Xian also wore one, and said, "No matter what, we still have to go to the space. Put this on first." The two nodded, put on the hats behind them, and Li Xian said excitedly, "Let's go." Seeing that the preparations were complete, Li Fei led the two into the space again. This time, the bean-sized raindrops hit the raincoat hat. But because of the wind, some water vapor mixed with the smell of green plants hit their faces. They looked forward and saw that the sky had turned silvery white. This heavy rain seemed to be pouring water into the space, and the scene in the distance was completely blurred. Looking at the rain, Li Fei somehow remembered a poem. The white rain reflects the cold mountain, and the dense forest looks like silver bamboo. It really fits the current situation. Because of the heavy rain, the crops and exotic plants were also hit by the rain. Fortunately, they were not damaged. On the contrary, especially the latter, they even looked like they were trying to absorb water. This is the benefit of rain in space. They don't need to water their crops today, but before planting, they must harvest the mature crops in the farmland to make room. First, the crops they planted in the previous crop have all matured, including beans, fruits, and Chinese medicinal materials that have a long growth period. Even the farmland that was opened up to grow exotic plants is a lush scene. And in the previous crop, they also planted a batch of grains, fruits, mushrooms, and miscellaneous crops. After growing for a period of time, they have all matured. So the farm now has a feeling of no end, as if the mountains and fields are full of harvests. They will definitely return with a full load this time. But before such a huge amount of harvest, the three decided to do other work first. Li Xian went to the fish pond and found that the fish in it had grown up. So he went to the pet house to feed them. This has become a basic exercise for him. After that, he took the new fishing gear, bait, feed and food to the water to fish and collect fish cages. But he had taken all the other items, and went to the storage box to look for the rest. After thinking carefully for a while, he reminded, "Sister, we don't seem to have much food, although they can get wild vegetables, wild fruits and river fish every day, because there are other things to do." Li Fei always prepares a large batch in advance and stores them, waiting for anyone to take them. In the past few days, Li Fei has been focusing on saving gold coins and supplies, and she has actually forgotten to cook. She went to the storage box to take a look, then looked at the bonfire, patted Li Xian on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. Just cook it now." Li Xian seemed to have heard the deep meaning, and after thinking about it in her mind, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Sister, do we not need to eat roasted wild vegetables and fruit platters anymore? And roasted river fish? Although they are used to eating these three old things, and they are not bad, they will always get tired of eating them. In addition, there are more varieties of crops on the farm now, and even cooking tools have been innovated. They can't always eat the same three things." "Right." Li Fei opened the store interface with a big wave of his hand, especially the recipe page, and said to Li Xian in a seemingly generous manner, "Whatever you want to eat, just pick it." This was said as if he had hosted 88 tables in a high-end restaurant. But in fact, even if you buy the recipe, you still need the corresponding ingredients and tools to make it. For example, the steamed sea base. The sea base and soy sauce were already prepared, but there were no tools, resulting in Li Xian not tasting it until now. However, in addition to the stone baking tray, they also have a copper pot and a copper cup. The copper pot should be used to make some soups and porridges, and the copper cup should be used to make drinks and other dishes. So Li Xian looked around and finally chose the recipe for baked potato chips and the recipe for fish soup. Baked potato chips are not the thin, golden, crispy snack chips in reality, but thicker, and the ingredients are any potato, such as sweet potatoes, purple potatoes, and yams grown on the farm. However, it should be noted that baked potato chips can be made on a stone baking tray. But if you want to bake the whole thing, you have to use other tools. But this makes no difference to Li Xian, as they are all pure carbohydrates and add a lot of physical strength. As for the fish soup, he also considered that he now has a copper pot, and his main business is fishing, so the ingredients are indispensable. Besides, in addition to fish, the fish soup can also be put in river seafood. Besides, since we have dry food, we need to pair it with drinks. Since we have gradually started to have various types of ingredients and tools, we have to eat better like in reality. Li Fei bought it and took a look. The physical strength added by this fish soup is comparable to that of baked potato chips. Of course, baked potato chips may be a little simpler. It's just a pity that although it has the word fish in it, Fish soup cannot increase fishing skills. It has to be the steam sea-based recipe they got at the beginning. Fortunately, it can be made immediately. After buying the recipe and clicking the cooking skill, Li Fei began to make it. First, the bonfire was lit. And then the stone baking tray was set up. Then the required number of purple potatoes were taken out from the granary. And the baking tray slowly started to work. Li Xian went to the waterside to collect fish cages and collect food. Fortunately, there were many bonfires in their space, which could not only provide lighting but also serve as stoves. Most importantly, the bonfires would not go out in the rain, and they could work as usual, which really helped a lot. But wouldn't such heavy rain fall on the ingredients being made? Well, don't worry about these details. As long as the countdown is over, you will still get a steaming hot, freshly baked dish in your backpack. Chapter 197. Li Su went to work as soon as he entered the space. He first went to the feed factory to fill up the materials to process the feed, then went to the mill to collect the processed products and put the materials, and took out the finished products from the tofu mold and put a batch of intermediate materials in. They planted soybeans early, and now there is still a batch in the granary, which can be continued to be produced. Not only do they need to eat them themselves, but they can also sell them if they can't finish them in the end. Then he went to the big jar and the earthenware jar to collect a batch of pickled vegetables, because they were still waiting for the fruits to mature. They didn't make jam inside, but brewed soy sauce. Brewing soy sauce takes longer than pickled vegetables. Sometimes pickled vegetables can be collected twice, and the soy sauce in the big jar is still fermenting. However, the finished products in the farm are still for the steam sea base. The large amount of seasonings they stocked in reality also include soy sauce. Who makes a city love thick oily sauce? Besides, they are not going to drink it, so there is still a lot of inventory, and the soy sauce in the farm is not needed for the time being. After that, he went to the equipment he was familiar with. The tailor table continued to make mats. Now it is not only for them. After the raw materials are made into finished products, the selling price will also increase, so it is also an income, and it can also increase his tailoring skill experience points. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He also put ore and coal into the furnace for burning. In the past few days, they went to the mine owner to save ore, and even dug a wave of gems, all of which were burned into ingots for backup and sale. The ingots were so useful to them that Li Su, who basically took charge of this business, suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. Or rather, he was already very heavy because all these tasks were done by Li Fei while discussing cooking with Li Xian. This kind of action-oriented person would be the most capable worker in ancient farming and period stories. Although the heavy rain continued and the face was always soaked by the wind and rain, the temperature did not change much. It was better to say that this rain was like boiling water. So the body in the raincoat was sweating as it moved, and it felt a bit dull. But in such heavy rain, it would be better for them to continue wearing raincoats. Otherwise they would be soaked. Right? If it was just a pixelated man in a game, there would be no such worries, and they would just take care of the farm as usual. But the 3 members of the Li family experienced it in person, and it was a very refreshing feeling. Fortunately, they had no worries about water supply like the crops in the farmland. Li Su found a bottle and filled it with space well water. He drank most of the bottle in one breath, and then filled the other 2 bottles with water and came to the burning bonfire. Li Fei was making baked potato chips on a stone baking tray. Although it was raining, the baking tray still made a sizzling sound and emitted wisps of hot air. It didn't take much time to bake potato chips. She quickly made several portions and checked them. Baked potato chips. Crispy, sweet, healthy. These are its labels. As for the recovery of physical strength, it is indeed higher than that of grilled wild vegetables, fruit platter, and grilled river fish. She took the water handed over by Li Su with satisfaction and drank a few big sips. Li Su looked at the row of unused forging tables and asked, "What are you going to do today?" Li Fei followed the sound and looked at the row of furnaces. There are usually some patterns above the furnaces in addition to the countdown. As a host, she can see anything she wants, so she also knows what is being baked inside. They found a day to break through the 10th floor of the ice crystal layer mine cave. The elite monster there is indeed a huge ice and snow system moth. Fortunately, they have figured out a set of skills to kill insect monsters in the insect soil layer mine cave. So this time, they also got through it without any danger. After the 10th floor, the minerals on the ground increased, and together with the previous insect soil layer, they dug out a large number of minerals and byproducts. And they are still burning them now. The implication is that they can make more equipment and build more facilities. Moreover, there is a large piece of farmland waiting for them to pick and plant today. Just thinking about it, today is a very busy day. Li Fei wiped his mouth, thought for a while and said, "Brother, you make an iron pot first, then a copper pot, and 2 copper cups. Finish these first." Li Su agreed and went to the forging table to work. As for the blueprint, he could buy it himself. At this time, Li Xian also came back. He first collected the row of fish cages by the river and brought back some river fish. Li Fei set up the copper pot on the campfire again, and then added the required amount of river fish and water into it. The copper pot with the lid on soon began to gurgle, and there was a countdown on it. The grass under his feet was already wet, but Li Xian still sat down directly. He looked at the roasted potato chips that Li Fei handed to her, and he almost tasted it in public. However, if he did so, his physical strength, which he had not consumed much, would definitely overflow, which would be a bit of a loss. He thought for a while and said, "When I went to the river to collect fish cages, I found that several more fish cages were broken. When I went forward, the damaged materials and the harvest inside were automatically put into the backpack, but the quantity was less than when it was made." Li Fei nodded and said, "It's okay. I'll do it on the forging table later. This time I'll make a copper fish cage, which should be stronger than the original one." When the countdown ended, the lid of the copper pot opened automatically, and a pot of steaming hot soup was ready. When it was put into the backpack, it also came with a container, but this container would disappear directly after the dish was used. It's quite environmentally friendly. In addition to the baked potato chips, the fish soup was also described. A bowl of delicious soup. Drinking it warmed the whole body. Li Fei looked at one of the keywords and pondered for a while. Li Xian was very happy. Because the dish was done, he could go fishing by the water. After saying goodbye, Li Fei also joined in to take care of the farm. She planned to make a few more equipment first. First, the storage box. Although the storage box is also made of wood, it should not be damaged like other tools. But Li Fei thought it was time to upgrade it. For example, in terms of capacity. Otherwise, when there are more and more types of items to be stored in the future, she can't make a lot of wooden storage boxes and put them in several rows. Right? Opening the mall interface, Li Fei quickly found the drawings of the storage box. And that storage box was upgraded. It was made of stone, and the capacity was twice as large as the original one. Li Fei bought the drawings, processed the stone slabs on the workbench, and then made 5 in one go and placed them next to the other boxes. In addition to this stone, there is also the last level, which is the copper storage box. She also bought the blueprint. But the production of copper storage boxes requires a lot of copper ore. Although there is no shortage of it now, it is still necessary to build other facilities first. Li Fei is ready to make copper when the copper ore is free or the stone storage box is full. 3 more workbenches, 2 more tailoring tables, 5 forging tables, and 10 furnaces are added. Because the copper fish cages are made with fish feed instead of bait, Li Fei also increased the feed mill to 5. Moreover, she has to put the same equipment together. It seems that she has a weird obsessive-compulsive disorder at this time. The open space area is also larger. This work area is almost taking shape, and even makes Li Fei want to start making some decorations to decorate the farm. But that must be another big project. And they are currently focusing more on farming. With just a thought in mind, other buildings can be uprooted, becoming a vague shadow, and then moved to a satisfactory place. In order to free up the land, Li Fei temporarily put the fish pond, mill, and pet house somewhere else. This work takes a lot of effort and time. When Li Fei finally finished, Li Su's iron pot had already been made on the forging table. As soon as he heard Li Su's team voice, Li Fei hurried back without even placing the building. And his eyes lit up and stared at the iron pot when he saw it. If the cooking methods that copper pots can make are relatively simple, then the big iron pots in China can be said to be proficient in all kinds of skills: stir-frying, deep-frying, pan-frying, roasting, steaming, stewing, and even candy can be made. It can be said that with this iron pot, there is probably only one reason why they can't cook dishes. That is, they don't have the ingredients themselves. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the near ones. They can finally make that steamed sea base. Li Fei immediately put the brand new iron pot on the campfire and went to the fish pond to catch a newly mature sea bass, and then found a brewed soy sauce from the warehouse. The iron pot really reacted, as if it couldn't wait to work. Even the black and white pattern of the finished steamed sea base turned into color, which made people salivate just by looking at it. After the iron pot started working, Li Fei and Li Su continued their work with great expectations. After Li Su finished making the iron pot, he had to make copper pots and copper cups according to what Li Fei said. However, since Li Fei had already increased the number of forging tables, he could make other items while making the former. So Li Su made copper fish cages on a forging table, preparing to make a few first, and then let Li Xian put them in the water to try the effect, and then decide whether to make them in large quantities. After all, fish cage style is also a style. As for the remaining forging table, Li Su thought about it and prepared to make 3 more bone blades. Tools have durability, and weapons are probably going to have durability. Not to mention that they can't use up all the bones in their current storage box, so they'll make 3 more as backup. Secondly, he wants to make a new type of weapon. After all, they've learned the blueprints and have the materials, and the more weapons they have, the better. As for Li Fei, it's still her job to place them. After putting all the equipment in order, Li Fei went to redivide a few open spaces and move all the buildings there. The fish pond is in one place, the mill is in one place, and the pet house is in another place. And each place has a separate open space, because she wants to build more. What kind of farmer will only have one production building of each type in the end? At least, they should be connected in a row. Even if the building can be upgraded, it will cost a lot of materials and gold coins to upgrade it. It is better to build a new one and consider upgrading it when there is enough money in the future. Besides, they have gold coins, materials, and open space now. So when will they build it? But to build the building, the eldest brother Li Su has to take action again. Chapter 198. It happened that Li Su had free time after finishing the work on the forging table and the furnace. So Li Fei went to the craftsman's table with him. They chose the fish pond and the mill, and placed the new one next to the old one to form a foundation. Li Fei collected the perch grown in the old fish pond, bought enough fry in them all, and put them in, and also fed them. However, as the area expanded, Li Fei did a little calculation and found that the location of their original campfire was not enough for lighting. So he teamed up with Li Su to change the location and made a new campfire. When all this was done, the steamed perch in the iron pot was just out of the pot. Steaming is not like braised, pickled cabbage and sweet and sour dishes, which use a lot of spices, and the aroma will immediately hit your nose. Steamed fish only has a hint of soy sauce fragrance, but it retains the original flavor of the fish. And sea bass has always been tender and delicious. Just a little seasoning is a very delicious dish. It's a pity that it's freshly baked, but it's not something Li Su and Li Fei can eat. The latter put the food into the bag, said something to the former, and went to the waterside to find Li Xian. Li Xian stood by the river fishing in the heavy rain. When he saw Li Fei coming over, he wiped the rain and sweat on his face and asked, "What's wrong? Sister, are you here to check on me? What a joke. How can I not trust you?" Li Fei rejected it, and then laughed strangely, took out the steamed sea base and handed it over with a pair of chopsticks. "Look what good things we made for you." Li Xian looked closely and saw that the steamed sea base was still emitting a little heat, and the white and tender fish meat was dripping with mellow soy sauce, which immediately aroused his appetite. Li Xian immediately understood that this must have been made from the kitchen utensils in the space, so there couldn't be any problems. And he remembered that this steamed sea base can not only restore physical strength, but also improve fishing skills. So it was just made. So it was served to him. Li Xian didn't hesitate, took the chopsticks and directly picked up a piece of fish meat and put it in his mouth. It was not hot, but the fresh taste burst out in his mouth, making him want to continue to eat a second bite instantly. But in the game, when the pixel man wants to eat something, he just makes a texture, adds some sound effects, and eats it in 2 or 3 seconds. Li Xian only moved his chopsticks to eat a few pieces of fish, and the steamed sea base in his hand suddenly disappeared, probably eaten up. The food in this space is still not as good as the real one. Li Fei secretly complained in his heart, and asked again, "How do you feel?" Li Xian looked at his status and said, "I was fishing, which consumed some physical strength. After eating the food, I replenished it all. And he paused and his eyes lit up. My fishing skill level has increased by 2 levels. Sister, this steam sea base is really useful. Li Fei was relieved and smiled. That's great. You can just wander around the water today. The food I prepared for you earlier should be able to replenish your energy. I have other things to do when I go back. Li Xian nodded and cast another fishing rod by the water. Li Fei stood by the water and looked at it. Because of the raindrops falling on the water, circles of wide ripples kept rippling. The scene was much stronger than the spring rain. But fishing still had to be done. The fish in the water didn't seem to be scared away by the noise. They would still take the bait. And the row of fish cages seemed to have a few holes compared to what she remembered. They were probably the damaged ones. In such a short time, Li Xian caught another fish and waved it to Li Fei to show off. With the bonus of Steam Sea Base, his current fishing level has exceeded half of the full level, at least for ordinary fish. It is really easy to catch. However, she remembered that there is a time limit. But it must be a good harvest within such a period of time. Li Fei returned to the starting point and opened the mall to browse again. Since they now have several kitchen utensils, it is time to buy more recipes to learn. The dishes in this space are nothing more than restoring physical strength, life points and adding buffs. And they have to consider what they have in stock in the granary before purchasing. But because they only relied on the old 3 things before, they didn't look at the recipe interface carefully. As a result, they prepared seriously this time, but found that the interface was really densely packed. It should be said that it is worthy of being a system from China. And the cooking part is rich. Li Fei wanted to buy recipes to increase physical strength first. The first thing she thought of was pasta. And now that she has an iron pot, she should be able to make it. So Li Fei saw a recipe at a glance and decided to buy it immediately. That is the snowy white and plump big steamed bun. It has a lot of carbohydrates. And the physical strength increase is much more than the old 3. And it can also be made in an iron pot. She remembered that she could still get a batch of different river fish from the fish cage every day. And there were many kinds. So she planned to start from this aspect again. And then found a recipe to increase physical strength: fried shrimp. As the name suggests, fried shrimp requires shrimp in any oil, and is also made in an iron pot. The iron pot is really equivalent to something that allows them to take their diet to the next level. Because Li Fei didn't want the equipment and facilities in the space to stop. Every time he went to the mill, he would fill the equipment up, unless there was no material. In addition, they didn't finish the flour and oil in reality. So after the production was completed, they were all stored in the granary and warehouse. And there was no final destination at all. But it's coming. After that, it's about replenishing both physical strength and health. Usually the former is more. Li Fei bought another crab meat and vegetable salad recipe. The next thing to buy is the recipe that can add various buffs. Li Fei thought that she would be farming in the future. So she wanted to find a dish that could increase the level of planting skills. And she soon found a spinach and tofu soup. She had planted a batch of spinach in the past and didn't eat it all. And tofu was basically made as long as there were materials. As long as she used one before farming. The next one is the yam lump soup that can increase the forging skill. It can be made with yam and flour. This is suitable for Li Su. He will still be busy on the forging table in the future. I just don't know why this is related to the forging skill. It can't be because there is a kind called iron stick yam. Right? It's so cold. Fried enoki mushrooms made with oil and enoki mushrooms, and fried carrot cakes made with carrots and flour can increase the level of gathering skills. Spicy crayfish can increase speed, and fried scallops with leeks can increase the upper limit of physical strength, and these dishes can more or less increase a certain amount of physical strength or life. Finally, Li Fei set his sights on drinks. There was still a copper cup that was not used. After a rough scan, Li Fei chose 2 recipes: bayberry and lychee drink and honeysuckle and licorice tea. The former is naturally the product she is about to receive. It not only restores health, but also has a special buff, which is to reduce heat. It must be said that even if it rained in the space today, Li Fei could still feel the temperature was hot when she was wearing this raincoat, and was hit on the head by the heavy rain. At most, there was some wind blowing on her face occasionally. Moreover, as the summer space progressed, the sun seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Of course, compared with the current reality, it was still a small matter. I don't know what this heat-reducing buff looks like when it is put on my body. It was probably more of curiosity. And it happened that the ingredients were suitable. So Li Fei bought it. The same is true for the honeysuckle and licorice tea that follows. But compared with the bayberry and lychee drink, its buff is obviously different. Or just the opposite. It is to drive away the cold. Although one of the orders on the order board has a reward of honey water, it should also have a cold-repelling buff. But it is clear at a glance that the ingredients need honey. But Li Fei is not sure how to get it. So it is better to buy a new one first. And it not only has a cold-repelling buff, but also has a slight detoxification and a short-term synthesis skill improvement effect, which is simply a three-pronged approach. Finally, she bought a stage of cooking recipes and stopped. They have been eating grilled wild vegetables and fruit platters and grilled river fish for so long. They can wait until there are more ingredients in the future before buying more. Li Fei left the campfire and went to the order board again. Of the 4 major buildings, only the order board had not been upgraded. Now that she had enough crystal cores, Li Fei upgraded the order board to treat everyone equally. When the warehouse and granary were upgraded to the intermediate level, the appearance changed a little. The well did not seem to have changed. But the change in the order board was indeed the most obvious. First of all, the area of the board became a little larger, and it was no longer a simple wooden board with a red board edge. Li Fei took a closer look and found that the orders on it had also changed. Of course, the change was not the content inside, but the form. The upgraded order board can hang 6 orders, each with a string of small words on it, saying fresh, processed and bounty. The original lychee and honey orders were placed under freshness. The salt order was placed under processing, and a new order was added. Finally, 2 more orders were quickly added under bounty. Li Fei now understood completely that the order board now has more categories. Freshness should refer to the crops grown. Processing is naturally processed products, and bounty is related to the mine. In other words, there are now 3 more orders to be done. Li Fei looked at the order for salt and lowered his head to think about it. Suddenly, he pulled out the system and asked, "Can the order that has appeared be cancelled?" The system quickly replied, "Yes, host. You can automatically cancel it by just tearing it off. But once it is cancelled, it cannot be taken back. But the same order may appear in the future." Li Fei was relieved after hearing this, and then reached out to tear off the salt order. After leaving the order board, the order did not even stay in his hand for a long time before it slowly disappeared. There was an empty space on the order board, and a new order was immediately added. It's not that Li Fei dislikes it, but after thinking about it, she felt that she couldn't do this order for the time being. Salt wells are too expensive to make, and they are not short of salt at present. So the reward for the order is not a super high reward for them. So it's better to cancel this order first. And the system also said that it should be encountered in the future. Li Fei looked at the 2 orders for processing, and found that they could currently use the equipment to complete the 2 orders. And the rewards were nothing special, and the 2 bounty orders this time also involved killing monsters in the mines, or collecting dropped items, which was also not uncommon. After memorizing the orders, Li Fei went to the farmland again and stretched his body. It's time to start harvesting. Chapter 199. Li Su saw Li Fei's movements from afar. Coincidentally, the furnace and forging table here were working. So he stepped forward and said, "Let me help you harvest together. You don't know when you will finish it alone." Li Fei nodded in agreement, pulling open the gate and going in. Some of the crops planted last time, such as beans and Chinese medicinal herbs. Beans were harvested quickly. When it was the turn of Chinese medicinal herbs, Li Fei squatted down and dug them out with tools. She could smell a hint of the unique smell of medicinal herbs when she put her nose close to them. However, she looked at the items in her hand and couldn't help thinking again. In the spring, she took the medicinal herbs she planted directly to the workbench and the mixing table for processing. But after processing a batch, she found that some of them were not very useful. So they were left idle in the backpack and warehouse. If the detoxification drugs can be used from time to time, I wonder if Li Fei is more familiar with them. For example, the blood-replenishing Rehmannia pills. She seems to have never used them a few times. Besides, now eating food alone can restore appropriate health points. And it may also have other effects. While the effect of processed medicinal materials may only be one kind, which seems a bit useless. And the useless things are always tasteless, and a pity to throw away. But Li Fei thought about it, and didn't think so. First of all, the detoxification drugs are still very useful when facing zombie creatures in the future. Secondly, She also planted a batch of jasmine flowers in spring, which are used to treat hemostasis and bruises. According to this idea, this may be more suitable for use in reality. Rehmannia pills made from Rehmannia glutinosa have only one function of restoring health points. After Li Fei made a small batch and distributed it to Li Su and Li Xian, she did not process the Rehmannia glutinosa she planted anymore. It is still in the storage box. This time she planted Isatis root, licorice root, and Panax nodo ginseng. The former two are used for detoxification, and the latter also has the effect of stopping bleeding. Although she can harvest this wave, she has not yet considered how to deal with it after harvesting. So, can she change her mindset and process some of the herbs that she can't use for a while in another way, or use them to their value? Li Fei couldn't help but think of the day when she went to the Qianggang gas station to exchange wild vegetables for fuel. Although Chinese medicinal herbs cannot directly fill the stomach like wild vegetables, in the future when Western medicine is no longer produced, Chinese medicine will gradually gain the upper hand. And not all Chinese medicinal herbs that are barely plants have become zombies. Some have just mutated. Although natural disasters are dangerous and changeable, some still survived. After all, they have mutated. Moreover, several hospitals and districts are gradually running out of inventory, especially drugs for treating hyperoxia. However, Li Fei can't help with this. She is not a professional, and she feels that there is no medicinal material that can treat hyperoxia. In other words, people still don't care much about Chinese medicinal herbs at present, but they will definitely play a big role in the future. In short, let's get started. While thinking, Li Fei collected all the Chinese medicinal materials. In addition to the three mentioned above, there was also a large amount of mugwort she planted. After collecting this wave, she moved to the farmland where she planted last time. Although the crops were basically the same, they still planted new crops, such as oyster mushrooms, chicken leg mushrooms, and straw mushrooms. It stands to reason that they have become accustomed to exercise. But they didn't expect that collecting a huge amount of crops would still cause some backaches. What's more, it was still raining heavily today. When Li Fei collected half of the crops, she stood up and rubbed her eyes, wiped the sweat and rain on her face, took out a bottle of water from her backpack and drank most of it. It would be nice if there was a machine that was specifically designed to harvest mature crops. She suddenly thought, what was that called? Oh, a tractor? But this is already a more high-tech product than an automatic sprinkler. Can it really be made in space? However, she looked back casually and found that Li Su was pulling the cucumbers on the vines very skillfully. He pulled them all out in one move, and then went to pick a batch of tomatoes planted in another place. Suddenly I felt so ashamed. Thinking of this, she didn't think about anything else, and hurriedly bent down to continue harvesting. After harvesting all the vegetables on the farmland, Li Fei came to another piece of land, which was a melon field specially cultivated for growing huge crops. This time, the watermelon didn't grow into a huge crop, but the pumpkin did. They hadn't eaten all the remaining pumpkins in the granary yet, so they decided to leave this one in the field as a symbolic landscape. After all, it wouldn't wither out of season. Then Li Fei met Li Su, and they walked to the field where the latest crops were planted. Li Fei bought a lot of seeds for the two crops, so the rows were the same. One was snow-white cotton, which seemed like a wave of white snow covering the land. But the sky was a little gloomy, and the cotton seemed to be stained with some other colors. The other one has narrow green leaves with yellow flowers in the middle. It is the rubber grass that Li Fei planted out of curiosity. However, it doesn't look like it has anything to do with rubber. Li Fei knows that it must be processed first before it can be found out. In any case, harvest first. Li Su looked at the crops in front of him and suddenly smiled. Fei, do you want to compete with me to see who can harvest our fields first? The number of cotton planted was about the same as that of rubber grass. Li Fei glanced at it and asked, why do you suddenly feel like this? She even suspected that Li Su was used to collecting in the early stage, so harvesting crops could barely be considered as collecting. But it was just a matter of practice. Li Su put his hands on his waist, and although he was wearing a tight raincoat and couldn't see it, he said, isn't there such a big field? I heard that many farmers do this, and we haven't experienced it, so we can try it. Why don't you just say you want to play? Li Fei shook her head helplessly. But thinking back, Li Su, as the eldest brother, took care of the whole family after his parents passed away, and was the first to go to work. Not to mention that he basically went to work every day. As a programmer, working overtime was also normal. But fortunately, Li Fei also joined the ranks of social animals. So the daily life burden of the family was not particularly heavy. But then again, Li Su went to the company and went home after get off work, and went to the gym during his rest time. It seemed that he had hardly been to any entertainment facilities, let alone the word play. So what if she played with him? He was her brother. Li Fei raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, as if she agreed, and asked again, "How do we compete? Who wins and who loses? The rules need to be determined." Li Su thought about it and smiled. "If I lose, I will make you delicious food today." As expected of her biological daughter, she knows her weaknesses. Li Fei waved her hand and said, "If I lose, I will promise you one thing. Anything is fine." After the two agreed, they stood in the same place, looked at each other, and then just looked forward. The rain kept falling, and the atmosphere was not harmonious. Facing this tense moment that was rarely felt at present, Li Fei even rolled up the sleeves of his raincoat, and his skin kept touching the cold water droplets. "The last time I was so nervous was probably when I was in a certain competition at the sports meeting." Li Fei pulled the system again and said, "System, help me tell a number." The system with the god's perspective was speechless, and had to meet the host's request, whispering, "Okay, let's start. 3, 2, 1, start." At the command, Li Fei rushed out, touched the grown cotton casually with her hand, and the cotton was directly put into her backpack. Unlike in reality, which is troublesome and easy to get hurt, she basically trotted forward, and did not look back to see where Li Su was going, just focusing on her work, because she was like this in her previous life. Sometimes when running away, the moment you look back may cause the escape to fail. Or when working, people just need to continue working, and raising your head or looking back may be regarded as slacking off. It's better to have a piece of land by yourself. You can do whatever you want, and you don't have to be trembling with fear anymore. Li Fei kept struggling with the cotton field, while Li Su, who was collecting rubber grass next to him, looked up and saw that the former was basically on par with him. He curled his lips and continued to bend over to pick. The cotton was taller, so Li Fei could walk straight while collecting it. But the rubber grass really looked like grass, and it was low, so he had to bend over to collect it. So the speed was naturally slower. Li Fei collected all the cotton from beginning to end, and quickly raised his hand and said happily, "I collected it. I won." Li Su was a step slower and finished collecting all the rubber grass. Then he stood up and smiled. "You are still faster, brother. You have to keep your word and make me delicious food today." This time it was Li Fei who spoke with her hands on her hips, and she also raised her hand to wipe the water from her nose. "Okay, we still have some in stock in the refrigerator. Let me see what to make." Li Su nodded. They usually have a lot of river fish and fish. And after the temperature rises, even if the temperature at home is often kept at a suitable temperature, it is still a bit hot, and the big meat with a lot of ingredients is really a bit hard to eat. Besides, the large capacity refrigerator at home can hold a lot of food, and the ones they bought during the stockpiling period and those bought at the mall are frozen in the freezer. Although most people before the end of the world disdain this meat that has been frozen for several months and even just want to dispose of it for survival in the end of the world, as long as it is frozen, the shelf life is unlimited. But after all, frozen meat is definitely not as good as fresh meat. It seems that their next plan is poultry houses or animal sheds. Li Fei looked back and saw that a large area of land had become empty, and he was immediately happy. But for them, this was not the moment of true joy. Li Fei and Li Su came to a place again, and there were 2 fruit trees with abundant fruits. Now it is finally ripe. The lychee tree was full of dense red fruits, as if it was about to bend the branches. The other bayberry tree was also hung with dense layers of deep purple round bayberries. When you get close, you can smell a slight fresh fruit fragrance. Li Fei walked forward, then leaped up the tree trunk. In fact, she didn't know how to climb trees before, but she learned it in the apocalypse in her previous life. But she didn't tell Li Su and Li Xian about this at all, which made Li Su behind her open his eyes in disbelief. She is really getting naughtier now. Well, but this is a compliment. Chapter 200. Regardless of what Li Su thought in his heart and what he thought of her, Li Fei immediately picked a lychee and sat on the tree to taste it. The lychee had a thin skin, so it was easy to peel. Once peeled, the crystal juice flowed down, and even the plump flesh had a gem-like texture. Li Fei threw the skin and put it in her mouth. When the tip of her teeth touched it, the sweet juice burst out in her mouth, and the soft flesh was still chewy. In the spring, she tried to plant a cherry tree. In fact, it was also quite tall when it grew up. But Li Fei used tools to knock it down. This time, she climbed up the tree and picked it directly. "Be careful up there," Li Su warned loudly. Li Fei did learn to climb trees later. So he stood up slightly without fear, found a fulcrum for balance, and began to pick lychees, putting each one into the system backpack. Fruit trees bear fruit in waves, and after picking all the fruits growing on them this time, they will have to wait for the next batch. Li Fei picked the lychees on the tree neatly, and then got down from the tree carefully, took out a few lychees, and handed them to Li Su, saying, "Brother, you try some too. I'll go pick bayberries. Aren't these lychees for them to eat when they are ripe? If they don't try them now, when will they wait? Moreover, a tree can produce dozens of kilograms of fruit, and they probably won't be able to finish them if they eat them slowly. There are also bayberries, so there is no need to worry about waste. This is because when summer comes, we must buy other things besides fruit trees." So we finally planted 2 fruit trees. But in the end, they don't have much gold coins. If they achieve financial freedom, they will build an orchard. When Li Fei had this idea, she had already climbed up the bayberry tree. And then she was stunned and sweat broke out on her forehead. Well, I set another small goal for myself. What else can she say? Just keep working hard. She picked a bayberry as usual, wiped it, and put it in her mouth. It stands to reason that this kind of fruit should be soaked before eating, for fear that there is some other protein mixed in it. But for Li Fei, after the end of the world, she would rather have more protein in it, and the products produced in the space should be okay. In any case, the bayberry has been eaten. Unlike lychees, the tender and juicy bayberry is not only sweet, but also has a slight sour aftertaste, which is very appetizing. Li Fei sipped the purple red on her fingertips and began to collect the ripe bayberries. After collecting the bayberries, she got down from the tree and gave a handful to Li Su. Li Su took them, but put them away and smiled. "It's getting late. I'm going back." Li Fei agreed. And then the two returned to the starting point. Li Fei went to the order form to deliver the order, and Li Su went back to the forging table. The forging table has finished a few more tools, which are exactly what Li Fei asked for, and the copper pot and copper cup. After putting them away, Li Fei happened to come over, and Li Su pointed and said, "The tools are all ready. Next, I will make a copper fish cage, and then make a few more bone blades for backup. In addition, I want to make another weapon. Now the most important time to use weapons is probably to go down to the mine. When Li Fei brings weapons, she will bring bone blades and stone hammers. The stone hammer is indeed slower than the former, but it is very effective in killing stone zombies and ice zombies. After all, for these two monsters, it is almost possible to blow their heads off with one hammer. As for other monsters, Li Fei still uses bone blades, but she thinks that tools have durability, and she doesn't know if this weapon will have it. After all, she has killed many monsters with bone blades." Li Fei asked, "What do you want to do?" It seems that Li Su has indeed studied this aspect. He found a material and said, "Do you remember this? This material should also be able to make weapons. I have found the appropriate drawings in the mall." Li Fei looked closely and found that it was a few long and sharp black nails, which looked very familiar. Isn't this the spoils of the elite zombie sharp-armored zombie in the spring space? Li Fei also believed in Li Su. So he said, "If you want to buy the drawings, buy them, and then make one for me to play with." "Okay, but the amount we collected should be enough for the 3 of us to make a weapon. So I will make yours first." As Li Su said this, he opened the mall interface and bought the blueprint. It was so fast. He must have already taken a fancy to it before. Then he put in the materials, and the forging table started working immediately. Li Su made tools on several other forging tables, and then returned to reality. Before going back, Li Fei asked him to bring more ice cubes back. She took out a copper cup. The copper cup on the campfire should be used to make hot drinks. But in addition to hot drinks, there are also cold drinks, which can be made without using the campfire. She can now try the lychee and bayberry diet recipe she just bought. The lychees and bayberries just pick way more than 10 kilograms. And each wave will have so much weight in the future. It doesn't take much to make a drink. So Li Fei can't wait to make it. in addition to the 2 kinds of fruits. The ingredients also included ice cubes. After all of them were put in, the copper cup inexplicably made a gurgling sound, and there was no sound for a few minutes. Li Fei looked up and saw a beautiful bright red color in the cup, with transparent ice cubes floating up and down. Li Fei tried to drink a sip, and suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing around him, like a special effect in an advertisement. The sour and sweet bayberry, and the freshness of lychee mixed in his mouth. It was so cool that it seemed that even his own temperature had dropped, and this sultry rainy day became comfortable and pleasant. This effect is really too amazing. Li Fei drank while checking the status, and there was indeed a small icon next to it, indicating that it was in the heat-reducing buff. It's just that this cooling down is for one's own heat, which is not bad, although this buff can only last for a few hours. It seems that time can be paused when leaving the space. If it wasn't still raining, Li Fei would definitely take off her raincoat, since she doesn't feel hot anymore. Let's do some more work before going back, Li Fei thought, took out the tools, and first went to her own tree planting area to find out if there are any grown trees. Since she already had the next preliminary plan. To build a building, she first needs enough wood. Besides, other building upgrades also need wood. Although this kind of raw material can also be bought in the mall. Buying a large batch is also a lot of money. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to do something else? Wait until she achieves financial freedom. There are several mature trees in the tree planting area. Li Fei cut them all down. The fruits that dropped were collected first, and the seeds that dropped were planted on the spot and fertilized. But there were only a few trees. She was not very satisfied, so she carried the copper axe with a little weight to look for other places. But before that, she came to the field where strange plants were planted, and the strange plants inside were all mature. The first thing Li Fei saw was the asparagus shooter as a weapon. It was also green and very slender. If it were compared to a human, it would be similar to an ADC shooter, and it would attack zombies together with the corn submachine gun and the chili rifle. A row of electric sunflowers lowered their heads, and the color was dim, probably because it was raining and did not start. The pitcher plant and the pitcher plant have also grown. Li Fei has some impression of these 2 plants, but they are all exotic plants, so they must be different from the real ones. Such as size. Li Fei stroked his chin and looked up and down, sweating coldly. This size is not just for catching insects and small animals. Right? It can even hold a person. Maybe it can also hold zombies? This is not a carnivorous plant. Isn't it a man-eating plant? Although both are carnivorous plants, they look different. One is hanging down, and the other grows upwards. When you get close, you can smell a faint sweet smell. Maybe it's a trick of carnivorous plants to use this smell to attract flying insects, so that they fall into the trap and can't get out. I just don't know what it's like when it really attacks. Since she wanted to see if it would work on zombies, Li Fei didn't put them away, but walked inside. Another strange plant had also matured. It was because of its cuteness that Li Fei saw it at a glance and planted the live peach. Live peaches don't bear many fruits like peach trees. The single fruit is particularly huge, and the appearance looks pink and tender. You can imagine the soft and juicy taste. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the peach from heaven. Even though she hasn't eaten the latter, Li Fei remembered that the cabbage pitcher was injured by the fire zombie last time, and went to check again, only to find that the cabbage pitcher had recovered his state and appearance unconsciously. It must be that the life peach automatically helped the cabbage pitcher to heal after it matured, and the latter recovered, and Li Fei didn't enter the space at that time. As expected, even in a tower defense, there must be a nurse. Besides, she planted the peaches of life inside, and there were other exotic plants outside to protect them. Finally, Li Fei walked out of the field and looked to the side. The hedge roses on the fence were also in bloom. As they cultivated more land, they used more fences, and the emerald green branches and leaves continued to spread, as if a roll of gorgeous scrolls was spread out, covered with bright red, pink, white, and purple colors. From a distance, it really looked like a defensive barrier. This is also the last line of defense against the zombies. Li Fei nodded with great satisfaction and went to the water with tools. She went to the lake, so she didn't meet Li Xian. However, the buff of steamed sea bass to increase fishing level lasts for 12 hours, so he should still be fishing and enjoying it. So she didn't bother him for now. However, all the fish cages in the lake have been taken away by Li Xian. and they are still floating up and down with the waves. Li Fei checked, and it seems that there are indeed a few fish cages missing. The materials that exploded after being damaged should also be in Li Xian's backpack. But Li Fei didn't come here for fish this time. She saw that the collection items in the lake had been refreshed. So she buried her head and collected them first. As usual, they were rush, duckweed and water shield. Even if some of them are of no use for the time being, it is good to stock up first. The joy of picking up garbage is unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 201. After collecting the items, Li Fei went deeper, and her nose was filled with a moist smell of green plants. The deeper she went, the denser the trees became. Li Fei stopped when she saw them, picked up the copper axe, and started chopping down the trees. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to the beginning. As the old saying goes, if you want to get rich, you must chop down trees first. It was still the same. She collected the fruits that popped up, and planted the seeds that popped up in the same place, and fertilized them. The fruits she collected were enough for her to make a fruit platter, which just replenished her physical strength for the next work. After only chopping down 2 or 3 trees, Li Fei discovered a new item. This is also normal. After all, there are new collections in the space when it rains in spring. So there must be new collections in summer. And it looks like a kind of bamboo shoot. The spring ones are spring bamboo shoots. But it seems that different types of bamboo shoots break out of the ground all year round. The rain should be the key point. Li Fei quickly changed the tools and dug out the bamboo shoots growing together. If spring bamboo shoots grow longer, then the bamboo shoots dug out now are short and fat. Just like horseshoes. As soon as they appear, the system says, ding. You get horseshoe bamboo shoot X1. I don't know. But it should be edible. Right? Thinking of this, Li Fei put all the horseshoe shoots into her backpack in one breath. It is better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. Today, she will take these shoots back to see if they can be made into delicious food. After completing the excavation, Li Fei chopped trees while paying attention to the collections on the ground. Some of the leaves collected in summer are similar to those in spring. But there are also new types. For example, she also found a kind of fern and a kind of wild fruit with bright colors. However, this kind of collection can only increase a little physical strength, and no other use has been found for the time being. So Li Fei basically puts them all in the storage box for now. Li Fei chopped trees around and harvested some horseshoe shoots before going home. Arriving at the river, Li Xian was still fishing. However, when we got closer, we saw that he was still holding a piece of crispy roasted potato chips in his mouth. He must have run out of energy. Li Fei stepped forward and patted his shoulder, asking, "How is it?" Seeing that it was her, Li Xian said excitedly, "It's good. Thanks to the steamed sea base. I feel that fishing today went particularly smoothly. So I got a better harvest than usual. And..." He paused for a moment, and suddenly his voice became more mysterious. He took something out of his backpack and said, "Sister, look at what I caught today." What made him so mysterious? Li Fei looked at the ground suspiciously. Turtle? Oh no. To be more polite, it should be called a soft-shell turtle. After all, there are no patterns on the shell of a soft-shell turtle. But there are on the shell of a tortoise. And Li Fei has eaten it before. So he knew it was a soft-shell turtle at a glance. It's just that Li Xian has been fishing for a long time in the summer. But he has never caught this thing. The only difference from usual days is that it's raining today. Just like catfish appear when it rains in the spring space. Is the limited fish that appears when it rains in the summer space a soft-shell turtle? Then the price of this must be a little higher than the fish caught on weekdays. Right? The soft-shell turtle does not flutter on the ground like other fish. But it also stretches out its head and hands and feet to scratch the ground constantly. This turtle was also particularly large. At least it was enough to feed a family of 3 when it was put into the pot. Instantly, Li Fei's mind flashed with delicious cooking methods such as braised, steamed, stewed, or King's Farewell chicken, and she almost drooled. But in the end, reason prevailed. She decided to sell the turtle, and then make a list tomorrow to see how many gold coins she could get. Li Fei asked Li Xian to put it away, and then asked, "How did you feel when you were fishing? Was it hard?" You know, she still remembered the scene of their battle of wits and courage with the catfish last season. And Li Xian fell into the water to catch the catfish and fell seriously ill the next day. She remembered everything. But they are almost soaked now. Li Xian looked relaxed. patted his chest and said proudly, "Don't worry, sister. My fishing level is so high now. And this turtle is obviously not as smart as catfish. So it doesn't take too much effort. But the chance of it appearing is a little less. I have only caught one so far. Otherwise I think I can catch more. It's okay. Anyway, you still have a chance in the second half of the day," Li Fei comforted. "Brother has gone back first. Let's pack up and go back first. Come back after dinner." Now what they look forward to most in the day is eating. After all, how can they have the energy to continue to farm space if they are not full? Back to reality. The air conditioner was on in the room, and at least half of the ice cubes were still placed in the big vat. After the ice cubes melted due to the temperature, they could also get clean water, which was a good value for money. Li Su also put a watermelon in the vat to keep it cold, and it would be ice cold when they finished eating. There was already a hint of fragrance in the room, and Li Fei could smell that something must be stewing. As soon as Li Su opened the kitchen door, the fragrance became stronger. He saw Li Fei and Li Xian coming back, and hurriedly told them, "Go take a shower and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold." Li Fei touched the wet raincoat on his body, and the raincoat disappeared on the spot and was put back into the backpack. She glanced at it and raised her eyebrows and asked, "Is the electricity on? Didn't they say it would start supplying tomorrow?" Li Su shook his head and said, "I don't know. I checked it out of habit when I came back and found that there was normal electricity and gas. No matter what the reason is, there is always electricity and gas. We can talk about other things after using them. The new building manager has not come to our house, so I guess there is no need to remind everyone about this matter." After hearing this, Li Fei stopped asking questions and went to boil water with a kettle. Li Xian also learned to put away his raincoat, stroked his half-wet hair, leaned on the sofa, and said half-asking and half-jokingly, "Is it because many people went to the power station and gas station to protest? This is really possible. Sometimes the notice from above says it will be the next day, but in fact it may have been prepared on the same day. But it has to pick a new day to start. Those who understand will understand. Maybe the people before the end of the world would just complain a few words at most. But in the end of the world, when everything is lacking, there is no food or drink, and no gas is okay. But electricity is the last bottom line for people. If this problem is not solved as soon as possible, the masses will definitely cause unrest. It is completely conceivable that all places are notifying that the limited supply of electricity and gas will start tomorrow. But there will always be people who are unwilling. There may be fewer such people in a community, but not necessarily in 10 communities. Perhaps the people in the surrounding areas went to the station together to make trouble, and under the circumstances of having no choice, the phase supply plan was restored today. Supply it, then supply it, Li Fei thought. When there is a natural disaster in the future, the power will be completely cut off, and it will take a long time to restore it. In this kind of weather, you don't need hot water to take a shower. After boiling the water, Li Fei and Li Xian took a shower and changed into clean clothes, and then sat on the sofa in the living room. The air conditioner was blowing cool air, and everything seemed to have returned to the early days of the apocalypse. Although it's best not to have it at this time. Li Fei also went to the freezer to get 2 ice creams. Li Xian wanted to eat the one with chocolate shell, but she wanted to eat the boxed one, so she took one. Hey, it happened to be a lychee and bayberry flavored ice cream from a certain brand. Crossing their legs and eating sweet ice cream, the two couldn't help but sigh. Summer is really here, even though summer has already passed for a while. After Li Su finished his work in the kitchen, he brought out a pot of food. Seeing Li Fei and Li Xian sitting comfortably on the sofa, he said, "Okay, go to the kitchen and bring out other dishes, and then serve the rice." Li Fei and Li Xian had just finished eating ice cream. After hearing this, they quickly jumped up from the sofa and walked over there. The former brought out a plate of garlic broccoli and a plate of oyster sauce mushrooms on the kitchen counter, while Li Xian served 3 bowls of solid rice and put them on the dining table, in addition to the 2 vegetarian dishes. Their eyes were immediately attracted to the pot in the middle. The pot was steaming and fragrant, and the ingredients mixed together were very rich, and each was wrapped in a rich sauce. The two of them waved away the heat, and saw that it was actually a chicken feet stew. Li Xian remembered that this chicken feet was bought by him and Li Su when they went to the mall to buy supplies, because at that time, people at the meat-related counters basically wanted lean meat and pure meat, and didn't even want any bones. So they were almost blocked in one place. which gave the brothers an opportunity to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, the purchase was still limited in the end, so they went to other supermarkets for this. However, they felt that those who only wanted lean meat were too careless about the future. At least, they could taste the meat with bones, which was better than not being able to taste anything in the future. Right? I heard that if they wanted to eat meat in the future, it might be mutant beast meat. Just like today. Although they ate chicken feet pot. The pot was very rich: potatoes, carrots, mushrooms, pumpkin, corn, and even cheese rice cakes that they didn't know when they bought but put in now. This pot can at least last them 2 meals. After arranging the dishes, they naturally started eating, and said a few words about space during the meal. Li Fei put out the horseshoe bamboo shoots she dug. This kind of collection didn't sell for many gold coins, so she planned to eat it when she could. She hadn't eaten bamboo shoots for a long time. Li Xian looked at it, and seemed to have some strange desire to win, saying that he would go to catch another turtle in the afternoon. Anyway, it was enough to make a list, and see the price to sell 1 turtle. And if they cooked 1 turtle, it would be enough for them to eat for several meals. The most important thing was that if the price of a fish was not over 1,000 now, it would be better to let them fill their appetite first. After all, there would be opportunities to continue fishing in the future. In short, for them, there was only one keyword: eat. Eat. It is also an item in survival, and it is very important. Li Su looked at the brother and sister who were discussing heatedly, and shook his head helplessly. But he did not say anything to refute or refuse, because he had to eat too. If they didn't eat all day, they would be unbearable like ordinary people. If they wanted to survive and live a good life, they had to use their livers. The chicken feet were completely stewed until soft, which would not be possible with electricity alone. Even the bones could be chewed and eaten. But Li Fei had long been accustomed to eating everything that could be eaten. The ingredients inside were also covered with full juice, which was very delicious. After a full meal, they rested for a while, and ate a few slices of watermelon. Only then did they put on their raincoats again, and return to the space with satisfaction. Chapter 202. The rain is still falling without stopping, and it is still as heavy as before. It seems that the rain in the space is still different from the real world. It lasts for a whole day. No wonder the zombies don't come. Li Xian is going to go fishing as usual. But before that, Li Fei has to make a few dishes for him. The buff for the steam sea bass to increase the fishing level is 12 hours. And now only about 1/3 is passed. But it is also because of the former's fishing level increase. There are more fish caught, and the number of times the rod is cast is naturally more. So the physical strength is consumed faster. After all, every time the rod is cast, it takes physical strength. Li Fei first made a bayberry and lychee drink in a copper cup. Li Xian drank it up, and sure enough, he saw the heat-reducing buff next to his status. He felt cool all over, and even the boiling water falling from the sky didn't feel hot. It felt magical and said, "This buff is so awesome. Sister, can you make a cup for me too?" "Don't worry. Make yours first," Li Su said beside him. In fact, there is sometimes wind in the rain. Otherwise it would be almost like a sauna. That's right. We can't use it all anyway, so there's no rush. She harvested about 10 pounds of bayberry and lychee this time, and she couldn't finish them even if she had a proper meal, let alone the amount for making drinks. Besides, they just ate watermelon and drank this rich drink, so they probably didn't want to eat any more today. So making 3 servings of bayberry and lychee drinks was more than enough. As Li Fei said this, she first made roasted potato chips on a stone baking tray, and then set up an iron pot on another campfire. After putting shrimp and oil from the storage box in it, the iron pot began to stir on its own, like an opening animation. The iron pot was already working, and Li Fei quickly set up the copper pot, making it look like all 3 kinds of kitchen utensils would be used. She asked Li Xian to pick a fish out of the backpack. The fish soup in the morning was mainly made with river fish because they hadn't gone fishing yet. But now they had a lot of fish, and it was time to restore the real fish soup. Li Xian chose a silver carp and gave it to Li Fei. The fish didn't need to be washed or killed. Li Fei took it and threw it directly into the copper pot. The copper pot immediately absorbed the silver carp, which was really fleeting. Then it automatically covered the pot lid and began to cook. While waiting for Li Xian's cooking to come out, Li Fei continued to put the copper pot on the empty campfire. This copper pot was newly made, and she said that making more would definitely be useful. And in this copper pot, She planned to make a yam dumpling soup first. Put in yam and flour. And the copper pot started to work as usual. This was a dish specially made for Li Su, which could improve his forging skills. Li Fei thought that the improvement of forging skills should be able to reduce the countdown. But the specific situation still depends on the situation after using the cooking. Li Su put minerals and coal into the furnace again. And this time, he put wood into the coal kilns to burn charcoal. Since the bonfires were placed separately, there was no scene of several aromas mixed together as imagined. Only by going to a certain bonfire to check could you smell the increasingly strong aroma of food in the countdown that was about to end. The baked potato chips were the original potato flavor, which was a completely irresistible flavor for potato lovers. The fried shrimps had a strong aroma. And at the same time, there was a faint smell of river fresh. The sweet and fresh smell of fish soup was also overflowing. When the 3 dishes were finished, Li Xian had already taken the other tools and was ready to go. A few baked potato chips, a fried shrimp, and a bowl of fish soup were enough for him to spend the second half of the day fishing. Li Xian left excitedly with the food, and the copper pot was empty. So Li Fei started to make a new dish in it. Add spinach and tofu. And it will be a spinach and tofu soup that increases planting experience. They have planted a lot of spinach, and tofu is the main force in the mill now. So Li Fei still has some stock on hand. But so far they haven't reached the time when tofu is free. When it really comes, they don't have to save it for fear of not being able to eat it in the future. And they can even sell it. But thinking that she will start a big wave of planting next, Li Fei thought of Li Xian, who had eaten steamed sea bass, and decided to use a bowl of food that increases planting skills to see the effect. Just as they were cooking this spinach and tofu soup, another yam dumpling soup was almost done, and Li Fei called Li Su over. Just as Li Su came over from the forging table, the copper pot made a ding sound, and the lid opened automatically, emitting curls of hot steam, which completely indicated that the food was ready. Seeing Li Su coming over, Li Fei said, "Brother, this dish improves forging skills. You try it. Although skills will definitely be upgraded as long as they work harder. They have not even reached half of the full level yet. So you can imagine how much experience points are needed to reach the full level, since they can directly improve the skill level. Even if it has a time limit, it can make farm work easier. So why not do it?" Li Su nodded, put away the yam dumpling soup and took it out of his backpack, blew on the steam, and drank a few sips. The yam flavor was strong, and the dumplings inside were very chewy. After all, they ate more rice, and they only ate noodles occasionally to change their taste, let alone dumpling soup. But the finished dish tasted good, not to mention that it was automatically made. Just for the convenience, it would taste delicious. But just like Li Xian eating the steamed sea bass, Li Su didn't drink a few sips, and the soup disappeared, and a small pattern next to the status appeared randomly. After checking, Li Su smiled and said, "The forging skill has been upgraded by 1 level, which is definitely an improvement compared to before. I'll go and take a look." As he said that, he returned to the forging table and started to forge copper fish cages and weapons. After putting all the materials on the forging table, the countdown appeared. Li Su looked carefully and found that it was indeed a little less time than before. While waiting for the spinach and tofu soup to be finished, Li Fei opened the mall interface. "It's been a long time since I last bought something." Looking back at the large piece of empty land that had just been harvested but was wet due to the heavy rain, it seemed to be clamoring to continue to grow a large number of crops. How could Li Fei not satisfy it? First of all, I still have to buy another batch of seeds for those grains. I can't lack anything but grain. It's just that Li Fei had always grown pasta and coarse grains before. But at noon today, she went to the storage box and found that she had consumed a lot of her own rice. A few decades ago, there were still 100 gene packages of rice on the market. But now, especially in cities, the most Li Fei could find was probably only 50 gene packages of rice. And that was bought at the wholesale market. Half of the large supermarkets only had 20 gene packages of rice at most. Not to mention that the relief food after the apocalypse only had 1 gene of rice in classified packages. Even the shopping mall rush that time was also 1 gene. And it was sold out after buying. So he had to buy something else. So when Li Fei stocked up, he bought 50 gene packages of rice, and made up some random reason like starting a business or something else. The boss couldn't help but make money, so he probably didn't even listen to the reason. Maybe it was just a small talk, and sold Li Fei bags of rice. Fortunately, Li Su borrowed a car at that time. Otherwise, even if they bought a large package of rice, they would not be able to bring it back. Of course, they were all put into the space first. So the Li family later stored several hundred kilograms of rice. Even if the family of 3 ate it every day, it could last for about a year. But this is not a long-term solution. They don't have only 1 or 2 years left to live. Besides, it will take more than 1 or 2 years for people to eat the rice before the end of the world. So, it's time for her to start hoarding rice. After all, the people in S City are really rice-eating aliens. This rice is like being integrated into the blood. It is really indispensable. But even Li Fei knows that this rice comes from rice. And rice is grown in paddy fields. Li Fei scratched her head and looked at her large piece of land. Can rice be grown on this land? In any case, Li Fei searched in the mall. In the end, she really found a crop. In fact, it is a bit wrong to call it a crop. It is better to say that it is more like a facility. Rice field. Li Fei quickly asked the system. This name. Could it be a whole paddy field? And then plant rice in it? The system quickly replied. The host is right. After purchasing the rice field, you can find the direction to place it, and save a series of operations such as pre-land preparation and transplanting. Just like other crops. You just need to wait. The tone was just like the customer service of an online shopping platform. But it did make Li Fei a little excited. She looked at the gold coins marked below. Although it was definitely more expensive than ordinary crops, it was not more expensive than some buildings and facilities. Besides, she had to buy one to see the results. So Li Fei bought one first, because she hadn't bought other things yet. She was not in a hurry to put them away, but went to find other crops. The rice issue was temporarily resolved. Li Fei also bought wheat, corn, soybeans, and sesame as usual. The first two were food, and the latter two also had other uses. So Li Fei bought a batch of seeds. After that, Li Fei saw another kind of food. After thinking for a while, she still bought a batch of seeds, which was sorghum. This name is both familiar and unfamiliar to Li Fei, but at least she knows that it is a kind of food, and it has a main function, which is wine making. Didn't they plant that batch of rubber grass for this? When they have tools later, they also need materials. Although they probably won't drink sorghum wine, they can probably make money by selling it. Finally, Li Fei saw that peanuts seem to be able to be planted, even though they don't usually eat them. They can't resist the fact that the more they are, the more calories they have. In the future, each one will be like a golden bean. So she also bought seeds. When it comes to precious things, Li Fei can't help but think of various seasonings. Fortunately, she had already stockpiled a lot when she was stockpiling goods. On average, each person doesn't eat much every day, so it's not too much now. Just thinking about the rice problem, Li Fei somehow thought of 2 extremely important seasonings. She had already found a way to make salt, and was waiting for an opportunity to make it in the future. But how should sugar be made? After all, sugar can also be used as a strategic material. When necessary, a bowl of sugar water can bring a dying person back to life. Li Fei thought about this and started researching in the mall, and soon found the key point. That is, the pattern has become a colorful crop sugar cane. This sugar cane can also be counted as a fruit, but it does not take as long to mature as fruit trees. Although Li Fei discovered it because she was thinking about making sugar, she couldn't help but drool when she thought about the sweetness of sugar cane. Who doesn't like to take a break by chewing some sugar cane in their spare time? She immediately bought a batch of seeds. The next step is vegetables. In addition to continuing to plant a batch of the previous batch, Li Fei also added eggplant, loofah, celery, mustard and coriander. Well, in fact, the latter ones are all things they don't like to eat. But they won't be able to eat them anytime in the future, and they may have to wait until next summer to plant them. So they might as well plant a batch now and store them. Beans are planted with mung beans, soybeans and black beans, and mushrooms are still planted with those planted before. The seeds of these crops are very cheap. Li Fei has also thought about Chinese medicinal materials, so he decided to plant another batch. Even if there is no other use now, it will always come in handy in the future. So Li Fei bought mugwort, Isatis root, Panax nodo ginseng, licorice, honeysuckle, atractylodes, cyperus, and salvia seeds one after another. But the price became more expensive as time went by, so she only bought a little to try planting. The second was fruit. In addition to sugarcane for making sugar, Li Fei also bought watermelon seeds. This time she also found another more suitable fruit seed. Blueberry. Blueberries do not grow on trees, but in places similar to bushes, so they are not considered fruit trees. But their selling price is still a little higher than watermelons and sugarcane. Fortunately, Li Fei has been saving gold coins again recently, so the fruit part is not as tight as buying fruit trees. Summer is quite suitable for growing fruits, especially melons. The abundant sunshine creates excellent growing conditions. Even the high temperature seems to be filled with a hint of sweetness. Li Fei has not even planted yet, but he seems to have seen the scene of sugarcane growing higher, and blueberries crowded in the bushes. In addition to the above, Li Fei wants to plant some additional crops this time, such as spices. The reason is the same. They bought a lot of seasonings from the market, but they will run out one day, and some of them need to be eaten directly when they are fresh. So Li Fei bought some chives, garlic, fennel, pepper, vanilla, rosemary and thyme seeds. The latter ones are also because they look good and are not very expensive. But at this moment, a name suddenly caught Li Fei's eyes, and she was stunned. European mint? Li Fei took a quick look and found that it was also a mint variety, and there was no big difference from ordinary mint. Li Fei's eyes lit up immediately. So could she grow another batch and make mosquito-repellent cream with other materials? It's simply mass production. Li Fei thought of this and hurried to buy it. However, just as she was immersed in the shopping mode, the system suddenly said, "Host, have you ever thought about planting some aquatic plants?" Li Fei came back to her senses and asked back, "Are you talking about rice?" "Of course not." The system sighed, feeling that every time the host turned on this mode, his brain was always a little unclear. "Li Fei, I know what you are thinking." Chapter 203. This system is talking about aquatic plants. As the system was talking, it also specially marked a few key points on the mall interface, as if the names of crops were shining. Li Fei looked over and found that the system was talking about crops such as lotus, lotus root, and lotus seeds. She scratched her head and said embarrassedly, "I thought the lotus was asking me to decorate the farm. But the lotus is really beautiful when it blooms in summer." The system was speechless for a while, and then said, "But I am just reminding the host, and it is up to you to decide in the end." Li Fei glanced at the soil in the distance and asked again, "But where should I plant it after I buy it? It's impossible that even this can be planted in the soil, right? Although everything is possible in space. This is a bit outrageous. Aquatic plants, of course, grow in water." The system said so, and it only said the first half of the sentence. Li Fei couldn't help but wonder if they were planted in those two water bodies. These two are a good match. But the system quickly added the second half of the sentence. The host can find an area with water sources on the farm to plant, and then wait for the harvest like ordinary crops. It's useless to say this. Can you stop being a riddler? But this is at least a revelation. And Li Fei also had a flash of inspiration. There are really areas with water sources on the farm. Isn't it her fish pond? Although there are still fish in the fish pond, the system has shown that, so they should be in peace in the same territory. Li Fei was relieved and immediately bought the crop seeds that the two fish ponds could accommodate. Until the end, she bought a batch of cotton seeds and rubber grass seeds, and the purchase of ordinary crops was completed. Looking up, there are still some gold coins, so I should be able to buy more. Now that I have bought ordinary crops, I should go and see the exotic plants. After all, this is also one of her golden fingers. Li Fei first bought a batch of electric sunflower seeds. Now it is a phase power supply, and the power will be completely disconnected soon. I should hurry up and charge more electricity to save them from having to use generators to generate electricity. At present, the exotic plants that fight against the zombies have begun to take shape. Li Fei no longer increases the number of exotic plants that will actively fire at zombies, but she bought a batch of crops to be processed into bullets. But she suddenly thought of the elite fire zombie last time. It must have appeared more than once in the summer. It is very powerful in spitting fire. Until now, the color of Li Fei's hand has only faded a little. Since fire is mentioned, the nemesis of fire is naturally water. Li Fei wants to find some plants that can spray water, so that the flames on its body can be extinguished directly. After searching, Li Fei really found one that is similar to her imagination. This strange plant is called the spray melon. You can tell what its main attack method is. even though it hasn't grown yet. Li Fei doesn't know how it attacks. But if she doesn't know, she can just ask the system. Besides, there are some descriptions in the mall. It turns out that this spray melon can spray liquid after it matures. The melon is rich in mucus, so it should be able to put out fires. Right? Anyway, buy it first. And you don't need to buy too much. Even if it is damaged, Life Peach can help restore it. Next, Li Fei wants to plant strange plants that are effective during pollen dust storms in advance. Of course, the first thing to focus on is the pollen. Pollen is smaller than ordinary sand and dust, but it can form the same power as a sandstorm. You can imagine how much pollen there will be. Even if the doors and windows are closed, the pollen will probably still find a way to get into the room. Not to mention that the hurricane suddenly arose at that time. The natural disasters now are not destructive. Many of the damages are man-made. Even if Li Fei replaced the doors and windows of her house with more solid versions. Compared with the hurricane, she still wanted to find some way to reinforce them. Moreover, even if the windows are strong enough, the tiny pollen still has a chance to come in. So she first wants to plant a strange plant that can absorb pollen. If the pollen still floats into the room without any defense, she can immediately absorb the pollen. According to the system's recommendation, Li Fei found a strange plant. The rubber tree. Just by looking at the name, Li Fei seemed to have imagined what the plant looked like. It was estimated that the leaves were very fat and thick, and it had a certain absorption function. Planting 2 plants at home should be enough. Moreover, strange plants are always more expensive than ordinary crops. Not to mention that they are specially used to resist certain natural disasters. So Li Fei finally bought 2 seeds. This is enough to deal with pollen. And Li Fei is also thinking about another strange plant that can purify the air. In fact, such a strong wind will inevitably blow up the dust and sand on the ground. But the protagonist of this dust storm is pollen. Still for the same reason. To keep the air at home fresh. So Li Fei bought a few more seeds called ivy purifiers. This name is too obvious. In reality, there are many plants that can remove dust and odor. Usually evergreen plants. And there are other exotic plants like this. But Li Fei just likes ivy. That's of course because ivy is a climbing plant. And you can just let it wrap around the wall. And you don't need to transplant it in pots. I finally learned from one example. The seeds of ivy purifiers are cheaper than rubber trees. So Li Fei bought a few more. Then she wanted to find out if there were any exotic plants that could resist the natural disasters that were about to happen, but could be planted in this season. Otherwise, what if she wanted to plant them at that time, but they were out of season? After browsing, she did find what she liked. But most of them were auxiliary exotic plants. One was the Victoria Amazonica boat. The leaves of Victoria Amazonica were particularly wide, which Li Fei also knew. It was just that there was a word boat at the end. She was not sure whether it would continue to be a leaf shape or directly become a boat shape. But when she saw this exotic plant, she thought of the future rainstorm disaster. In fact, she also bought a rubber boat and a speedboat. But this is an exotic plant. Who knows what miraculous effect it will have? Li Fei thought of this, and finally gritted her teeth and bought 2 seeds. Anyway, the system, the riddle man, will definitely not tell her everything now. This last new plant is called the golden lacquer tree. Li Fei originally thought it was unfamiliar, but when he saw the last 2 words, he remembered it. The material produced by this lacquer tree can be used to make lacquerware. Right? It is simply a model of water resistance, wear resistance, corrosion resistance and rust resistance. Besides, as a strange plant, it must have other advantages. It's just that this strange plant actually belongs to the category of trees. It is a bit abrupt when planted with other strange plants. Li Fei plans to open up a separate piece of land to plant it. Its maturity period is also quite long. Fortunately, Li Fei is not in a hurry. But since it is a tree, it should be possible to spread tree fertilizer. Right? Well, I can try it later. Then Li Fei planted some exotic plants that he had planted before, such as powerful potato grenades, sweet potato mines, taro bombs, thunderbolt hydrangeas, sawtooth leaves, large corpse flowers, flashing mandala, etc. Li Fei stood up and measured. The life peaches he had planted before could already cover the current exotic plant fields, so he didn't continue planting. Li Fei also bought some hedge thorn rose seeds. Even if they are not used in the farm in the future, they can be brought to reality. Isn't the clematis net like this? Even if it withers, there is a spare one. After buying plants, Li Fei also bought some other items. After all, the fish in the fish pond have grown up, and another fish pond is under construction. It's time to think about what additional fish to raise. Li Fei also looked at the types of fish. Currently, only the fish caught in spring and summer are unlocked. There are no fish that appear on rainy days. Maybe they are limited species. If they can be raised in a fish pond, who would go fishing? The fish that appear on rainy days are more expensive than ordinary fish. So not only catfish, but also turtles cannot be raised. Then of course, whichever fish species is more expensive will be raised. And the most expensive fish now is the big white fish that Li Xian caught from the lake. But this fish is expensive for a reason. Its growth cycle is much longer than that of perch. Li Fei was thinking about it, and the system suddenly said, the host is now more and more skilled in managing the farm. And the second fish pond has begun to be built, which is a cause for celebration. So this system wants to add one more setting, which is, before he finished speaking, Li Fei jumped up and asked in disbelief, you can add settings out of thin air? Ahem. After all, I am the system, the host. The system felt that Li Fei had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, don't worry, host. Since I am bound to you, we are one. Even if I want to add any settings, it will definitely be beneficial to you. So you don't have to be so nervous. Li Fei half believed and half doubted, leaned against a tree again and asked, what settings do you want to add? Since you have started the fish farming business, the system is going to temporarily add 2 blueprints. One for intermediate fish feed and one for advanced fish feed. Please check them in the mall later. The system's voice seemed a bit official, as if it had returned to the time when it was bound to Li Fei, which made Li Fei suddenly dazed. Now that she thought about it, she had been with the system for a long time. And add a setting to add a weight label when selling fish. The shipping box will be sold after evaluation, and the price will be indicated in the gold coin list of the next day. Please pay attention to it. She has never seen the system do this in the middle. But if you really regard these as an extremely real game, the author can actually update it in the middle, and the update will inevitably change some settings in the game. Li Fei raised her eyebrows and asked, does your fish include wild and farmed fish? If wild fish can be counted, then Li Xian still fishes more now. If he gets lucky and catches a big fish, wouldn't he make money? Not to mention farm fish. The system also added the so-called intermediate fish feed and advanced fish feed, which are clearly used to feed the fish in the pond. When the fish are big, they can be sold at a good price. Well, that is indeed an update with some benefits, the system replied. Included, host. So please keep working hard until the pond is full. Li Fei sighed and regarded it as a blessing to her. Chapter 204. So she turned around and switched to the fish-related mall interface, where there were indeed an intermediate fish feed blueprint and an advanced fish feed blueprint. What they are making now should be automatically updated to primary fish feed, which only requires a corresponding amount of insect meat to make. Presumably, the materials of these 2 types of fish feed are based on insect meat and a few more materials. Li Fei checked them one by one and found that the intermediate fish feed was insect meat plus any grain powder, while the advanced fish feed was insect meat, any grain powder, and any feces. Forget it. She originally wanted to go directly to the advanced level like the moisturizing soil, but now it seems that she can only buy intermediate fish feed for now. This grain powder is any staple food material processed by the mill, such as flour, corn flour, bean flour, etc. But the feces, Li Fei suspected that it was a material that could only be obtained when the poultry house and livestock shed were opened. Although they should build poultry houses and livestock sheds according to the date, Li Fei is now more concerned about gold coins and materials needed for construction. But she estimated that it is not enough to build a building to complete the livestock farming. The fish pond only needs to be fed every day, and the pet house only needs to be fed and played with every day. But raising birds and livestock, although she has never been in contact with it, she can imagine that it should be more troublesome than the first 2. Even if Li Fei played this game purely for leisure and scenery, he still had to earn coins. Otherwise, what was the point of playing this game? You can't let the Pixel Man sleep every day, right? So as he slowly earned some money from farming, Li Fei also developed the ranch function in the game. Raising birds and livestock is more complicated than farming. Not only do you have to feed them, but you also have to have a comfortable environment and a good mood. Sometimes you will get sick. If it's just 1 or 2 at first, it's okay. If it gets bigger and stronger, you're afraid you won't be able to take care of it in the future. And which herder in real life doesn't live in a wide pasture? When it's time to build it, I'm afraid I'll have to measure it myself so that there's a piece of land suitable for grazing. However, the price of the blueprints is generally not expensive. So Li Fei simply bought both the intermediate and advanced ones, and then made the intermediate fish feed first. As for the fish fry, Li Fei bought a lot of perch fry as usual, for Li Xian, and then bought a lot of big white fish fry in advance, and put them in the second fish pond after it was built. After the fish pond was dealt with, Li Fei thought about planting. Although the seeds of crops to be planted this time have been bought, farming is not just about sowing seeds and watering. That's right. There is also the crucial fertilizer. Li Fei switched the mall interface and came to the fertilizer column. They still only have primary fertilizer and primary tree fertilizer on hand. And correspondingly, there are naturally intermediate and advanced ones. Li Fei only took a glance and found that they could now make both the intermediate and advanced versions of the two. For tree fertilizer, Li Fei directly chose to buy the advanced version. The materials added rotten meat on the basis of bone meal and weeds. Rotten meat is obtained after repelling the zombies on the farm. There is no way to consume it. There is already a lot of it in the storage box. Now it finally has a use. And this advanced tree fertilizer can not only greatly increase the growth rate of trees, but also greatly increase the probability of dropping items from trees. Li Fei thought of the golden lacquer tree she bought just now. If it is really as she thought, then this tree fertilizer should also be useful for the latter. The most important thing is that there will definitely be a shortage of wood in the future. Once the high-level tree fertilizer is spread, the growth of ordinary trees will also be accelerated, and the efficiency of obtaining wood will also be improved. The material used for primary fertilizer is plant ash, and the intermediate and advanced levels also add certain materials on this basis. The intermediate level adds any fish, which they also know, and the advanced level adds any beans on top. Li Fei took a closer look and found that the so-called any beans can be used as long as the crops with the word bean at the end. In this way, they still have a certain amount of inventory. But if the exotic plant fields are expanded in the future, it may not be enough. In the final analysis, we still have to continue farming. Li Fei finally bought the advanced fertilizer blueprint and studied it. Since she has already bought so many blueprints, she will see if there is anything suitable. Baskets, ropes, and cushions can all be made of reeds and cattails. In particular, Li Fei saw a set of bamboo hats and raincoats, which can both release water and protect against the sun. I don't know how the effect of the raincoats produced in the space is compared with those in reality, but she still bought the blueprints first. After that, she wandered around again, but suddenly found something interesting. This blueprint is a recipe, and the material used in the recipe is duckweed. As for the effect of the product, it's actually for washing hair. It's really unimaginable to use duckweed to wash hair, but this thing has many uses. Li Fei thinks that other blueprints and formulas make sense, but this one surprised her a little. But she thought that although she had a lot of shampoo-related products in her stock, she didn't know whether the world would be able to process them again when they were used up. If she didn't wait, she didn't want to live with greasy hair. She didn't use hair oil to cook. So Li Fei still bought this formula. After that, Li Fei jumped to the interface and bought a pet nest blueprint and a cage blueprint. This was for the pet house, and to welcome the arrival of the blackback baby. At the end, Li Fei stayed on another interface. After a little consideration, she bought another blueprint, and the name on the blueprint was Keg. This keg is one of the cores of the winemaking business. She has already planted so many rubber grasses. Isn't it just to try this? What? You ask what the other cores are? Of course. They are the materials used to put them in, and your healthy liver. But she planted rubber grass, which means she unlocked the item of rubber. As a modern person, Li Fei also knows that rubber is also very important for the current industry, and it can be often touched in daily life. So she went to the mall to look for it casually, and found a few blueprints that she cared about, and it officially became a part of her concern. Even if she didn't start the winemaking business, this rubber is an indispensable part. But for now, this small barrel should be put in the front. Now they have large vats and earthenware jars to process products. The efficiency of the mill is lower, and the tailor table is still in preparation. So it is time to upgrade. At worst, they can make a few to try and see the benefits. The production of small barrels requires more materials than that of large vats and earthenware jars. It requires both wood and ingots. Of course, rubber is the most important and indispensable. If it really becomes a school, I don't know if I have to make hundreds or thousands of them. The amount of materials is really... Li Fei felt her scalp tingling, and hurriedly looked up again. She had spent 7 or 8 cents of the gold coins on the currency column. 7 or 8 cents. Well, isn't that 1 or 2 cents left? So Li Fei quietly used 1 cent to buy rubber grass seeds. Plant more. It will be useful in the future. After leaving 1 cent as a base, she picked and chose for a while. And finally, this shopping trip can be called over. Li Fei closed the mall interface. And the spinach and tofu soup on the campfire was also finished. She put it into her backpack first, and went to meet Li Su. Li Su looked at Li Fei as if she was in a daze. In fact, he could also see the mall interface opened in front of him. Knowing that she was busy now, he did not disturb her, but was busy with his own forging. Since drinking the yam lump soup, the countdown on the forging table has indeed decreased. In addition, there are still many tools to be made in the current list. So he just buried his head and continued to work. Seeing Li Fei coming over, Li Su waved his hand and said, "Come and see what I just made." Li Fei went forward to take a look, and Li Su also took out a sword. Well, it has a blade and a hilt, so it should be called a sword, right? But the blade was a deep black, which reminded Li Fei of the long nails of the sharp-armored zombies. Swords are not like blades, which are sharpened on both sides. Even the tip of the sword can stab people, which is more dangerous than bone blades. Li Fei took it and waved it. But she had never touched a sword before. She even chose swimming as an elective physical education class in college. If she had known that such a thing would happen in the future, she would have to learn a martial arts course. Even in her previous life, she only attacked by waving the tools at hand randomly, without any method. However, Li Su reminded her, "When I bought this blueprint, I didn't buy it because it was another weapon. It also has an attack effect." "Oh!" Li Fei was attracted and asked, "What is it?" Li Su showed her the blueprint directly. Li Fei saw that the full name of this weapon was Poison Sword. Isn't it obvious? It can definitely cause poison debuff to the enemy when attacking. The original bone blade and stone hammer have no attack effect. It is indeed the drop of elite monsters. Li Fei became more and more excited as she thought about it. She couldn't help but wave the poison sword in her hand, then put it back into her backpack and asked, "Are you still working on it?" Li Su nodded and reported the current progress to her. Make 2 more poison swords, both on a forging table. Another forging table is making bone blades. I want to make a few more for backup. Another forging table is making copper fish cages. And some have been completed. Now we have several weapons. So I wonder if we can make some more defensive items, such as equipment or shields. Li Su is not an old antique. He has played games, but at most, he has not played as much as Li Xian. Although Li Fei always believed that offense is the best defense, and he didn't have a chance to eat the medicine he made, Li Su still thought more broadly. Besides, they had more than enough monsters in the mine. But it might not be the case during the polar night. Then let's see if we have any materials that can be made, Li Fei said as he opened the mall interface again. If we only rely on the materials stored in their storage boxes and Li Fei's intuition, it seems that only the spider silk and spider shells obtained when killing crazy spiders can make the items that Li Su mentioned. With the help of Li Su and interest, they quickly found a more suitable blueprint. For example, spider shells can be made into shields, and spider silk can be woven into equipment. When Li Fei saw the equipment made of spider silk, she suddenly thought of the baby spider that ate and slept leisurely in the pet house. Maybe it will grow as big as the crazy spider in the mine and start to produce silk. Then they won't have to worry about running out of spider silk in the future. Arachne. Li Fei asked Li Su to buy all the blueprints, and the latter turned around and found all the spider shells, according to the number marked on the blueprint. It can make just 3 spider shields. But Li Fei then had another question. The crazy spiders in the mine had been eliminated by them. If the durability of the spider shield was used up, where would they get new spider shells? Could there be spider elite monsters in the mine in the later stage? We can't let her wait for Arachne to die and then explode some drops. Right? Arachne. Master, I'm just a little spider. Forget it. Li Fei thought again. Anyway, they probably won't use it often now. It will be very useful during the polar night. Let's talk about it then. The spider shell and several iron ingots were put into the forging table to start making. The countdown was very long even with cooking. It seemed that this was a big job for the forging table. So Lisu took out the forging table separately, added some materials, and let it slowly make 3 spider shields. As for the spider silk equipment, they didn't have a lot of it, so they didn't make it for the time being. On the other forging table, Lisu continued to make poisoned swords. The sharp spikes they had were just enough for 3 people. Li Fei picked up the copper fish cage and took a look. It looked the same as the fish cage in the past, but it looked obviously more solid. But before that, they had already put it into the water and filled it with fish feed. But Li Xian didn't seem to talk about this. Could it be that after advancing, the number of days used for fishing has also increased? Li Fei put down the copper fish cage and asked, "Brother, are you free now?" "Of course. What do you want to do?" Li Su answered. Li Fei pulled him to the tailor's table and pointed. "Brother, I want you to make a pet nest, and then make a cage. I have already bought the drawings." "Okay. You are doing this for the black back that Xian mentioned." "Right." Li Fei nodded and said, "You do it first. I will go make some other equipment." In the past, Li Su had mentioned to her that he wanted to make a few more tailor's tables. So Li Fei made 2 more, which were already level with the forging table. Li Su first looked through the drawings, then went to the workbench, and processed the harvested cotton before using the tailor's table to make a pet nest. As for the cage, it is even simpler to make. You just need to use another forging table, add ingots, and you can start making it. Li Su was busy again in a blink of an eye, and Li Fei was not to be outdone, and ran to the dispensing table, although she had already considered the aspect of medicinal materials. Some of the existing medicinal materials could still be processed, and the most important thing was the medicinal materials that could detoxify. In the future, zombie creatures will appear frequently in the polar night, and some people who are willing to resist will sometimes not die because of the attack, but because of the corpse poison. Even though they can hardly see zombies now due to the unremitting efforts of the rescue army, the next wave of peaks should be in the polar night. People who are poisoned by corpses may still mutate, and the polar night is not like the polar day. It lasts longer. Li Fei first took out the Isida's roots she had harvested, processed them on the workbench, and then made them into Isida's root granules on the blending table. Even if it was not for detoxification, it could treat other diseases. Panax Noto ginseng is used for external injuries. It can be ground into powder on the blending table for use. However, this time, Li Fei only picked some to make. After all, she still had a lot of Rehmannia pills and jasmine flowers in her inventory that had not been used. The blending table was working at full capacity. After processing this batch of medicinal materials, Li Fei took out another item at random. It was a thick and long green grass with a strong fragrance. It was the wormwood she had planted in large quantities. Wormwood is a plant that can be used and eaten. The unit price of seeds is not expensive. After planting, it will be a large area. So Li Fei planted 2 batches, and now the number she has is very large. At the same time, Li Fei found 2 more ingredients from the storage box, mint and oil. After putting the 3 together, a small round box suddenly appeared in her hand. When she opened it, she saw a solidified milky green paste inside. It seemed that this was the mosquito repellent cream. She lowered her head and smelled it. It was really a fresh scent of mint and Chinese medicine mixed together. I just don't know what the final effect will be. And her initial idea, can it come true? Chapter 205. Li Fei directly asked the system, asking her what she thought. The system immediately replied, "The host is right. This mosquito repellent cream has the effect of repelling mosquitoes. Naturally, it also has the effect of dispelling poisonous mosquitoes in the mine. It has a small probability of producing effects on other flying insects and monsters. However, it should be noted that once it is used in the mine, it will last for a period of time. After the time is up, the effect will disappear." At this point, the system reminded, "By the way, if the mosquito repellent cream is made with the exotic plant mosquito repellent mint, the effect will be even better. Isn't it time to be a Riddler?" But she would have thought of this if she thought about it more. She didn't grow that much mosquito repellent mint, and she wanted to see the effect of ordinary mosquito repellent cream first. So Li Fei didn't think of the former for the time being. Put the mosquito repellent cream back into the storage box. Li Fei took out a rubber grass from her backpack and walked to the workbench while carefully examining it. No matter what, she had to go through the workbench first. No matter how stubborn she was, she couldn't be as stubborn as the workbench. So Li Fei first separated a part of it and put it on the workbench. And the workbench really started to work slowly. And she changed to another workbench and started to process the wood board inside. It's time to make a small barrel. The materials needed for the small barrel are wood, copper ore, and rubber in order of quantity. Li Fei checked and found that there was still some inventory left except for wood and rubber. After all of them were consumed, it was time to go to the mine again. Anyway, make one first and see. The reason why rubber grass is called grass is that it is very small, and it is faster to process several pieces into one piece of rubber. Ding. You get rubber X1. When the rubber was put into the backpack, it was not in liquid form, but came with a small bottle. Li Fei took it out and looked at it for a while. With such a small bottle and other materials, a small barrel can be made. The workbench was still running, and Li Fei had already taken out the corresponding number of wooden boards and ingots from the storage box. After combining them together, a small barrel appeared in front of her. However, this small barrel was not placed vertically like a large jar, but had a shelf underneath with a barrel placed horizontally on it. There was also a hole in the middle and lower part of the barrel board, which really looked a bit like a wine barrel in my memory. However, Li Fei suddenly remembered something. This wine barrel should only be used to make brewed wine? China's wine culture also has a long history. So even Li Fei knows that in addition to brewed wine, the most famous thing here is distilled wine. For example, if she wants to make wine from the newly planted sorghum, it seems that it needs to be distilled. Li Fei sighed and hurriedly opened the mall interface to search for the appropriate equipment drawings. The idea that suddenly dawned on her was definitely known in advance by the system, so it quickly allowed her to find the drawings of the distiller. She bought it and studied it. This distiller does not use rubber, but requires a lot of wood, iron ingots and coal, which is much more than a small barrel. She had to mine this mine. Li Fei looked for the increasingly pitiful inventory in the storage box. Fortunately, they only had tools and weapons to make at the moment. But she still scratched her head and went to Li Su to explain the matter. After listening to this, Li Su said, "It's okay. You'll have to make it in the future anyway. Just make one first and see." As expected, they are siblings. They have similar ideas in their heads. In short, the distance from 0 to 1 is whether to do it or not. Only with one can there be two. So Li Fei took all the materials to make a distiller. This distiller is more than twice as large as the barrel. The two put together form a huge contrast. There is also a long curved tube in the middle of the distiller connecting the left and right containers, waiting to put the materials in. Li Fei looked at the two devices and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The cage on the forging table and the pet nest on the tailor's table were still being made. The countdown was getting closer and closer. Li Su had time to observe Li Fei more. Seeing the latter's expression, he understood what she was daydreaming about again. So he asked, "What are you thinking about, brother?" Li Fei paused, looked over and said suddenly, "Why don't we build a small house?" "A small house?" Li Su asked in confusion. Li Fei nodded, waved her hand. The interface opened, and quickly turned to the place Li Fei wanted. She then pointed to a building and explained, "Build a small house to store processing equipment. Although the large vats and earthenware jars are also placed outside, the number is not large. If there are more small barrels and distiller, we will have to open up fields in the future, which will feel a bit messy. So I think it is better to build a small house to store them." Li Fei had no obsessive-compulsive disorder at first, but after managing a farm himself, he developed this symptom. Li Su looked at the pattern and thought about it, and then answered after careful consideration, "What you said makes sense, but I feel that it should be completed later. In fact, the materials needed to build a hut are not complicated. That is, wood boards and stones, and of course shiny gold coins. But although the composition is simple, the amount of money spent is extremely high. After all, this is already a serious building. If the space is not closed, the family of 3 can even live in it directly. Anyway, they basically have all the supplies and tools needed for camping outside. We can save up enough time, as long as we all agree." Li Fei laughed. "Maybe you will ask how everyone can agree without Li Xian. Come on. He was the first to mention the brewing process. And now it has started. He will not refuse it at all when he sees it. and he will definitely do it. After thinking about this, Li Fei turned her attention to the distiller and the small barrel. She put them away first, and then found a suitable open space to put them out, so that if she wants to do more in the future, she can temporarily place them here. After deciding the location, Li Fei will start the experiment. Distilled liquor is usually made from grains. Li Fei thought about it and took out a portion of corn. The distiller really received it and started to work, spewing out hot steam from time to time. As for the small barrel, it is used to brew wine. When it comes to brewing wine, we have to think of fruit. Li Fei just collected a batch of fruits, so he selected a portion of lychee and put it into the small barrel. And the small barrel also received it. Wow! Doesn't that mean we can get lychee wine after it is completed? Just looking at the name makes me feel super delicious. Lychee Head loves it. After completing the beginning of the winemaking business, Li Su's pet nest and cage were also made. And he knew why he did these things. So he also made a food bowl at the same time, and took other items and sent them over. Li Fei went to the pet house with him again. Under the dim light, the spider baby was still lurking on the wall without moving. It was indeed just a baby at the moment, so it was impossible for it to make any violent attacks or spit silk. As a baby, it only needed to eat and sleep. Li Fei casually filled the food bowl with pet food. Presumably, the spider baby would not touch it after it was full. The mutant animal was not stupid enough to eat itself to death. However, she suddenly thought that even fish feed was set by the system. Wouldn't this pet food suddenly jump out and update it at that time? After all, the current pet food has a fixed formula, and it seems that there is no intermediate or advanced one. Li Fei simply asked the system, and the system replied, "Pet food does not have such a setting." Host. But Li Fei raised her eyebrows. She knew that the system would say a turning point. But in theory, as a pet, in fact, it can eat whatever the owner eats, and it will occasionally eat what the owner does not eat. So in terms of pet diet, the host can be completely at ease and not restrained. This description is a bit like a kitchen waste processor. But after hearing this, Li Fei was indeed relieved. Doesn't this mean that if the owner lives well, it can also enjoy delicious food and drink spicy food? When she thought of this, she squatted down and poked the spider baby lying on the wall, and assured, "Don't worry, little Neen. As the master, we will prosper together. I will definitely lead you to prosperity and wealth in the future." The baby spider called Little Neen did not respond, but its tiny mouth trembled, as if it had answered. Li Su took out the cage, pet nest and food bowl, and asked, "Fei Fei, how about putting these here?" Li Fei turned her head and glanced, nodded. After all, there can only be 2 pets in the pet house, and they can each take half. After that, she turned back and poked the baby spider and said, "Little Neen, you are the eldest. But don't worry. Even if there is a second baby, I will not be partial." If the spider baby only understood the previous sentence, it would be even more confused about this sentence full of human breath. But it just happened to hear the word treasure. It is the master's treasure. Thinking of this, the little spider moved its mouthparts again, and finally moved its body to crawl onto Li Fei's hand, stopping on the back of his hand. This touch is really magical. Li Fei, who had never touched a reptile, thought so. Even Su seemed to touch it most of the time on her own initiative. After playing with the spider baby for a while, Li Fei and Li Su left the pet house. Originally, they bought the black-backed cub, but it was Li Xian's birthday gift after all, so he had to choose what he wanted. However, he was still fishing by the water, so they had to wait until he came back. And then, it was their most important plan for today. Li Su took the initiative to say, "Fei Fei, I see you bought a lot of crops this time. Do you want me to help you plant some? It's not too early now." Although it's not too early, there is still a lot of time to plant, because the zombies will not attack today. Li Fei thought for a while and nodded. "Okay. But, brother, please help me make some fertilizer and tree fertilizer first. I have bought the drawings. You can do it. I will plant first, and you can come over when you are done." Li Su agreed, leaving only Li Fei by the farmland. She wiped the water marks on her face. Although it was raining heavily, she still rolled up her raincoat sleeves, and her skin was immediately cool. The previous ones were all appetizers. Finally, it's time to do something big. Chapter 206. The first thing Li Fei wanted to do was the rice field. She only bought one rice field this time. But if she gets richer in the future, she can buy more. So she still needs a vast territory. Although the system gave them a map in the novice gift package. Except for some specific ones. The rest are undeveloped vacant lands. And they will only encounter air walls at the end. And don't know how to continue to expand outward. But at least the land they have reclaimed has not occupied the entire space. So Li Fei can find a new place as long as she walks a little further. After selecting the rice field in the backpack and putting it out, a pool of water immediately appeared in front of her, with green seedlings evenly planted on it, and ripples on the water surface. The area of this rice field is not large. After all, it is not as exaggerated as that calculated by Mu. Li Fei walked around it, and it was probably dozens of square meters. The rice produced from these dozens of square meters should be dozens of kilograms. Right? Li Fei roughly calculated. But her math is really bad. Even if she works hard to learn this, she still can't do it. So she gave up. Anyway, as long as she is willing to work hard, this rice field will definitely be calculated by Mu in the end. After solving the rice field, she returned and came to the fish pond. The second fish pond is still a foundation, and the first fish pond is now empty. She did not put the fry in first, but tried to sow lotus seeds. Until the end, this fish pond can finally plant 4 lotus seeds. I heard from the system that when the lotus grows slowly, there will be different amounts of lotus seeds and lotus roots over time. And there will be reminders when it can be harvested. So the only thing to do now is to wait. After dealing with these, Li Fei began to plant other crops, grains, vegetables, beans, mushrooms, Chinese medicinal materials, spices. After all, the harvest was only today, so the land did not need to be reclaimed. Sowing seeds did not require physical effort, and water did not need to be poured by oneself. So it felt easier to do it. Who knew that she was sowing happily? And the system, which had been silent for a while, suddenly said, "Ding. Your farming skills have been upgraded to level 3. Li Fei was just stunned for a moment. And then she got busy again. There was nothing strange about the skill upgrade. It was better to say that she felt that she had planted a lot. But it was only upgraded now. She complained secretly for a few words, but heard the system say another sentence. Reward Blueprint Beehive X1. Li Fei immediately stopped sewing, clapped her hands, and took out the blueprint from her backpack. She said why she couldn't find the blueprint for making honey in the mall. And it turned out that it was given by the system itself. System. I know I was wrong. Li Fei sighed loudly in her heart again, and then went to see the materials needed for the beehive. The materials for this beehive are wood planks, iron ingots, and syrup. After making them, put them down and plant plants within the specified range. After waiting for a few days, you can harvest honey. The first 2 materials are easy to get, but the last one, Li Fei frowned again. She knew from the 2 words that sugar was definitely a must for this thing. Fortunately, she had foresight and wanted to plant sugarcane this time. But she remembered that the growth cycle of sugarcane was very long. They didn't lack sugar for the time being. So Li Fei didn't think about harvesting sugarcane to make sugar immediately. So she was ready to let them grow freely and slowly. But this problem happened. It seems that she has to prepare to force the growth of seedlings. Li Fei thought, put away the blueprint, and ran to the workbench without even sowing the seeds. The workbench was running. She went forward and saw that a batch of high-grade tree fertilizer had been made. Now they were making high-grade fertilizer, and it seemed that they were almost finished. Li Fei hurriedly said, "Brother, there is an emergency. We need to make more high-grade fertilizer." Li Su agreed directly. At present, the beans they have and can be used as high-grade fertilizer are soybeans and yellow beans. But both of them have other uses. Fortunately, the former is used as food, and the latter is processed into tofu and soy sauce. Every time they farm, they have to plant a large batch before they stop. So there is still some surplus on hand. After making 2 kinds of fertilizers, Li Fei and Li Su returned to the farmland. Li Fei handed the exotic plant seeds in his backpack to Li Su and asked him to plant them. All exotic plants need fertilizers, and the levels are different, so they are just right together. Li Fei also continued to plant rubber grass, cotton, European mint, watermelon, blueberry, and of course the last sugarcane. After spreading the seeds, he started to spread fertilizer. In fact, the growth cycle of most crops is not long, but there are a few, and Li Fei spread high-level fertilizers. If the intermediate fertilizer can have the growth cycle of crops, the high-level fertilizer can increase it by 20% on this basis. Then the speed is simply amazing. Even better than black soil. Even the materials needed for production have increased. After making a batch, only some crops can grow faster. Or they are too poor. Maybe when they can use high-grade fertilizers to grow crops. It means that they are financially free. For the sugar canes, Li Fei gently sprinkled the high-grade fertilizers and kept muttering, "Grow up quickly. Grow up quickly." It was like the devil's whisper, although ordinary crops can't understand it. This way of pulling up seedlings to help them grow is really useful. Li Su was quick, and soon planted the exotic plants according to what Li Fei had said to him before. Because many exotic plants this time were mainly used for auxiliary functions, they were almost all planted inside the fence. There was only one seed that he did not plant in the soil for the time being, but kept it and asked Li Fei, Fei, where are you going to plant this?" Li Fei tilted her head and saw that it was the golden lacquer tree seed. When she bought it, she planned to plant it in the tree planting area. Seeing that they were all busy, they went to that area together. There were other mature trees. Li Fei and Li Su worked together to chop them with a copper axe, and then found a place slightly closer to the corner and planted the golden lacquer tree seed. They still had plenty of materials for primary tree fertilizer, so they made a lot of it in one go. Li Fei took out a bag and sprinkled it on the golden lacquer tree. Unexpectedly, it was successful. There were also tree species and drops from the previous tree felling. They planted them all, and then sprinkled high-level tree fertilizer. I don't know what the final effect will be. After finishing all this, although it was still raining, the sky seemed a little darker. Fortunately, there was a time reminder in the space. It was almost night at this time. Li Fei and Li Su were replenishing water on the spot, but saw Li Xian coming back from a distance. I don't know why. I always feel that his footsteps seem a little heavy. It can't be because his raincoat is full of rainwater. Right? Sister, brother, are you done too? Yes, Li Fei said, handing him a bottle of water and asking, "How was your catch?" Li Xian should have put away all the fishing gear and other things. He patted his chest and said proudly, "With so many buffs, it must be a full load." Yes, there happened to be so many so-called buffs today. It was raining. I used new fishing gear and ate buff food. It was impossible not to catch more fish this time. Li Xian was originally just wearing a raincoat that was soaked by the rain. But now in Li Fei's eyes, it seemed as if he was carrying a big bag behind him, which was filled with heavy and shiny gold coins. It seems that I still need to eat food before fishing in the future. Speaking of fish, Li Xian has some new insights this time. According to him, the copper fish cages made before were shipped today. It seems that as Li Fei thought, this copper fish cage is different from the previous fish cages. There is a cycle for catching river fish, but the results are also remarkable. The previous fish cages caught shrimps, crabs, shells, snails, etc. But the number in each cage was actually not much. For example, the first two, there were only a few in each cage, and the latter two were by the basket. That is, they had enough fish cages, so the total amount of all the fish cages could at least make a few dishes. However, the copper fish cages not only improved in durability, but also increased in catch. Of course, it may be because it does not use bait but fish feed. If it is further advanced, they will be able to catch river fish freely in the future. After hearing the news from Li Xian, Li Fei immediately decided to let the forging table continue to make copper fish cages. Anyway, the original fish cages have begun to be damaged, so they can be replaced. Not many. Just fill them along the two waters. Perhaps because of the seasonal restrictions, Li Fei saw a lot of crayfish caught in the fish cages. She immediately thought of the spicy crayfish recipe she just bought, and wondered if it was really so magical that it would speed up her speed. But the three people in the Li family really can't eat spicy food, so I guess the speed increase is also due to the spiciness? Li Xian then said, "Sister, it's getting late. In addition to collecting the fish cages, I also caught some creatures that appear at night." Li Fei and Li Su looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that Li Xian had used a long pole to catch eels and bullfrogs? To be honest, Li Fei had only eaten finished products, but had rarely seen live ones. The sight immediately made her scalp numb for a while. Li Su also scratched his head. His first reaction was that it was really difficult for him to cook this. Seeing their expressions, Li Xian laughed a few times and said, "What are you afraid of? Sister? Didn't you tell us that you have eaten a lot of strange things? Why are you afraid of this?" "Who said I was afraid?" When necessary, Li Fei could still teach herself to be tough. After all, in the end times, sometimes you have to be tough if you are not tough. Otherwise you can't advance. That is thick-skinned. Li Fei stiffened her neck and said, "I'm not afraid of what's cooking in the pot." Okay? She didn't say too much. Although she had eaten raw food in the past, she would still cook those things under the fire in most cases. Fortunately, she entered the official base and had a job, so she didn't have to eat raw meat and drink blood like a wandering person. At that time, it was not difficult to obtain the fire source, but it was complicated and tiring. Even if Li Fei took the lead, she often spent all her energy but still couldn't get it. So occasionally, she would eat raw food when she was extremely hungry. After all, replenishing physical strength was the key at that time. However, at that time, most of the eels and bullfrogs were probably mutated. It was enough not to be hurt, let alone eat, in the future, except for being able to catch them in space. I'm afraid I will never be able to eat normal ones again. Li Fei was no longer afraid when he thought of this. Moreover, for them, the value of this river food was relatively small, unless there was some way to process it and sell it for a good price in the future. As for now, Li Fei stared at those things and swallowed. Let's take a look at its stomach first. Chapter 207. After chatting for a while, Li Fei took him to the feed factory and told him about the new settings added to the system. And of course the blueprint reward she got after upgrading her farming skills. It was he who proposed the beekeeping flow. Sure enough, after hearing these two things, Li Xian became excited again and said happily, "I said it. There must be one. But I didn't expect it to be hidden so deeply. Since they currently have no way to make high-level fish feed." Li Fei found the corresponding amount of materials and made several portions of intermediate fish feed in the feed factory, followed by primary fish feed. Why? Of course, it's because they don't have enough grain powder. Or it was because there were only 2 stone mills in the mill, one of which Li Fei would use to grind soy milk, leaving only 1 stone mill for grinding flour. And a fish pond could now raise dozens of fish at a time. And the intermediate fish feeds were still the ones that were saved before. So the origin of everything is still farming. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Li Fei took out the perch fry from his backpack and threw them into the fish pond. It turned out that the job of feeding the fish belonged to Li Xian. So when he saw that some fish feeds were made, he also sprinkled the fish feeds in the same way as before. He sprinkled the intermediate fish feeds first. The speed of the system update was really fast. Or it was their illusion. When the fry touched the higher-level fish feeds, they shook their heads and tails more than before, and seemed very happy. Li Fei was very satisfied. He seemed to have seen that every fish would be long and heavy, with fat and fresh meat when they matured. He could not help but whisper devilishly again, "You should grow up quickly too. I will definitely find a suitable recipe and cook you deliciously." Li Su and Li Xian could not help but glance at them and said nothing. Well, in fact, they also wanted to eat. After feeding the fish, Li Fei pulled Li Xian and said, "My brother, and I have done more than this today. Come and see what else I have done." Li Fei led him to the wine barrel and distiller. Li Xian was very excited to see these 2 devices, but he squinted at the former and teased, "Sister, you don't want every genre, do you? It's not good to be too greedy." "How can this be called greedy?" Li Fei shrugged and replied, "This is called being fully prepared. Besides, we shouldn't just treat this as a game. This space will always be with us in the future. It will be much longer than hundreds or thousands of hours. It is not the same concept as a game. So we must go through the process of each genre." Li Xian scratched the back of his head and said, "Hee hee. I'm just joking. Anyway, there are many genres in this game, and some of them are discovered by the players themselves. So it's not that everyone has tried them. We can try them when the time comes. However, there is only one before all the materials are collected, so they still have to continue. But they have worked hard for a day today, and it is time to rest." Li Xian kept putting today's harvest into the shipping box, which took a little more time than usual, but it was obvious that the former enjoyed it. Because of the improvement of fishing skills, he caught a total of 3 turtles today, so he only sold 2 and kept 1. Anyway, It is still raised in reality with river water or well water in the space. After selling things, the atmosphere was a little leisurely. Li Fei opened the mall interface again, switched to the column of pet house, and said to Li Xian, "Ah Xian, choose one." Li Xian came over eagerly, and immediately found the one he had decided on earlier. But he looked up at something and asked, "Sister, do you have money to buy it? What are you doubting?" Li Fei squinted her eyes and asked suspiciously, "Of course I have. I still have some money left." Li Xian was relieved to go and see. The livestock sold in the mall are all cubs. But these cubs are actually divided into different categories. For example, the price of the newly born ones is cheaper. But if they take care of themselves, they need more energy and materials. For example, the ones that have been weaned are a little more expensive. But it is obviously easier to raise than the former. Why do they have to be so meticulous in such a place? So Li Xian thought about it, and finally bought a weaned puppy. There is no need to think about it carefully. It must be fed with milk. The milk must come from the pasture to be developed in the future. They definitely don't have the conditions now. At least the weaned puppy can use pet food. Although they have already bought it, they still went to the pet house before letting it out. It's impossible to let it out directly when it's raining outside. Right? When they arrived at the pet house, the lights there were very bright, indicating that it was already late. However, as soon as they walked in, the little spiders on the wall reacted. After this period of feeding, it seems to have grown up a bit. And because its mood is basically full, its favorability is also slowly increasing. So it can detect the owner's movements. A puppy that is almost black appeared in the pet nest that was just placed today in the pet house. The pet nest is generally made of cotton, which looks very soft and comfortable. But the black-backed baby actually looks softer than cotton. Except for the limbs. It looks like a piece of ripe bread. And this piece of bread raised its little head after humming a few times, revealing a pair of black pupils. And a pair of ears that have not yet erected are also trembling. Li Fei couldn't help but hold her forehead as she watched. This is too cute, isn't it? She was still a little reserved. But Li Xian couldn't help himself and picked up the puppy all of a sudden, almost spinning it around like on the TV screen. The system's voice said, "Congratulations to the host for getting the second pet. Please treat it well. Please give it a name." Why do I feel that there is a hint of expectation in the system's tone? Li Xian held the slightly trembling puppy and stroked its little head, asking, "Is it male or female?" The system replied, "It's a male." Then I have to think about it carefully. Li Xian thought. System, can I give you a reply later? Yes. The system agreed. But it's better not to do it too late. After all, the pet can only obey the owner completely after the name is given. Li Xian nodded and reluctantly put the puppy back to the pet nest. Li Su on the side looked at the empty food bowl and asked, "Should we feed it now? Or tomorrow?" When this question was mentioned, Li Xian also asked, "Sister, is there any other pet food in the mall? I remember that even weaned puppies have to eat complimentary food." Li Fei shook her head and said, "This pet food is different from fish feed. There is only one kind and no classification. But I heard from the system that is a pet. It actually eats most of what we eat. So why don't we give it a try? Instead of arguing here, it's better to DIY directly. Besides, before the end of the world, the cats and dogs in the countryside almost all ate what people ate. And in the previous life, Li Fei had also seen a few mutant animals in the base. And they also ate whatever their masters ate. And they were also loyal enough to be willing to go through life and death. Okay, then let's go back first," Li Su suggested. Li Fei and Li Xian also agreed. And then the former took the two back to reality. Fortunately, they pulled up all the curtains before leaving, so they were not so afraid of light. But the sunlight still swayed through the fabric, forming a floating appearance. It was very hot in the room, and the big vat was full of leftover water. Li Fei put all the water in it into the water storage container at home. Seeing that it was time for the power supply to be turned on, Li Fei turned on the air conditioner for the first time in a long time. With a beep, the long silent machine soon blew a refreshing cool breeze. I guess the whole community will stay here to enjoy the air conditioning at this time. And there will be no time to do other things. Right? It can bring a period of peace and tranquility. Now it is a phase supply, and it will be cut off at a certain time. So Li Fei did not set any sleep timer. Li Xian went to the e-book to check if there was any information about raising puppies. And Li Su brought back 2 mats made on the tailor's table and prepared to clean up. First, Li Fei slept on the cool mat. Tonight, they also tried to sleep on the cool mat produced from the space. But the most important thing is that they haven't eaten yet. So Li Fei raised all the turtles, eels, bullfrogs, shrimps, and crabs in her backpack and went to the kitchen to find food. There was still some leftover chicken feet from lunch. So Li Fei directly cooked a big pot of instant noodles without adding any seasoning packets. It was a meal mixed with the vegetable and meat soup in the chicken feet pot. Li Xian also walked into the kitchen and said happily, "Sister, I checked it out. It seems that nutritious ingredients such as pumpkin, spinach, carrots, and broccoli can be steamed and mashed into a paste. Oh, and pet food can also be soaked first. What a coincidence. They have all these ingredients. And there are still a lot in stock. This is the description. It seems to be not much different from the complementary food of human cubs." Li Fei decisively took out a pumpkin and a few carrots from the granary. The crops produced in the space are also larger than those in reality. This pile is enough to occupy half of the cooking table. Besides, these should be able to make several meals of complementary food. Li Fei cut the pumpkin and carrot into pieces with a rolling knife and put them in the steamer. The next step is to wait for them to be steamed. As for softening the pet food, it certainly cannot be soaked in water alone. Li Fei thought for a while and said, "I bought a lot of milk powder when I was stocking up before. They are all in the storage box. Go and see if there is any suitable one." She remembered that cats and dogs seem to be unable to use milk. Anyway, for nutritional needs, she also looked at many types when purchasing that kind of nutritional supplement, and bought it after calculation. Li Xian agreed and went out. Li Su spread a mat outside. After spreading it, he sat anywhere. The cool feeling really penetrated from the outer layer of the home clothes, which was very cool. It seems that even if the power is cut off in the middle of the night, he will not wake up suddenly due to the heat. He felt relieved when he thought of this. And then he went to the kitchen while watching Li Xian running back and forth. This gas is faster to use than electric kitchen appliances. There is even some sweet smell of pumpkin with a little heat in the kitchen. Li Su saw that there was still about 1/3 of the pumpkin left on the cooking table, and suggested, "Keep these. I'll make pumpkin pie for you tomorrow." Li Fei's eyes lit up, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The pumpkin pie Li Su was talking about was not the kind of leaven pie, but a fried small pie made of glutinous rice flour, a standard mixture of sugar and oil. So it was naturally delicious. Luckily, Li Fei also bought some glutinous rice flour when he was stocking up, and he didn't eat much at ordinary times. So there was still a lot in the storage box. But there will always be a day when it will be eaten up. So they have to wait for the right season to plant the corresponding crops to continue to get this item. The pumpkin and carrots were still steaming, and Li Fei and Li Su brought out the noodles. The former reminded Li Xian, "Okay, no matter how busy you are, eat first." Until now, Li Fei still regards eating as the most important thing. After all, she doesn't want to feel hungry in this life. It's really painful. Li Xian took it and ate the noodles, and then said vaguely, "Sister, I checked. Your can of goat milk powder is good." So, Li Fei ate the noodles covered with soup. Just like people like to use leftovers to make new fried rice. And the noodles mixed with the leftover soup also have a unique and rich taste. She rolled her eyes, swallowed the food in her mouth, and sighed, "If you need it, take it. We have other things anyway." When she was stocking up, apart from normal temperature dairy products, she bought milk powder by the can. Not only cow milk powder, but also some milk powder of other animals on the market, even though she had never drunk it. Besides, she also bought a lot of freeze-dried milk powder. In short, their family doesn't have to worry about milk for the time being. After hearing this, Li Xian wiped his mouth and hurried to prepare food for his beloved little bread. Li Fei and Li Su looked at each other, shook their heads, and then buried their heads in eating noodles. Since the end of the world, the only thing that can make him so interested and concerned, except this, is probably fishing. But what can make him so happy? Just a can of goat milk powder? Besides, when the dog grows up, it will definitely help them more. And the investment and the return are proportional. And maybe by then, they can drink fresh milk? So they are not afraid at all. Chapter 208. The pumpkin and carrots in the steamer were steamed. Li Xian turned off the fire and opened the lid. The hot air mixed with fragrance rushed up. Wow! It was all natural sweet fragrance. It had to wait for it to cool down a little before taking it out. Li Xian found tools and made vegetable puree. The pumpkin and carrots were also a beautiful orange-yellow color after mixing, which looked quite appetizing. Li Xian put the can of goat milk powder into his backpack. After leaving the kitchen, Li Fei and Li Su had just finished their late dinner, so they couldn't wait to say, "Sister, take me to the space." Okay. I know. Li Fei stood up, and after instructing Li Su, he and Li Xian put on raincoats and went to the space. It was still raining heavily in the space, and the two of them hurried to the pet house. As soon as they entered, they saw the scene. The little spider hung a thin spider silk from the ceiling, and finally came to the head of the puppy curled up in the pet nest, half asleep, and the mouth was trembling, and it was unclear whether it was moving or talking. Li Fei called directly, "Xiao and Anya, come back." The little spider heard Li Fei's call, slowly pulled the spider silk up again, and finally slowly landed next to Li Fei. This is quite convenient. No wonder Spy-Man appeared after being bitten. Li Fei raised her hand and poked the little spider, explaining, "This will be your colleague from now on. You two should get along well. Okay?" The little spider didn't know if he understood, but Li Fei knew that it was at most curious about the dog, but would not really attack. After all, the dog was in a friendly state in the pet house, not a hostile state, so it would not easily attack. Mutated animals are not so stupid. Besides, the little spider didn't seem to be aggressive now. I don't know if it noticed Li Fei's thoughts. The little spider suddenly broke the spider silk and fell directly into the latter's hands, crawling around here and there, as if to refute her thoughts. Here Li Fei was coaxing the little spider, and Li Xian was also taking care of his new puppy. He first added a little pet food to the food bowl, and then a few spoonfuls of goat milk powder, and soaked it with the hot water he brought. The rich milky aroma immediately emanated, causing the puppy lying in the pet nest to quickly open its eyes, as if it was about to sprint to the side of the bowl. But after all, it was just a puppy. So Li Xian picked it up and held it in his arms. The puppy struggled for a few times. If it were an ordinary dog, it would probably continue to struggle. But the pets in the pet house were all mutant animals, so it must have noticed something and quickly stopped its actions. But instead sniffed Li Xian's wrist, and its chubby body was extremely cute. Li Xian's heart softened immediately, so he had to take out some cooled pumpkin and carrot puree and put it to the puppy's nose. The puppy was immediately attracted, sniffed closer, and then stretched out its pink clove tongue to lick it, smacking its lips, and turned to look at Li Xian with a bit of unsatisfaction. Li Xian saw that the goat milk pet food was almost soaked, so he waited a little longer to cool it down before putting the puppy down next to it. The puppy seemed to have received some instructions, and as soon as its limbs touched the ground, it rushed to the edge of the food bowl and dived into it to eat, splashing white liquid all around. What an energetic little guy. Li Fei had already coaxed the little spider back to its original position, and then saw the scene, and couldn't help but sigh. In the previous life at the base, most people, especially managers, understood how much help a mutant animal would be in the end times. So sometimes even if ordinary people were hungry, they would not starve them. But after all, food is limited, and mutant animals are just mutants. They can't live without food or water. They still need to be fed. In other words, if there is no timely supply, mutant animals will starve to death and die of thirst like other ordinary animals, and can only survive for a while at most. So even if they are still energetic in the early stage, if the owner does not take good care of them, they will develop a similar mental depression as humans in the future. However, for this puppy, who has just been released and is welcoming its first meal, it should be so energetic. Otherwise Li Fei will have to ask the system to return it. Li Xian added some pumpkin and carrot puree to the food bowl. Li Fei saw it and reminded, "The puppy doesn't know when it is full. Feed it less and save the rest for the next meal." "I know, sister," Li Xian said, pointing again. "Its satiety increases very quickly. As long as it is full, you don't need to feed it." The puppy kept wagging its tail behind it, still concentrating on eating food, as if it didn't care what Li Fei and Li Xian said at all. And its tail even had the shape of a windmill that would turn in the future. At the same time, the two value bars above its head were indeed increasing slowly. Li Fei asked, "By the way, have you decided what to call it?" "Well, I've thought about it." Li Xian pretended to be thoughtful and immediately answered, "And the system is urging me to do it in a hurry. So I'm going to call it Great. Great? Li Fei asked. Why do you want to call it this? Li Xian said proudly, with his hands on his hips. You can say that this is a name that I thought of on a whim. And it's also more easy to say. So I decided to use this name. Li Fei crossed his arms and asked again. Ah. Isn't this too casual? What's so casual about this? Li Xian said with a sidelong glance. Is it okay to give a name like me that is tricky and requires scientific knowledge for others to understand the meaning? It's all exquisite mischief. Speechless. But Li Fei did seem to be choked. But what's wrong with the name she gave? Fans will know why she gave it this name as soon as they hear it. After talking for a few more words, the puppy ate up all the food in the food bowl, ran to the feet of the two people, and rubbed each person like a bowl of water. It must be said that the IQ of this dog, after mutation, is really incomparable to other animals. Li Xian rolled his eyes, pointed and said, Zan Zan, sit. The puppy let out a babyish cry, but did not sit down. Generally, dogs can start training when they are 2 months old. How come this dog is more than a month old? Does it have to wait until a fixed time to train? Unexpectedly, the system said at this time, pets need to be named before other trips can be carried out. So have the host and the online player decided on the name of the pet? Li Xian nodded quickly and said, confirmed. It will be called Zanzan. Okay. Then it is decided to name it Zanzan. Ding. Feeding Zanzan. The satiety and mood level increased. Zanzan is currently very curious about his masters. The system's quick reply made Li Fei raise an eyebrow. Why did it seem so hesitant when she named the spider baby last time? And after noticing that there was no strange translation voiceover, she figured it out. It was just the system doing it on purpose. I didn't expect that even the system would learn to tease. Li Fei held her forehead again. Li Xian saw that it was done, and pointed again as before. Zanzan, sit. Zanzan screamed again. And this time he really sat on the ground. And he learned it without even feeding. Li Xian felt the ability of the mutant animal, rubbed the bread dog head excitedly, pointed to the ground again, and ordered, Zan Zan, lie down. Zan Zan indeed lay on the ground with his body tilted. And Li Xian immediately stretched out his claws to touch his soft belly. But just after he touched it, Zan Zan stretched his head and bit Li Xian's knuckles. It's just that it has only a few milk teeth in its mouth at this time, so it doesn't hurt to bite it. And it's a little itchy, which has no deterrent effect at all. Li Xian took back his hand, and Zan Zan was just getting up and lying on the ground licking his paws. For some reason, there seemed to be a little disgusted look on his face. Good guy. Obeying orders is obeying orders. But not liking is also not liking. These two are not contradictory. Li Fei pondered for a while and said, could it be because of insufficient affection? We have been feeding little Nini for a while. Isn't it more lively than before? Li Xian thought it made sense. It seems that this matter can't be rushed. Otherwise, how could there be a taming skill? He thought about it, and pointed again. Zanzan, go back to the nest. We will see you tomorrow. Zanzan responded, and then shook his soft flesh and returned to his soft pet nest. It was getting later, and it was time to go to bed. Although they also made a cage. With Zanzan's current size, he could get out from between the bars. So there was really no need to do so much. After settling the dog, Li Fei and Li Xian returned to reality. Li Su was making semi-finished products for tomorrow's breakfast in the kitchen. He mixed pumpkin puree and glutinous rice flour evenly into dry dough, then made balls and coated them with breadcrumbs. He didn't worry about making too much, because the extra portion could be frozen and eaten next time. Seeing the two people coming back, he had just finished the last step, so he put tomorrow's amount in the refrigerator, washed his hands and left the kitchen. They were really tired today, and they quickly washed and lay on their own bedding. Anything would have to be dealt with tomorrow. Although there was no electricity and gas in the morning, the air conditioner could be turned off, and pumpkin cakes could be made in an air fryer first, which could also be made golden, crispy, sweet and soft. However, Li Fei thinks the most classic is the red bean paste inside, and they actually have the materials to make it. Red bean paste is naturally made of red beans. After washing and soaking, it is boiled and mashed, filtered and seasoned, and finally fried. The red bean paste is almost formed. Besides, this red bean paste is not only wrapped in pumpkin cakes, but can also be wrapped in any carbohydrate staple food, and can even be used to make sweet soup So Li Su directly made a big bowl, and the unfinished ones were frozen. Li Xian then took care of the fish pond and pet house, especially the 2 growing pets, who not only had to be fed but also played with. So the mood value increased at a steady rate. When the mood was good, the favorability towards them naturally increased. Plus, it was a dog, and dogs love their owners much more than other animals. So it didn't take long for Zaza to be willing to show them his belly. And he didn't resist no matter how they stroked him. And he even wagged his tail foolishly. Li Xian, is this the legendary puppy smell? So happy. Chapter 209. In the next few days, Li Su and Li Xian would go out to look for useful supplies, and put them all into the system backpack after finding them. Therefore, even if there were still security guards at the gate of the community, and they even searched the bags, they would not find anything in the end. In addition, Li Xian had a sudden idea, and sometimes he would draw a few lines with the cosmetics bought by Li Fei, and looked listless and sick. So the former believed that they did not find any supplies this time. After all, in addition to their own community, there are many people in other communities outside searching for supplies. The stores nearby are basically just empty shells. If they want to search for supplies again, they must go to places several or even dozens of kilometers away from here. But there are residents there, and I am afraid that the supplies there have been looted long ago. So they have to find opportunities to extend outward. But some people don't have the conditions to camp outdoors, and their bodies can't hold on. So many people will return home within a day, and it is naturally possible that they will get nothing, or even get nothing for several days in a row. So when the security guards saw Li Su and Li Xian like that, and their backpacks were empty, it was impossible for them to confiscate their backpacks. So they had to let them go. However, as soon as Li Su and Li Xian returned home, they showed all the things in their backpacks to Li Fei and sorted them out. As usual, there were still some items other than the most important supplies, and others didn't pay attention to them, which was just right for the 2 brothers to intercept. Li Su used his old skills to find a lot of kitchen utensils and brought them back. Now it is still a phase supply. There have been a few days when they haven't even come. I don't know what delayed them. So the community immediately formed a group of people to find Li Rui to explain. Who made the latter the actual manager? If there is a problem, who else can they find if not him? They don't want to go out of the community to find a supply station. Life was already very difficult. Some people felt that life was hopeless even with electricity and gas. Not to mention those who needed electricity and gas. Now the energy supply is only about a quarter of the original time a day. So if one day is missed, it will be a huge blow to the crowd. Even here, it is like this, not to mention other communities. So when searching for supplies, some electrical appliances are ignored by others. So Li Su picked up the leak. The first one is of course the induction cooker. Li Su took several types at once. Anyway, they are stacked together in the system backpack. The second is various pots, woks, frying pans, boiling pots, steamers, bowls, plates, chopsticks, spoons, tableware, etc. I guess I found in an unused specialty store. However, in terms of kitchen utensils, it seems that many tools have been taken away by others, such as forks, table knives, spatulas, and even wooden chopping boards, especially various kitchen knives. It is estimated that in the eyes of others, these can be used as weapons for self-defense. So they took more. Li Su also found a meat grinder, juicer, oven microwave, rice cooker, toaster, grid electric hot pot, electric baking pan, barbecue machine, etc. Anyway, they can be directly put into the system backpack. As long as it is not full, there is no weight at all. However, Li Fei's favorite 2 machines he brought back were the other 2 machines, popcorn machine and shaved ice machine. Shaved ice is a perfect match for the current temperature, and the popcorn machine is even more suitable for leisure time. Li Fei immediately immersed himself in tinkering. Popcorn is often made with special corn kernels, but she hadn't stocked up on them when she was stocking up. So she used the corn grown in a space with a try it attitude, and put it directly in the corner of the balcony to dry, and then peel the kernels. In this weather, let alone corn, people lying on the ground are almost like meat lying on an iron plate. No, thinking about it, I suddenly crave barbecue. The popcorn machine only needs to add the same amount of ingredients as specified in the instructions. And the most indispensable ingredients for popcorn are corn kernels. oil and sugar. Li Fei found all of them from the stockpile and put them in, waiting for it to heat up, and then the fragrant popcorn popped out. That scene was really beautiful. As for the shaved ice machine, it is even simpler. Li Fei directly took out ice cubes from the storage box, turned the shaft, and soft ice chips like snowflakes fell into the container below. After scraping a whole bowl, she could add her favorite ingredients. Li Fei directly made 2 different flavors of shaved ice, one of which was fruity, with a good combination of watermelon and lychee. The other was condensed milk flavor, which was also one of her stockpiles. The taste was simply shaved ice that melted in the mouth. Although shaved ice tastes like what you put in it, the most important thing is that it is cold and refreshing, which is an indispensable thing in summer. In this weather, having a bowl of shaved ice is already a heavenly enjoyment. I can't imagine whether it will feel like ascending to heaven when it gets extremely hot in the future. Li Su saw her eyes narrowed while eating, and looked back at the calendar. He thought of something and reminded her. Fei, don't eat so much ice recently. Otherwise you will feel uncomfortable. Okay. Li Fei was also a really obedient person. After all, she didn't want to suffer at that time. So she put down the bowl. But Li Su and Li Xian could eat it. They just came back from outside and cleaned up the remaining shaved ice directly. The popcorn machine also began to emit snow-white popcorn continuously. As soon as Li Fei opened the lid, a fragrant smell filled the air. She then grabbed a handful and was burned. She blew on it before taking out a small handful and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Popcorn should be eaten handful by handful. Perhaps she added too little seasoning. So this popcorn only had a light sweetness, so it was not greasy. And the corn brought a very strong grain flavor. Should we say that it is really worthy of being a crop grown in space? Seeing Li Fei happy, Li Xian also took out the supplies he found outside, with a sense of asking for credit. Although Li Xian did not take so many kitchen utensils, he also found some practical utensils, such as a dishwasher and a water purifier. In fact, they have the well in this space, and at least there are 2 water areas that do not need this. But Li Xian's little brain is thinking long-term this time. Even if they don't need it, there may be outsiders who need it in the future. At that time, they must make a big profit. Cough cough. And trade a sum of supplies. Li Fei felt that he had some of his own style. However, since he was asking for credit, it must not be these items. Li Xian proudly took out a few massage chairs from the system backpack, which surprised Li Fei. This kid really enjoys himself. And now it was just the time for power supply. Li Xian installed one by himself, plugged in the power, and made a pose like a real person. Smiling. Sister, please. Li Fei sat on it without any hesitation and enjoyed the massage. She used all the different modes. In the end, the 3 of them even sat in a row on the massage chairs and started to enjoy it. However, when Li Su and Li Xian go out now, finding supplies is not the most important thing. After all, they can almost produce and sell by themselves. And what they need most is another thing. Throwing away garbage. There is no garbage recycling station in the space. But as long as they enjoy it in reality, it will definitely become domestic garbage. Even if it is stored in the space first, it will not rot. But if you want to throw it away, you must find a place outside to throw it away. So when Li Su and Li Xian go out, in addition to dealing with other pedestrians on the road, they find a place without surveillance cameras to throw out the garbage stored in the space in batches. It can be said that this is their main task every time they go out. As for Li Fei, because she is the only one who can enter and exit the space freely, she has become the one who goes to the farm space every day to do fixed farm work. Recalling that the last wave of planting happened to be on a rainy day without watering, they were comfortable that day. But then the space became a sunny scene again, which had to indicate that they had to resume the action of watering. But this time Li Fei obviously had more ways. She began to rely on cooking. For example, spinach and tofu soup is to improve planting skills, and watering is also a part of planting. But before that, she will make a dish of fried leeks and shellfish. The function of this dish is to increase the upper limit of physical strength. So can't it increase the physical strength? At this time, use the spinach and tofu soup to directly replenish physical strength, without any waste. But they are also fighting in the ice crystal mine cave now. Once they reach the new layer, she is a little reluctant to use the copper watering can in her hand. But if they rush to make an iron watering can, they will add another plant in vain. You know, They still have a lot of things to do, Li Fei thought. Instead of making an iron watering can, it would be better to jump to the next level and make a gold watering can. But in this case, they would have to rush to the desert or lava mine to have a chance. So now, continue watering. No one can let these crops get thirsty. Li Fei watered diligently for a few days, and never went out during this period, and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. But Li Su and Li Xian, who had been out, knew. To put it more closely, it was this community. Sometimes every few hours, or every day, one or several bodies would be carried out of the gate. I don't know where they would be carried to, but they would definitely not be handled properly. People still feel a little unlucky about this matter until now. Compared to the time before the end of the world when they dared not even look at it, now they are a little more numb. In the past, it was estimated that only certain professions would appear. Some of these corpses may have been a single person, but some may have been a family. In the end, they disappeared like dust on the ground. Or maybe they became stars in the sky. In short, human life is becoming less and less valuable now. As for the distant, it seems that someone has organized gangs of different sizes. Some of them are like the Qian gang, which cooperates with several communities. And some are gathered by buildings. And there are occasionally many disputes between gangs. Li Xian and Li Su took a detour because of the Qian gang. Unexpectedly, they did not meet the latter, but met other similar groups. It can only be said that their community may become like this in the future. But no matter far or near, the most serious thing is not these two things, but the things that can cause a major crisis for the survivors today. Plant spontaneous combustion. Now when you go out again, you can see more black smoke drifting up than the last time Li Xian went out alone, indicating that a fire has occurred somewhere, and it is not known whether it can be extinguished in the end. It seems that even the temperature around is rising, and there seems to be a hint of burning in the air. If no one organizes to put out the fire, the ruthless fire will burn for several days and nights, and it can completely burn a well-built community into ruins. As for this, Li Rui and his team are really worried, as if smoke can come out of their heads. So when Li Fei saw Su Han, who was waiting at the door with a flattering smile and rubbing his hands, she was not surprised. Chapter 210. Ms. Li. About what we said last time. Su Han didn't say it clearly through the window on the door, but he believed that Li Fei understood what he was talking about. This plan did not have the participation of all the people that the property owners imagined. Instead, most of them had a negative attitude, and even many people directly refused the proposed material rewards. But Li Fei also expected this. I'm afraid the first wave of large-scale emotional disorders has begun. In the polar day, it is also called seasonal emotional disorder. It stands to reason that this should only occur in some northern European regions where polar day and polar night often occur. But now the polar day phenomenon is distributed all over the world. People in countries that have not experienced it are estimated that they will get sick earlier, counting the days that have lasted until now. The Chinese are also tough enough, not to mention the hyperoxia. People are in such a bad mood now. In a survival game, their mood and sanity are all used up. In the end, they are not interested in supplies and just want to die. But there are so many plants growing in the community. If there are fewer people, when will they be cleared out? So Li Rui repeatedly stated in the meeting that one person must be sent from each household, including those who live alone, unless they are not in the community at all. This is a hardship for the newly selected building managers. Anyway, the world is like this. The big ones tell the small ones to do it. The small ones have no smaller subordinates. It's really terrible. There were also residents in Building 20 who didn't want to go. Some of them closed the door and refused to see Su Han, while others threatened not to come again. In short, this would not meet the target. After he went through the 20th floor, he would have to go back and persuade them again. Otherwise he would suffer. Compared with threats, it was nothing. Su Han smiled bitterly in his heart, and his eyes looked at Li Fei's figure more earnestly. In his opinion, the Li family was cruel. But when they calmed down, they were easier to talk to than other residents. Although Li Fei had made a choice, she still had to say what she should say. So she asked about the supplies. Seeing that this matter could be accomplished, Su Han quickly explained to her the rewards for the people who participated in this incident. After all, there are still some convenient food. There is definitely no fresh food. And there is no water. But at least it can keep people going for a while. But the biggest problem at present is that many people don't want to hold on any longer. The emotional disorder caused by bipolar day is probably anxiety, irritability, and insomnia and mental depression. The mood is ups and downs every day. But no matter what, the end will be attributed to one emotion. That is, depression. Once there is no hope of survival. Even if you put the supplies directly in front of him, he may feel bored. Well, this situation may be alleviated. But the important thing is that there are no supplies now. In Li Fei's previous life, she stayed in the library during the polar day because she was very uncomfortable and her mood was infected by others and became pessimistic. She once wanted to leave completely. At that time, some people even went out in groups and never appeared again. If she hadn't missed Li Su and Li Xian, she would probably join them. It was not until she went to the base that she learned about emotional disorders. It turned out that her strange emotions were not simply caused by the end of the world. After listening to Su Han's words, Li Fei felt that he did not exaggerate the reward because he was eager to recruit people. He was honest, but asked, "Hasn't the property management organized a new team? Can't the new team help deal with those plants?" You know, she noticed the noise outside the window. It was very lively outside at that time. Even if there was an episode later that wanted her to be the so-called captain, she should have organized a new group of people. Right? Su Han scratched his face, looking a little embarrassed and nervous. He worked in the property management before the end of the world, so he was a familiar person to Li Rui. So he entrusted him with the important task of managing Building 20. Although he became a small official, he couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. If Li Fei knew the inside story, she would definitely think he was a bit stupid. Wasn't it just sold? I don't know if Building 20 was because she moved in. She didn't know about other buildings. But this building was the most famous compared to the ones nearby. According to Jiang Li, it was simply a thorn in the side. Although Su Han didn't think much of it. In short, Su Han still knew a little about the property. After thinking about it, he decided to tell Li Fei the truth. After all, just looking at her state, it felt that their family was not ordinary people, which made Su Han have the urge to hug thighs. I don't know why I always feel that she is more suitable to rely on than the two brothers Li Rui and Li Peng. So when it was clear that there would be no one around, Su Han whispered. After Li Rui sent the message, many people did come to join. But Li Rui has very high requirements. And there is an interview, which is as difficult as the re-examination and the civil service exam. And to join the team, you must either pass the interview or be selected by Li Rui himself. So some people gave up after going there once. And some gave up after going there several times. And gradually no one went there again. Li Fei was a little speechless. It's just a private shelter. Why did he make it so difficult? Even in her previous life, when she was looking for a job in the base, she could find a physical job with the books she read in the library. And she could still survive. Although it is indeed similar to the civil service exam. But Li Fei can understand why. Of course, the supplies in the community are not that sufficient. The premise of joining the team must be to use supplies as bait. But the community is different from the official base. The latter is backed by the official, and can mobilize supplies to be sent over. Once there are more supplies, the construction manpower can keep up. But the former is different. There are only so many supplies in total, and some of them are confiscated. You can't just organize people into teams at will. If everyone is given supplies, they won't have enough for themselves. This is why they put forward a set of selection plans from the best. It's also a helpless thing. Li Rui should also understand this outcome. So he chose a tougher way as a second choice. Li Fei looked at Su Han's silent and expectant eyes and asked again, "Do we have to go this time?" "Yes." Su Han nodded and said. Manager Li said that every household must contribute this time. Otherwise, he didn't dare to say more. After all, he was still a little inexplicably afraid of 1902. Li Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "Otherwise, criticize and denounce? Punish the materials? Drive them out of the community?" Su Han suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "How do you know?" "Nonsense. Aren't these the three old things of managers? At least in the previous life. Even the official base was like this. Although it was not as good as the set of laws and regulations before the end of the world. It also had its own set of governance rules. It was just that the initial construction was much more crude and simple than later, which was also to have more deterrence on civilians and make management more convenient. As for these three things, Li Fei still said it lightly because it was just a community. But are these 3 things useful for the desperate and decadent community now? She is not sure. People who don't want to live will not be interested in anything. But this cannot include the entire community. There are still people who want to save their lives. Moreover, it is safer to stay in the community to deal with plants than to search for supplies outside the community. In the end, there is a reward. So it is impossible that no one will go. Su Han frowned and said, "Anyway, I am only responsible for notifying the portal and persuading. So Miss Li, since you know everything so clearly, can you send someone?" Li Fei pretended to hesitate for a moment. But Su Han waited patiently and replied, "I see. One person will come from our family. When will you start this plan?" Su Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "It will only be these 2 days. After all, we still have to continue to look for people door to door. But on the first day, we will notify you downstairs. And you can just come downstairs." After Li Fei agreed, he closed the window on the door. And Su Han was relieved openly this time. Originally, I thought that he would be unwilling to go like some other residents. So the difficulty of persuading him would be greatly increased. After all, it is estimated that 1902's family is not short of supplies. Unexpectedly, he actually agreed, and there was no radical action. As Su Han was given the big hat of the new building manager, Li Fei was actually the most obedient one among the 20 buildings. So after a period of calm, Li Su checked the equipment he would bring the day before. I don't know how the personnel were gathered, but under this reward and punishment mechanism, it is an activity that all survivors in the community must come to. So I guess there will be a lot of people at that time. With more people, there will be more small actions, both overt and covert. And the plants are dense, and there are enough shelters. Li Fei bought 3 tactical belts at the time, and Li Su and Li Xian naturally had some too. As usual, pepper spray and a pocket knife. After all, legitimate defense cannot be too conspicuous. Or rather, they went there this time to make people think that they needed supplies, and that they were not as well stocked as they thought. Otherwise, rumors would spread that they would become the family with the most supplies in the community. It is not just hot now. Working outdoors at this temperature even carries the risk of heat stroke. Sometimes even the pre-apocalyptic medical system may not be able to save this disease, let alone now. Therefore, heat stroke prevention items must be prepared in sufficient quantities. Another important thing is the luminous mask. Li Su and Li Xian basically go out these days, and they wear their own luminous mask every time. It was a coincidence that Li Su checked his thing the night before, and suddenly frowned and went to find Li Fei. Li Fei was lying on the sofa. Her time had come, but in this weather, it was hot or painful. She chose the latter and turned on the air conditioner, and even filled a big tank with ice cubes. At worst, she could cover herself with a quilt when she slept at night, which would be very comfortable. Li Su asked with the luminous mask. Fei, I always feel that this mask seems to. He paused and uttered a more professional term. The durability has been used up. After hearing this, Li Fei sat up from the sofa, took the luminous mask, and sniffed it. Compared to the long-lasting tobacco woody tone when they first got it, there is almost no smell now. If you want to smell it again, you probably have to get closer. But that would make you look like a pervert. Li Fei felt that Li Su was right. So she told him, "It's okay. Don't we have a spare in our storage box? You can use that tomorrow." Li Xian was playing a game nearby. Seeing this, he also took out his luminous mask and sniffed it, and compared it with Li Su's. After thinking for a moment, he said, "My mask doesn't seem to have any smell. It should be because my brother and I have been going out frequently these days?" Li Fei nodded and asked Li Su to find a spare in the storage box. He turned around and found a pair of scissors, sharpened the knife, and cut the mask. Anyway, the durability was used up. As a result, he just cut it a little, and suddenly the system sounded. Ding! Chapter 211. You get 3 dried petals. Li Fei took out the so-called dried petals from his backpack in surprise. As the name suggests, they should be some remaining dried and slightly withered petals, which can barely be seen as the appearance of the nightlight flower tobacco. After all, when the fish cage made of wood is damaged, they will automatically collect the remaining materials dropped after the damage as long as they approach. But now they may have to do more to receive them in reality. But what can these dried petals do? Li Fei was puzzled and simply pulled the system to answer. The system answered conscientiously. Host. These dried petals also come from strange plants. And the effect is the same as the original strange plants. But the effect will be greatly reduced. It can still be sold. But the price will also be reduced. So it is up to you, the host, to decide what to do in the end. Li Fei understood what this meant. So he kept the dried petals for the time being. Anyway, it only took up a gap. However, with this little episode, Li Fei got up and went to find the pot of luminous tobacco to check it out. There should be only two states for strange plants. One is still growing, and the other is withering. So this pot of luminous tobacco is exactly the same as when they transplanted it, which gave them an illusion that it can still last for a long time. But Li Fei lowered his eyes and saw that the soil inside was a little dry, as if the moisturizing soil had lost its effect. And the pot of flowers also lost its buff, leaving only the period from its original growth to withering. If she hadn't used moisturizing soil in advance, the potted plants would have withered long ago. Fortunately, they also had spare ones, so they could continue to support it. After dealing with this matter, the three of them went to sleep and rested. When it seemed like the next day was dawning, although the sun was still hanging at the highest point, it could only be said that it was a very early time. The sound of the loudspeaker began to sound faintly outside the window. Li Fei covered her head with a towel and continued to lie down. This familiar movement happened in the old community last time, which might have happened during the large-scale influenza before the end of the world. Li Su thought that he was going out today, so he woke up directly and got up quickly. His mobility was trained to be more agile and well-organized by the end of the world. After washing up, he changed his clothes and equipment. At this time, the sound outside the window was closer. It should be that the person holding the loudspeaker had come to their last row of buildings. This might be the first time that Li Rui mobilized the whole community to do the same thing. So it seemed drastic, no matter what method was used to mobilize them. Li Su was going to get through the day first. He turned to look at Li Fei and Li Xian, who had not yet gotten up, and went to the kitchen first. Although the former two had hands and feet, they could do it well in reality or in space without saying much. So he didn't need to prepare breakfast specially. But the key was that he had to eat something to last this morning, or even the whole day. If you want to be fast, you have to make frozen instant food. Li Su found a bag of 3-piece buns and a bag of lava buns from the freezer and steamed them in an electric steamer. This only takes more than 10 minutes at most. It is estimated that many people have not gone downstairs by then. After the steam came out of the pot, Li Su blew on it. After cooling down, he ate 2 buns and drank a bottle of cool and sweet space well water. Then he went to the entrance. Before leaving, he gave Li Fei and Li Xian a few words and then set off. Li Su wore a new luminous mask on his face, wiped his goggles, and started to go downstairs after he was fully equipped. He met the residents who were going out on that floor after going down a few floors. Basically, they all had messy hair and beards, pale faces, bloodshot eyes, dark blue lips, and looked sick. Even so, they had to be a little bit alert to get the supplies that were only promised in vain. In fact, it was good for them to have this thought. When there was really nothing to look forward to, they would really become a walking corpse, no longer human. Apparently because of the torture of the disease, the residents did not even look at Li Su's complete outfit, but just walked downstairs by themselves. Some of them were still mumbling something, and their steps were really a bit like the zombies at the beginning. Although the corridor felt like an oven, Li Su shuddered and felt a little scared. If this kind of person is desperate, I'm afraid he can do anything. Right? It seems that I have to be more cautious. After finally going downstairs and out of the unit door, Li Su found that Su Han was already downstairs, and he got another loudspeaker from nowhere, shouting upwards for people to come downstairs. The lush plants also have the function of muffler, and it is not easy to transmit the sound to the entire 20th floor. After shouting for a while, Su Han coughed softly, lowered his head and saw Li Su, with a little more gratitude in his eyes, as if he had completely forgotten how he had witnessed the latter stabbing someone right next to him. Mr. Li, you came really early. Su Han hurriedly put on a good face. He knew that 1902 was not an ordinary person. But we have to wait until everyone upstairs comes down before we start working. How about we wait somewhere first? Su Han didn't even have the nerve to ask him to go home and wait. Wouldn't that mean Li Su had to climb 19 more floors in vain? Climbing stairs is also laborious. But if we have to wait for everyone in the entire building to come down, It might take even longer. In the end, Su-han might have to go upstairs and call them. And he would be the one climbing the stairs. Leroy probably knew this. So he chose a very early time just to fill this time. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After today is over, tomorrow may be smooth. After all, getting rid of the plants in the community is not something that can be done overnight. However, it was power outage time. And it was as hot as outside when I got home. The dense plants could block the sunlight. So Li Su nodded and said, I see. You can ask someone to go first. Su-han gradually became more respectful. Not many people could maintain such a stable mental state these days. Forget it. If I kill someone, I will kill him. If I don't kill someone, am I waiting for others to kill me? Su-han thought about it, nodded vigorously, and said in a lighter tone, You are so motivated. Maybe if Manager Lee knows about it, you can get a reward. I will speak for you then. Leroy likes to do superficial work the most. He also wants to mobilize the masses. So he can only use this method to inspire people. But in fact, it's all just empty talk. Li Su did not comment, and sat on a step under a tall tree. Although the sunlight was blocked by the piled branches and leaves, the surroundings were still surging with waves of hot waves. And the air in front of him seemed to be a little distorted. Just sitting quietly like this, a thin layer of sweat broke out on his skin in a short while. Especially on the tip of his nose. Li Su wiped it casually, glanced around, secretly took out a bottle of Wuxiang Jingqi water from the storage box, inserted a small straw into the palm of his sleeve, and drank it with his hand. He applied cooling oil on his temples, and stuck a cooling patch under his clothes. Li Su almost took out an ice pack secretly and held it. As for the cooling spray, that was too conspicuous. There were already several people from the building downstairs, and they would inevitably be seen. Su-han then started shouting with a loudspeaker, and his voice gradually sounded like an old shipboard. Later, people gradually walked out of the unit door, all with the same sick look. Among them, some were unfamiliar to Li Su, and some were familiar. For example, he actually saw Chao Yifei, Song Lu, Luo Yuqian and Luo Qinyang, with a woman he didn't know beside them, as well as Meng Yisong downstairs and Ning Shuan upstairs. Almost all of them were young people, and Meng Yisong probably had enough supplies at home. Maybe he could be cruel enough to eat grass before the end of the world. So what couldn't he do after the end of the world? Li Su felt that a few pairs of eyes with different emotions fell on him. But he didn't delve into it. Instead, he ignored them, and said a simple hello to Meng Yisong and Ning Shuan. Both of them looked tired. Ning Shuan yawned and said that she felt that she could never get enough sleep. But in this situation, she was afraid that she would not wake up after sleeping. Meng Yisong usually gave people the impression of being very silent. But for some reason, there was a trace of sadness between his brows when he saw him again today. But he was not worried about these natural disasters and man-made disasters. He was simply worried that Xiao Luo had a headache recently. If there were no medicine at home, he might not be able to go downstairs so quickly this time. Li Su remembered the symptoms of seasonal affective disorder that Li Fei reminded him of. But as far as they were concerned, they did not feel that anything had happened to them that was very different from the past. It was probably because their biological clocks were well maintained, and they ate, drank, and exercised. Instead, they lived more regularly than before the end of the world, and their bodies might be healthier than before the end of the world. What an ironic statement. People came out of the unit door one after another, and some of them went straight to Su-han and questioned him loudly as soon as they came out. I don't know where he got the energy from. And the people next to him just watched indifferently without saying a word. Well, irritability, impatience, confusion and irritability are also manifestations of emotional disorders. In short, this disease has different symptoms for different people like other diseases. And even if the polar day is over, it is probably only a temporary solution. But Li Su looked around and didn't know if someone didn't want to come down or there were not many people. There were only about 20 people in this circle. Li Su and Li Xian saw with their own eyes that corpses were carried out every day during this period. But they didn't know whether there were people from Building 20 in it. But are there only so many people left? You have to know that when they just moved here before the end of the world, the occupancy rate of the 20 buildings was almost 100%. Even if not every door and every household was composed of a family, there were at least dozens of people. Close to 100 people. Right? Of course. Maybe only one person was needed from each household. But this situation could be called a sharp decline. The trembling feeling returned to Li Su's back. After all, he had never experienced the end of the world. Fortunately, he had a golden finger. So he had been focusing on his family. Even when he went out to find supplies. The simpler the journey, the better. He thought he had understood the end of the world. But today he felt that he had just arrived. Li Su squinted his eyes and looked at the sun in the distance. It seemed that it was no longer the symbol of vitality, strength, life and hope. Now there are only two words to describe it: terrible and dangerous. Su-han put down the loudspeaker and looked at the crowd in front of him. His face also showed a hint of helplessness. But he had to continue to hold the loudspeaker and speak hoarsely about the specific matters related to this operation. Chapter 212. Thank you for your hard work. This time, the action of dealing with plants was decided by Manager Li, and then managed by the building managers of each building. The action is also very simple. Each building is divided into areas. We just need to cut down and eradicate all the plants in that area. Su-han paused and suddenly changed his tone. You can think about it. This action is also for everyone. If you go out often, you should be able to see where a sudden fire will burn quickly. A place can be burned to ruins in the blink of an eye. There are so many plants in the community now. Who knows when a tree stump or a flower will spontaneously combust? You can imagine the result. To take a recent example, didn't our community have a big fire a while ago? If it was not extinguished in time, the consequences would be disastrous. In fact, Su-han just roughly repeated what Li Rui and the group of building managers said. But this is the truth. And it may even happen in the near future. So no one questioned it. Just whispered to each other. Meng Yisong took off his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his clothes. This hidden danger does have a chance of happening. But compared with the flaming combustion caused by spontaneous combustion, the smoldering combustion without flames is more dangerous. Smoldering at most emits a little smoke, which cannot be found without careful observation. By the time it burns, it is too late. This is how wildfires gradually burn into big fires. So when the trees next to Building 8 caught fire last time, Li Rui and others may not have found a scapegoat. It was really caused by the man surnamed Sun, who threw the fire source out. But the people are already dead, and it is useless to criticize and complain. A bigger crisis is waiting for them. This is also the time for unity and solidarity. But most people now probably lack these two qualities. So someone stood up and spat. I don't care about these. Just care whether there are materials after the work is done? Don't force us to work for nothing. And you also said that there will be rewards. As soon as they heard a certain keyword, the crowd began to riot. Yes. They obediently came downstairs to work. Isn't it for the materials and the reward? Otherwise, why would they waste time and effort like this? You know, they are still sick. If they don't get paid after the work is done, then they're working for the property management company for nothing. They'll have to make a scene. Su-han obviously knew someone would ask this question, so he waved his hand to quiet the crowd, and then explained, Don't worry, everyone. We discussed this before launching this action. Please listen to me. He then explained the work and the payment to everyone. And Li Su thought it sounded a bit like the bamboo stick payment method commonly used in ancient docks. This method sounds easy. Use the number of plants processed to exchange for sticks from Su-han, and then use the sticks to exchange for payment. In the end, you get what you work for. There is just a drawback. Li Su suddenly thought, what if someone sees that they have few sticks? Or wants to be lazy, and directly steals other people's sticks? Recalling going to the mall to buy, going to the hospital to change medicine, and even going out to find supplies. There are more and more robbers now. So Li Su and Li Xian have not gone too far these days. However, there should be someone to manage the order, but it will not be as strict as the rescue army. So 1 or 2 incidents will happen. And this kind of small matter is probably not wanted to be managed in the community. As long as there is no riot, everything will be stable as usual. But all the sticks are with Su-han, so perhaps no one will be stupid enough to steal from him. The crowd began to whisper, but no one raised any doubts. I don't know if they were too lazy to think too much, or if they just accepted it helplessly. After all, what other ways are there to get paid if not here? It's so dangerous outside the community. But someone raised his hand and asked, what should we do with the plants? The plants are so big now. Yes. Yes. And will these plants be dangerous to us? I don't want to plant them here. Didn't something happen when we went to the garden last time? Do you have insurance? Who knew that Su-han changed his tone at this time, which was a bit different from the person at the door of 1902, and said seriously, if you have so many concerns, you can go home. By then, other families will have received their rewards, and even yours, and you will know whether these plants are dangerous or not. As soon as this was said, there was really no response, and no one walked into the unit door. It's a joke. If he can't get it, how can others get it? As for the tools, Su-han paused, and then said, the tools we have now are for cutting down trees. But not everyone has them. And those bushes and flowers will have to be handled by you. Su-han's words were still more euphemistic. To put it bluntly, isn't it just digging with bare hands? But at this time, people just frowned and didn't say much, as if they were gradually getting used to surviving in this natural disaster. Su-han held up the loudspeaker and said, okay, I've said everything I need to say. It would be best if we can sort out some of it today and deal with the required amount on hand. After inspection, you can come to me to get the sign. But I want to remind you that this sign represents how much reward you can get in the end. So you must take it well. This is also a disguised reminder, indicating that Li Su's idea may still come true. Meng Yisung adjusted the glasses on his nose, wiped the sweat off his face, and asked, let's go. Let's start digging from one place. What Li Su could think of. How could the former, who had more experience than him, not think of? So it's best not to act alone at this time. Looking around, the people they knew in Building 20 were either dead or had other intentions towards them. On the contrary, the Li family, who had moved in only a few dozen days before the end of the world, all seemed normal people until now, and they were in a stable state. This was very rare. So Meng Yisung was also willing to have more contact with the three people in 1902. Li Su nodded, and seeing Ning Shuwan, who was silent next to him, asked, how are you? How about we go together? Ning Shuwan was also wearing a sun-protective jacket and a sun hat, still wearing brass knuckles on her hands. Her face had turned slightly red, but she nodded and followed immediately. The plants grew vigorously, and even the space between the buildings was green, like a natural carpet. However, Li Rui had led the building managers to divide the areas that each building was responsible for with obvious marks in advance, so there would be no confusion. Meng Yisung happened to have taken a lot of plastic bags. Originally, after he learned about the types of mutant plants, he wanted to collect more edible plants. Unexpectedly, he had a container that could hold plants, which would be more convenient for weighing. But in this case, it would be better to go home and get a container. Someone nearby saw the plastic bag in Meng Yisung's hand, and then they remembered that they had to find some containers to put the picked plants. So they all went into the apartment building. Su-han did not stop him. After all, he could not complete the task of handling the plants that way. And he said such a long paragraph. He did not believe that they would not come downstairs in the end. Li Su used the sun protection clothing as a cover, and found a plastic woven bag with a not particularly large capacity, and a small shovel from the storage box. The sun protection clothing was very thin, so he put a tactical belt on his waist. Meng Yisung and Ning Shuwan had already noticed it, but they did not ask any more questions. You know, the more self-defense tools the better now. Since they were wearing belts, it was not strange to take out any tools from them. But they could not be too big. Li Su wanted to take a snakeskin bag and an engineer shovel, but it was too conspicuous and not allowed in reality. Only Ning Shuwan did not have a container. But if she went back, she would have to climb another 20 floors. She estimated that she would not have the strength to dig plants after going downstairs. So Meng Yisung gave her a plastic bag. One after another, people came out of the unit door and gathered downstairs. Some held boxes, some held pots and buckets, and some held bags. At the very least, there were bottles and bowls. Anyway, 2 hands could not hold much. Although those plants had undergone mutations, their roots were grown in the soil, especially inside the terrace, where most of them were bushes and flowers. Li Su planned to start from there. In the distance, I don't know which building it is, but there are faint sounds of felling trees, even electric saws. It seems that the time is almost up, and every building has started to move. Li Su turned his head to look at Su-han, who was organizing people, and couldn't help wondering, don't they have saws? He turned around and saw Meng Yisung twisting branches and leaves in his hands to observe, and saw Ning Shuwan half digging the soil with brass knuckles in her hands without any disgust. So he found 2 small gardener shovels again and handed them to the 2 people, saying, "Use this. It's more convenient." The 2 thanked him. It's true that using a shovel is different from using hands. Even if the soil that can almost be called baked is dry and hard, it takes a while to break it open. Of course, some people saw them using shovels, which didn't look good, but they didn't have shovels. So they brought other tools with them, such as vegetable shovels. Now most people can't eat freshly baked hot dishes, and this vegetable shovel is just a decoration in the kitchen. I'm not angry for no reason. Let's use it to exchange for some supplies today. Anyway, this scene finally became what the property management wanted to see. It's just that this community did replanting for the competition, and finally won the prize. But the plants were more than other ordinary communities, so cleaning became a more complicated matter. But who would have thought that the end of the world would come in the future? For herbs and flowers, just turn the soil out and pull them up by the roots. Bushes are more troublesome. So Li Su used a small folding knife. He was strong, so he was probably the best in the building. He shook off the soil and stuffed it into the bag and compacted it. Some of the mutated flowers and plants were several times or even dozens of times heavier than the plants before the end of the world. But they were still not particularly hard. They could still be folded into a ball. Meng Yisong wiped the sweat off his face. It was true that he liked plants, but that didn't mean he liked working. He would rather do research. But at least he could still hold on. But the sweat on his forehead would occasionally drip onto the lens, leaving a watermark. Li Su picked half a bag in one breath. First, he had the conditions. And second, he wanted to finish the work early, exchange the materials, and go home. With a good environment. Who would want to stay in such a place? People in the last days should think more about themselves. However, at this moment, Ning Shuwen's legs softened, and she sat on the edge of the platform. Li Su could not have failed to notice the movement. Li Su did not say anything. But seeing that she was sweating, her face was flushed, and her limbs were weak. She must have had heat stroke. In fact, with such high temperature in labor, it would be strange if she didn't have heat stroke without full preparation. Li Su gave her a slight hand and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Ning Shuwen shook her head and whispered, "I don't feel hot. Just a little dizzy." Isn't this serious? He doesn't even feel hot. He doesn't think it's because humans have mutated. But he can't do most of the rescue measures for heat stroke at this time. Not to mention there are no conditions to do it. However, during the short time that Li Su was thinking, there was a commotion from nowhere, and it quickly spread to the area of Building 20. Chapter 213. Meng Yisong's face flushed, and he frowned as he looked towards the place where the commotion was happening. However, there were still dozens of people gathered under the building, so he couldn't help but ask, "I don't know what happened." Li Su didn't know, but he could imagine that someone must have fallen down for some reason. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. However, most people were just a little confused about this. But they wouldn't panic and scream. "I'll go and take a look," Li Su said as he stepped forward, holding his bag tightly in his hand. Thanks to his constant fitness and learning of fighting skills, even if he wanted to rob him, he had to see if he could. After looking through the crowd, it turned out that there was a man of the same age lying in the middle. He was a little unconscious, but the muscles in his arms and legs were twitching slightly. If he hadn't foamed at the mouth, he would have thought he was having epilepsy. However, the people around him didn't know and were guessing whether it was epilepsy. But Li Su felt the heat around him and wiped his sweat with a cold towel to confirm that it was not. Su Han seemed a little scratching his head. Although he had thought that someone might fall down, he had never thought that it would fall so strangely. Could it really be epilepsy? Otherwise, what if he bit someone? The most important thing is that when the truth is not clear, others will not come to help. Su Han looked back and saw Li Su, who was watching. He immediately looked at him with eyes expecting rescue. Li Su thought that speaking out would speed up the work. So he said, "He has heat stroke. Let's move him to a place where he can't get sun." It was impossible to replenish him with precious sugar and salt at this time. And there was no water. Heat stroke? Someone looked over suspiciously and asked, "He has been suffocated like this, and his body temperature is not high. Do you think he has heat stroke? What if he is a mutation?" When they heard the word mutation, the others took a few steps back, fearing that he was really a mutation and would be caught. Li Su said coldly, "This is heat cramp, a type of heat stroke. See if he's still convulsing now?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The man lying on the ground really stopped convulsing, but continued to lie on the ground with his eyes half opened, as if he was unconscious. Su-han hurriedly asked people to help carry him to another place. On this baked ground, the meat would be roasted if he lay on it for a while. After the episode ended, Lee Su returned and no longer thought about what the young man's fate would be. If the heat stroke was severe, he would lose his life. But under such a temperature, they were working non-stop, and their physical constitution was weak. I'm afraid that more and more people would fall down. And by then, they might have to carry a lot of bodies out of the community. He came to the original place, and saw Meng Yisong was still pulling branches and leaves. Ning Shuwan should have only sat for a while, and joined the ranks of processing plants again. But the speed was much slower. Li Su frowned and glanced at them secretly. To be honest, in fact, only the three of them were the most hardworking. Others were either slow in action, or simply complained but did not do much. And some did not know what they were thinking, just chatting and fishing, which showed the various aspects of life. However, the progress of the mutant plant would be slower when the tools were backward. But fortunately, no one noticed them at this time. So Li Su silently moved forward and made a sound to remind them. Meng Yisong and Ning Shuwan looked at him in confusion. But the next moment, something cold was stuffed into their hands. When they looked down, they found that it was 2 bottles of Wuxiang Jingqi water. The two were shocked for a moment. But they were not surprised because Li Su had this medicine. Medicines cannot be eaten as food, as long as they are saved. Some families may have some of them. They were surprised that Li Su's family actually had such a suitable medicine, and was willing to share it with them. Meng Yisong hesitated and said, "Shall Li?" This. Ning Shuwan also reacted and quickly declined. No. No. This is too precious. You don't need to. You will fall down like that man in a while. People around you will ignore you, and even snatch the plants you have pulled out. Besides, I won't take you back upstairs. Li Su said a lot of words in one breath, which made them silent. The area divided under Building 20 is not big, but there are so many plants growing in each place now, so it is troublesome to gather people to deal with it. So Meng Yisong and Ning Shuwan didn't need to see what happened just now, and they quickly understood it. They were not surprised by this. Meng Yisong looked like he accepted it, but he still put the oral liquid into his pocket. After Li Su found out, he said calmly, "Mr. Meng, you are the one working outside now, so you are the most important. If you want to leave it to Aunt Xia, I will give you another one when the time comes." Seeing through, Meng Yisong took his hand back a little embarrassedly. "We can't take yours for nothing. So let's do this. We'll give you some of the plants we collected," Ning Shuwan suggested, unfolding the bag in her hand and taking out some crumpled flowers and leaves from it. These plants have completely lost their former beauty, but people may have a very contradictory attitude towards them now. They are a bit disgusting, but now they have to rely on them to obtain survival resources. Meng Yisong thought this was a good idea, so he took some out of his pocket and put them into Li Su's woven bag. If it was the old Li Su, he probably wouldn't have accepted it. But since the end of the world, he has gradually learned and accepted bartering. He can help people he knows, but he must not let himself suffer any loss. After collecting the plants, Li Su whispered, "I'll block it for you. Drink it quickly, or you will really fall down. Once you fall down, you may never get up again." Meng Yisong and Ning Shuwan, who wanted to survive, no longer refused, and drank the Wuxiang Jingqi water under the cover of some plants. As for Wuxiang Jingqi water, there is plenty at home, and even the heat prevention bags that Li Fei had stockpiled at the beginning were equipped with some. But they didn't need much unless they went out. Using the plants, Li Su secretly took out a cooling spray and sprayed it once before stopping. Although the three of them were quite hardworking, they didn't expect that someone else had already dealt with the corresponding amount of plants, and went to find Su-han. When the bystanders saw this scene, the chattering and discussion came to their ears again. But they didn't join in the fun and continued to dig the soil and pull out flowers and branches. As the last row of buildings, there was a wire mesh in front of them, and behind the mesh was an artificial lake and the green space next to it. Su-han stayed under the wire mesh and paid attention to the people who were working. Although he doesn't have to work as a building manager, managing others is more tiring than working, and it's mentally tiring. Next to him is an electronic scale for measuring the weight. If it's enough, you can get a stick, and then the reward will be distributed at the appointed time. Su Han saw someone coming with a bag from a distance. He looked at his watch. It has been more than half an hour since the beginning, which is about the same time. After all, there are plants everywhere around his hands and feet. Confirming that the man in front of him is from Building 20. Su Han took the bulging cloth bag in his hand. The man was taller than the former. He raised his forearm and swept his forehead, and said unhappily with a red face, "Hurry up and weigh it. I can continue after you weigh it." However, Su Han did not listen to the man. He just unfolded the bag, took out the plants from it and looked at them, and then began to shake them non-stop on the open ground, shaking off the dirt on them. The man's face changed. But he couldn't just grab it. What if he didn't give it to him? After shaking off the dirt on the branches and leaves, Su Han lined up in the open ground, pinched the bottom of the bag and shook it, shaking out some dry dirt, and then put the plants back in, peeled them, and weighed them. The whole process was done in one go. What a joke. Their building managers have been trained, and this little trick can't escape their eyes. There were so many tricks before the end of the world. Who knows how many more there will be after the end of the world? A number popped up on the electronic scale. Su Han looked at it, shook his head, and returned the bag, saying, "It's still a little short. You just need to do it again." The man glared at Su Han resentfully, quickly took the bag and went back. People who were dealing with plants nearby naturally saw this scene, and those who wanted to be clever didn't dare to do it anymore. Of course, there would definitely be people who tried to use other methods to make up the numbers. About a cup of tea later, people came to the scale one after another. Su Han used the old method to remove the soil, and then peeled and weighed it. Someone really got a stick from him. The stick looked straight and long, as if it was made from some kind of tree branch. But the thing that was least lacking now was plants, and they could just use whatever was available. For this stick, the reward was only a compressed biscuit, and you had to process a heavy plant first to get it, which showed that it looked like a future base. You have to know that Li Fei worked in the base for more than 10 hours in her previous life, and could only stay half full, because she was in an official base, and could get 1 or 2 meals. If it was a private base, they wouldn't care about life or death. Someone else cursed a few more times, but the stick was still carefully put away. There was still a risk of losing it before the time came, and at least it could be exchanged for a bite of food. Once someone got a stick, the others felt more motivated and started to work. If the sticks were limited in number, wouldn't they lose a lot? Some people watched others get the sticks, and a hint of sinisterness flashed in their eyes. Until the end, even Ming Yisong and Ning Shuwan had collected enough to get a stick, but Li Su was still digging at the steps. But his woven bag was much larger than their container, so they went to Su Han first. Li Su looked up and saw their backs, reached into the bag and pretended to press it, but quietly put some plants into the system backpack. He thought about saving some first, and then taking all the plants to exchange for a batch of sticks, and then pack up and leave. He didn't want to stay in this place anymore. According to Su Han, the time is actually the time when electricity and fuel are supplied. So the first wave of rewards will be distributed according to the number of sticks in each person's hand before 12 noon. After going home to rest, they have to continue working until the end of the night. This time is so long that Li Su, who was a coder before the end of the world, has never experienced it. Li Su wiped his sweat and sighed in his heart. I just hope that he can finish today's workload before the end of noon. Chapter 214. Ming Yisong and Ning Shuan came back. They each got a stick. The main reason was that the container was too small. Looking at Li Su's woven bag, they thought that they had to bring more in the afternoon. Otherwise it would be too troublesome to go back and forth. Of course, they also had to have the energy to work. In just such a period of time, several people in Building 20 had fallen down, and each of them had symptoms of heat stroke, either light or severe. The survivors today were at least somewhat powerful and reliable. I didn't expect that they could survive hyperoxia but not heat stroke. Since Li Su, Ning Shuan and Meng Yisong acted in a group, they had cleared a patch of greenery, but the greenery was basically connected, so they were ready to continue to deal with the plants next to them. Unexpectedly, after walking only 1 or 2 steps, Li Su actually felt someone squeeze him, and it was intentional. But the funny thing is that Li Su's lower body is stable, and not only was he fine, but the person who squeezed him staggered and almost fell. Ning Shuan couldn't help but chuckle. This was really too hateful. The man who squeezed him deliberately immediately became angry and gathered a few men next to him who should be acquaintances, waved his hands in dissatisfaction, and said loudly, We want this place. You go somewhere else. Ming Yisong frowned and asked back. Why? He is relatively silent. But this does not mean that he has no temper. But everyone has a bad temper recently. Why? The leading man waved his fist again. Warning. Why do you say that? I advise you to be sensible and behave yourself. And nothing will happen to you later. In fact, the man did not tell the truth completely. Part of the reason was that he had long been eyeing Li Su and others, and thought that they could be so successful because the plants in the green bushes over there were easy to clean. The number of plants that can be obtained now is important. But efficiency is also very important. Otherwise, when will it take to collect enough supplies for one day? Li Su sneered and said nothing. He just raised his fist and moved it with contempt in his eyes. Ning Xuan took a look and saw that Li Su's fist was a circle bigger than that of the leading man. Not to mention the fist. Even from the perspective of his body shape, Li Su seemed to be able to fight 4 people at once. Isn't this just hitting a rock with an egg? The man's face changed when he saw it, and he was so angry that his face turned red. But he was still stubborn, thinking that he had to get this piece of land. Just when he was about to say something bad, Su Han came. He said unhappily, "What happened? What are you going to do instead of working properly?" The leading man snorted and stammered, "I'm almost done cleaning the plants over there, so I want to find another place." Alas, I still like your arrogant look before. Su Han is not stupid, and while he is supervising, he occasionally pays attention to the movements of some people. Li Su and others have been working on that land. Now it is obvious that this man has brought people over to make trouble. Can't he see who is right and who is wrong? However, he did not say much in public, but just pointed to a place and reminded, "It's not just that place that needs to be cleaned up. There are just fewer people there. You can go there. As long as you work hard, there will be no shortage of supplies. Arguing will only waste time. And by then, the supplies will be taken by others." He kept emphasizing supplies because supplies are the most important thing at the moment, and no one would not want them. The leading man responded reluctantly, but was afraid that it would really be as Su Han said. So he took people to that place. The greening bush of the 3 people finally returned to peace. The sun never changed, but time still passed. Su Han gradually became busy, and the sound could even reach them. Li Su looked at his watch again, estimated that the time was almost up, and observed the other 2. Ming Yisong opened a bag alone, which contained edible plants, and it seemed that he was going to take it back, and Ning Xuan was still working, as if she had not drunk a bottle of Wuxiang Jingqi water before, but a high-level nutrient solution that only appeared in science fiction interstellar. Li Su shook his head and pretended to take something out of the woven bag silently. In fact, he took out 2 more woven bags from the system backpack, unfolded them again, and then pretended to dig plants. When he put them in, he actually put the other plants in the system backpack together. The unit door was not locked, so anyone could go upstairs, especially those who fainted. If they lived on the ground floor, they would help to send the plants up. If they had family members, they would notify them and let them send the plants up themselves. Anyway, it was hard to say whether someone who fainted in this weather could stand up and work again. It was also the survival of the fittest. So naturally, some people would go home to find containers and bring them down. It was not surprising that Li Su had extra woven bags. Who hasn't gone out to look for supplies now? So in the end, Li Su came to the electronic scale with 3 full bags of discarded plants in the eyes of a group of people who were surprised, envious, jealous and hateful. Su Han was happy when he saw him. He knew that he was right. This Mr. Li was really capable. He could do the work of 3 people alone. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to take Li Su's bag, another plastic bag was suddenly stuffed into his mouth. A hoarse, but obviously younger male voice interrupted, "Weigh mine first. There must be a first-come first-served rule. Right?" Li Su glanced and found that the man with greasy shoulder-length hair and a dark circle around his mouth looked familiar. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized, isn't this Jiang Li's son Luo Qinyang? Luo Qinyang and his parents had been poisoned by psychedelic powder, and they would never come to the 19th floor after that. Their family is now in a state of being excluded in Building 20. When someone is unhappy, they think of something that happened in the early days of the apocalypse, and simply go to the door to harass them before they stop. Therefore, Luo Yuqian, who was still sober, never came to their door again. That is to say, until later. The Li family basically never saw them. and even the memory was about to fade. Unexpectedly, now that all the members were out, they saw him instead. But Jiangli and Luo Yongji were not seen. They were probably too sick to work, so the young children went downstairs instead. Li Su didn't say anything. He didn't need to waste words with him. Su Han observed his expression for a while, and saw that the remaining half of Li Su's face was the same as usual. Luo Qinyang's number was small, so he had to weigh his bag of plants first. After checking, Su Han pressed a few keys on the scale familiarly, and after looking at the numbers on the screen, he shook his head and said, "You are still a little short of the amount. Just add a little more. This morning's time is almost up. You guys better hurry up." Luo Qinyang cursed quietly, but he couldn't grab the sticks directly, so he had to take his bag. But he didn't listen to Su Han, but stayed quietly behind and watched here. So soon, he saw Su Han put on a smiling face, and weighed Li Su's woven bag, and then gave him 6 sticks. These 6 sticks greatly stimulated him. He suddenly threw the bag in his hand to the ground, rushed up and shouted, "Hey, is your scale inaccurate? Just 3 bags of things. How can it be worth 6 sticks? Can he take it?" No one could get 2 sticks at a time this morning, but Li Su actually took 6 sticks at once. How could this be possible? The more Luo Qinyang thought about it, the angrier he got. He became more and more outspoken and continued to shout, "You always treat us so badly, but you treat him so well. Now you directly give so many signatures. Did you receive any benefits from him, so that you are so servile? Oh my God! He is too wronged." Su Han thought. He has a bad attitude? A building manager with a really bad attitude would not send a fainted person home. Nor would he do nothing by the side and let them work slowly. Okay. As for being good to Li Su, he actually knew it himself. But just because he works much faster than ordinary people, isn't this a reason? Receiving benefits. That's even more fictitious. The previous building manager of Building 20 was squeezed out because he received benefits. He was originally a newcomer who had no trust from residents. If he did this again, would he still be able to survive in this building? Now he just goes to the property management to collect a pitiful salary. Okay. It's not enough to eat. This guy is just making trouble. Right? But the people gathered downstairs couldn't stand hearing such words. Even if they didn't completely believe it, they were suspicious and looked at the 2 people differently. Luckily, Li Su had already got the sign. He put it directly into the safe system backpack and rolled his eyes at Luo Qinyang. Luo Qinyang shook his shoulders, but said with a ferocious face, "What? You are silent because you were poked? I'm not afraid of you now. If you have any tricks, use them now." Oh! Li Su suddenly thought. Could it be that the psychedelic powder has a time limit? Just like a debuff? After all, Li Fei's order at the beginning was not to come to the 19th floor again. And secondly, not to harass any of the 3 of them again. Now this situation can also be considered harassment. Right? But Luo Qinyang's face was not really full of fear. Instead, he faced the confrontation head-on. He had reason to doubt his idea. But now, he was not considering the matter of the psychedelic powder. But before he spoke, Su Han said in a stern voice, "Enough? What scale is inaccurate? Do you think it was a street stall before? This is related to how much supplies each person can get in the end. Is it a joke? If you don't believe it, you can go to the property management to weigh it again. As long as you can get it, what's the good or bad attitude? If you can clean up so many plants in a few hours, then I will smile at everyone, and I will be relaxed, and accepting benefits from others. What benefits are benefits now? If they have benefits, will they come downstairs with you to work and get paid? Don't you have to keep it for yourself? Think before you speak. Don't let it melt in the sun." At this point, he said disdainfully, "I remember now. You are the family of the previous building manager. Right? What? Do you think I did something wrong? Then you can report it to the property management. There is no need to say these things for no reason when everyone is busy. You can either go and do it again, or give up. Anyway, the day is almost over." Su Han's words were very firm, and with the last reminder, everyone stopped eating melons and hurried back to work. As for Luo Qinyang, Jiang Li's family has been neglected until now. How could anyone stand up for them now? And they can see the 3 bags of plants clearly. It can't be that they are made out of thin air. Right? They must have accumulated them together with others while they were alive. Apart from complaining a few words, or having some other thoughts, It is really difficult for them to directly say that the 6 sticks were given to him for no reason. However, there might be someone who really wants to stand out. For example, a woman of similar age who was standing with Luo Yuqian. As soon as she stood out, was quickly pulled back by the former, and then shook her head to indicate. The young woman wiped her eyes and angrily stepped on the crooked plants on the ground. Luo Qianyang was so angry that his chest rose and fell. In the end, he just glared at Su Han and Li Su. Just when he wanted to take his things away, he found that his things had been stolen without his knowledge. It's really a loss of both the wife and the army. Li Su didn't care how incompetent and furious Luo Qianyang would be in the future. He had already got 6 sticks and wanted to go home. Su Han seemed to see what he meant, and hurriedly advised, "Mr. Li, wait a little longer. The people delivering supplies will come to distribute the lunch supplies soon. It won't be too late for you to go back after receiving the supplies, so you don't have to make a wasted trip." There was a reason why he was so attentive to Li Su. Just looking at the 3 bags of plants, it was estimated that their 20th floor was far ahead. So it was not for nothing that he was kind to him. Li Su thought that it was right, so he didn't go upstairs first. Anyway, Li Fei and Li Xian could make lunch at home, so he went to help Meng Yisong and Ning Shuwan. Chapter 215. After a while, most of the people in Building 20 got at least 1 stick, except for some arguments with Su Han during the weighing process, or some small fights over territory. This morning barely passed. With the help of Li Su, Meng Yisong and Ning Shuwan also got 2 or 3 sticks, which was enough for a lunch in the end times. Now they just had to wait for the people who would distribute the supplies mentioned by Su Han to come. So many people sat down to rest. It was fine if they had been tense all the time, but a few people fainted when they relaxed. It happened that Su Han was arguing with some petty people and didn't pay attention to this side. Without orders, it was impossible for others to obediently send them upstairs. So Li Su and the other 2 saw with their own eyes that someone sneaked up to those half-conscious people, stretched out his hands to search their bodies, and left immediately after finding the latter's stick. In the end, it all depends on the number of sticks. As for how these sticks came from, there must be as little trouble as possible. Ning Shuwan frowned, but did not speak, but slapped herself on the leg with a snap. She wore cool clothes in the hot summer before the end of the world, but she didn't know where she had seen it after the end of the world. Anyway, covering her skin could also prevent sunburn. However, this hit didn't matter. When she opened her hand again, she found a blood spot as big as a finger in the palm of her hand. And there was a black thing in the dark blood. It was already a pancake, but you could still see some of the parts that had been split. Ning Shuwan frowned and stretched out her hand and said, "I didn't expect mosquitoes to be able to survive in this kind of weather. Will they become extinct only if the earth is destroyed?" People in the apocalypse love some hell jokes, most of which are self-mockery. Meng Yisong really went to take a look, but said, "This is a bit like the flower mosquito in the countryside. It's very poisonous, but it's rare in the city. You ran into it today. So am I lucky or unlucky?" Ning Shuwan made a bitter face and scratched the place a few more times. "I feel itchy after you said that." Li Su was sandwiched between the 2 people, just listening to them talking, but he remained silent. When it comes to poisonous mosquitoes, he thinks of the monster in the mine in the space. Logically, there should be no such mosquitoes in reality. But plants have mutated. Who knows if mosquitoes and flies will mutate? They have been so despised in the past. Who knows what kind of threat they will pose to humans after mutation? But Li Su immediately remembered a drawing they got. Mosquito repellent cream. Since he got this drawing to study, he has not made it in practice, and he doesn't know how effective it is. Although he is outdoors, as long as there are enough materials, he can expand the window interface in his mind, and then find an opportunity to take it out, which is very convenient. The mosquito repellent cream can be made directly with mint, wormwood and oil. Li Su made a portion and brought a small wide-mouthed flat container. He reached into his trouser pocket and took out the mosquito repellent cream from there. Ning Shuwan noticed his action while scratching her itch and asked curiously, "What is this?" Li Su opened the lid, and there was a green paste inside, which faintly exuded a faint and refreshing medicinal aroma, which seemed particularly natural. "It's mosquito repellent cream. Do you want to try it?" Even though he knew that the things produced from the space must be good, he wanted others to try it first. Okay. Ning Shuwan agreed immediately and applied some on her temple. She immediately felt a cool trace coming over her, and she seemed to be excited. She applied some more, lifted up her trouser legs, and found that there was indeed a bite. The strange thing was that it was red, and the swollen patch was half the size of a palm. It didn't look like a mosquito bite at all. Ning Shuwan was stunned and asked in confusion, Is there some other creature in the bush? Or is there something wrong with the plant itself? But I have taken precautions. Right? Her whole body was covered. And even if she was bitten by branches and leaves, it was on her clothes. If it was a mosquito bite, are mosquito mouth parts that powerful? Meng Yisong smelled the scent when Li Su opened the mosquito repellent cream. He knew it was the scent of mint and wormwood, which was quite like a handmade product. But he didn't think it was strange. Maybe many factories have stopped production now. However, when he saw the spots on Ning Shuan's legs, he was also surprised. In fact, some plants can also cause such a situation, but they must come into contact with the skin. Could it be that she was really bitten by a mosquito? Even if it was a flower mosquito in the countryside, it wouldn't be so poisonous. Right? Li Su remembered that Li Fei said that he was bitten by a poisonous mosquito monster when he went down the mine alone. At that time, a big lump appeared, and there was also a poisoning debuff. In the end, it was cured by an antidote. That is to say, mosquitoes in reality do mutate. If they bite people again, it is not just a simple swelling. Maybe they are poisoned. Li Su paused and expressed his thoughts. Meng Yisong and Ning Shuwan were surprised after hearing it, but they did not refute it. It seems that they have become accustomed to the fact that all creatures in the world have begun to mutate. Otherwise, how can it be the end of the world? Ning Shuwan asked anxiously. What should we do? Now the pharmacies around the community have been basically plundered. And is there any medicine to treat the mutated poison? Not sure, Li Su said ambiguously. We can only try some items that can detoxify. Such as he said this, he took out a small package from his pocket. Facing this bag that was like a treasure bag, Ning Shuwan and Meng Yisong stared at the small paper package, not knowing what was inside. But once it was opened, it was a bit disappointing, as there were only some ordinary powders inside. But Meng Yisong thought of something and asked, Do you know Chinese medicine? No. I just know a little bit. Read some books or something. Li Su's words were half true and half false. He really didn't know Chinese medicine. Even the concept of Chinese medicinal materials came from the space. It was just that occasionally when he was free, he would take out a few books to read. There were still many books about Chinese medicine in China. At the very least, Wu Sini also lent Li Fei 2 books, which seemed to be related to this. He turned to Ning Shuwan and said, Why don't you try this? It may not work, but it's better than doing nothing. Otherwise, what if you are really poisoned? Ning Shuwan was quite willing to be a guinea pig for some reason. She lifted up her trouser legs and said refreshingly, Okay. Anyway, life is the most important thing now. I have finally come to this point. I don't want to give up all my previous efforts. Otherwise, what are the previous efforts? Li Su helped her sprinkle the powder on it and spread it evenly. This medicine from the dispensing table really has the smell of entering a Chinese medicine clinic. Li Su and Meng Yisong also applied some mosquito repellent cream, and the former decided to tell Li Fei and Li Xian about his thoughts when he returned. Ning Shuwan carefully lowered her trouser legs. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she didn't feel as itchy as before. When she thought of this, she glanced at the incomplete side face of Li Su, who was communicating with Meng Yisong, and her heart moved slightly. It felt so safe. However, at this moment, a subtle sound suddenly came from not far away from her, which made her look again. She vaguely saw a few thin but tall men in the distance surrounding someone in the middle. She didn't know what they were talking about, but the scene was really familiar. Isn't it similar to bullying? Besides, the person in the middle, why did she look so familiar? Ning Shuwan squinted her eyes and looked for a while, and suddenly realized, isn't this Song Lu from 2002 who lives next door to her? Although she hates Song Chunxiang, she doesn't hate Song Lu. Mother and daughter should not be treated equally. Of course, if the latter and the former are in the same group, that's another matter. But in the few times they have met, she is still very quiet and doesn't take the initiative to provoke. It seems that she came downstairs alone to work this time. It's unknown whether Song Chunxiang is dead or not, but she must have either no energy or simply let Song Lu go and left it alone. But a girl is more likely to be coveted. although Luo Yuqian and the unknown woman also went downstairs. At least there was Luo Qianyang around them. And they were acquaintances, so they wouldn't be embarrassed. But Song Lu didn't originally live in this community. Apart from her mother Song Chuanxiang and her deceased grandparents, she probably didn't know anyone. Ning Shuan frowned. But finally her reason prevailed, and she didn't stop it immediately. Who doesn't want to stay out of it now? Meddling in other people's business will never end well. But that scene lingered in her mind, and she couldn't get rid of it. If she didn't know some tricks, she might have been robbed a long time ago. Maybe she wasn't necessarily robbed. When she thought of this, she felt a strange chill on her back, and unconsciously looked back at the other two people. As if she couldn't make a decision herself, and tried to think about other people's decisions. As a result, she met Li Su's eyes, and suddenly felt guilty again. Li Su only looked at her, and understood what happened. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Go if you want to go. Although it is the end of the world now. No matter whether it is the end of the world or not. Some things are fine as long as you don't regret it." Ning Shuan made up her mind as soon as she heard it. Stood up and walked over there. Meng Yisong did not comment on the side. He did not want the people around him to stand out. Just like Xiao Luo. Fortunately, the latter is now almost indifferent to him. As for other people, he can get to know them. But it is better for him not to interfere in such matters. Ning Shuan came back just a few minutes later, with a strange smile on her rosy face, and suddenly said, "This is much more refreshing than digging grass. Hey, this, can it be what they think?" Li Su and Meng Yisong were silent. But soon someone came over to break the silence. Thank you. It turned out that the person was Song Lu. After not seeing her for a long time, she was thinner than before. Her face was dirty. Her eyes were red. And her dry hair was tied into a ponytail. But most people are so unkempt now. This matter was solved by Ning Shuan. And she said, "It's okay. You can find something to defend yourself when the time comes. I am just seeing injustice today. But I may not do it next time." She didn't ask why those people surrounded her. How clean could people's minds be at this time? Song Lu answered a few words in a weak voice. And suddenly asked as if she mustered up the courage. "How many sticks did you get?" Ning Shuan said in a tight voice. "Only 1 or 2 sticks. We haven't even got lunch yet. How about you?" After half a day, anyone who didn't slack off too much could get 1 or 2 sticks. Otherwise, why would they be willing to take the risk to come downstairs to work? Isn't it just for a bite to eat? I only got 1. Song Lu said this, and she didn't know what sad things she remembered. Her eyes became redder, and she said with a crying voice, "But my mother asked me to get paid before I can go home. She has been in a bad mood recently, and her temper has changed." Personality changed? Ning Shuan thought of Song Chuanxiang's original personality. She would never become gentle and lovely. Right? Well, looking at Song Lu's appearance, she must have become more terrifying than before. Isn't this exploiting her own daughter? But why did she say this? Could it be that she wanted to play the victim so that they would give her a few sticks? Thinking with a little finger. This is impossible. Ning Shuan scratched her head awkwardly and pointed somewhere else. Now the people who distribute supplies haven't come yet. Which means it's not time yet. You might as well take this opportunity to clean up more plants. Even if the reward for the morning is not much, there is still the afternoon. So you can save it. The grass over there is easy to clean up. You can go there. After all, they didn't really want it. It was all their own idea. So they had to refuse politely. It all depended on whether she had the shame to understand what was meant. Song Lu paused, nodded shyly, and went to the place Ning Shuan pointed. Ning Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced secretly and found that Li Su and Meng Yisong didn't look at her at all. She couldn't help but shrink her toes in embarrassment. But she didn't really regret this matter. Chapter 216. After a few minutes, there was indeed a faint buzzing sound in my ear. But when I turned around, I couldn't see any flying sound. I didn't know if it was too fast or just my illusion. Isn't it the same with mosquitoes before the end of the world? Sometimes I can clearly feel it. But when I reach out and swat it, there is nothing. But Li Su had another thought in his mind. Now the three of them have more or less applied some mosquito repellent cream on their bodies. Could it be that this is why I could only hear the sound but not see the shadow? He looked around again and saw that there were indeed people slapping mosquitoes. And they were mumbling something unconsciously. However, mosquito repellent products are usually prepared in families. They are poisonous and cannot be eaten. So even in the end of the world, some will always be left. I just don't know if ordinary mosquito repellent products can resist mutant mosquitoes? Li Su wondered puzzledly. However, although they were invaded by mosquitoes, most people did not leave, just to wait for the distribution of supplies in the first half of the day. Fortunately, after a while, a few people slowly came from the front. There was a cart next to them with a huge cardboard box on it. Li Su's eyesight is much better than that of ordinary people, so he saw at a glance that the leader was the security captain Li Peng. It seems that the distribution of supplies is also based on the order of buildings. Their 20th building belongs to the last row of buildings, so naturally it came last. However, the number of survivors in the community is getting smaller and smaller now. I am afraid that the number of people in several buildings can catch up with the number of people in one building in the past. And the speed is faster. When they got closer, the others also noticed those people. To be more precise, it was the cart, and the containers on the cart that were similar to the ones when the relief food was delivered. They hurriedly walked or stood over there. Li Peng must have been familiar with this scene before. He made a gesture, and someone came up behind him to block him. Li Peng glanced and asked, "Where is the building leader?" Su Han hurried over and smiled. "Captain Li, you are finally here. These are the plants we have cleared in the first half of the day. Please take a look." Su Han then reported a weight number. Li Peng's condescending expression on his face was stunned, and he couldn't help asking, "Your building is really amazing. The weight is 20% to 30% more than other buildings. Is it true?" Today is only the first day of the operation. Many buildings did not immediately clean up the plants, but instead pestered the building manager to ask this and that. They were quite talkative, but they were slow to get things done. There were also many quarrels and fights, which gave Li Peng and his team a lot of headaches. But near noon, they still had to distribute supplies. Fortunately, people were basically working at that time, but the efficiency and the final results were not satisfactory. They could only comfort themselves with the reason that today was the first day. The other buildings had less weight, and they could not even exchange much supplies. Although this was a good thing for the property management, it was not a good thing for the future of the community, because they found smoldering plants on the way. They finally solved it. If no one noticed, it would be too late when they started to burn. In short, these plants still have to be cleared. Even a one-size-fits-all approach, even if there are not enough supplies. The residents must first eradicate those plants. Su Han looked at Li Peng's rare appearance. He was respectful on the surface, but in fact, his tone naturally had a little more pride. He replied, "I dare not lie to you, Captain Li. This is the credit of our entire building. I have packed it up. If you don't believe me, you can go and weigh it again. It's just that the reward for the first half of the day." In fact, the building managers were Li Rui's direct subordinates, so they didn't have to wait for the rewards like the residents. But when the people around heard that he was talking about this for the building, they didn't interrupt. They just stared at the cargo box on the cart. And the people protecting them even felt their scalps tingling. You know, many of them didn't even have breakfast or yesterday, and they were already staring at the hunger and unconscious. But they were just waiting for the reward. Li Peng thought that Su Han really didn't dare to deceive himself. So he waved the stick in his hand and said, "Okay, got it. Now you take the signs in your hands and line up in order to start distributing the rewards." Who can really listen to the agreed order? Before Li Peng even finished his last sentence, some people rushed forward, and there was no lack of pushing and scolding. However, the security team was used to this, and used the weapons in their hands to force them to line up in the end. The line of more than 20 people was not long, but it stretched from the beginning to the end of the building. Ning Xuan and Meng Yisong looked at the almost crazy scene and were afraid that something would happen. So they did not fight for a position and lined up at the end. As for Li Su, he did not need to rush to the front row. Not to mention that the stick he had become the target of public criticism. And he was hungry now only because he did not eat lunch when it was time. Alas, this sentence really makes people hate you. Although some people got the front row seats, they only had one stick in their hands, so they could only get a dry compressed biscuit in the end. And they would accidentally drop a few crumbs. And they couldn't help complaining. "I can only get this after working for a whole morning? It's too little. Right? I can't even eat enough." Li Rui sneered after hearing this, and said disdainfully, "How dare you say that? I worked for a whole morning, and only got one stick. Do you think I'll give you delicacies?" The man's face turned red, and he said unhappily, I just said a few words? Besides, how can we continue to work in the afternoon if we don't have enough food at noon? You want us to work, but there should be guarantees in this regard. Right? This sentence touched the hearts of others. In fact, most people can see that the property management is just asking them to be their laborers. In fact, everything is stopped now. The staff in the only hospital is already saturated. Their current job seems to be to go out and look for survival supplies. Today, dealing with plants feels a bit like moving bricks on a construction site. But after all, moving bricks can sometimes provide full meals. After working hard for half a day, you can only be given 3/4 full. The conditions of the donkeys in the production team are not so harsh. Thinking of this, some people's eyes became strange, staring fiercely at Li Peng and others and the supply box. But no one dared to step forward. Li Peng was used to seeing this kind of people, and laughed. How can it be as you said without guarantee? Someone in another building got 3 sticks, and what he exchanged was not compressed biscuits, but canned food. If you want to eat well, then work harder first. Who knows if you will be lazy at some point? You only did so little in the morning. It's not your fault that you can't eat well. You? You what? Li Peng shouted. If you don't want to eat, get out. Leave the supplies for others. If you don't eat, others will. Some people were extremely hungry and shouted at the back of the team. That's right. What are you nagging about? Hurry up. I still need to exchange supplies. We are the last row of buildings, so don't let the supplies run out. Li Su stood at the end of the team, but he could see what was happening in front of him, and pursed his lips. Li Peng's words could not be fully believed. Maybe he said it specifically to stimulate people? Besides, if it could really be replaced with canned food, it would probably not be expensive meat or seafood canned food. After this episode, the team became more orderly, and many people immediately turned around and entered the apartment building after taking the supplies. Without any delay. Now is the time for power supply, and it will be gone at a certain time, and there can be no delay. So it was soon Li Su, Ning Shuan and Meng Yiseng's turn. Ning Shuan and Meng Yiseng each had 2 sticks, which could only be exchanged for 2 compressed biscuits or a piece of instant noodles without seasoning. So they both exchanged for the latter. After all, there was always some seasoning at home, and if the noodles were eaten sparingly, they could at least be eaten by 2 people. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Li Su motioned them to go upstairs first, and then stepped forward and said, I have 6 sticks. What can I exchange for? When this was said, not only Li Peng, but also the people behind him, who were also wearing security uniforms, were surprised. They followed Li Peng from the front row of buildings until now, and the person who got 3 sticks was the most powerful. Who would have thought there would be a master? Li Peng frowned slightly and asked half doubtfully, You can get 6 sticks in one morning? Only he and Li Rui knew that they were indeed exploiting him. The amount of waste plant set for 1 stick was not low at all. In addition, people now eat less and drink less and are sick. So getting 1 stick in one morning is already good. And there are at least 4 or 5 pieces in a pack of compressed biscuits, which means that it can supply 4 or 5 ordinary people. As for the person who got 3 sticks, Li Peng also specifically informed Li Rui. After discussion, it seemed like a reward, so he exchanged half a can for him. However, that canned food is also a staple food can. If you use canned meat, fruit, or vegetables, wouldn't it be a loss? Even so, this scene greatly inspired the people in that building, and they estimated that they would concentrate on their work in the afternoon. But I didn't expect to come to building 20 and meet someone who got 6 sticks. Is this person a super scion? Suhan quickly pointed to a pile of abandoned plants under the wire mesh and explained to Li Su. It's true. Captain Li, look at those 3 big bags. They were cleaned out by Mr. Li. I weighed them again. There are indeed enough for 6 sticks. Li Peng looked in the direction and saw the 3 woven bags. His expression was a little more complicated. I don't know what he was thinking. He coughed softly. Then wait a minute. I need to report first. Li Su didn't care about it. After all, he was the only resident downstairs. He just asked, Can I return the woven bags? Of course. The quantities are recorded. You can just take them. Suhan replied. Li Su saw Li Peng walking away and talking on the intercom, so he went to take back the woven bags. However, the woven bags were still too small. Next time he came, he would have to bring an extra large bag, so that he only had to bring one out. After a while, Li Peng returned. His face didn't show his mood. He looked at Li Su a few more times when he got closer, and there was a little more thought in his eyes. Just now, when he heard Su Han say Mr. Li, he said why he felt a little familiar. It turned out to be the household 1902 in Building 20. I also remembered that someone in the security team said that they occasionally saw the two brothers go out to search for supplies. But every time they came back to check, they found nothing, and their faces were gray, which was obviously very unsatisfactory. In fact, many people now go out without returning, and they may even lose their lives. So the security team is a little lax, and sometimes they just let people go without checking. Of course, this is an extra thing, based on the information Li Peng knows. Li Su lives in 1902, and he must have worked hard because his family has no supplies. He also did so much, which is more suitable for being rewarded than the person who got 3 tickets. Li Peng had just discussed with Li Rui, and after reaching a conclusion, he decided to be a good person at this time. It is true that the two brothers did not like this family very much, but the overall situation was the most important. Thinking of this, Li Peng cleared his throat and said, "You have 6 sticks. In addition to exchanging for more compressed biscuits and flatbreads, you can also exchange for canned food." As he said this, he personally opened the supply box and searched inside, and found a complete canned food. Somehow, Li Su looked at Li Peng's expression, which seemed a bit like cutting flesh and dripping blood, and felt very distressed. However, when he looked closely, he saw that it was he who twitched his mouth. Chapter 217. The person who only got 3 sticks only got half a can, which was a staple food can. Li Su had 6 sticks, so he could get a full can. But when he looked carefully, it was neither meat or fish can, nor fruit or vegetable can, but a soup can. The 2 big words immediately filled Li Su's mind. That's it. Based on the emotion he showed, he really thought it was some kind of delicacies. Li Peng noticed Li Su's slight disdain and said unhappily, "What's that expression on your face? I only gave it to you because you are serious and diligent. Don't underestimate this can. It can heat up by itself. Besides, although this is a can of soup, it still has ingredients in it. If conditions permit, you can add some staple food to it and cook it together, which will make you fuller. Or if the weather gets cold in the future, you can drink a mouthful of hot soup, which is not just a matter of fullness, but a double recovery of mood and sanity." It means that the Li family, who have golden fingers, can still eat fresh ingredients every day. For ordinary people, this is probably a family heirloom. Anyway, this is a can. Li Su handed over the sign, took the can and saw the words mushroom and old duck soup on it. So he put it directly into his trouser pocket, said thank you, left in a hurry, and went upstairs. Su Han was also surprised to see the whole process from the side. Why did Li Su seem anxious and not anxious at the same time? Speaking of being anxious, everyone was in a hurry to go home and eat the pitiful supplies. They had to continue working in the afternoon to exchange for rations. Not to mention that Li Su got a can of food. Although it was just a can of soup, it was much more delicious than compressed biscuits. But when it came to not being anxious, Li Su's eyes and half of his face were always calm. He even looked a little disgusted when he saw the can of soup just now. Strange. Su Han and Li Peng thought at the same time. The latter had to go to other buildings to distribute supplies. But before that, the building manager also had to get paid. Li Peng thought for a moment, found a bag of complete instant noodles from the supply box and gave it to Su Han, and then reminded him, "Keep an eye on it again in the afternoon. Your building has the most plants now. Keep it up." Su Han took it respectfully. He still had to do enough superficial work. Besides, it was a complete bag of instant noodles with vegetable and material packets. I heard that among the materials collected by the property management, all the instant noodles were unpacked and the materials inside were separated. So the reward this time was only noodles. But he had a complete bag this time, so he could save a little and eat 2 or 3 meals a day. This is all thanks to 1902. He sighed in his heart. This chaotic first half of the day finally came to an end. The building was no longer as lively as a few hours ago. Everyone returned to their homes and turned on the cooling equipment, not even taking care of food. Li Su also went straight up to the 19th floor, opened the door, and was greeted by a refreshing breeze mixed with the aroma of food, which made him take a deep breath. Heaven! Oh! Brother is back. Li Xian waved at Li Su and shouted, and poured a glass of water on the coffee table. Once the power was restored, it seemed to be the convenient era before, and the kettle was used. After all, Chinese people are more accustomed to boiling water before drinking. Li Su changed his shoes at the entrance. There was basically some mud on the soles of his shoes, but because they were all dry, they could fall off by shaking, so he didn't want to put them on. However, at this moment, a small thing actually rushed over directly, but soon stopped in front of him. Li Su looked closely. Isn't this the blackback baby in the pet house? I didn't expect that pets in space can be brought back to reality. The blackback baby stuck out its tongue at him. Its chubby black fur was still fluffy, and it looked like a small bread. It looked like he wanted to touch it, but Li Su was worried that he had been pulling plants for a long time without washing his hands, so he resisted not picking it up directly. It was Li Xian who whistled to let it come back, and it followed the sound again. Li Su went to clean his hands, then went directly to the coffee table, picked up the cup and drank it, and then sat on the sofa with a sigh of relief. The kitchen door was closed. Li Fei should be inside. Anyway, when he was not there, the siblings would still solve the problem of food. The air conditioner in the living room was also turned on, and the ice in the big tub was running low. Li Su poured another glass of water and asked, "Why did you eat so late? Isn't it to wait for you to come back?" Li Xian answered with Zanzan in his arms. "Brother, tell me if anything happened?" Seeing his excited look, Li Su half-jokingly said, "If you want to know, why don't you go and do it in the afternoon?" Li Xian shrugged his shoulders and immediately used petting the dog to avoid the topic. His hand speed was so fast that it seemed to have afterimages. Although Li Su did have something he wanted to say, Li Fei opened the door at this time, saw Li Su, and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. It's time to eat." This time, Li Su was actually looking forward to it. After all, working in this weather was not a matter of whether or not to consume energy. Compared with compressed biscuits and instant noodles, what he wanted most was a mouthful of hot rice. On the table was a plate of garlic lettuce, potatoes and beans, dry pot cauliflower, and a large bowl of clear water shield soup. But this time, there was something special floating up and down in the soup. Li Su scooped a spoonful and looked carefully, only to find that it was actually a fish ball. And from the looks of it, it was obviously not frozen instant food. Li Su asked, "When was this made?" "I made this with the fish in the space before." Li Fei served the rice again and said embarrassedly, "It turned out that I put it too deep in the freezer. I just remembered today that it can be paired with soup. Come and try it. The handmade fish balls are more chewy than those made by machines, and even have a hint of natural freshness." Li Su ate half a bowl of rice with the dish first, and then talked to Li Fei and Li Xian about what happened in the first half of the day. However, it was nothing more than trivial matters, so Li Su quickly mentioned the mutant mosquito incident. Li Xian suddenly realized, so the sound I heard at night was not a dream? Although I heard the sound, I should not have been bitten. Otherwise the place where I was bitten would have swollen a lot, and the three of them would have known about it. Li Fei thought, "It seems that we need to use some mosquito repellent products at home." I made a mosquito repellent cream at that time and gave it to Ning Shuan and teacher Meng to try. It may really have some effect, but it is hard to determine without comparison, Li Su said, taking out the flat can of mosquito repellent cream from the system backpack. Li Fei took it up and looked at it again. The smell of mint and wormwood was very strong. She nodded and said, "You can use it first. In addition to this, I will take out some exotic plants from the space. This mutated mosquito is definitely more powerful than the mosquitoes before the end of the world. Such insect and animal disasters are not difficult to see in the end of the world. Not only are their bodies larger than before the end of the world, but their aggressiveness and so-called toxicity have also increased, making it more difficult for humans to survive." Seeing Li Su busy eating, Li Fei suggested, "Brother, why don't I go for you this afternoon? Anyway, it's just one person from home, and it doesn't say who it must be, unless you live alone and can only go by yourself. There is no rule that people with families can only go with the same person." However, Li Su thought about it and shook his head and said, "Forget it. You don't know. Jiang Li's 2 children are here too, and her son and I had a little conflict today. From my observation, The psychedelic powder made from psychedelic mushrooms may have a time limit, and he can get close to me now. When mentioning the former, Li Fei was also stunned. And then he remembered that there was this family. It had been a long time since they met, and now they almost forgot what they looked like. Li Su looked at her again and said, "Now they hate you the most. There is only a small area downstairs, so they are even closer. You can't be sure what they will do to you secretly. You are not afraid, of course, but there is no need to get entangled with them. Not to mention that you can continue to lead people to the space." After hearing this, Li Fei nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work. But I think that in a few days, people in the community may have a commotion. You don't need to do anything for a few days. Stay at home with us and wait until they come to your door." After discussing, the three continued to eat. After Li Su ate and drank enough, he went downstairs again, which was almost the same as digesting the food. After a few days, the community began to accumulate more and more dissatisfaction, as Li Fei had thought. In addition to feeling that the little supplies they received every day were not as good as going out to buy for free. Some people also cried and complained that the pillars of their families died because of this action. But the property management did not say anything at all. There were also many people who were bitten by mosquitoes accidentally. But the toxicity of the current mutant mosquitoes was not very strong. But the itchy patches could not be eliminated for several days and nights. They scratched until they bled, and slowly sneaked away or were unwilling to go down. Li Su also felt that he did not need to be in the limelight. So he stopped after getting 3 skewered sticks each time, and went back when he saw that no one was watching him. Not only was it better to stay at home than to stay outdoors, he also had to go to the space to help. Taking care of the space a little more would make them live more peacefully in the future, which was more useful than cleaning up those plants. Besides, the shrubs, plants and flowers under Building 20 were almost cleared, and the remaining ones were trees. However, the difficulty of clearing the towering trees was just as difficult as their height, and even the tools were used in rotation by the buildings. Su-Han saw that he also had to deal with the trees, and he had been applying for tools in the past few days, so the supervision became more lax, causing many people to slack off. However, some people slack off, and some people still want to get that little ration. What should they do if there are no plants? Of course, they secretly go to other areas to take them as personal income. This situation is no longer a rare thing at this time. In short, the action of clearing plants is getting slower and slower, as if every time it is orderly for a period of time, it will become chaotic again. Li Fei had expected this a long time ago. The community at this time was not like the base in the future, which had a set of strict rules, and would be executed on the spot if disobeyed. Especially the official base where she was, which not only had the materials dispatched, but also weapons that ordinary people could hardly get. When the base was just built, Li Fei saw criminals being shot every day, which was the same as being beheaded at Kaishika, as if it had regressed several decades. It was with such a shock that the base gradually became peaceful and stable. At least it could be rebuilt and reproduced later. But now the property management still had to rely on the help of people in the community to search for their own materials. So they didn't dare to be too strict with the latter, for fear that one of them would rebel if he was not happy. And then, there would only be a scene of both sides being hurt, and there was no reason to talk to the mentally unstable people in the end times. But these had nothing to do with Li Fei. She just had to continue to live in her own world. Chapter 218. In the blink of an eye, the summer space is more than halfway through. Who knows what the space will look like in autumn? After applying for felling tools, Su-Han came to invite Li Su to join the felling team. As long as the felling is successful, the reward will be much more than usual. But the latter declined after hearing about the so-called tools. After the mutation, the trees not only grew taller, but also the stumps became particularly thick and wide. If there was an electric saw, it would be fine. But if there were manual tools, such as axes and saws, how long would it take to cut down a tree? At least during this period of time. It seems that only one tree was cut down in the community, and it was left there because it could not be dragged, causing a lot of trouble to the residents. And all they got were various complaints. Seeing that Li Su didn't want to go, Su-Han didn't bother him anymore. Otherwise it would be a waste of time to build a good relationship, although he might not be considered a good relationship in the former's mind. Anyway, even he felt that the plan made by the property management was beginning to move in an unrealistic direction, and there was no need to be stubborn and make the whole building unhappy. He still wanted to live a little longer. And Ning Shuwan felt that it was better to wander around downstairs than to be one of the troops going out. Whether she could find supplies nearby or not was not mentioned for the time being. She brought a piece of news to Li Fei, who had been staying at home. That is, the community began to recruit outsiders. Li Fei just paused for a moment, but didn't ask anything. There were too many signs that the property management would do this. For example, residents have to be paid every day. And the property management company's own supplies are probably all used up. For example, people may die in the community every day. And it is impossible to carry out the bodies one by one without letting them come in. Even the security team and Zhang Xinghua's men have died. And there are indeed other people who want to come in. Probably people from the old communities around. When there are almost no survivors in the community, they all want to go to the community with more people. Which is exactly the same as the future base. For the property management company, this is a good way to obtain supplies. Because people can't take the house with them after they die. Many of the houses that are all decorated can be moved in with just a bag. But before the end of the world, you have to pay for housing. But after the end of the world, you don't need money. But supplies. The demand for supplies is much greater than what was required when they returned to the community. So a group of people were persuaded to leave at first. But a few still handed in supplies and chose a place to live. And then some who really couldn't find a better place returned. This is the general trend. But the sequelae brought about by it are also quite troublesome. Facing these outsiders, who were not originally from the community, they were not likely to obey the management. And the residents of the community united to exclude them, which led to a confrontation between the two sides. And it became a mess for a while. However, the property management chose to turn a blind eye. Now, collecting more supplies is the most important thing for them. TSK. This community. I always feel that I can't stay there anymore. Ning Shuwan always likes to stay with Li Fei recently. For some reason, breathing around her feels smoother than usual. That's right. Li Fei made a small bag with cotton in the space. Put those dry petals in it. And put it on herself. It can also produce the same effect as the luminous mask. But not as good as the latter. But that's also because Li Fei is used to the luminous mask. And just some leftover petals are already a dimensionality reduction attack for ordinary people. It's like Ning Shuwan vaguely noticed this situation. But she simply thought that the people in the Li family had an inexplicable sense of security. Plus her own psychological suggestion. It became like that. Ning Shuwan had many symptoms of hyperoxia like ordinary people. But after walking around Li Fei for a few days, she felt much better, and could even continue to fight. Sparring. Although Li Fei focused her main attention on the farm space, she actually did not fall behind in practicing this close combat technique. But it was a bit exhausting to have a hearty sparring in this weather. So Li Fei changed a way, which was to show Ning Shuwan her increasingly skilled tendon-grabbing technique. They practiced in 2001. Ning Shuwan lay on the sofa at home, rubbing her arm and asking with a bitter face, "Where did you learn this?" With this skill, she can grab the opponent directly with the first move. And she can't use any fighting skills. Li Fei said honestly, "Dr. Wu taught me." Well, he sounded like a teacher. But in fact, most of it was learned by herself after reading the 2 books he lent her. However, when Wu City was mentioned, Ning Shuwan was stunned. As if she thought of something, her face suddenly became a little paler than before. And she stammered, "Li Fei, I forgot to tell you." "What?" With this expression, those who don't know would think something terrible is going to happen. "I passed by the hospital when I went out yesterday. And found..." Ning Shuwan frowned as she said this. And looked up at Li Fei intentionally or unintentionally. As if she was considering whether to say the following words. "The 8th hospital is already one of the landmarks of District R. Now people who live nearby who go out to look for supplies will inevitably pass by there." Ning Shuwan paused before continuing. "I found that the hospital was closed. It was closed completely, and the rescue troops had also withdrawn." She then asked, "Li Fei, have you seen Dr. Wu these days? After all, they have been through a few hardships together in the end times. And the impression left is not shallow." Li Fei frowned slightly, because she didn't go out much during this period, so she didn't borrow the car keys. However, when checking the surveillance, she occasionally found that he came back. But it seems that he has not come out since he entered the door. Ning Shuwan noticed something from Li Fei's expression, and her expression became complicated. The hospital is closed, so the medical staff must have left and not work. And Didn't someone in the community choose to leave? Maybe Dr. Wu is the same. Speaking of assumptions, there is really no certainty in the tone. However, Li Fei can imagine that the hospital is closed, which must be the same as the closing of the mall at the beginning. Or the survivors have drastically decreased, and the normal operation of the hospital can no longer be maintained. But as for Wu Sini, if she really left here quietly as Ning Shuan said, Li Fei still felt a little regretful. After all, he is a doctor. But if he leaves here, maybe there will be greater development. Of course, they all thought of the worst ending. Li Fei stood up and said calmly, I'll go and see. Okay. Ning Shuan agreed immediately and hesitated. If everything is fine, then so be it. If the situation is not good, just tell me. So Li Fei left 2001, went downstairs, and she came directly to the door of 1901. The foot mat was still black and red, but it was all dried blood, and there was no new blood. Li Fei sniffed closer to the crack of the door. It seems that there is no strange smell? However, just as she was hesitating, the door was opened first. Wu Sini appeared at the door, but he looked very bad, especially his red eyes and nose. As if he had just cried. He looked very bad both mentally and physically. Li Fei hesitated and said, You? She didn't know how to change the words for a moment. She couldn't just say that she came to see if he had died. Right? Although it was normal in the end times, especially for people living alone. By the time others found out, the odor had already overflowed. Wu Sini didn't say anything, but since he found out that it was Li Fei and saw her, his bloodshot eyes had been staring at her. Li Fei had never seen Wu Sini look at her with such emotion before, and she was familiar with this look. Basically, everyone would look at her and Li Su and Li Xian like this from time to time. You? Wu Sini squeezed out a word from his throat, paused for a while, and suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, Why, can you still live like this? Li Fei was a little confused, but the person in front of her suddenly walked straight up and approached her. If this was an ordinary Li Fei, she would unconsciously step back. But Li Fei was no longer the lonely and cowardly Li Fei who survived in the end times. When faced with someone approaching suddenly, she would only counterattack immediately. So she did not fall behind in her practice. Before Li Fei could think of anything, her body had already reacted automatically. She immediately punched the opponent in the chest. With a puff, a pool of blood spilled on her wrist. She didn't seem to use much strength. Did she? Well, what she meant by not having much strength was that compared to the survivors, who were all sick now, one punch could probably send them to the sky. Not to mention that she had just seen him inexplicably have a last burst of energy. Li Fei quickly retracted her fist. She saw Wu Sini kneeling on the ground, with a few drops of blood dripping on the ground. It was an extremely miserable scene. And at this moment, a flash of white flashed before her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Su became larger and blocked Wu Sini, spitting out snake tongues from her mouth, as if giving a warning. If it hadn't known Li Fei, it would have bitten him. As Su Su grew bigger, the distance between the two doors seemed closer, and its tail would hit the door from time to time, making a banging sound. It all seemed to happen almost instantly. What's wrong? The door of 1902 was also opened, and Li Su and Li Xian came over to check while asking. And what came into view was this stalemate. Li Xian reacted immediately, pushed Li Su away, and said, You continue. We won't disturb you. So the door of 1902 was quickly closed again. Li Fei sighed, turned around and said uncertainly, Are you okay? She asked in a low voice. You came over so suddenly just now, so I can only do this. Don't let him get into trouble because of my punch when he was originally fine. I'm fine, Wu Sini said in a deep voice, raised his hand to wipe his face again, and the cuffs of his light-colored shirt were immediately stained with blood. But he seemed to be unable to stand up, so he simply sat back and leaned against the door frame. I'm just not in a good mood. Sorry. This is understandable. Now basically no one is in a good mood. And those so-called bad people will breed a lot of dark psychology later, and then gradually become evil. In this comparison, Wu Sini is already sober enough, and he is more like a kind of depression, but suffering from not being able to vent. What happened? Li Fei asked. I heard that the hospital was closed, and I was afraid that you might have an accident. So I came to see you. So the hospital. Wu Sini took a few deep breaths. But for some reason, He felt a little more comfortable now, as he always inhaled hot air. However, there was still a strong smell of rust in his throat. So he didn't care. The hospital has run out of medicine for a long time. Wusuni lowered his head and said hoarsely. Whether it was the medical staff, the rescue team, or the people lying in the ICU, there was only one result in the end. And later, even the teacher also lay on that bed. In fact, even before the end of the world, he had seen many patients die, especially the large-scale influenza at the end of the year. Although it was influenza, it was an infectious disease that humans could not have enough time to study. So they had to bite the bullet. Not being sympathetic is definitely a doctor's advantage. But when that person was Kong Hung, who was regarded as a mentor, friend, and even a father by Wusuni, he suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. As if the pillars of his life fell one after another. And this was the last one. And he couldn't hold on any longer. Originally, his contract had expired. But he stayed for a while for Kong Heng's sake. But the hospital was already in chaos. Lacking management. Drugs were scarce. And private transactions, all of them were heading towards a seemingly imaginable situation. In the end, there was a sense of the dust settling. Wusuni returned here. But he didn't want to do anything. Even eating as a human should. Dragging this dying body, he felt that he couldn't get through this. With this mentality, he couldn't help but break down when he saw Li Fei. After all, he was also an ordinary person. And his mentality was already broken. So Li Fei didn't think it was abrupt. As for herself, during this period of time, Li Su and Li Xian went out with her. And the latter didn't tell her about certain things in the outside world. So it was true that the outside world was in dire straits. But from her perspective, it didn't seem so tense and intense. But Li Fei had experienced her past life. Before the base was built and stabilized, she understood what the world would be like. Isn't this driving the man in front of her crazy? It's obvious that he has no intention of continuing to live. Sometimes people in the last days leave not because they have no supplies, but because they have no motivation to continue living. That is far more terrible than not having enough food. Li Fei frowned. She didn't ask more. But she knew that the teacher Wusuni mentioned must be someone very important to him. Because she had seen this expression on many people's faces. And even she herself might have been like that at that time. My condolences. This is also what others said to Li Fei. But when she opened her mouth to utter this sentence, she suddenly realized that perhaps these two words not only represent comfort, but also have a kind of reminder and persuasion to let go. But with you in this state, can your teacher be relieved? Li Fei said on the side. As for why I can still live so well. Li Fei paused. Of course, she couldn't reveal her space. But what she said later was true. Of course, it's because I think I must live with my family. Only by believing in this can I have hope of success in the end. In fact, if she didn't have the golden finger, it would definitely be 100 times more difficult than it is now. But at least she was reunited with her family. And she wouldn't collapse so early just for this reason. But then again, after being together for so long, she didn't seem to have heard him mention his family once. Even Ning Shuwan would mention it from time to time. Especially when the communication was cut off. Although she was anxious, she had no choice. After all, it was difficult to leave the area now. And it would be even more difficult if it was from another place. Li Fei thought there might be some hidden secret. But she would not ask it on the spot. And Wusuni still felt a little strange. Maybe it was because of himself. He didn't understand why someone would take the family bond so seriously and believe that he could survive in the end times for this. But he would not ask it. It's useless to ask about something that doesn't exist. No one spoke for a while. And the atmosphere was slightly frozen. Li Fei felt that it was time for him to think about it alone and sober up. But before leaving, she took out the small bag of dried petals and threw it directly into Wusuni's arms. Wusuni was slow to react. And before he could say anything, he saw that the former had gone home. He frowned, took the slightly unremarkable small bag and squeezed it, but found something inside, and was surprised. Susu saw Li Fei leave, and shrank again, lying on him and spitting out snake tongue. Wusuni seemed to feel its concern, patted its little head, and slowly stood up against the wall and went home. As soon as he sat on the sofa, he opened the bag and took a look. There were scattered things inside. He took it out and saw that it looked like shriveled petals. But it was completely impossible to tell what kind of flower it was before. He had no knowledge of plants. There was a person who was proficient in this living downstairs, but he would not be stupid enough to go to the door and ask directly. He knew that Li Fei probably didn't want to do this himself. Wu Sini thought about it, picked up a petal, and slowly raised it to the tip of his nose. He immediately smelled a faint plant scent, mixed with a hint of tobacco smell. I have only heard of plants that can purify the air and absorb tobacco smell, but I have never heard of any plants that can directly emit tobacco smell, although it is not bad. And not only is it not bad, Wu Sini gently closed his eyes. As he breathed, he felt a sudden refreshing feeling in his trachea and lungs. In the past, every breath would be accompanied by a slight or severe burning pain, and he even got used to it, as if he was dragging this body that could lose power at any time to continue to survive. But these few breaths seemed to pull back the most ordinary breath from his memory, reminding him that the original air was so simple and normal. Wu Sini's brows tightened, but soon they relaxed slightly. You know, the plants now have undergone mutations. Who knows if they will mutate into some strange functions? And he always felt that Li Fei seemed to be always so calm and knew a lot. Could it be that he discovered something again? For example, plants that can inhibit high oxygen? Even though he didn't participate, when he came back, he could see that there were fewer plants downstairs. Most of them were bushes and flowers and weeds. It did look a little fresher, but the towering trees were still not solved. But the property management seemed to be suddenly not focused there. He also heard that Meng Yisong had discovered edible plants before, and he quietly collected a lot of them, but did not report the news. This decision is correct. If it is reported, he will have to bear all the consequences. So, Li Fei is like this too? That is indeed understandable. And she could have kept this secret, but she gave it to him. Wu Sini's grip on the bag was not tight, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the end, he put the dried petals back into the bag. It was late, and every household had closed the curtains. He should rest. He was in great need of this thing. After closing his own curtains, Wu Sini supported himself and changed his clothes. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood from his mouth. He couldn't clean it properly. He just lay on the bed, with a faint smell of rust left in his mouth. Fortunately, the power supply was available at this time, and the air conditioner that was not damaged could still be turned on. Although he should choose to eat first, he was even used to the feeling of hunger. It would be better to wait until he woke up to eat some. He originally put the bag of dried flowers on the bedside, but when he came back, he saw Su Su lying on the bag, and she would not leave no matter what. Strange, Wu Sini thought. I haven't seen Su Su so interested in anything other than her favorite food. But he fell asleep soon. He had been having nightmares these days. Today, accompanied by the faint smell of tobacco and wood around him. He rarely slept so well. Whether before or after the apocalypse, workers usually want to retire early, because only then can they sleep until they wake up naturally. After the hospital closed, Wu Sini no longer had to step into that place, and naturally no longer had to go to work and receive endless malicious people. So he woke up naturally today. It stands to reason that after high oxygen, every breath becomes painful. Ordinary people basically suffer from insomnia every night and rarely get a full night's sleep. When they really fall asleep, they may leave this world quietly. Even Wu Sini felt nervous and felt that his hair was going to fall out. But today he slept abnormally well without dreams, and he didn't expect that he actually slept for a whole day and night. He should have been woken up by the heat, but he continued to sleep with such good sleep quality. When he opened his eyes, he saw the quiet dried flower bag placed beside the pillow. Wu Sini slowly picked it up. It was still loose and tight. The complex expression on his face changed several times. Then he decided something and got out of bed to pack up. After a while, he went out and rang the doorbell of 1902. Chapter 219. As for Li Fei after he went back, Li Su and Li Xian did not say anything, as long as the former did not suffer any loss. After a simple packing, they entered the space together and went on to be diligent farmers. You know, they used intermediate fertilizers on some crops before, which can increase the growth rate faster than primary fertilizers. In addition, some crops that use primary fertilizers or have a short growth cycle can be harvested again. However, before the harvest, they still have many other things that have been completed. For example, in terms of construction, a new fish pond and mill have been built, and the fish in the old fish pond have grown up and can be sold. Li Fei thought of the updated settings of the system at that time. So he fished up all the perch in the pond. This time, he checked again and found that there was indeed a weight number next to the name. And each one was slightly different. Considering that the heavier the weight, the more expensive it is, Li Fei sorted them in order, kept the lighter ones for cooking, and sold the heavier ones. But if it is just for sale, the unit price of perch itself is cheap. And even if the weight setting is updated, the unit price of one perch is estimated not to increase too much. It would be great if they could process it before selling it. In fact, they now have equipment for processing. That is, large vats and earthenware jars. They have tried to put river fish into earthenware jars and pickle them before selling them. So it should not only be possible to put crops in, but also fish. But with the clay pot processing, as the gold coins that can be earned in one go become more and more, the increased selling price becomes less. And the unit price of the perch itself is not high. And the total gold coins obtained by processing it with the clay pot may not be ideal. I wonder if there is any machine specifically for processing fish. Anyway, the perch will not go bad if it is placed in the backpack. So Li Fei will do other things for the time being. The 2 fish ponds have been emptied. So Li Fei continued to go to the mall to buy fish fry. First bought a batch of perch fry. And then bought a batch of big white fish fry. And put them all into the clear fish pond. She also planted lotus in the old fish pond, which has bloomed and even prompted that it can be harvested. Li Fei collected it and took a look. It turned out that what was collected was the lotus pod, and lotus seeds could be obtained from the lotus pod. As for the lotus root growing underwater, it should not be fully mature yet. After receiving the lotus pod, the lotus still grew on the water of the fish pond, standing tall and graceful. If it were not for the limited number of lotuses that could be planted in a fish pond, it might really become a scene of a pond full of red and green lotuses, with jade beads falling in the wind. Maybe the fish pond can be upgraded? And the new mill has 2 more stone mills and an oil-making tool. Now Li Fei can process more crops every time. But in terms of variety, for stone mills still seem to be a little too few. But it should be the same as the fish pond, and it can be prepared for an upgrade. Li Fei thought about it and opened the craftsman's table, where he could see the resources spent on building upgrades more intuitively. In addition to the necessary and large amount of gold coins, the materials used have also doubled. And there is also a resource called crystal core. But correspondingly, the benefits brought by the upgrade will definitely increase. The feed factory is still making 2 kinds of feed, and Li Xian has already taken the fish feed to feed the 2 fish ponds. And Li Fei also bought a few lotus seeds separately and planted them in the new fish ponds. After feeding the fish, he took the pet food to the pet house to play with the little spider and the little dog. And Li Fei went into the mill again, and the crops added to the stone mill and oil-making tool started to work, and then went to the tofu mold to prepare to collect the tofu that was being made. Unexpectedly, in addition to being able to collect tofu, there was actually an additional byproduct. That is tofu skin. I don't know if it's a probability problem, or she made enough tofu so it unlocked. In any case, Li Fei collected it first, but she didn't plan to sell it this time, but to save it up and see if the tofu skin can be upgraded to make other items. When she was about to add materials to the tofu mold again, she found that there was an additional option in the mold, dried tofu. Usually, she made white and soft tofu, but she didn't expect that she could make dried tofu now. It seems that she made enough tofu? There was no point in thinking so much. There was some ordinary tofu in stock. So Li Fei chose to try all dried tofu this time. After taking care of the mill, Li Fei walked out and went to other equipment. The workbench can be processed directly. Let's not talk about it for now. The mixing table is the least at present. But Li Fei only uses it to make medicines that can detoxify, and some medicines that can treat injuries and stop bleeding. The rest of the types are just harvested first. So 2 mixing tables are enough. The tailoring table is also producing continuously. Although Li Fei has planted a lot of cotton, he is afraid that it will be of great use in the future. So he still uses reeds and cattails to produce items, such as useful baskets, straw ropes, and cattail mats can also be made. But these have been sold after reaching a sufficient number, and they can also earn some gold coins. After all, reeds and cattails can be collected directly. So isn't that like getting something for free? Freeloaders are so happy. But apart from these, reeds and cattails can also be used to make 2 items, which Li Fei also thinks are quite useful. That is the bamboo hat and the raincoat. These two items appeared in the space and have functions. They must be used to keep out the rain on rainy days. I don't know how they compare to raincoats in reality, but Li Fei still made a few more sets for backup. Then she came to the forging table, and Li Su happened to call her. Li Fei went up and saw that he was holding a dark, large, round object in his hand. She was curious for a moment, but then she suddenly realized. Brother, is the spider shield ready? Since the forging table was used to make spider shields, the forging table has been occupied. Although there is a countdown on it, you can only know the time when you put it on it. Fortunately, they have other forging tables to make it, but it is normal to think about it. After all, it must be a very hard shield. When he looked closer, Li Fei found that the shield was the same purple as the crazy spider. There seemed to be some strange mysterious patterns on it. Doesn't the round shape look like the abdomen of a spider? Li Fei raised his hand and knocked it. The surface jingled and it looked solid. Now he really looks like a warrior. Li Fei nodded with satisfaction. I remember there should be some spider shell drops. Right? If we make all the remaining ones, we should be able to make 2 more. Let's make them all. 1 for each of us. Okay. Li Su agreed and directly found the remaining spider shells and placed them on the forging table. At the other tables, he thought for a while and said, there is also a spider-related weapon, which I will make for you. Oh! Which one is it? When the drawings pile up, Li Fei is busy with other things, so it is easy to confuse and forget. At present, Li Su is busy smelting and forging, so it can be said that he is the most clear about this. Li Su searched in the storage box again and found some materials. Li Fei then discovered that Li Su had actually made a storage box by himself and placed it next to the forging table, so that he could use it whenever he wanted. Yes, as there are more materials in the future, it will be time-consuming and laborious to just organize them. It is better to place a storage box next to each device and pack the required items separately, so that they can be easily taken and seen at a glance. It seems that Li Su has completely adapted to this game. Li Fei sighed in his heart. The materials that Li Su took out were the limbs dropped by the crazy spider. They were so dry that they could hardly see the original appearance. Li Su pointed and said, I have seen the drawings. This spider limb can be made into a spider bow. It must be useful with your sawtooth leaf arrows. So I want to make this first. So far, they mostly use melee cold weapons. In reality, they are more defensive than offensive. So the crossbows they bought are rarely used. However, the lethality of this spider bow may be greater than the crossbows in the camping store. There are materials, so why not make it? It seems good to have a chance to switch to ADC at that time. Li Fei thought of this and asked again, how many weapon blueprints do we have not made? There is 1 more, which was a reward from the order board at that time. The rest are materials. I just looked at them all and felt that there were a few that were more suitable, but I didn't buy them. Li Fei couldn't help but say happily, brother, you are almost a weapon master now. Li Su shook his head helplessly. Isn't this all thanks to this space and the end of the world? Otherwise, why would he pay attention to this aspect? Li Su first found the blueprint and showed it to Li Fei. It turned out that there was also the blueprint of the ice crystal dagger rewarded on the order board. Li Fei looked at the word dagger and thought it was quite suitable for use in reality. There are many people using controlled instruments outside now. I don't know where they suddenly found so many of them. They are all sharp weapons. And there are even homemade weapons with upgraded lethality. Anyway, as long as humans want, their creativity is still amazing. In this way, the dagger seems to be a controlled instrument. In any case, protect yourself first. This ice crystal dagger requires 3 materials. 1 is iron ingot. The second is ice. And the third is ice crystal fragments. Li Fei thought about it and remembered that it was the drop item after killing the big fluttering moth in the ice crystal layer mine. However, the probability of this item dropping is very low. Li Fei now has enough of it because she killed the elite monster at the end and it dropped as a reward. As a weapon, the ice crystal dagger can cause damage and produce freezing debuff. In reality, it should cause frostbite to the enemy. So the 3 of them should have at least one of these weapons. And she has to continue looking for it. Li Fei thought about this and said, brother, then you should do these first. But what are the other things you just mentioned? Li Su opened the mall interface and explained to her calmly. Didn't you drop a lot of loot when you killed the elite bat monster last time? I didn't find any suitable ones for the big wings and pupils. But a lot of teeth also fell off. I think I can make a weapon. Li Fei took a look and saw 4 big words written on the blueprint. Sharp brass knuckles. Can cause bleeding debuff to the enemy. Li Fei's eyes lit up. This bleeding debuff is really good for them, who are good at scraping. Anyway, if the damage is not achieved by then, it will just bleed out. However, when it comes to the weapon of brass knuckles, even though Li Fei and the others have learned fighting skills from Ning Shuan, they have never used this weapon. But Ning Shuan used it very skillfully, and she could knock down a person with 1 punch. So when she saw this, she subconsciously thought that she should be allowed to use it. Unfortunately, she is not an online player. After thinking it over, Li Fei said, "You can make it first. Maybe it will be useful in the future. But if you make so many, will the ingots be insufficient again? The ingots need to be mined manually. But now there are too many places to use them. So they have to make it easier for themselves." Li Su smiled and said, "You'll have to go to the mine again." "Okay." Li Fei sighed. It seemed that after finishing the current work, she would have to continue to go to the mine. Fortunately, they have now reached the second half of the ice crystal mine. The amount of iron ore, coal ore and gems has increased significantly. It's time to make an impact. Chapter 220. Just then, Li Xian also came back from the pet house, followed by the jumping blackback baby Zanzan. I guess little Nini is a spider with a homebody heart. And mutant animals are indeed mutant animals. They have been fed with pet food and nutritional supplements for a few days. According to normal time, the size of the puppy will not be like Zanzan, who seems to have grown bigger and fatter. It is impossible to see the future majesty of the blackback. Did they raise the wrong one? After all, they have never raised a dog. Li Fei couldn't help but think of the Paw Patrol members she met in the hospital. I wonder how they are doing. When I came to my senses, I found that Zanzan was biting my trouser legs at my feet, and there seemed to be a trace of unhappiness on his palm-sized black face. Yes, the mutant pets seemed to have some kind of mental connection with their owners, and the space treated the host and the online players equally, and the feelings were the same. Which means, Li Xian noticed it and said with a squinting eye, "Sister, now we have such a cute dog like Zanzan. You are actually thinking about other dogs in your heart." Zanzan then let out a sharp cry, as if he was also accusing. Li Fei rolled her eyes and replied, "That's not called daydreaming. That's caring." After she finished her explanation, she squatted down and rubbed Zanzan's little head and added, "Don't worry. You will always be our Li family's puppy. So, you should work hard to grow up first." After hearing this, Zanzan shouted a few more times in joy. Li Xian snorted, "Come on, Zanzan. Let's ignore this fickle guy and go fishing with me." After feeding him a wave of pet food, Zanzan is now full of energy and should run wild in the wide space. He immediately followed Li Xian's footsteps. Li Fei hurriedly stopped him and said, "Wait, eat the food first. It's more cost-effective." After hearing this, Li Xian's shoulders trembled, and then turned around and put on a bitter face and said, "Sister, please change your recipe. I've been eating steamed sea bass every day these days. No matter how delicious it is, I'll vomit." God knows why they didn't get tired of eating so many roasted wild vegetables and fruits before. In order to catch more fish every time, Li Fei would make a steamed sea bass for Li Xian to eat before going to the water. It's true that sea bass is tender and delicious, but you can't eat it every day. Although this statement is a bit like being ungrateful for what you have. The background is under normal life. Li Fei sighed. "I know. I'll find you another dish. Wait for me." "Okay." Li Xian's face changed quickly, and he took Zazan to play somewhere else first. Li Fei shook his head and opened the recipe column on the mall interface. However, there are not many recipes to improve fishing skills. There is even a shadow with a golden question mark on it. I don't know if it's not time to put it on the shelf, or they haven't found the ingredients, or they haven't unlocked it. Is there any fish in the water that they haven't caught? But summer has passed for so long, and it has rained for a few days. Li Xian always pays attention to fishing. It doesn't make sense that he hasn't collected all the fish in summer. Is there really a king of fish? So Li Fei can only look for the right one among those few recipes. Since Li Xian doesn't want to eat fish, he has to find a dish that has no fish taste. Fortunately, Li Fei found one quickly, and she didn't expect that she had just picked the key ingredients for this dish. Li Fei immediately bought it and studied it. Recipe: sugared lotus seeds. Required materials: lotus seed X1, sugar X1, Increase fishing level by 1 level. Lasting for 3 hours. This snack-like dish doesn't seem to increase physical strength, but it can increase some life points. And it's small in size, so it's naturally not as good as the finished steamed sea base. So the buff can be maintained for a shorter time. However, Li Xian loves snacks very much, and he hasn't eaten this kind of sugared lotus seed yet. Just based on the novelty, he will definitely like it. But she has lotus seeds, but she suddenly has trouble with the sugar. In fact, it is not difficult, because the sugar cane in the farmland has grown up. From a distance, you can see clusters of sugar cane standing upright waiting to be harvested. However, after the sugar cane is simply harvested, it is only used as fruit. If you want to process it into sugar, you may need other equipment. But Li Xian can't wait to go fishing. Li Fei thought about it, pulled the system and asked, "System, can you lend me some sugar first? I will return it to you later." "Ah?" The system seemed not to hear what Li Fei said clearly. But in fact, as a system, every word of the host can be heard clearly. Maybe it is just unbelievable. Isn't it urgent to use it? I am just borrowing it, not returning it to you. This should be better than other hosts. Right? Li Fei said this with a very reasonable attitude. However, whether the system had bound to other hosts before, Li Fei didn't know, and didn't want to know. She only knew that the system was now devoted to her. The system hesitated for a while, and I don't know if the last words touched it, and finally said, "Okay, this won't happen again. And this time I'm going to give you a time limit. I hope you keep your promise." As soon as the voice fell, a bag of sugar with its own container appeared in Li Fei's system backpack. I guess this icon will appear when she makes sugar herself. And next to it, something like a time-limited task appeared, asking Li Fei to return it within 1 day. Anyway, just get this for free first. Li Fei had lotus seeds and sugar, and made a few more candied lotus seeds in the iron pot. This amount could at least keep Li Xian in a state of skill improvement for a day, and he only needed to eat one when the time was almost up, which was very convenient. After calling Li Xian back, Li Fei handed him the candied lotus seeds, and the former was really happy to see the snack. At this time, Li Su also brought a few newly made copper fish cages for him to put into the waters. After Li Xian was ready, he took various tools and left with Zizan. Li Fei then went to take a look at other equipment. The seasoning was still brewing in the big vat. Take out the pickled vegetables that have been pickled in the earthenware jar. Keep a portion for yourself, and prepare to sell the rest. Secondly, it was the distiller and the small barrel she made at that time. The icons for collection were displayed on the top of the 2 devices. Li Fei waved her hand and put them into her backpack. 2 wine bottle patterns appeared in the backpack. One was relatively wide, a bit like the white wine bottle in Li Fei's impression, and the other was relatively slender, like a foreign wine bottle, probably for easy distinction. Li Fei simply picked up both to check. The former was corn grain wine made in the distiller, and the latter was lychee wine brewed in a small barrel. After opening the lid and smelling it gently, the corn wine had a sweet aftertaste of corn, and the rest was a mellow wine aroma, while the lychee wine smelled more refreshing. And there was also the sweet aroma of lychees. It really smelled like summer had arrived. What to do? She wanted to drink it now, but she had to hold back. These 2 bottles of wine had to be sold today, and then she would make a list tomorrow. If possible, she would start preparing for the winemaking process. Thinking of this, Li Fei reluctantly put the 2 bottles of wine into the storage box. After saying goodbye to Li Su, she was going to work. Target, farmland. Li Su agreed, and seeing that his forging tables were busy, he went to the tailor's table alone to collect a batch of processed products, and wanted to make a new item again. He said he would make a spider bow for Li Fei, but he suddenly realized that the spider limbs could only be used as the bow body. But the bow had another important component, which was the bowstring. Li Su scratched his head and had to open the maul to find a way to make a bowstring. After a quick look, it turned out that bowstrings are not only made of plants, but also made of animal materials and silk. Wait, silk? Li Su suddenly had an idea and took out another thing from the storage box. That was the spider silk they got when they killed the crazy spider and the ordinary spider. Originally, I always thought that this spider silk might be used to make defensive things, but I never thought that it could be used as a part of an item. But since it is silk, it can also be made into silk thread. Right? then can't it be considered to be made into a bowstring? It's like the original soup becomes the original food. These two are the spoils dropped from the same monster. It must be a perfect match. Li Su saw that Li Fei had already entered the farmland. So he also buried his head in the tailoring table and the forging table and started to work. Fortunately, the two equipments were built close to each other. As soon as Li Fei opened the fence gate and entered the field, he found that several wooden fences showed signs of damage. The exotic plants they planted in the summer were enough to resist the zombies. Not to mention that they were in the space for a long time. So they helped to solve the problem. Therefore, if the wooden fence appeared like this, it meant that the durability was about to run out. However, the thorny rose on the wooden fence was still growing well. But once the wooden fence was broken, it would probably fall to the ground. And the next level of the wooden fence seems to be stone fence? This is a huge project. Li Fei looked at the farmland he had reclaimed bit by bit, thinking with both joy and pain. Thanks to the use of primary and intermediate fertilizers, and some crops that don't even need fertilizers, the growth cycle is also fast. So some grains, vegetables, beans, mushrooms, and spices have grown. Li Fei harvested one crop after another, and paused when passing by the land where Chinese medicinal herbs were planted. Most of the Chinese medicinal herbs there were not yet mature. However, in reality, some Chinese medicinal herbs grow very slowly, and Li Fei didn't particularly want to force the growth. The detoxifiers he made before were not used up, and there were still a lot of medicine stored at home, so he let them grow slowly. This time, she came to the fruit field. Last time, she planted watermelons, blueberries and sugarcane here, and fertilized them, and they were all ripe. Facing a melon field, Li Fei was calm, and she was more excited about the blueberry field and the sugarcane field. The blueberry bushes were embedded with dense blue and purple gem-like fruits, as if making the surrounding air sour and sweet. And there is a chance to get more blueberries by collecting this bush. So the number of blueberries harvested in this batch is not small. As for the sugarcane field, for some reason, two different colors of sugarcane grew. One with green and white skin, and the other with purple. But the same feature is that they are very thick and long. If you hold one and chew it, your teeth will be soft, and you won't finish chewing the sugarcane. The system then explained. Host, when you plant sugarcane, two different types of sugarcane will be planted automatically. One is sugarcane, and the other is fruit cane. As the name implies, sugarcane is more suitable for making sugar, while fruit cane is more suitable for fresh eating. There will be a reminder when collecting, so please complete the sugar making as soon as possible. I see. Isn't the time limit task not over yet? Li Fei waved his hand. I'll give it back to you when the time comes. I haven't forgotten. Don't be so stingy. The system was speechless. It made a decision that went against its ancestors. Okay. Damn it. I should have set the time limit shorter if I had known earlier. Chapter 221. It was much harder to collect sugar cane than other fruits. Li Fei finally put all the sugar cane in the field into her backpack, and she couldn't help but sit on the ground and took a few deep breaths. She thought about it, and simply took out a purple sugar cane from her backpack, and found a kitchen knife to cut off a piece. And then she thought of the fruit shop owner peeling the sugar cane skin like she remembered, wiped it, and took a big bite. There was a crisp sound, and Li Fei chewed the crisp flesh once or twice, and she felt a lot of sweet juice suddenly gushed out of her mouth, as if she had drunk a whole mouthful of sugar cane juice, which was really nourishing. Moreover, raw materials like this can actually increase physical strength. So in the end, Li Fei felt that she had recovered her strength after eating this piece of sugarcane and could continue harvesting. Then she harvested a large piece of rubber grass, cotton and European mint, and went to look at the two fruit trees. The fruit trees are still bearing fruit, but they can only be picked after a batch of them are ripe. Now is not the time yet, so she had to go back to check her exotic plant field. Some of the explosive weapon type exotic plants planted last time have matured, as well as auxiliary types. But Li Fei focused on checking the ones she had planted the most recently. For example, the Victoria Amazonica and the golden lacquer tree. At first glance, they look like prototypes, which is also conceivable. You know, the former will definitely grow into a ship that can carry people, while the latter is at least a tree. If we look at the rarity of the game, this golden lacquer tree may have reached the SSR level, and it is still very useful. So it is not surprising that it grows slowly. but the row of spray melons in front, as well as the rubber trees and ivy purifiers that grow specifically in it, seemed to be just one step away from maturity. By the way, although the name of this rubber tree has the word tree, it is actually more like a potted green plant, and its growth cycle is not particularly long. After Li Fei collected some mature exotic plants, he walked a little further and came to the edge of the rice field. The mature rice is a golden color like the sun, and the heavy rice ears are bent down, and they sway in a dancing posture when blown by a breeze. And there is an inexplicable feeling of harvest joy. Li Fei picked up a rice ear and looked at it. It seemed that she had seen that it was full of rice grains. She bent down and took a handful of rice with both hands and pulled it out with force. Basically, she did the same when she collected other crops. In fact, she didn't need to use all her strength. She just pretended to do it, mainly by touching it, and the crops would go straight into her backpack. But what she didn't expect was that this time, no matter how she pulled it, the rice ears seemed to be stuck in the field and could not be collected. Li Fei stopped and wiped the sweat off her face, and asked, "System, what's going on?" The system quickly replied, "Host, to harvest rice, you must use a new tool. This system will give you a blueprint." As soon as the words fell, a blueprint appeared in Li Fei's backpack. She unfolded it and saw two big characters written on it. Sickle. Li Fei frowned slightly at the word and suddenly asked, "I have harvested food before. Why didn't I need to sickle then?" The system paused and whispered, "Because I made a decision that went against my ancestors." "No. Do you have ancestors?" "Why do I feel that this system is a little angry?" "Well, this space is given to me by it. So what if it has a little temper?" Li Fei had to continue checking, and found that this sickle had to be made of iron at the beginning. No wonder this tool was not available when she opened the novice gift package. Seeing that the first batch of rice ears that had finally grown could not be harvested, Li Fei curled his lips and had to temporarily end this operation and return. Li Su had already made a bowstring on the tailor's table, but this bowstring almost used up most of their inventory of spider silk. So if they wanted to make a second spider bow, they had to collect more spider silk. While making the bowstring, the forging table was also counting down to make the bow body. So when Li Fei came back, this spider bow was almost finished. Before Li Su had time to share his experience with Li Fei, he looked up and saw that the latter looked bad and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Li Fei sighed. "But I have to go to the mine right away. There are many more equipments to make, and the ore in the storage box is probably not much." Instead of saying that there is not much ore, it is better to say that there is less coal. If you want to turn ore into ingots, you need coal to burn. So urgent? Then wait a little longer. The weapons are almost finished. It's not too late for you to take them away, Li Su advised. Li Fei nodded to show that she understood, and she still had to make some preparations before she went. If you want to do this, you need to have a plan before you do it. Right? Li Fei opened the little notebook in her heart and thought about it. First of all, the large number of stone fences that need to be made will require a large amount of ordinary raw stones, and the poultry houses and livestock sheds they are about to build, as well as the upgrades of fish ponds and mills, also need a lot. There are also copper and iron ores for tools and equipment, and the very important coal. This time, the task is really long and arduous, so she didn't really want to dig one by one this time, because she still had to kill monsters in the middle. Li Fei turned her eyes and asked Li Su, "Brother, do we still have coal?" Li Su raised his head, thought about it, nodded, and said, "There should be some. In the storage box." "What?" "I'll make something," Li Fei said, opened the mall interface and bought the blueprint directly, then took the corresponding materials from the storage box, picked a forging table that was just vacant, put all the materials in, and started making. Li Su was a little curious, but the countdown had not ended, and only a small pattern was displayed, so he couldn't see what was being made. While waiting, Li Fei went to the workbench to process items, such as the rubber grass that had just been picked, and the sawtooth leaves that had just been harvested. This time, let's see if I have the potential to be a shooter. The newly made items were quickly made, and Li Fei went to collect them again. Li Su took a look and found that there was something dark and round in Li Fei's hand. He squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and then suddenly opened his eyes wide. After all, in the past peaceful times, especially when they lived by themselves, This thing could only be seen on the screen network. This wouldn't be explosive, gunpowder? That's right. The item that Li Fei made quickly was the important item used to start the mining flow. The bomb. Now that they have experience with two types of mines, Li Fei has figured out that the amount of ore that can be burned into ingots increases significantly from the 10th floor, especially from the 15th floor and beyond. There may be ore veins, almost a whole line, and after mining one, the amount will be huge. But now think about it. If you encounter an ore vein, it will be too much effort to dig one by one. So why not listen to Li Xian and start the ore explosion flow? However, Li Fei just went to the mall to look around, and found that the bombs used to start the ore explosion flow are divided into different levels. However, Li Fei first bought a primary small bomb, which only requires copper or and the most important material, coal, to make. She made several portions, each of which was the size of a cherry and presented a deep red color. Li Fei shook it up and down and put it in her backpack for later use. Since they have now updated a list of dishes, they can rely on the buffs brought by the dishes to do anything. Mining is actually classified under the gathering skill. So if she wants this trip to go smoothly, it is best to cook a few dishes first. She bought 2 dishes to improve the gathering skill: fried enoki mushrooms and fried carrot cakes. But the former lasts less time and uses fewer ingredients, which is a low-end version of the latter. Li Fei thought that she should stay in the mine cave all the time, so she directly chose the latter, and then had a dish of fried leeks and shellfish meat to increase the upper limit of physical strength, and a few white and plump big steamed buns for backup. In the copper cup, she also kept boiling water, so that she didn't have to change into a thick set of clothes before going in. And finally, she set her sights on the name of a certain dish. It was the spicy crayfish. Spicy crayfish does not increase the skill level, but it has a special buff, which is to increase speed. But how does this speed increase? Does it increase the movements of the legs and feet or the hands? Forget it. Instead of thinking about it here, it is better to practice it. Moreover, after placing more copper fish cages by the water, although the waiting time is extended, the harvest is several times more than before. Not to mention shellfish meat. Even the crayfish unique to the summer space have been harvested, because she thought that they might not be able to eat them after the season changes. Li Fei did not sell the special harvest immediately. Cooking continued on the campfire, and Li Su came to her with the assembled spider bow and spider shield. Li Fei held the bowstring in her hand and plucked it. It was tight and hard enough. If she had not trained some strength, she might not be able to pull it too wide. She would go to the mine soon, so she asked Li Su to stay and plant another batch of crops. However, since the season was about to change, crops with a good growth cycle should be planted or with the help of fertilizers. Otherwise the crops would wither after just one day. The next step is to do all kinds of processing and production. Li Su is already very familiar with this, so she doesn't need to explain it to him. After the food was ready, Li Fei got up with all the tools and prepared to go to the mine. As usual, she used the transporter to teleport to the 10th layer of the worm soil, ate some food, and dug along the way. This layer of the mine only requires the bone blade, poison sword and stone hammer to switch back and forth. In a short while, Li Fei rushed directly to the last layer with a full backpack of ores. Before going down to the ice crystal layer, Li Fei took out a glass of boiled water from her backpack and drank it. She saw that a cold-repelling buff appeared next to the status, although it was only for a short hour. After that, she ate the spicy crayfish again, which not only restored her physical strength, but also wanted to see what the buff that increased speed was like. But she didn't expect that she would regret it as soon as she finished eating. Maybe it was because of the region. Li Fei basically doesn't eat spicy food. If she eats too much, tears and snot will come out together. Even this crayfish. She only eats garlic and egg yolk flavors in reality. And this spicy taste? As soon as it entered her stomach, it was as if a ball of fire was gushing out, which made her jump into the cave leading to the ice crystal layer mine immediately. She felt that her body and footsteps became lighter, and it seemed that there was still a ball of fire behind her forcing her to keep moving forward. Okay. It turns out to be both. Chapter 222. With the help of several dishes, Li Fei broke through another stage in one go. This time, she came to the 3rd stage. In addition to occasionally encountering bats and moths in front, there were ice zombies that would suddenly jump out to attack. The speed of ice zombies was faster than that of stone zombies. But for Li Fei, she could just swing a stone hammer to smash them. In the end, a lot of ice cubes fell, which could be used in reality. As for the ore vein, she was lucky to encounter one. So she took out the small cherry bomb from her backpack and placed it directly next to the vein. This thing does not need to ignite the fuse, but there is also a countdown on the top. Li Fei had planned the route in advance. As soon as she placed it, she hurriedly ran away while covering her ears. But just when she stopped, there was a bang behind her. But the force was not strong enough to make the whole mine tremble. Li Fei raised her hand and waved the diffused smoke back to that place. She saw many ores and ice scattered on the ground. She just needed to collect them. It was really convenient. Later, she found that the new monster that appeared in the third stage was actually a falcon that kept circling above and occasionally swooped down to attack. Why is there an eagle in the mine? The falcon had very long wings when it spread out, and its curved beak was very sharp. It looked like a low-profile version of Articuno. After dodging several attacks, Li Fei took out the spider bow and put on the sawtooth leaf arrow. The weapon produced in this space, combined with the exotic plants, really gave him a full sense of security. He shot several arrows directly into the sky, and one of them hit the falcon. In addition, he kept scraping it, and finally it fell to the ground with a plop and was refreshed. Li Fei went forward to retrieve the arrows, and then found the dropped items. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be, ding, you get mutant bird meat X1. Well, the falcon is so big, so there must be a few pounds of meat on its body. Right? In the future, when there are biological mutations, the biggest feature is that they become huge. Sometimes, even if they are not zombies, they will have a certain degree of aggressiveness. If the people in the base succeed in the crusade, they will bring back the corpses of the mutant beasts to share the meat, which can be regarded as a resource. However, Li Fei would not eat mutant beast meat now, but it could appear as a drop, and it would definitely be useful in the future. So she accepted it. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Zanzan, who had gained so much weight. Now he didn't need to soften the pet food before eating it. He just ate the pet food in the bowl with a snorting, and his appetite was amazing. Maybe he would be very interested in this mutant beast meat? But speaking of meat, the stock in the freezer area of their refrigerator was about to run out. But that only meant that they were running out of fresh meat. Not that they had no meat to eat. Don't forget that they had stockpiled goods. In addition to those cooking packs, they also had a lot of canned meat, such as braised pork, beef, elbow, tendon. Of course, there was also the most common canned luncheon meat, especially the classic brand of S-City. Even the rescue food was the same. However, even so, Li Fei still has to prepare to build poultry houses and livestock sheds. However, not to mention the materials required for these two buildings. The gold coins required for construction alone are much more than those for fish ponds and mills. And even the money for buying cubs later is more expensive than fish fry. It's time to start saving money. Li Fei sighed in his heart. Fortunately, they have already stored a lot of food and vegetables in the granary, and they can manage it normally according to the progress of the game to make money. But if he has to choose one, Li Fei will choose the poultry house first, because when the poultry house is built first, not only can you eat meat, but also eggs. Eggs can't be put in the freezer, but they are more difficult to store than meat. In his previous life, Li Fei could only eat meat-like items at most, but eggs seemed to have become something that existed in his memory. I must realize the freedom of eggs at that time. Li Fei clenched his fists and thought, well, step by step. Let's break through this stage first. With this motivational mentality, Li Fei finally killed the elite monster at this stage, which was several times larger than an ordinary falcon. The wind it flapped when it flapped its wings made people unable to open their eyes. In the end, it also dropped a crystal core and a large amount of meat and bones. The bones of this mutant beast should have the same function as the bones dropped by zombies. Thinking that the time was almost up, Li Fei left the mine with a backpack full of harvest. The sky outside the mine had changed, but the days were usually long in summer. So at this time, the sunset and the moon, the rose and the snow blue coexisted in the sky, which was very beautiful. Li Su had already watered the farmland and selected some suitable seeds to buy and plant. Li Fei saw from afar that several rows of tall electric sunflowers that had not yet completely closed were continuing to absorb the weak sunlight and convert it into useful electricity. And this night, They welcomed the same farm elite monster as last time. Li Fei's wound had healed, but there was still a trace of pink left, like a scar. But she herself didn't care. Who wouldn't have a few scars in the end times? Besides, this scar can also remind her, just when facing this fire zombie. The system once again gave a reminder, proving that they have to deal with elite monsters again tonight. During the time when Li Fei went down to the mine, Li Su, who stayed behind, was not only working, but also making another weapon suitable for them on the forging table. The ice crystal dagger. Maybe the dagger is smaller in shape, and it was almost finished when Li Fei came back. And this one, naturally, was given to her. So with the help of strange plants, Li Fei and Li Su worked together to defeat the fire zombie. This time, Li Su was responsible for seduction, and Li Fei remembered the problem of attribute restraint that Li Xian discussed with him last time. So he tried it with the ice crystal dagger. Daggers are suitable for stabbing. So Li Fei found the right time to stab the fire zombie a few times, causing smoke to come out of its hot skin. The freezing buff was added, but it was not obvious from the outside. That is, the speed was a little slow. Originally, it was slow to charge when shooting fireballs from its mouth, and it was even slower now. Li Su swung the stone hammer and smashed it hard, and all the attacks of the strange plants hit the zombie, and finally killed it successfully, which was more convenient than the last time. And there are life peaches in the strange plant field, so even if any plant is injured, it can slowly recover to normal. The fire zombie still dropped the fire essence. Originally, Li Fei had no idea about this material. She only knew that it could definitely make fire potions. But today she glanced at the mall and saw a blueprint that could be used. It was exactly the material she needed to make the highest level of bombs today. This top-level bomb. I'm afraid it will blow up all the ore on the half floor. Li Xian also came back, and Zizan was still following him. I don't know if this can improve the former's taming skills. But Li Xian just whistled, and Zizan went to the pet house alone. After another busy day, Li Fei told the two about his plan. Calculating the days, the pollen dust storm and hurricane are not far away, and they can start making money to prepare for the space season change. In the spring, they waited for the arrival of summer like this, and planted various crops and exotic plants on the first day of the summer space, focusing on not wasting anything. In autumn, they not only have to farm, but also build buildings, so they need more gold coins than before. Next, they must work at full capacity. Li Xian will go fishing again, and continue to eat skill-enhancing dishes every time, resulting in the best cost-effectiveness. Li Su and Li Fei will continue to process products, and then the former will sell them. In this way, after earning and saving money, they will go to the autumn space, and they can farm and build at the same time. After briefly describing the future plan, Li Xian went to sell items in the shipping box, while Li Fei and Li Su went to make equipment. The latter first burned a large amount of ore in the furnace, and used the first few iron ingots burned to make sickles on the forging table. The former used ordinary raw stones to form a stone fence and replace the damaged wooden fences. However, after replacing the stone fence, the hedge roses can still cling to it, which looks a bit medieval, because a lot of rubber grass had been processed on the workbench before. A lot of rubber was obtained. Once the other materials were made, Li Fei started to make distiller and barrels. Finally, when 2 distiller and 4 barrels were made, it seemed to be getting late. Li Xian also sold all the harvests. It was time to go home. Li Fei put sorghum in the 2 distiller, and in the barrel, Li Fei put bayberry, blueberry, lychee, wheat, and tried them all. The 3 of them also unknowingly improved themselves during this labor. Li Fei's farming skills were upgraded to level 3, and gathering and cooking skills were upgraded to level 4. Li Su's tailoring skills were upgraded to level 2. Forging and farming skills were upgraded to level 3, and gathering skills were upgraded to level 4. Li Xian's fishing skills were upgraded to level 5. Domestication skills were upgraded to level 1, and trade skills were upgraded to level 4. Li Su was like accumulating a lot of experience, so some of his skills were upgraded several levels at once, while Li Xian took a steady approach and now has the highest level of fishing, and the others were also upgraded slowly. The most important thing is that the 3 people's physical strength has also increased, and even Li Xian is now in the 20s, which is very useful for farm work. After dealing with today's affairs for the time being, they returned to reality, where the sun was still shining brightly. After a busy day, They were already hungry. But at this time, the food they made was relatively easy to complete and filling. Li Fei also exploded a lot of ice cubes when blasting the mine. So he suggested making cold noodles to eat. They did it right away. And cold noodles were also quick to make. So soon, everyone got a bowl of ice-cold noodles with a lot of ingredients on top. I don't know if there is this recipe in the space. Li Fei couldn't help thinking while slurping the noodles. If there is, it probably can increase physical strength and increase the cooling buff. Right? After finishing dinner quickly, the three of them got busy again. Li Su went to the kitchen, while Li Fei and Li Xian were doing experiments with a few flower pots. The flower pots were made in the space before leaving, and soil from the farmland was added to them. Li Fei also made a lot of high-grade moisturizing soil and brought it back. However, one of the flower pots had already been transplanted with plants. Li Xian squatted down and looked at it, and saw that there were pink plants like slender vases inside, which should be pitcher plants. This pitcher plant grows 4 or 5 in parallel, and each root is clearly straight. It looks harmless to humans and animals now. I don't know what it will look like if it encounters mosquitoes. After all, it is considered a strange plant for the mosquitoes that have already come out. They also made a batch of mosquito repellent cream. In fact, this mosquito repellent cream can also be sold as a processed product. But this is not the only way they can make money. It's better than getting a big lump on your body. When the temperature drops in the future, they will sleep in separate rooms, and then use a mosquito net on each bed to provide more isolation. As for Li Fei, she made a few flower pots and brought them over, preparing to try to grow a few plants indoors. This plant must like sunlight and not be afraid of high heat. So Li Fei bought a few electric sunflower seeds, matched with intermediate fertilizers and moisturizing soil, and it will probably grow up soon, and then start to absorb sunlight and convert it into electricity 24 hours a day. At that time, we can find a way to transfer it to the electrical appliances at home, so that continuous power supply can be achieved. As for the principle behind this, well, don't worry about it. It's just a golden finger. After finishing all this, it's time to wash up. But at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Li Fei suddenly felt that it might be him. After all, he had just given him a sobering punch not long ago. In any case, let's go and take a look first. Chapter 223 Hurricane plus Pollen Dust Storm plus Insect Plague. So Li Fei went to open the door, and it was indeed Wu Sini outside the door. But compared with the previous unpleasant encounter, he was obviously more energetic. Of course, she gave him all the dried petals of the luminous tobacco. Even if they were just some discarded dried petals, they would be of great benefit to people who have always been immersed in a high-oxygen environment. And she had reason to believe that Wu Sini must have had a good sleep, which could be seen by outsiders. Li Fei narrowed her eyes and asked calmly, "What do you want?" Even though she was almost used to Li Fei's temper, Wu Sini seemed to consciously associate it with the previous scene, and pursed his lips awkwardly before saying, Sorry. If you want to apologize, forget it." Li Fei waved her hand. "This is not a serious matter. It's better to say, I didn't hurt you with that punch. Did I?" After all, she went to wash her hands before leaving. "No." Wu Sini immediately shook her head and denied it. Nowadays, many people have symptoms of coughing up blood, and it can't be said that it's all because of you. Okay. Li Fei agreed. Since he said he was fine, she let it go. "Then you didn't come here just to apologize, did you?" "No." Wu Sini's face became serious, as if he had made some resolution, which made his jawline more resolute. He asked, Do you want to go to the hospital?" Li Fei had just been busy all day and was a little tired now. She didn't understand what Wu Sini meant. Hasn't the hospital been closed? Hasn't he stopped working there? Wu Sini said seriously, "I mean to go to the hospital. I know there are back doors and secret doors there, so I can go in quietly." Wu Sini didn't say those words in the end, and said them more obscurely. Li Fei finally understood. This is an invitation to go shopping for 0 yuan. There are a lot of good things in the hospital, especially medicines. Now that the hospital is closed and no one is guarding it, isn't it the best time? Moreover, the authorities did not seem to clearly inform the public why the hospital was closed. So how could people not be suspicious? Moreover, some people must think that there are drugs for treating hyperoxia in the hospital, and seeing that no one is in charge, they will definitely go to buy them for free. But Li Fei suddenly felt that Wu Sini's expression was somewhat familiar. And after thinking about it carefully, she suddenly realized, isn't this just a pure fan withdrawal and backlash? It seems that he was really stimulated during his time in the hospital. In fact, even before the end of the world, some hospitals were quite deep. And the things that could be exposed were because the things were too big. Not to mention after the end of the world. Wouldn't it be a mess? However, what happened? Li Fei was not going to delve into it. Now that this question was clearly stated, she had to answer it. And Wu Sini was also waiting quietly. Looking back, he had mentioned it before. But it was interrupted by the authorities. And it has continued until now. Now he has made an invitation again. But Li Fei has some other ideas. Although the hospital is not far from them, ordinary people will not be able to search all the items in it at once. It is considered a large-scale dungeon. So if you really want to go, you may have to go several times in a row. And exclude the storms you may encounter on the way. But the pollen dust storm is coming, accompanied by strong winds that can even blow doors and windows. And then a large amount of pollen will flow into all the gaps until they are filled. It is not a good time to go outdoors at this time. Moreover, Li Fei has made plans for the next step. Even if they go to 0 yuan shopping together, she doesn't want to change it easily. The most important thing is that after the pollen dust storm hits, she, Li Su, and Li Xian are going to stay at home. Li Fei paused and said, let's go next time when we have the chance. Why? Wu Sini seemed a little confused. Maybe in his eyes, Li Fei would go as long as there was a chance, and would not hesitate so much. Now the hospital is basically unguarded. If others want to go in, no one will stop them without going through the back door. At that time, the supplies inside will be looted. I know. But, as Li Fei spoke, he walked out of the door, closed it behind him, and slowly walked toward the corridor. Wu Sini followed him, all the way to the windowsill at the end. The bright sunlight fell down, forming a faint glow on the two of them. Li Fei pursed his lips and said, look at what's happening outside? This sentence seemed familiar. And Wu Sini's memory was not bad. He remembered that the last time Li Fei mentioned this, he told him about the polar day. Could it be that this time? Wu Sini looked over and opened the window. Unexpectedly, a wisp of hot wind blew in his face, mixed with a baking hot breath and a hint of sweet and bitter taste. Once there is a strange smell in the environment, it means something will happen next. Wu Sini looked up again. The golden sun was still there, but there were large patches of cotton-like clouds next to it, which were even a little bright and dark. It was a bit like it was going to be windy. Li Fei liked to talk to smarter people, and reminded, you should go out more to collect supplies in the next few days. Collect as much as you can. You may not be able to go out later. What about you? Wu Sini asked. Li Fei glanced at him and explained. When you were at work, I certainly went out. And sometimes I would go with Ning Shuwan. So you should pay more attention to yourself. These words were not entirely false. Okay. Wu Sini lowered her eyes and said with a vague and profound tone. I feel better now. I should be able to move normally. Li Fei certainly understood that Wu Sini was suspicious of the flour bag, but she was not going to explain anything more. If it really didn't work, he would just throw it away. But she also thought he wouldn't throw it away. Then hold on a little longer. Human life is worthless now. Li Fei shrugged. Wu Sini glanced at her and couldn't help but say, I feel like you seem to have changed a little. Li Fei. Li Fei glanced at him suspiciously and asked, how do you feel? I had a good sleep. What? Do you think you are still dreaming? But there are some changes. Wu Sini sighed. For example, when we first met, you seemed to be more relaxed and talk more. Li Fei frowned slightly. Perhaps because she had experienced her past life. She didn't like others to see her clearly. However, she should have changed a little in this life. After all, she had a golden finger. And she lived a smoother life in this life. She was not as bumpy and displaced as in her previous life, and became cold-hearted and cold-faced. In the end, she was not like this originally, but was forced to do so. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of the people around her. Didn't she also gradually see his changes? She curled her lips and said, instead of talking about me, why not talk about yourself? Maybe something touched him. Wu Sini was stunned. His ears were red from the sun or something. He then asked softly, Li Fei, what was your first impression of me? Li Fei didn't understand why Wu Sini suddenly changed the topic to this, but still thought about it and answered honestly. Smiling. Slick. Sloppy. And unruly. Wusunee's face was complicated. And he stammered. No. Not that bad. Why not? Li Fei asked back. As a highly educated person who specializes in studying science and technology. He opened his mouth and said something weird. Wouldn't his personality collapse? It's weird. Right? When did he say the words monsters and demons? Wusunee couldn't remember. And he had a feeling that he might have said it unconsciously. Li Fei still didn't stop. And continued. Also, when have we met? You didn't smile frivolously? Even in this situation. It's a good thing you can smile. And sometimes you are slick. You don't really think you look cool like this? Wusunee's face turned pale and red. And then whispered. If you don't like it, then I won't do it again in the future. Huh? Could it be that he was really provoked? In fact, there is a question that has troubled Li Fei for a long time. But it is not a serious and important question. So he has never asked it. Now seems to be a suitable time. Li Fei raised her eyebrows and asked. Did the director team really give you a character? You know, she still watches the downloaded videos, which contain many different types of documentaries. If even documentaries have so-called scripts, then she and Li Xian might as well switch to handheld games. Li Xian, great. Go online with my sister? Wusunee suddenly felt that he didn't understand Li Fei's strange ideas. But he suddenly felt a little confused about a certain word. If I say. He paused, then whispered. This is not the character given to me by the director team, but the character that was established when I was a child. Li Fei was shocked, and felt that she had inadvertently opened a very secret topic. Who would tell others directly about their childhood? And from the sound of it, it seems that there are still some secrets. It's a bit embarrassing. Li Fei wanted to run away. Anyway, she probably wouldn't see him again in the next few days. As for the character setting, I actually have one, so I won't dwell on it. However, Wusunee smiled lightly, automatically skipped the topic, and suddenly said, Don't talk about me. Li Fei, aren't you actually a little different from your appearance? Li Fei paused, looked at him coldly, and asked, What do you mean? Nothing. The two of them seemed to have become two riddlers. But through their expressions and eyes, both seemed to know some of the answers. Wusunee was taller than Li Fei, and generally older. His black and white pupils now showed a little condescending feeling, as if smiling but not smiling. I know there are many things you don't want to say, which are secrets that others must not know. But we have known each other for so long. I hope you can trust me a little bit. Li Fei said coldly, except for my family. I will not trust anyone completely. Then at least come a little bit. Wusunee's tone actually sounded a little aggrieved. You trust Ningxuan more than I do. And we are the first to know each other. Right? Li Fei snorted and threw a boomerang. Isn't it because you have a personality? How could I trust you more? Wusunee. HP1. Then, he seemed to have made another decision. Turned his head and said softly, I will no longer maintain that personality in the future. Okay? I originally thought that as long as I showed it, I could blend in with the familiar crowd, and I would be able to maintain the surrounding relationship smoothly in the future. But now it is the end of the world. Maybe the people I used to know will become fewer and fewer, and I don't have to keep it all the time. Li Fei remained silent and did not answer. Wusunee said self-deprecatingly, It's just that you probably won't like my original personality. That's something I'll have to see first. Li Fei curled her lips slightly. I'm curious about what it will be like. Anyway, just stop showing that arrogant face. Wusunee found that Li Fei's smile was more revealed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This smile was over. But the invisible wind outside the window was mixed with some of the floating fine dust particles, hitting the swaying branches and leaves, and also hitting the glass. But the force was not strong enough. It's a pity that the wind is not cool in this weather. Even if you feel it, it's just a heat wave. Wusunee quickly closed the window. In just a short time, he felt that the dust had flown in. Some of it fell on the ground, and some of it sprinkled on his body. But in a blink of an eye, it didn't look like sand, but it was very dirty. Li Fei looked at the windowsill and felt that it would be necessary to reinforce it. Otherwise it would be blown away by the strong wind, and the pollen would still flow into the corridor and swirl. She thought about it and reminded, The weather is so bad, so I advise you to hurry up and stock up more supplies. You may not be able to go out smoothly next time. Okay. Wusunee agreed. Then see you next time. He could answer so fluently because he had seen the severity of the so-called natural disasters. And this wind certainly did not rise for no reason. It might also form a disaster-like degree in the future. Li Fei was right. He had to hurry up and prepare. The hospital has become a thing of the past. All dissatisfaction, resentment, and sadness should be abandoned. In the end times, the only right thing to do is to keep moving forward. This sentence of "see you next time" was a blessing. Li Fei nodded, and the two of them went back to their rooms. Chapter 224. So in the following days, the Li family thoroughly prepared for the next natural disaster. But the community was still in full swing. Although the number of survivors was decreasing, the community was also accommodating newcomers from outside. These newcomers also had to follow the orders of the management after moving in. So looking down from the upstairs, except for the towering trees, most of the low plants were really eliminated. However, after being eliminated, they were still flammable. So the property management also took out a few iron buckets to burn all the plants. Since some people died in the security team and the original team, the property management was still organizing newcomers to continue to form a new team. Now it seems to be almost formed, but it still needs to be adjusted. As for the towering trees, since no one was willing to cut them down in the later period, only a few trees were cut down in the community, and the branches and leaves were still very dense. However, it is said that the trees that were cut down were not just left on the ground. In addition to Zhang Xinghua being a carpenter, Li Rui would also see if the newcomers had any special skills when accepting newcomers. This resulted in a lot of craftsmen, and some items were even made with so many materials and sold. Ning Shuan is now Li Fei's informant. In fact, she originally wanted to invite her to go and take a look. But once Li Fei went out, Li Su and Li Xian could not go to the space. So Li Fei politely declined. So Ning Shuan went to see it alone, and told Li Fei what she had said after she came back. It turned out that most of the wood they used to make were tools and weapons, and some were processed into more lethal types, and sold at a high price. So basically no one was interested, and some people, who didn't know if they had a flash of inspiration, actually collected some edible plants. And they probably didn't feel any problem after eating them. So they also took some to sell. But many people thought that these strange-looking plants must not be eaten. So this business was difficult to do. Ning Shuan also brought news about 1802. It was said that Xia Luo was also sick, and all the big and small matters were taken care of by Meng Yisong. And now, he couldn't find anyone for the time being. But I heard that Meng Yisong had formed a team with Wu Sini. After all, the latter had a vehicle. But now that the hospital is closed, it is difficult to find medicine that specifically treats the symptoms of hyperoxia. I don't know if they will risk going to the hospital to look for it. Even if they go to search, the probability of success is estimated to be low. Xia Luo fell ill, and Li Fei was not too surprised. She and Meng Yisong were able to hold on until now, probably because they dared to find strange and edible things as food and would not be hungry all the time. As for Ning Shuan, she suspected that she had given her a bottle of space well water that time, and Wu Sini, let alone drinking well water, had that dried flower petal cloth bag, so she could hold on until the hyperoxia decreased. After all, people can't see air, and they can't tell its oxygen content with the naked eye. But Li Fei knew that the high oxygen would gradually decrease to the normal range in the future, especially in the polar night. In other words, this pollen dust storm is a moderate point. It's a pity that people can feel that their illness is getting better, but they still have to continue to resist natural disasters. And Li Fei stayed in the space as long as possible during this period. After harvesting sugarcane last time, Li Fei started making sugar without stopping. This sugar production does not require additional equipment. It must be sent to the mill for processing first, then put into the iron pot for boiling. And finally this portion of sugar is obtained. However, she must return the sugar to the system first. The system accepted the sugar and cancelled the time-limited task. The sickle was also made, and Li Fei used it to cut the mature rice ears in the rice field. These rice ears did not need to be made as separate equipment. They were sent to the mill for processing and husking, and then they became white rice. Li Fei roughly calculated that 1 square meter of field can produce about 10 kilograms of rice, and 10 kilograms of rice can produce about 7 to 8 kilograms of rice, which means that this rice field can produce hundreds of kilograms of rice. For a family of 3, these hundreds of kilograms can be eaten for several months. In addition, rice fields are crops that grow 3 times a year, except for winter. This rice field will always exist and continue to grow. It's just that the number is large, and the processing time is also longer. Li Fei must set aside a separate mill to deal with the unmilled rice. Anyway, they now have new rice to eat. In the farmland, they also harvested a wave of fruits and vegetables, mushrooms and beans, as well as the Chinese medicinal herbs they planted last time, and lotus roots grown in the fish pond. Since the wooden fences should be damaged slowly in the future, Li Fei first made a batch of stone fences for backup. In the mall, she did find a good equipment for processing fish. That is, fish blasting machine. This blasted fish is also called smoked fish, but S-City still calls it the former. Once the fish caught is processed in this equipment, the selling price can be increased several times, and it can also be put in several rows and columns at once, like a small bucket, which has some signs of becoming a school. Li Fei thought this equipment was good, but she needed a key material: salt. To make it, Li Fei had other materials, even materials for making fried fish. But she had a headache with this one. Did she really have to build a salt well to get salt? With a sigh, Li Fei decided to do something else first. The sorghum put into the distiller before had become fragrant wine. The wheat in the small barrel had become beer. And the lychee, bayberry, and blueberry had all become sweet fruit wine. Li Fei was going to sell all of them first and check the price. But she had already sold a grain distilled wine and fruit wine last time. The former was a little more expensive than the latter. But in terms of materials, small barrels were more convenient to make. What is there to worry about? My lord. She wants it all. Let Li Su make a few more iron pots first, and Li Fei will continue to burn or to make equipment. Finally, 5 distiller and 10 small barrels were made in one go, although these 2 equipment only need to be assembled. Burning ore is time-consuming, and after it is done, the furnace continues to burn ore. The distiller was filled with sorghum. She originally planted this crop for wine making, but she kept one and added a new material: rice. But if you think about it, you can know that if you use rice to make wine, the final product should be rice wine. As for the small barrel, she probably put lychee and bayberry in it, and finally put blueberry. After her experience, Li Fei came to the following conclusion: lychee and bayberry are agricultural crops with a high unit price. Once they are processed with equipment, the selling price will rise rapidly. Although the unit price of blueberry is not expensive, one plant can produce multiple blueberries, and it can grow continuously. The price is based on quantity alone. Selling them in this way should be more valuable than spending time to make wine. So in the end, she plans to make wine with lychee and bayberry. Besides, fruit trees produce a lot of fruits. They keep a part of the fruits of a fruit tree for themselves, and the rest cannot be brewed until the season changes. Of course, it is also because they don't have many equipment. But I think when they have enough equipment to slow down an entire house, they can plant a lot of fruit trees at once. Right? In addition, they still have a lot of watermelons and newly harvested blueberries. So even if they keep some for themselves, the rest can be sold at a good price. The winemaking business came to an end for the time being, and Li Fei turned his attention to sugarcane. Sugarcane is usually grown in meters in length, and the ones produced in the space are about twice as long. You have to bend your neck completely to see the top. If you cut it into sections, it must be more than 10 pounds. Right? One stick is enough for their family to eat for a few days. So Li Fei can still use them to make a lot of sugar. The white sugar is almost the same as when Li Fei first stocked up. And if you want to make syrup from sugar, you have to use an iron pot again. So Li Fei asked Li Su to make a few more, which can be used at this time. While making syrup, Li Fei looked at the beehive blueprint again. In addition to syrup, she also needs wood, coal and iron ingots. Never mind how it is made. Just follow the requirements above. Finally, a triangular-topped yellow wooden beehive appeared in front of Li Fei, which really looked like a warm little home for bees. But even if there is a beehive, without flowers, bees can't collect honey, and flowers must be planted within the specified range around the beehive to be effective. And it is impossible to make only one beehive. So Li Fei has to find a piece of open space to place multiple beehives and plant flowers. Fortunately, there are still a lot of open spaces in the space, but it takes a long way to get there. Li Fei found a place with more green plants nearby. Although these green plants might be cut down by her one day, they can eventually become a sea of flowers, which is always worth it. Li Fei found a place to put down the beehive, and then opened the mall interface to buy several plant seeds that can bloom and collect honey in autumn. Especially one of them, which can be collected even in winter. Recalling that it didn't rain much in the whole summer space. I don't know if it was because the few showers in reality were put into one day, which is less than in spring. But as the saying goes, one autumn rain brings one cold. Maybe there will be more rain in the autumn space. Looking at the empty farmland, she had to harvest those exotic plants on the last day. However, during this period of time, the community seemed to have gradually become a little messy. But this mess was reflected in the buildings, probably because it accommodated a lot of outsiders. And some chose to live in the row of buildings 20 because of the artificial lake and the community gate behind. Perhaps they had heard about the deeds of 1902 from other places, but did not believe it, and had the same idea as the initial residents. It was hidden so mysteriously. There must be a lot of supplies in that room. So they found different tools, and tried to break through the door of 1902 again. It was a pity that the clematis net that had just been put up not long ago still had a lot of power. Directly entangled all those people, bleeding profusely, and there were no less screams, and blood slowly flowing in at the door. But Li Fei and the others only discovered it when they came back. The original residents of Building 20 all shook their heads. Why don't they listen to what they say? Some people still want to clean up the plants in the community. Because although this action is faded, the property management still posted a notice that people can go to collect rewards with newly unearthed plants or trees cut down by the group. It is probably because of accommodating new people that they have received a lot of supplies. The team is still patrolling every day, and they will deal with the smoldering scene immediately. And there has really been no fire since then. But they don't know why the wind has suddenly become stronger recently, often blowing those lush trees, and sometimes blowing the remaining branches and leaves on the ground into a whirl. The wind didn't matter, but many people chose to go out, and all of them complained that the flying dust blew all over their bodies, making it difficult to breathe. But later they began to discover that the dust that fell on the ground seemed not just dust, but something smaller than dust. Most other people couldn't recognize it, but Meng Song, who had studied plants, recognized it. This turned out to be pollen? His first reaction was, how could so much pollen be produced? However, he probably had been popularized by Li Fei himself, so he knew the information about mutant plants in advance. Plants have mutated, so can pollen still be normal? But too much pollen is not a good thing for humans. However, what he couldn't imagine was that the so-called pollen later was no longer a quantity that could be described by just one word. Chapter 225. On the last day of the summer space, the Li family rested for half a day, as if they were waiting for the game to end. The copperfish cages caught a lot of fish. As long as there were one or two, the amount in them would be enough for them to have a meal. Li Su then collected a wave of bullfrogs to cook. Although they didn't look good on the outside, Li Fei was not disgusted after peeling the skin. Bullfrogs are usually cooked in dry pots, and the bullfrog pot also contained a lot of prawns and seasonings, which was fragrant. In addition, there were stir-fried bean shreds, sweet and sour lotus root cubes, lettuce with oyster sauce, a big bowl of sour and sweet tomato enoki mushroom tofu soup, pickled radish, cucumber, mustard greens, and so on. I cooked some new rice in the rice cooker today, and I made a lot of watermelon smoothie in the juicer. In addition, Li Fei also found a bottle of honey grapefruit wine from the storage box. Although Li Xian can't drink, he also has his own iced happy water. At this time, he has already opened a can and leaned against the balcony, looking at something. Since I raised Zizan in the pet house, I occasionally bring him back to reality. After Zizan sniffed around the house, he was so familiar with it that he thought it was his territory. Li Fei took out the pet supplies he found when he went out for $0 shopping before, and set up a small nest for him at home. After that, I played with him as much as I wanted, such as tug-of-war ropes, chewing toys, etc. This mutant animal is different from other animals. Not only is it smart enough to learn commands as soon as it is commanded, but it has grown up a little bit in just a few days, and it doesn't need to eat soft food or supplementary food. Li Fei recalled that the mutant animals that followed their masters in the base in their previous life could also be considered pets. They could not be as picky about food as they were before the apocalypse. They almost ate whatever their masters ate. In addition, they were all mutants, so there should be no taboos. So sometimes when they took Zizan over, they would occasionally give him something to eat, and he would grab it as soon as he jumped. Besides, Li Fei collected a lot of snacks when he searched the pet store, which would not expire if placed in the storage box. And it also brought some convenience to Li Xian's taming skills. This did not mean that Li Fei and the others did not pay attention to the little spider. Li Fei did want to bring the little spider back to reality, but the latter seemed to only like to stay in the pet house. Unlike Zizan, it was not an omnivore. It only liked insect food and system pet food. Well, I think it will come in handy when there is an insect plague. But in the end, these two little guys should still be in the larval stage. And there is nothing else about them except being cute. At this time, Zanzan was lying at Li Xian's feet. Although he didn't know what his master was doing, he just wanted to be with him. Li Xian drank a can of ice-cold happy water. But he was a little unhappy, even though the room was still filled with a faint aroma of food. Outside the fully transparent floor-to-ceiling window balcony, the sunlight was inexplicably darker than before. But it was not because the sun had set. Otherwise the sky would have turned completely dark. It was because a lot of thick or thin clouds were floating over, which covered the sun by 6 or 7 points. Li Xian had already learned from Li Fei what the next natural disaster would be, so he really felt that the clouds were covering the sun because of the wind. However, the clouds were not stained black, but they were unusually thick. Otherwise there would be a sign that the dark clouds were about to destroy the city. After watching the scorching sun for a long time, most people would think it was going to rain. Right? Thinking of this, Li Xian wanted to go to the balcony to look elsewhere when the wind was a little lighter. But before he raised his foot, a fleshy little paw appeared on his slippers. Okay, he compromised, gave up the idea of going out, squatted down and started to stroke the dog's head. Unfortunately, it won't rain later, and those who want to wait for natural water sources probably have their hopes dashed. But a storm is inevitable. Li Fei and Li Su brought the dishes to the table and shouted, "Let's eat." Upon hearing this, Li Xian turned around, and Zanzan had already rushed over, and his small body even had a little afterimage. As soon as the three of them sat down, Li Xian couldn't help asking, "Sister, it feels like the storm is coming. Do we have to make some preparations?" Li Fei opened the bottle of honey grapefruit wine and comforted, "Don't worry. We have already prepared. Right? After dinner, we will enter the space and make some arrangements." Li Xian was relieved after hearing this. Li Fei first took a big mouthful of rice. The rice produced in this space is indeed different. The grains are distinct. The hardness and softness are moderate. The texture is delicate. And even the smell has a faint fragrance. Shouldn't he eat a bowl of rice with nothing? A bowl of side dishes? And another bowl of soup? Li Fei was eating happily when he suddenly felt that Zizan under the table was scratching his trouser legs with his claws. Or he had already scratched everyone's trouser legs. As if he really wanted to eat this rice. Omnivorous. Understandable. However, Li Fei still found a beef jerky snack, which made Zizan stand up, and then threw it forward. Although the latter looked chubby, his movements were already very sensitive. He bit the beef jerky with a high jump, and then returned to his nest and laid down to bite it. After dinner, they also had a fruit plate of lychee, bayberry, blueberry, and sugar cane, as well as a glass of watermelon smoothie for each person. Anyway, they had to eat 2 stomachs with the main meal. But when Li Fei was chewing sugar cane, he heard a few bangs from time to time outside the window. Either the wind blew something on the ground onto the window at a height of nearly 20 floors, or the wind outside was actually very strong. Even the windows installed in this new house could be knocked. Unlike when they were still living in the old house, the windows would bang if the wind was a little stronger. Li Fei frowned slightly and looked at the slightly dark sky outside the window. He put down the empty cup and waved his hand to the other 2 people and Tiao go. "Let's go. After eating and drinking, it's time to work." "Okay." "Ah." Li Fei led them back to the space without stopping. However, just as the people and the dog stood on the ground and the scene in their vision suddenly shook violently, causing Zizan to circle around them and roar. This scene was like an earthquake. It seemed familiar. Right? This time, Li Fei did not directly lead them back to reality, but squatted there and waited for a while until the shaking gradually subsided and finally returned to calm. Everything was as usual. Li Xian and Li Su also squatted down like Li Fei, and the former even took Zizan into his arms. And as the shaking came out, the previous memories were also shaken out. Could this be? When things quieted down, the 3 of them slowly stood up. Li Xian held Zanzan in his arms. And the system said, "Ding. The beach has been unlocked. You can mark it on the map." Li Xian's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is indeed a sign that the space function is being unlocked. But after the light, he fell into a little confusion. It was not just Li Xian who was confused. Even Li Fei was surprised. When she played this game, no matter how casual she was, she played it all year round. She had never seen the beach unlocked in the game. Besides, if the beach was unlocked, wouldn't the farm actually become an island? So the initial farm choice was at most a water farm. Thinking of this, she took out the map from her backpack and took a look. The so-called ocean marked happened to be in a corner, as if it could be refreshed by going there. She thought of the air wall she encountered before again, and her initial confusion gradually turned into a hint of excitement. Could it be that this unlocking also increased the area of the space? Li Su glanced at the siblings and reminded them. Anyway, the system unlocked it. So let's go and take a look first. There is still a lot of time. Li Fei woke up from her dream and immediately ran to the place marked on the map. Li Xian put Zanzan down and ran over. Li Su followed behind them. But Zanzan didn't know why the masters were so excited. He just thought it was a race. So he ran with his tongue out, as if he was determined to win. Fortunately, they had practiced running before, so they could run for a distance without getting red in the face or out of breath. Maybe they had run too much, and the system refreshed automatically. In the gaps between several tall palm trees, they had already seen the wide beach for the first time. The soft golden beach was very soft to step on. The sea surface, which was the same color as the clear blue sky above, was also sparkling, with snow foam rolling and endless. A warm sea breeze mixed with salty and humid air blew in, blowing Li Fei's hair flying. The sound of waves hitting the beach regularly was very comfortable. "Sister!" Li Xian squatted down and picked up something, holding it up and shouted happily. "There are seafood on the beach. You can pick them up and sell them for money. And you can definitely fish." This is indeed good news. But for Li Fei, there is even better news brewing in her heart. There is soft sand under her feet. She is sand. There is blue sea water in front of her. Doesn't she have salt? Ah! I suddenly feel so happy. At this time, she remembered the card Ning Shuwan drew for her. Unexpected wealth? Isn't it unexpected? Li Su knew what she was thinking when he saw her like this. But he was calmer. A cooperative team must have such people. So he raised his hand and patted Li Fei on the shoulder, advising, Fei, let's finish the work at hand first. Then enjoy it." "You're right." Li Fei came back to her senses, but curled her lips. But this should also be counted as the work at hand. The two looked out and saw Li Xian and Zanzan running back and forth on the beach. Although they didn't want to disturb them, they still called them back and returned to the starting point. But they were obviously still a little excited. Li Fei cleared her throat and said, "Brother Xian, today is the last day of the summer space. We have to prepare for the fall." Li Xian raised her hand and said, "Sister, you can just tell us directly. Anyway, we are used to doing your hard work. You don't have to say the second half of the sentence." Li Fei shook his head speechlessly, and then said seriously, "Okay, then I'll tell you the preliminary plan. Ah Xian, you continue to go fishing. But since the beach is open, you can try to fish for sea fish. And you can also try to catch the sea. Brother, you also go to the beach to see if the sand there can be collected. If you can, collect more. As for the sea water, I will stay at the starting point and wait for you to come back." I didn't expect that the last day of the summer space was not as leisurely as imagined, but more urgent. I seriously doubt whether the system did it on purpose. But even if it was intentional, it gave them a surprise. Let's not pursue it. Let's get moving first. Chapter 226. Having said that, Li Fei went to cook a few dishes related to fishing skills and gathering skills. After Li Su and Li Xian ate, they took their tools and set off to the beach. Zazan also ate a lot in that meal, so it was still energetic at this moment, and followed along. When they came to the beach again, there was a salty and humid smell. This time, Li Xian did not rush to go fishing by the sea, but took out a hoe and turned around and dug in the sand. After all, he had never chased the sea and did not know how to chase it. However, Zazan seemed to play a role suddenly at this moment. When Li Xian found some corals, oysters and conchs washed ashore by the waves, it would sometimes stop in a place and shout to remind him. Li Xian dug it out and saw that there were indeed sea cucumbers, clams, starfish, and small crabs hidden in the sand. It felt like opening a blind box. Li Su followed Li Fei's instructions and dug out the sand with a hoe and put it into his backpack. The sand was collected smoothly. Besides, looking at the grid it occupied, maybe there would be 999 in one grid like other materials. So he buried his head in digging in this inexhaustible place. Li Xian had harvested a lot of seafood in a short time. And then he came to the clear seaside and took out the fishing rod. Just looking at this long coastline, he suddenly felt that this place might be more suitable for putting fish cages. So wouldn't that be the style? He thought excitedly, sat down on the warm sand, and skillfully made a nest. Put bait and cast the rod, all in one go. Let him see what other fish he can catch. Seeing this, Li Su went to a place a little further away from the former. After thinking for a while, he used the wooden barrel in the initial novice gift pack to scoop a bucket of blue sea water from the sea surface, and then tried to put it into the backpack. As expected, the sea water occupied a grid in the backpack, just like collecting fuel at that time. Li Su didn't understand why Li Fei asked him to collect more sand and sea water. It would be really useful later, so he had to collect a lot of it first. And this measure seemed to be listed in the collection. Plus Li Su ate food that could improve skills, so the speed was really fast. The two brothers were busy at the beach, so Li Fei couldn't relax either, since she had to attack the zombies again tonight. She did not collect the exotic plants that could attack, but collected the auxiliary ones, such as pitcher plants, life peaches, hedge roses, rubber trees, ivy purifiers, and spray melons. This spray melon at the front did spray a half sticky and half thin liquid when it killed the flame zombie last time. Such a row of liquid was directly sprinkled on the flame zombie, and the momentum of the flame was reduced a lot. However, based on the experience of the sharp-armored zombies and the flame zombies, Li Fei felt that the elite monsters in the autumn space would be a new elite monster. So the spray melon was temporarily collected. The thick dark green leaves of the rubber tree look like they can absorb a lot of dirt, because they have to be placed in the real world. Li Fei will have to make a few more flower pots later. The ivy is similar to what she remembered, but she also planned to install it at home, so she put it away. As for the Victoria Amazonica boat, it was already fertilized and watered every day. It really grew into the shape of a rubber boat, but it was dark green all over, and it looked more ancient and not so high-tech. Li Fei gestured and found that this Victoria Amazonica boat could accommodate 3 people. Isn't it just the 3 of them? This is really convenient. Li Fei thought about it, and put away the Victoria Amazonica boat, and went into the warehouse. The row of blooming electric sunflowers was a brilliant golden color comparable to the sun, indicating that they were fully charged, and she harvested them. During this period, some crops that could be harvested continuously could be harvested again, such as her rice fields, blueberries, and some crops that they picked out that could grow again during this period. The pickles in the jars, the wine in the distiller and the barrels, and the processed products on the tailor's table were all sold. The fish in the fish pond were also mature. Li Fei kept the perch, and those big white fish did grow big and small. The big ones must have sold for more money. In the end, Li Xian sold them all, and then thought that when the autumn space came, he should be able to choose another kind of fish to raise. After that, Li Fei came to the tree planting area they had divided. After cutting down a few grown trees, she found the golden lacquer tree that she had planted before. The lacquer tree is a tall deciduous tree. If Li Fei passed by it in reality, she would not recognize it. But on this golden lacquer tree in space, a mysterious and complex pattern appeared on the trunk, and it was shining with golden light, which was extraordinary at first glance. Li Fei looked at it for a while, pulled the system over and asked, "System, how can I get the product of this strange plant?" The system explained, "It's very simple, host. You just need to get its juice like in reality." "So the sap is useful?" Li Fei pondered for a moment, then found the wooden barrel that was originally given in the novice gift pack from the storage box, placed it under the tree, and took out the bone blade to try it twice, and started cutting the tree. Unexpectedly, the trunk was quite hard, so Li Fei simply took out the copper axe to try it again. Finally, a hole was opened in the middle, and the light golden liquid slowly flowed out and fell directly into the wooden barrel. Li Fei was about to reach out and touch it, but heard the system stop him. "Host, be careful. This juice is poisonous. You must go to the workbench to process it first. And then it can become paint. Li Fei had to retract his hand. However, the flow of the sap is quite intelligent. Unexpectedly, the more this bucket is full, the slower the flow will be. Until it stops. And the bucket is also full. I guess I have to open it again next time before I can continue. However, the sap originally flows slowly. When Li Fei came to the workbench with a full bucket of lacquer tree sap, Li Su also came back. Fei, I brought back a lot of sand and sea water. What should I do next? Li Su asked proactively. And Li Fei nodded. That's great, brother. I have bought the drawings in advance. Sand, limestone, and quartz can be made into glass on the workbench. You try it. After that, she also found an empty workbench and put the sap of the golden lacquer tree in for processing. Li Su also brought back a lot of sea water. So Li Fei opened the mall interface again to find a way to convert the sea water into salt. The sea water in the sea must be endless. So can't she get a lot of salt? Sea salt is also salt. If you want to make sea salt, you have to build a salt pan. But this salt pan is more convenient and cheaper than a salt well. Besides, they are making sea salt. So the salt pan must be built near the beach. The distance between the two is not far. And the work can be done quickly. Li Fei came to the beach with the materials. From a distance, he could see Li Xian fishing on the beach. Zazan, who seemed to be resting, was lying next to him. He did not disturb him. He chose a suitable place and used the required materials to build a salt pan. The size of the salt pan is more than half smaller than that of a rice field. Because he was still saving money, Li Fei only built such a piece first, and then filled it with sea water. But in addition to sea water, the salt pan also reminded that another material was needed to make salt, lime. This is unfortunate. They also have a lot of this stuff. After adding the two materials, a long countdown appeared above. But it was also in the process of production. With this salt, she can make a fish blasting machine. When the time comes, find a place to put rows of fish. Process all the fish caught and sell them. Wouldn't it be great to earn gold coins? Li Fei came back happily, only to see Li Su making glass. And on the forging table, he was making an item that Li Fei didn't ask. Obviously, Li Su knew what she wanted to do. That was a crucible. That's right. They are going to make an alchemy table. This thing always sounds a bit mysterious. And it must be possible only in the game. Now, regarding the alchemical formula, they only have two. The fire potion and the insecticide potion. But both are very important. Fire is important everywhere. And the insecticide potion is naturally used to deal with the insectide later. You know, they have a lot of materials in their storage box. The crucible is also easy to make, as long as the ingot is enough. And the workbench is even simpler. Li Fei made one directly, rubbing his hands and waiting for the other two items to be completed. Li Su saw that she was anxious, so he gave her the glass he made first. Li Fei made several glass tubes and bottles after tinkering with them. And it really felt like making a magic potion. At the same time, the crucible was also made. And Li Fei used these items to make an alchemy table. Originally, she thought she had to go to the desert mine to complete it. But she didn't expect it to be solved in advance. How could she not be excited? Facing this brand new alchemy table, Li Fei decided to make a bottle of potion first to start the potion. So she put in lime water, wood ash and bat wings, and put in 2 portions of coal as required. Then, there was a sudden bang in the crucible, as if a strange colored powder was stirred up. The self-heating pot suddenly had liquid, and bubbles came out as if it was boiling. Well, it's already alchemy. Don't think too much about the little things. Insecticide was being brewed in the crucible, and Li Fei went to work somewhere else with satisfaction. After a while, because they had to return to reality early today, Li Xian also came back with Zanzan. As soon as Li Xian came back, he showed Li Fei and Li Su the seafood he had caught from the sea. And the former wanted to take a small shovel and a small bucket to follow. This is as interesting as fishing. And the important thing is that she has never played it before. Then he proudly took out the fish he caught from the ocean. This sea fish is definitely different from river fish. But there are also some that Li Fei knows, such as tuna, yellow croaker, red snapper. Li Fei's eyes lit up. The variety of ingredients has increased again. In addition, Li Xian ate the sugar lotus seeds that can improve the fishing level this time. He fished for just the right amount of time, and the harvest was very rich. Sister, these are all sold. But let's take a few back to eat. The Li family basically doesn't eat seafood. But that doesn't mean they really don't want to eat it. Now that they have this opportunity, they must try it in advance? Li Fei thought that in the future, let alone seafood, it would be good if the things in the sea didn't come ashore. How could they be so clean? So he nodded in agreement, picked one of them, and finished the subsequent work, and returned to reality with Li Su and Li Xian. Chapter 227. When I got home, the banging sound on the window still occurred from time to time. There was a strong wind outside. There was no weather forecast now, but the degree was not up to the blue warning for the time being. It was just that the sky was getting darker and darker, and only the clouds revealed a faint fish belly white. But that did not mean that the sun had finally set. Even though many people must hate the bright sunshine at present, Li Xian helped Li Fei move the flower pot, which was transplanted with dark green rubber trees. From the perspective of others, it just looked like a green potted plant. Li Fei raised his hand and touched the wall. With a thought, the emerald green ivy stretched out from his hand or backpack, and kept climbing up until it covered all the walls in the room. From a distance, it looked like wallpaper. There are also pitcher plants and pitcher plants. Several pots have been transplanted at home. Now the interior is not only like a green belt, but almost all aspects have been taken care of. In addition to these new plants, the electric sunflowers and other pots are still opening their petals, and the nightlight tobacco is still working diligently. Maybe it will complete its task soon. As for the last plan, it is the doors and windows of the house. Although the previous emphasis seems to be on pollen dust storms, hurricanes should not be underestimated. Although there is no rain in this storm, the power of the wind is enough to cause disasters. Just like before the end of the world, there were many strong winds that broke the windows. And in the previous life, when Li Fei was in the library, he personally experienced that scene. At that time, a glass window of the library was blown open, and a lot of wind and pollen rushed in from outside. If someone hadn't tried hard to cover it, most of the people in the library would have been buried. So they have to reinforce the house now. That's why Li Fei spent a lot of money to plant golden lacquer trees. The paint process from the sap can make the furniture indestructible. Li Fei found a brush from the storage box and prepared to go outside the balcony. Li Xian suggested, "Sister, why don't I go?" "No need." Li Fei shook her head. "The wind is not that strong. It won't blow me away. And it's just a brush. It's very fast." After hearing this, Li Xian had no choice but to let her go. Li Fei opened the sliding door and walked out, and found that the temperature did not drop rapidly. At most, her head and face were not exposed to the sun, but it was more comfortable than before. She looked down and saw that there were basically no people on the road. Only the branches and leaves of the trees swaying continuously. And the plants on the road had indeed been cleared a lot, especially the flowers, which had lost a lot of color and looked even more gray in the air. Li Fei frowned and said nothing. She was a little unsure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. If she cleared more plants, she might really have fewer zombie plants to deal with, but if she didn't clear them, would the current dust storm be more serious? She looked to the side, and because of her improved vision, she found that there were many containers such as pots and buckets on the balcony, probably waiting for the rain. After all, when the weather suddenly blew strong winds, most people would think that the weather had changed. Without the sun, it would naturally rain. This is rootless water, so it must be cleaner than the existing water source. Right? Besides, looking at the sky, this rain will definitely last for a long time. And even if it doesn't last long, it will be heavy. So we need to collect more water. Li Fei didn't comment on this, but just took a brush and dipped it in paint made from the sap of the golden lacquer tree, and started to apply it on the balcony again. The rain will fall, but not now. The most important thing is that if you want to drink this rootless water, you have to be alive later. Although the sap is golden, it is almost transparent after processing. Li Fei brushed it on the glass like a layer of glue. Fortunately, there was no building in front of their building, and the survivors of the building next to them had closed the doors and windows. So no one noticed that she was doing something inexplicable on the balcony. After painting, Li Fei returned to the room and shook her body casually, shaking off a lot of fine powder, some of which was still floating in the air, causing her to sneeze unconsciously. In other words, she is not allergic. If she met someone with an allergic constitution, she would have been sick long ago. Pollen is very Very fine if it is picked out separately. It is only the natural disaster that caused this pollen dust storm. However, if a small amount of it is mixed in the wind at ordinary times, it is estimated that it cannot be seen. It must be cleaned up to be discovered. Li Fei hurried to the entrance again. First removed the clematis net, then painted a layer of paint on the indoor door, and then opened the door to the outside. The sun was strong and the corridor was always bright. Now the thick clouds blocked it a little, and it seemed that the corridor became dim. Li Fei didn't want to stay outside for too long, so she picked up the brush and painted a layer on the outside of the door. 1901 next door was very quiet. I'm afraid it listened to me and went out to find supplies. Just come back before the wind gets stronger. However, when Li Fei squatted up and wiped the door up and down, she sensitively heard a hurried sound of footsteps coming from the safe corridor, and she immediately put the brush and paint back into the system backpack. The door to the corridor was pushed open, and Li Fei saw Ming Yisong, who looked panicked. In her impression, Ming Yisong had never shown such a panicked expression, which seemed a bit strange among normal people. Their family was not normal. If such people were like this, could it be that something big had really happened outside? When Ming Yisong saw Li Fei, it was like seeing a life-saving straw, and the light in his eyes was amazing. He didn't care why she was standing outside the door with empty hands, and the plant was gone on the door, and asked hurriedly, Li Fei, my wife has some symptoms again, so I came to ask you. Calm down, Teacher Ming. Li Fei felt both upset and sad after hearing these words. She felt bad because it wasn't something terrible happening outside, but she felt good because it was about Xiao Luo. However, it seemed that only the latter could make Ming Yisong so nervous. Li Fei asked, Can you tell me what symptoms Aunt Xiao has? Ming Yisong calmed down after hearing this. He didn't know why a man who was almost 50 years old was not as calm as a girl in her 20s. Of course, maybe after experiencing everything before, he had unconsciously regarded Li Fei as the main force. She has been feeling uncomfortable for a while, so she has been resting. But it was windy and cloudy these 2 days, and she felt more dizzy, and had a little diarrhea, which made her feel weak all over. Even at the end, he seemed reluctant to say anything more. Li Fei thought this was a good development. People had been living in high oxygen for some time, and the oxygen content suddenly dropped. Some weak people might have some reaction, and they would get better in the end. It seems that Xiao Luo doesn't need her dried flower bag anymore, and no one will need it in the future. Besides, Ming Yisong is a plant researcher. If he gets those dried petals, the suspicion level will be raised to the maximum. Right? Thinking of this, Li Fei comforted. Don't worry, Mr. Ming. It seems that the wind outside will not stop blowing these days, and it may get stronger. If you have some supplies, stay at home with Aunt Xia. Maybe you will feel better, and it will be more dangerous to go out. Ming Yisong frowned slightly, as if he had many things to ask. But in the end, he only asked. Before, the window at home was not closed, and when the wind blew in, I saw a lot of pollen mixed in the wind. But how could there be so much on ordinary days? Li Fei, could it be that next? Ming Yisong didn't continue talking at the end. If the zombie polar day before just shattered his worldview, then this pollen dust storm completely overturned his decades of knowledge. So he naturally hesitated. Li Fei didn't fully explain, but just replied, Since it has broken through our cognition, it may be more serious in the future. This time we have to prepare in advance, and it is best to close the doors and windows of the house tightly. Although she said some incomplete words, as long as there is a certainty, the scales in the hearts of the listeners will automatically tilt to one side. Ming Yisong nodded, said goodbye and wanted to go home. Li Fei then repainted the door and reinstalled the clematis fence to go home. There was still some paint left, so she gave it to Li Xian and asked him to paint the other small windows in the house just in case. She went to the refrigerator to get a box of ice cream and sat on the sofa to eat. Although the sunlight was weak in the lot, the temperature did not drop too much. It was still a temperature where you can eat cold drinks. When the last bit of paint was used up, the whole house had been decorated by Li Fei. Although it could not be said to be invulnerable, it was also quite comprehensive. Li Su walked out of the kitchen, looking at the ivy climbing all over the wall, the rows of rubber trees, carnivorous plants and electric sunflowers, and then turned his eyes to the glass floor-to-ceiling balcony. He remembered that in addition to the fuel-driven generators in the storage box, there were also some devices that used natural power to generate electricity. But even if that kind of equipment was successfully installed, the power generated was negligible and very troublesome. Or exotic plants are simple and crude enough. He sighed in his heart. Then he looked at Li Fei, who was lying on the sofa eating ice cream, and suggested, Fei, how about we stick it on the edge of the window again? Although the window may have become very hard, it seems that extremely small things, like pollen, are still likely to come in. In fact, he didn't know whether it could blow in. After all, even if there were natural disasters in the past, there was no such thing as pollen dust storms. After thinking about it, Li Fei nodded in agreement. Li Su took out a bundle of cloth-based tape from the storage box and planned to tape the balcony edge. In fact, even if pollen really squeezed in, the rubber tree would absorb them all and would not hurt them. But since Li Su took the initiative to ask for it, Li Fei just let him do it. Normal spring ivy can purify the air, so it is not afraid of being too stuffy. But watching Li Su's action, Li Fei suddenly thought of something. It happened that she had finished eating the ice cream. She threw away the box and went outside again with a bundle of cloth-based tape. She walked to the end of the corridor, where there was a closed window, but it was also banging in the wind. I almost forgot about this one. If this window was blown open, the pollen would still rush in strongly, until it almost filled the entire corridor, and it would probably still threaten the two families. So this window must be protected as well. So Li Fei tore off the tape and prepared to seal all the windows. But not long after, she heard footsteps from the safe corridor again. Chapter 228. But this time it won't be Meng Yisong downstairs. Li Fei looked back and saw that the door was opened with a bang. As a result, the people holding mini bags stood at attention when they saw him. Li Fei looked up and down, slightly curved his lips and said, It's a great harvest, Dr. Wu. Wu Sini seemed to be wearing a light-colored double-breasted windbreaker and a simple straight-leg pants. But there seemed to be a few abrupt blocks of the same color on it. It should not be the color of the clothes itself, but the pollen and dust blown on him from the outside. Li Fei had never seen him so dusty before. Even in the past, he was just sick from the inside out. But he looked better these days. But because he had to face the strong wind and was covered with a lot of dust, his body could not be clean. It seems the dry petals are still quite useful, now that the high oxygen environment is slowly easing. People at least don't have to feel so uncomfortable with every breath, and don't have to worry about sudden death. I just don't know how many people have successfully survived this period of high oxygen. Li Fei only knows that this group of survivors is undoubtedly lucky. But they will have to face new rounds of disasters next. Although Wu Sini had a lot of things in his hands, he still forced himself to raise the back of his hand and wipe his nose. It would be fine if he didn't wipe it. Instead, the straight nose bridge was a little more dusty, which made his cheeks look red and white. Li Fei pursed his lips, showed the tape in his hand, and explained, I will reinforce this window. Otherwise it will be bad if it is blown out. Wu Sini frowned and asked, Will the wind get stronger? I was on the road today, and it felt like it was level 4 or 5. In fact, this level of wind is not bad. But there is still a lot of garbage floating in it, which is not very convenient. Even if he has a vehicle, the car has no glass, only a windshield, and the dust can still invade from all directions. For this reason, he had to wear several layers of masks and move around. He felt that if he didn't inhale anything, he would suffocate to death first. So as soon as he got to the building, he quickly took off his mask and took the supplies upstairs. Who would have thought that he would run into her by chance? And he was stunned for a moment. She saw his miserable appearance again. Li Fei teased, It has reached level 4 or 5. How can it be called a natural disaster if it doesn't reach level or even higher? Wu Sini asked quickly, How strong will the wind be? And what's in there? As he said, It's okay to move against the wind. There are actually many survivors on the road today looking for supplies. After all, if they can't find supplies, they can only wait for death. The wind is nothing, but the wind blew fine dust in gusts. It looked like sand and dust from a distance, but it didn't happen when it touched him. Moreover, this gust of wind blew the dust, which seemed to block part of the sunlight. Wu Sini felt bad, so he came back a little earlier. Li Fei tore off the last piece of tape and sealed the window tightly, then said, I'm afraid you won't believe me. That's pollen. Although this didn't happen in the past, now plants have mutated a lot. I think this is not surprising. And the hurricane plus this, it can probably be called a pollen dust storm. Li Fei said this, glanced at the silent Wusuni, and said, "So I said it's time to collect more supplies and reinforce the doors and windows. Of course, protective measures must also be taken. After all, the pollen of some plants is poisonous, and it's hard to tell them apart when they're mixed together." Li Fei's tone was still so calm that people didn't feel how urgent the situation was. But just hearing this description made people frown, including Wusuni, who lowered his head slightly and whispered, "I listen to you. I have been looking for useful supplies these days. However, there are no supplies nearby. I can only look for them farther away. Now, we can save them and barely survive. But I have taken the protective measures you mentioned." Li Fei was quite satisfied with this well-behaved look. She added, "It doesn't mean that you just need to wear a few more layers of masks. You are a doctor, so you should know better than me that pollen is not good for the eyes and skin. So these places must also be protected." "Okay," Wusuni agreed and asked, "Then, what about you? Do you have enough supplies?" In fact, he felt that it was useless to ask this question. How could Li Fei look like she was short of supplies? At the very least, Li Su and Li Xian were out, and she was at home to take care of the house. This was not the traditional idea that men should be responsible for the outside world and women should be responsible for the inside world. In Wusuni's opinion, Li Fei was obviously more ruthless than her brothers and was suitable for this job. Maybe he just wanted to talk about more topics. Li Fei nodded and answered seriously, "Well, we are fine. And it will be difficult to go out in the dust storm. It will be more dangerous than staying indoors. So we plan to stay at home." Okay. Li Fei's idea was reasonable and well-founded. And Wusuni had nothing much to say. Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "You should go home and clean up first. If you have the tools, it would be better to reinforce the windows." Wusuni nodded and returned to 1901 with the items in her hand. In the back view, Su showed her little head from her neck and spit out her snake tongue at her. Li Fei also went home after watching her go. There was still dust on the floor of the corridor. As soon as I entered my room, I felt that the sound of the wind outside had a layer of haziness, as if it basically isolated all the sounds from the outside world. And the sound of cooking in the kitchen became clearer. It turned out that Li Su killed a few eels brought back from the space, and also brought a few pieces of tofu to stew in the pot. The smell was so delicious just by smelling it. So in the following hours, the Li family had a comfortable dinner, went to the farm to check the offensive exotic plants to repel the zombies, and collected most of them into the backpack. Tomorrow is the autumn space, and some exotic plants must be collected within the specified time, like seasonal crops. Otherwise they will wither after the season. But what makes Li Fei happy is that many offensive exotic plants can survive in the next quarter, which can save her a lot of money. Back to reality. The three of them are still sleeping on the floor. Now draw the thick curtains. The brightness in the room is already dim, and you don't need to wear daylight goggles anymore. Even the temperature dropped a little. But people who have lived in S City for a long time are almost used to the temperature before the end of the world. So they don't feel anything. But they are definitely happy. Only the Li family went to bed when it was time to sleep, not caring about it at all. Before going to bed, Li Fei just filled a big vat with ice cubes, set the air conditioner to a timer, and took out a silk quilt from the cupboard to cover it. This environment is just right, comparable to the summer days in the past. Unfortunately, the weather that began to change didn't want them to get what they wanted. The three of them were all asleep, but they were woken up by the noise outside. This time it was not a man-made disaster. It was really a natural disaster. Li Fei rubbed her eyes and sat up. There was a constant deafening sound coming from the floor-to-ceiling window balcony. She didn't know if she had lost her hearing, but she actually heard a shrill scream from someone's mouth. She frowned slightly, lifted the quilt, and stood up to pull the curtains to see. But suddenly there was a bang, as if something heavy suddenly hit the glass window. The sound was no less than a small explosion. Not only Li Fei, but also Li Su and Li Xian, who were already dazed and not asleep, were awakened. Li Xian immediately sat up and looked around, shouting, "What's wrong? What's wrong? A meteorite fell? Is the end of the world coming?" "The end of the world has come a long time ago," Li Fei complained on the side, and directly pulled open the curtains. The scene in front of her surprised her. After all, in her previous life, she was still in that small library at this time, not even close to the window. When the window was blown apart, she had helped to repair it, but she was just helping, and had no intention of seeing what was happening outside. She lived smoothly in this life, so she was in a good mood. But even though she saw it, her mood was not beautiful at all. Outside the window, the wind roared and the sand and stones flew. Although the tall mutant tree was blown to the other side, with its branches and leaves forced to the other side, and there was no trend of returning. It was still stable, and should not be uprooted. But the few trees that were cut down by the community with great effort didn't seem to be so lucky. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be blown up by the evil wind. It's unclear whether they will cause damage to other places. Could it be that the sound just now was also? And because of this dust storm? The sky was covered with dust and pollen, and the visibility was even less than a few meters. No matter how good their eyesight was, it was useless at this moment. It almost blocked the sun, which was already covered by clouds, making the whole world dark. Li Fei raised his hand and touched the window. The touch was no different from ordinary glass, as if the paint was completely absorbed, and there was no crack on it. I don't know if her window was the victim of the noise just now. In a flash, a black object suddenly appeared from nowhere. It should have been blown by the strong wind, but it looked like a small object in the last second. It rushed straight over and became bigger and bigger, and immediately hit the glass window. There was another heavy sound, as if a shock wave surged, causing Li Fei to step back a few steps. "Sister!" Li Xian couldn't help but speak at the side. Li Fei didn't mind his noise. After all, zombies could be knocked down with weapons, and they were very calm because of their golden fingers during the polar day. But this extremely harmful hurricane and pollen dust storm were different. It appeared in front of people's eyes, and the central idea was clearly stated. "Hey, I'm going to destroy you, so be careful." Even though a city had experienced a super typhoon and sandstorm, it was not as severe as this one, and it was not even known how long it would last. Fei, look! Li Su was also relatively calm. He pointed in a direction and shouted to Li Fei. Not knowing what he had discovered, Li Fei looked closely and found that the tape on the edge had loosened a little due to the huge brute force. In other words, the window was more solid after being painted, but the place where the window was connected was made a weak point. Fortunately, they used the best tape, so this was the only situation after such a collision. Li Fei frowned and said, "Brother, let's fix it again." Li Su nodded immediately and found the cloth-based tape again. You know, even their family has become like this. Then other families. I can't imagine it. Chapter 229. He fixed it along the window again, and it hit several times from time to time. Fortunately, the window was still intact. Li Fei leaned on it to listen. Apart from the roaring wind, it turned out that the shrill screams were not their illusions. Li Fei sighed and said to Li Su and Li Xian, "It's almost done. Let's go to sleep and see if the strong wind can be a little less tomorrow. And we still have a lot of things to do tomorrow." Li Xian complained, "How can I sleep like this?" Li Su touched his head and comforted him. "Don't worry. Haven't we made so many preparations? At least this night. We will definitely get through it." Li Xian only complained once, and then nodded and laid down after hearing it. Li Fei also closed the curtains and retreated into her silk quilt without being bothered. However, the whistling wind did not change for several hours. The three of them slept and woke up, and finally got through this period of time. But the consequence of not sleeping well is that at normal times, none of them can get up. They woke up, but they lacked the strength to get up. Li Fei felt that his dark circles were about to come out. However, after his hearing slowly recovered, he listened with his ears tilted. The wind outside the window was indeed not as strong as a few hours ago, but the window was still being knocked. Dong 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 without stopping. Just like Li Fei said, they have a lot to do today, so they still have to get up. The three of them packed their bedding and washed with water from the ice cubes in the big tub. Li Su went to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Li Fei and Li Xian opened the curtains to check the situation. As a result, after opening the curtains, they were shocked again. The decoration of the building in this community will highlight a small balcony where you can stand. Li Fei didn't put anything there. Sometimes he even unfolded the clothes drying rack through the French window. Unlike other residents, who probably put all the pots and buckets on the balcony early after seeing the sky. But although they didn't put anything, they didn't expect that there was already a pile of pollen on the ground. The pollen looks like the color of sand, but such a large lethal amount is enough to cause an allergic reaction. Right? Not to mention that the strong wind is still blowing around with other pollens. and the accumulated pollen is blown away on the surface. But in the end, it will probably accumulate more and more. It is only because this is a balcony that it will not pile up. But as long as the pollen dust storm does not stop for a day, the pollen will definitely increase. I wonder if the residents living on the first floor will be affected by this. But Li Fei and Li Xian looked at the balcony in front of them silently. In fact, even the glass windows were covered with dust. Even if the windows were fine, they were so dirty that they could not clearly see what was happening outside. In short, the balcony door and window must not be opened. Li Fei checked the tape on the edge, and this time, there was no sign of looseness. Although she felt suffocated by the things in front of her, the air in the house had a strange sense of freshness. It was probably because the IV purifiers on the wall began to work. Just then, the doorbell rang twice outside the door. Li Fei went to the entrance and looked through the cat's eye. She found that it was Ning Shuwan. So she put down the security lock and opened a crack. However, she didn't expect that there was wind in the corridor, and the wind was naturally mixed with fine pollen and dust. So she was startled and pulled the person at the door in first. She had sealed the windows of the corridor tightly yesterday, but she didn't expect that it still couldn't withstand the hurricane? Yes, Li Fei only used tape there, but no paint. Who knows what flew in and smashed it, and finally made a hole. With this speed and force, only the steel and iron bones of the building can block it. After pulling Ning Shuwan in, Li Fei closed the door directly. The kitchen door is always closed, and the breakfast doesn't seem to have anything smelly. After Li Xian noticed that someone had entered, he had already waved his hand and put all the unnecessary things into the system backpack. As for why Li Fei didn't go out, of course, it was because she didn't want to eat a mouthful of pollen. Just like Ning Shuwan, who was pulled in, she shook her body first. Just like Li Xian and Zanzan shook their bodies after playing in the water. Then raised her hand to wipe her mouth, and said loudly, "It's bad. Li Fei, there was a sudden strong wind last night. I saw with my own eyes that something was blown up and hit the upper floor." "Keep your voice down." "I know." Being shouted at such a close distance, coupled with Li Fei's upgraded hearing, he almost had tinnitus. Very good. It seems that Ning Shuan's spirit is gradually recovering. She just gave her a small bottle of space well water. I didn't expect that the intermediate level is so useful to ordinary people. I don't know what benefits will be gained by upgrading it. Li Fei looked at Ning Shuwan, who was still wiping her mouth. She guessed that when she went downstairs to find her, she had already experienced what it was like to eat a mouthful of pollen. After a pause, she asked, "How is your house? And the corridor?" Ning Shuwan took a breath and said, "That's why I came to see you. As for the corridor, the window on my floor was never closed, and I didn't pay much attention. So the wind came directly in. The wind would be fine, but there was so much sand that I was sprinkled all over. But my house is lucky that the window was not attacked. But I'm still worried. So I want to borrow something from you." "That's not sand. It's pollen," Li Fei reminded. Ning Shuwan was stunned. But because the mutant plants had not existed for a long time, she could connect the two things in a flash. She patted her clothes and frowned. "If that's the case, sand is okay. But if it's pollen, who knows what will happen if it gets on you?" Sure enough, it's getting better and better. Even the reaction is faster. Otherwise it would take more guidance to rely on the slow brain during the high oxygen period. In short, you can't go out in this weather, but you have to take good protection at home. Li Fei reminded her and took another cloth-based tape for her. However, they had used a lot of this tape, and the remaining amount was enough for Ning Shuwan to reinforce the doors and windows of her home. Especially for her. Li Fei didn't think it was a waste. "Well, it's just such a double standard." "Thank you, Li Fei." Ning Shuwan thanked sincerely, and then said nervously, "We have to be careful. You don't know. I can see the neighboring buildings from where I am. Some people's French windows have been blown out. If such a strong wind blows into the room, it will blow the furniture and other things. Some people were almost blown away. I don't know if she really saw something so frightened." Li Fei comforted her and sent her out. Ning Shuwan also wanted to quickly reinforce her own doors and windows, so she left soon. There were still some traces of pollen in the entrance. Li Fei thought for a moment and asked Li Xian to bring a pot of rubber tree. The dark green rubber tree leaves were thick and looked very vigorous. When Li Xian placed them next to the pollen, the rubber tree gently swayed its leaves as if it had sensed something dirty. A breeze suddenly blew, first spitting the pollen in circles. Then the pollen floated to the location of the rubber tree as if it had drunk a magic potion, and finally landed on the leaves, and disappeared in the next second. Li Fei felt magical and poked the leaves. Smooth and clean. The color was the same as before, and the ground was also clean. What an automatic vacuum cleaner. Then Li Fei helped Li Xian restore the previous arrangement, but she left the rubber tree pot in the entrance. Li Su poked his head out of the kitchen and reminded them, breakfast will be ready soon. Come over after you clean up. Li Fei and Li Xian finished their work and hurried to the dining table. After all, eating was the most important thing. Li Su made tofu pudding this morning. This was because they put tofu pudding as a byproduct in the tofu mold in the mill, in addition to bean skin. So there was a chance of harvesting, which was really great for making breakfast. For people in the last days, the battle between salty and sweet was a waste of time and boring. It was good to have something to eat. So who cares whether it was sweet or salty? Of course, the Li family didn't eat spicy food either. This salty tofu pudding was filled with seaweed, shrimp skin, and black fungus, and was sprinkled with sesame oil and light soy sauce. But Li Su brought a bowl of the rest to Li Fei. Li Fei saw the bowl of soft tofu pudding in a reddish-brown liquid, and understood Li Su's idea. It turned out that it was a bowl of sweet tofu pudding sprinkled with brown sugar water. But only a bowl of tofu pudding was not enough for them now. So Li Su also steamed a bag of frozen food, which was white and plump meat buns. After eating completely, Li Fei felt satisfied that he was 8 points full, and burped without any image. After eating and drinking, they should go to the space. The three of them were eager to go. You know, today is the season change. I wonder what the scenery will be like on the first day of autumn space. Li Fei then took Li Su and Li Xian to the space. Unexpectedly, a refreshing breeze came to their faces. When they opened their eyes, they saw that the space had changed a lot. The white clouds in the endless blue sky were soft, and the sun was not as hot as in summer, but it was also bright and warm. The temperature was not high, and there were a few birds flying by from time to time. On the ground, the first thing that caught the eye was the green plants that changed colors, the fallen leaves all over the ground, and the branches and leaves that were still falling in the air, rustling. Looking around, it can be said that the green and gold are stacked, and the red maples are welcoming autumn. It seems that it is a bit bleak before the arrival of winter. If some emo people are emotional, they may unconsciously become depressed. But Li Fei doesn't think so. What kind of season is autumn? Although it is always associated with withering and sadness, in Li Fei's heart, it is a time of harvest for all things. Not only is there a bumper harvest of grains and abundant fruits, but also the autumn wind makes the fish fat. A rich harvest is waiting for them. So Li Fei not only did not feel cold, but felt a little excited, and pulled Li Su and Li Xian to rush. Li Su advised, Fei, let's plan first and act separately. Right? Li Xian also helped. That's right. Sister, don't be so anxious. This is only the first day of autumn. Of course I'm not in a hurry. Although Li Fei said this, she had already taken out the copper axe from her backpack and smiled. So I'm not in a hurry to plant the fields first. Let's go and pick trees first. To get rich, pick trees first. And the drops must have been updated. And you can also see if there are any new collections along the way. Just do it. Chapter 230. The three of them first arrived at their tree planting area. Now they use high-grade tree fertilizers to plant trees, which can increase growth rate and drop. However, they cut down the grown trees that were planted before using high-grade tree fertilizers, so they didn't get all the autumn wild fruits for a while. But it doesn't matter. They still have trees in other places. The three of them followed the road to the area where the plants were more lush, where the branches and leaves were also yellow, and some of them were like red maple colors. The scene of deep red and light yellow was very beautiful. They went to cut trees separately, and not only got wood, but also found autumn wild fruit more quickly, which were wild juju, wild hawthorn and crabapple fruit, which also tasted sour and sweet. Li Fei used these wild fruits to make several fruit platters. After sharing them with Li Su and Li Xian, they ate them together, and then carried the axe and went somewhere else. As they walked, they came to the waterside. Li Fei saw the familiar reeds and cattails swaying by the waterside at a glance. Occasionally, a few birds flew by, and it was unclear whether they were egrets or migratory birds. The water surface was also different from the summer. becoming very quiet and refreshing. But in addition to these two plants, Li Fei also quickly discovered other plants, such as a group of red flowers mixed in between them, and a long grass that looked like dogtail grass. However, their common characteristics are that they are definitely collectibles, and they are all useful. Li Fei looked at the dense herbaceous plants and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder other seasons are for flower appreciation, but autumn is for grass appreciation. So the three of them worked together again. First, they collected all the reeds and cattails that could be picked. Li Fei then extended her magic hand to the new collection she found. She first picked the most beautiful grass with rose-red spikes on it. The system said in time, "Ding. You get red Polygonum X1. Li Fei was not familiar with this plant, but as long as it was a collection item, she would pick it first. She would definitely find a way to deal with it in the mall interface in the future. At the very least, there was still the system. After that, she picked the long grass that looked like dogtail grass. When she held it in her hand, she found that it was purple, and the top was also furry. The system said, "Ding. You get one petacetum. Hey, I didn't expect it to be a dogtail grass, but it has been upgraded." After collecting all the grass plants that can be collected by the river, the three of them went to the lake again. However, on the way, they found an additional novel collection item. That is not grass, but common mushrooms. It seems that there are fewer wild vegetables in autumn, and the focus is on these mushrooms. However, since eating morels, Li Fei has gradually discovered the deliciousness of mushrooms, and the ones produced from the space are absolutely non-toxic, so they can enjoy them to their heart's content. Besides, even in summer, they haven't eaten all the wild vegetables and mushrooms they collected. Just like she used wild vegetables to exchange for fuel. These were surplus materials for them, which could be very useful outside, and they didn't need to exchange for other materials. Li Fei and others picked some mushrooms, which they knew, but not long after, they picked yellow chanterelles, umbrella-shaped hazel mushrooms, and net-shaped bamboo fungus, which could be used to stir-fry several dishes. They usually don't sell this kind of collection. So Li Xian said, "Sister, brother, let's take some back tea today." There was no reason for Li Fei to refuse, so she nodded and replied, "Yes, yes, it must be super delicious." After picking all the mushrooms they could find, the three of them arrived at the lake. The herd still grew beside the lake, but Li Fei thought that some of the collectibles that appeared in summer were on the water surface. So he looked straight ahead. There were still some duckweeds, and there was a faint shadow of lotus in the middle. Li Fei used a long pole to fish around with a net. In addition to the duckweeds, he also caught a lot of new things. The system was constantly reporting the results of the battle. Ding. You got one water chestnut. Ding. You got one water chestnut. Ding. You got one water chestnut. The more the ding 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 sounded in his ears, the happier Li Fei fished. And finally, he had almost finished fishing. Li Su and Li Xian also found something nearby and called Li Fei to come over and take a look. Li Fei went over and took a closer look, and the system also helped explain. Ding. You get one taro mushroom. This taro mushroom has long leaves on it, and you have to dig out the rhizome below by yourself. Li Su washed his hands in the lake water, wiped his forehead and smiled. It seems that all the plants found in the water this time are edible. This autumn is really a harvest season, and there are so many wild foods. It's a pity that the ones received must be boiled in water before they can be eaten. Otherwise Li Fei would eat them directly. The three of them happily accepted all of them, and then returned to the starting point. The grass underfoot also turned yellow, as if it would wither completely soon, revealing the hard ground. And occasionally there were a few yellow leaves that had fallen at some point, as if they were about to melt into the ground. Once they got back here, the three of them had to clarify the division of labor and start working. The feed factory was always making feed regardless of whether it was a season change. So Li Xian took a few portions of fish feed and pet food and prepared to start his feeding today. Not to mention the two little guys in the pet house. Especially Zizan, who would definitely follow Li Xian out after a big meal. At present, nearly 1/3 of the waterside has been replaced with copper fish cages, which are used to put fish feed. However, there is now a hierarchy of fish feeds. They cannot make advanced ones for the time being. For intermediate ones, apart from fish ponds, it would be a bit tight if each fish cage had to be fed with a portion. So they decided to use primary fish feeds first. After feeding, he would naturally go fishing. But this time, he was going to go see fishing. Because yesterday's sales list was pulled out when they entered the space. Now their list is getting longer and longer. Not only unprocessed but also processed products. Since those sea fish are sold later, the list can only be seen at the back. The price of sea fish is indeed more expensive than river fish. Li Xian had never seen a beach in the game when he casually browsed the game forum before. Which means that this must be the new golden finger added by the system to them. And they should make good use of it. Besides, fishing is the same no matter where you are. It's still one person, one rod, and one day. Imagining fishing on the beach while enjoying the sea breeze. Li Xian couldn't wait. Li Fei also saw it, thinking that he would definitely stay at the beach today. So he went to make a steamed sea base in the iron pot. Li Su continued to burn ore in the furnace, make tools on the forging table, and put the fresh materials he had just collected on the tailor's table to make processed products. But on a new day, he came to the craftsman's table that had not been used for a long time. With a swipe, the mill showed a colorful interface again, regarding the buildings to be built after autumn. Li Fei had also discussed with Li Su and Li Xian, so there was no need to say anything more to continue. To upgrade the mill to the intermediate level, it not only needs twice as many materials as the primary level, but also needs a key material, the crystal core. Fortunately, they can get some every day when they repel the zombies. And there is also a chance to get it when they go down to the mine and kill the monsters in the mine. Slowly accumulating is enough for this upgrade. Although they have 2 mills. In the end, there are only 4 stone mills in total. This is not enough for making tofu, processing grain, and making grain powder. Just listening is not enough. So they discussed upgrading 1 mill. When Li Su thought of this, his mind moved, and a countdown pattern appeared above one of the mills in the space. But before the countdown ends, that mill can no longer be used. The fish pond needs crystal cores to be upgraded. So Li Su plans to save up some materials first. After swiping a few more times, he found a brand new building that didn't have space yet. The poultry house. At first, it could be said that the funds and materials were not enough. But as they slowly worked hard, they had enough energy to build it. Besides, they hadn't eaten fresh eggs for a while. The materials for building a poultry house only require wood, stone and ingots. And the key is that there is a lot of money. Now the craftsman's table page is finally in color. However, if you want to build it thoroughly, you have to choose a feng shui treasure land. It happened that Li Fei had already finished the steam sea base and gave it to Li Xian, and came to the craftsman's table. When he saw the interface, he knew what to do. So he said, "Brother, let's find a suitable place to build it." Li Su nodded, first selected the virtual building, and then took him to find a suitable place. Since we are going to enter the breeding industry, the area required is very large, because after raising animals in it, we can't just keep them in the building. We have to open the door from time to time to let them come out to play, which is a way to improve the mood value. Once the mood value is low, the animals will be unhappy, and the subsequent production items will be less. Besides, isn't the pastoral area in reality also a large grassland? So the two finally found a new open space, which was a little closer to the lake, and placed the poultry house. And the countdown began. It won't be long before they can eat fresh meat and eggs. Li Fei was daydreaming happily, and she and Li Su returned to the starting point. The latter thought for a moment and said, "I remember you wanted to build a small house. Do you want to build it now?" Li Fei thought about it, and shook her head and said, "Forget it. Let's do other things first." She wanted to build a small house just to put the distiller and the barrel in it so that it would be neater. But the mill had not been upgraded yet. The fish pond was also missing, and the poultry house and the animal shed had to be built. So the small house was put aside for the time being. "Okay," Li Su agreed, and then said, "The next step is farming. Have you decided what to grow?" "Of course." Li Fei nodded and smiled. "I've been thinking about it since the end of summer. Now I just need to go to the mall to buy seeds." "Okay," Li Su said. "Do you need my help?" "If you don't really need it. I want to go to the mine and dig some more ore." When the seasons were about to change, they went to the mine very frequently, and the furnace never stopped to rest. However, a lot of ore ingots were needed to build and upgrade the buildings. So in the end, they still had to go to the mine. Li Xian had gone fishing. If Li Fei was responsible for farming today, he would go to the mine to mine, so that they could act separately. "I can do it alone." "Brother, You go. Li Fei patted his chest to promise, but pulled him over and said carefully, but before that, I'll make you some buff dishes. I tried it last time, and the effect was quite good. Chapter 231. So in the end, Li Su was stuffed with a dish of fried scallops with leeks, fried carrot cakes, spicy crayfish, and a lot of snow-white steamed buns and boiled water. He took the tools at hand and prepared to go to the mine. Before leaving, Li Fei also explained to him how to use the cherry bomb. It's okay if you don't do it, but you will get addicted to it. The main thing is that after the rumbling sound, you can get all the mineral raw stones without having to do it yourself. How can it be fun? When the materials are sufficient in the future, you can make higher level ones. Of course, in addition to tools, Li Fei also asked Li Su to bring a lot of weapons. Now they have a lot of weapons, especially some exotic plants. Li Su has now slowly accumulated experience in single kills, but he seems to have not been in the mine for a long time. So he must practice. When the polar night comes, it will not be just killing monsters in the mine, but in reality. So not only close combat, but also 1v1 combat must be trained. Maybe then, they can no longer hide their strength. And some strange plants that are still lying in the granary should be able to play. But before that, they have to survive this storm first. Relying on the vague memory of the previous life, Li Fei thought that in fact, in the polar night, the tide of zombie beasts and zombie plants was relatively strong. But before the sky completely entered the night, the tide of insects had gradually endangered humans. As for what kind of insects they were, Li Fei couldn't tell them apart at that time. And now she couldn't figure it out. She only knew that they would be densely packed, covering everything they came across, making people's scalps numb and creepy. And some of them were even aggressive to humans. Moreover, she had personally seen a so-called insect whirlwind outside one day, which seemed to be spraying corrosive liquids and insect eggs everywhere, as if it was remotely controlled. Just at that scene, the flying insects in the mine looked a little cute. Now they are ready for the strong wind and pollen dust storm. And the next step is to deal with the insect disaster. Fortunately, she had planted pitcher plants and pitcher plants before, and the storm should be weaker by then, which happened to come in handy. But remembering that in the previous life, they tried to cover the doors and windows, but those insects still squeezed in without any holes. Li Fei touched the goosebumps on her body and felt that she still needed some tricks. So she came to the newly made alchemy table. Before the season changed, she had successfully made an insecticide potion, which was placed in a round glass bottle. At first glance, it really looked like a magic potion, but she had not done any experiments, so she didn't know how effective the potion was. For example, since the strong wind blew, the mosquitoes they could occasionally hear seemed to have disappeared temporarily, as if the wind had blown them away. But Li Fei understood that they might have hibernated somewhere first. The mutated mosquitoes could not be regarded as the ones before the end of the world. So on this alchemy table, Li Fei still had to continue making insecticide potions. Even if she survived this insect tide, she might encounter mutated mosquitoes in the future. It was always a good idea to make more. However, since the alchemy table was already open, Li Fei wondered if she could make some other potions to try. Even so, she had to go to the mall interface to buy the recipe. Thinking of this, Li Fei put the materials into the crucible again. While getting the finished product, the system suddenly said, "Ding! Your synthesis skill has been upgraded to level 3. Receive 3 physical recovery potions, small, and 3 life recovery potions, small. Please check." It sounds like a lot of things. The system is so generous this time? Synthesis skills include medicine and alchemy. Li Fei rarely goes to the mixing station to make medicine now, so the experience points given by alchemy seemed to be increased. And she upgraded directly. She quickly opened her backpack and saw a test tube with red liquid and a test tube with blue liquid in the grid. The game flavor also came up. Li Fei couldn't help but say, "System, you might as well give me the drawings instead of the real thing. I will make a batch directly when the time comes." However, the system replied, "Host, this is just an upgrade reward, and it is counted into the number of online players. So there is no second copy. Good guy. It's still a limited edition? No wonder there is a small behind it. It seems that I still need to buy the recipe, so there should be no brackets behind it. This is so out of print that Li Fei dare not use it. Anyway, cooking can also restore physical strength and life points at present. So let's keep this as a backup." Add some more ore to the furnace. Send some raw materials to the tailor's table. Go to the mill to start the stone mill and oil-making tools. Go around all the processing equipment. And finally go to collect the sap of the golden lacquer tree again. Li Fei then found a red and yellow tree to sit under. And a few fallen leaves fell from the air, remembering that she had sat under the tree last summer. But compared to the hot summer sun, the autumn breeze in autumn seemed much more pleasant. And even the air was very cool. Li Fei opened the mall interface and officially started the shopping mode. The first thing is grain seeds. Now they can even grow many types of this part. Moreover, they have built a poultry house and will start raising animals in the future. The important grain is indispensable for feed, since the output of the rice field is enough for them to eat for the time being. Li Fei did not buy another piece, but bought a lot of wheat, corn, sorghum, soybeans, peanuts, sesame and corn seeds. For potatoes, he bought potatoes, sweet potatoes and purple sweet potato seeds. In addition, he bought pumpkins and cotton seeds. For beans, he bought mung beans, red beans and soybean seeds. Grains are generally high-yield crops. It happened to be the harvest season in autumn. With this batch of grain alone, Li Fei estimated that he could build a private shelter by himself. Unfortunately, she didn't have such lofty ambitions. She just wanted to improve her family's living conditions. As for vegetables, Li Fei first looked for crops that could be processed into bullets. If there were any, she would buy a batch of seeds. She also bought some mushroom seeds. But in autumn, many mushrooms could be collected in this base. So Li Fei didn't buy many, such as shiitake mushrooms, black fungus, oyster mushrooms and enoki mushrooms. Then came rapeseed, zucchini, Chinese cabbage, tomato, wild rice stem, cucumber, spinach, radish, lettuce, eggplant, green vegetables, onion, green onion and loofah seeds. Whether she liked it or not, she had to grow a batch first. Aquatic plants can also be planted, such as water chestnuts. But they still only have those 2 fish ponds now. So Li Fei decided to plant more lotus roots. Vegetables are almost done. And the next is spices and seasonings. After all, they are indispensable for cooking. Rosemary, parsley, basil, mint, and sage are Western. And shallots, garlic, ginger, and fennel are Chinese, focusing on a combination of Chinese and Western. The second is Chinese medicinal materials. As mentioned before, she can do without them, but she can't do without them. Moreover, in the polar night, she will fight against those zombie creatures. And the items used for detoxification are also very important. The second is some things to treat injuries and stop bleeding. Li Fei bought a batch of seeds of Isatis root, Forsythia suspensa, and Sedum panax nodo ginseng, and then bought some according to her preferences, such as monk fruit, Atractylodes macrocephala, Salvia miltiorhiza, clove, Perilla frutescens, Astragalus, Angelica sinensis, Plantigo, and Lycium barbarum. Looking at these medicinal herbs, Li Fei had an idea. He wondered if he could try to make wine with some of them after harvesting them. After buying these seeds, it was time to buy fruit seeds. There are no fewer kinds of fruits in autumn than in summer, and many of them are fruit trees, because they now have more ways to make money. But the price of fruit trees has not increased. Li Fei bought 4 fruit tree seedlings after careful consideration, namely apples, pears, oranges and persimmons. As for the fruits planted in the farmland, Li Fei bought a batch of grape seeds. If they are planted, they can not only be eaten, but also be used to make wine. It is a good choice for a small winery. In addition to these, Li Fei will buy a batch of functional crop seeds. For example, she had planted a lot of cotton in spring and summer, but now that it was autumn, she turned her attention to another plant, Rainy. Yes, it was still used for weaving cloth and making clothes. Sugarcane could not be planted in autumn, but Li Fei quickly found a substitute. Beets. Like sugarcane, beets can also be used to make sugar when they are ripe. So Li Fei immediately bought a large number of seeds. Rubber grass could not be planted in autumn either, but the system obviously thought rubber was very important. So another plant that could also produce rubber, guayuli, was placed in the mall interface. It was fun to buy, but you also had to turn around and see if you had enough gold coins. Li Fei thought about it and decided it was time to buy more exotic plants. But in fact, many exotic plants planted in the summer can still be kept until now. Probably because they can be planted for 2 seasons, such as corn submachine guns, chili rifles, cabbage pitchers, morning glory cannons, thorn grass, etc. At least, they can attack the zombies tonight. But the field dedicated to planting exotic plants also has a lot of grids. So you can buy another batch of seeds to plant. First of all, for the offensive type, Li Fei bought peanut pistols and zucchini mortar seeds. She also planted crops for these 2 types. And she can allocate some of them to process into ammunition. For this type of ammunition type exotic plants. In addition to continuing to plant potato grenades, sweet potato mines, and taro bombs, Li Fei also found 2 other similar exploding walnuts and flaming tomatoes. It is not difficult to see that the exploding walnut is also a hot weapon. And the flaming tomato, as the name suggests, must be related to the fire element. When the insect plague occurs, the most needed thing is also fire. After all, no matter how much the insects mutate, they are still afraid of fire. There are also the mutant creatures behind. So Li Fei planted more. After that, she was free to play. Li Fei was browsing in the mall interface, wanting to buy some auxiliary exotic plants. The first thing she looked at was the plant that could restore the durability of the surrounding exotic plants like the life peach. And finally found 2 seasonal pomegranate doctors and healing citrus. Not only does it sound very healing, but it also tastes inexplicably delicious. Ahem. Buy some seeds first. Li Fei also collected the hedge thorn roses. So she had to buy another plant that could provide protection. And she quickly found a replacement for this plant, called the tiger thorn guard. The principle is similar. Although it can't climb the flower rack like roses, it can be used as a defense as long as it grows densely. Moreover, it is said that this flower is poisonous and has thorns, so it is perfect for defense. Last quarter, she planted the flash mandala. And this quarter, she found 2 other flowers to plant, namely the magic rose and the mysterious colchicum. These 2 flowers, one is for charm and the other is for poison. And both are very useful. At this time, Li Fei remembered the psychedelic mushroom she planted at the beginning. Thinking about it this way, she hasn't grown magic mushrooms for a long time. However, magic mushrooms are placed at the bottom of the mall interface, as if the mall is slowly expanding with the passage of time or their proficiency. And the magic mushrooms are like novice plants. But magic mushrooms can't seem to be planted in autumn. So Li Fei bought more seeds of magic roses and mysterious colchicum. However, in autumn, the electric sunflower can't be planted either. But electricity is very important in the end times. At least before there is a large-scale supply. Modern people can't live without electricity at all. But this storm alone is likely to paralyze the power of the entire city, or even the country. Although she had harvested a lot of fully charged electric sunflowers before, how could she have too little electricity? So she still wanted to find a way this autumn. Fortunately, the system mall also gave her a way. Even though she couldn't plant sunflowers in autumn, she could plant another plant, Miscanthus sinensis. This plant doesn't seem to be much different from aquatic plants such as reeds. But I heard that some countries plant it specifically for power generation. Maybe that's why the mall has set it up like this. Anyway, buy it first. After buying a large number of seeds of electric Miscanthus sinensis, the next thing was the sawtooth leaf corpse flower, the flash mandala, etc. But even so, Li Fei still didn't finish this shopping trip. The crops on the farmland have been almost bought. But there is still one place where the crops have not been bought. Li Fei thought about it, opened the mall interface, and walked towards that place. Not long after, he saw the lonely and quiet beehive. Yes, crops should be planted next to the beehive. Otherwise, there will be no honey produced if there is only a production space for the bees. But before that, Li Fei took out his copper axe, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to open up a piece of open space here. Chapter 232. Li Fei cut down a lot of trees that had been dyed red and yellow, and obtained wood, tree seeds, and wild fruits. She planned to replant them after returning. The materials for the beehive are now complete, especially the syrup, except for 2 pieces left for themselves. The rest of the sugar cane that Li Fei planted in the summer was used to make sugar continuously, because the sugar stored at home had not been eaten up. Most of it was used to make syrup, so it was not a scarce material. Thinking of this, Li Fei increased the number of beehives to 5 at once, and tried the effect first. and then considered whether to place more. With beehives, there must be crops that can collect honey. These crops must be planted within the specified range around the beehive to be effective. So Li Fei put down a beehive first for comparison. She also selected the crops and bought sunflower, wild chrysanthemum, and osmanthus seeds. Sunflower and wild chrysanthemum can be planted on the ground, but osmanthus is equivalent to a sapling. Autumn is the season when the golden osmanthus is fragrant. The most important thing is that this is a two-season crop, which means that the osmanthus tree can continue to survive in winter, and the beehive can continue to operate and become winter honey, even if the growth cycle is long. Li Fei does not feel that she has lost money. It can be said that she bought the seeds as soon as she saw them. After buying the seeds, she needs to plant them. Li Fei decided to plant the ones next to the beehive first before going back. This kind of flower also needs to cultivate the land. Li Fei took out a hoe to hoe the soil around the beehive, and then sprinkled sunflower and wild chrysanthemum seeds. I just don't know if fertilizer is useful for them. They have always applied fertilizer on crops. Exotic plants are also considered another type of crop, but they have never been applied on flowers. Is there a setting for flower fertilizer? Why not try it then, so that they can mature quickly and the beehive can produce honey earlier? After sowing the seeds of the two crops, Li Fei compared the distance and planted the osmanthus seedling in the middle of the two beehives, so that perhaps both beehives can collect honey. As a tree species, osmanthus only needs tree fertilizer. Seeing that the arrangement was temporarily completed, Li Fei went to the beach to find Li Xian. Li Xian has been rushing around the sea again during this period, but I don't know if it's because he and Zizan had already searched here yesterday. But there are not many seafood today. But he was not discouraged and started fishing directly. There must be more fish in the sea than on the beach. In addition, he also improved his fishing skills. So wouldn't it be a lot of fish to catch? Before that, Li Xian went to the pet house to feed Arachne and Zanzan. The little spider seemed to have grown a little bit, and now it was as big as the palm of the hand. I just don't know if it can grow to the size of the crazy spider in the future. As for Zanzan, as a little dog who is still carefree for the time being, he eats and sleeps every day, and goes out to have fun with Li Xian. Now he has grown a little bit, and his body has begun to grow. I feel that after this autumn, he will be as majestic as a black back. After feeding and interacting with Li Xian for a while, he went to the beach. Naturally, Zizan followed him. The spacious beach was suitable for him to run. Later, when he needed to rest, he lay on the warm sand beside Li Xian. Li Xian sometimes waited patiently for the fish to bite. When he was bored, he would stroke Zizan. At this time, Zizan would already show his belly, although his face would occasionally show a helpless expression. Furry and fluffy. I never get tired of stroking him. But Zizan was not just a cute mascot. When there was a slight movement nearby, he would turn over and look at that place alertly, and a fierce look flashed on his already dark little face. Even though he still had a mouthful of milk teeth, a bite was not to be underestimated. But if it was an acquaintance, it would immediately return to its previous state and run directly to the person and follow him. And that person was Li Fei. Li Fei squatted down and stroked the dog's head, and then found a toy frisbee. When Zanzan saw the red frisbee, his eyes lit up, and he bent over, ready to go. Li Fei threw it hard into the distance, and Zanzan's eyes followed the frisbee in the air, and he spread his 4 short legs to chase it. She then came to Li Xian and asked, "How many fish did you catch? I'll take some back to make fertilizer." Li Xian immediately showed his results. There are still many kinds of fish in this autumn. The most important thing is that sea fish are a new species for them. So of course they feel a lot of novelty. With cooking and skills, Li Xian caught a lot of fish, including yellow croaker, pomfret, hairtail, grouper and sori. And the harvest was not small. Li Xian said at this time, "Sister, I think it's because of the change of seasons. Yesterday in summer, I caught tuna and red snapper, but I didn't see them at all today. I'm afraid those are summer fish and can't be caught in autumn. It's okay. Don't we still have so many fish now? It's enough to sell and eat." The Li family doesn't eat seafood much, but sea fish always has a different taste from river fish. They have also eaten a lot of river fish recently. It's time to change the taste. Isn't it seafood freedom now? After hearing this, Li Xian smiled mischievously and said, "It's enough to eat. In fact, I didn't sell the tuna I caught yesterday. I still kept it. Otherwise, I would have to wait until the next season when there are fish to eat it next time. Seeing Li Xian's smug look, Li Fei felt speechless. What should she say? Should she say that he is such a clever kid? However, Li Fei was not unhappy about this. If her brother wanted to eat it, he could eat it. Besides, it was a tuna, which must be at least 4 or 5 pounds. She always heard that it had tender meat and delicate taste. She also wanted to try it. Let him catch a few more to make up for it. Li Fei thought about it, took some fish from Li Xian, and started to make fertilizers next to the workbench. She planned to make a batch of advanced fertilizers and intermediate fertilizers, and the rest would be primary fertilizers. And she would also make some tree fertilizers. Anyway, she must pay more attention to space these days. And it is not a big deal if some crops mature later. While the workbench was processing, Li Fei went to a bonfire and set up a copper pot, and made a spinach and tofu soup dish that can improve farming skills. The primary fertilizer was completed faster than the others. After Li Fei took a batch, the simple spinach and tofu soup was also made. She put them all into her backpack and went to the place where the beehive was placed. She drank the bowl of soup directly and immediately felt warm at this time. Perhaps the coolness in the autumn space was just right for drinking soup and cooking. The buff next to the status was also added, and the physical value was increased. So Li Fei watered and fertilized the seeds one by one, and applied high-level tree fertilizer to the osmanthus seedlings. She quickly finished the work here. You can imagine that when the crops here are grown, the beehive will be surrounded by flowers, and there may be wild bees flying. And when the beehive school is completed in the future, it is possible that this land will become a sea of flowers. Li Fei clapped his hands in satisfaction at the row of beehives and the crops planted, and left here, turning to the large farmland. While waiting for the fertilizer to be completely made, Li Fei began to water the seeds. Although this copper watering can is more convenient than the initial wooden barrel, once there are resources, Li Fei wants to be more convenient, such as continuing to make iron watering cans. However, after making several beehives, the iron ingots in the inventory are a bit urgent. Fortunately, Li Su is now working in the mine cave, and he will probably bring a lot of minerals when he comes back, so there will be no problem. So Li Fei still holds the copper watering can and waters diligently, and the small stream of water rises a small mist. Some people may ask why they don't make sprinklers. In fact, they now have a relatively stable source of copper and iron ores, and they can already make primary sprinklers. But after Li Fei previewed the blueprint, she found that this primary sprinkler can only automatically water the crops in the surrounding 4 grids. If calculated according to their current farmland, they must make dozens of them. That feels a bit wasteful. With those ingots, she can make other tools and weapons and build buildings. As for the materials used in the intermediate sprinkler, Li Fei feels that they can only get them in the desert mine or even the lava mine. When they get them at that time, they can make them one by one. However, they might as well be patient and rush directly to the advanced sprinkler. The range and kinetic energy are simply amazing, and they may even clear the mine. So Li Fei decided to make an iron sprinkler later. If there were more mines, other iron tools could be arranged slowly. Transitioning from copper to iron is also progress. Halfway through the watering, Li Fei's stamina was almost exhausted. She stopped and took out a few steamed buns from her backpack and ate them, and her stamina was mostly restored. The steamed buns in this space exuded a natural smell. They were very soft when you took a bite, and there was even a sweet aftertaste when you chewed them in your mouth. They were delicious when you just ate them. With stamina, you can continue to work. Li Fei finally finished watering, and the fertilizers on the workbench were all made. Li Fei took all the fertilizers, sprinkled high-level fertilizers on some exotic plants, sprinkled intermediate fertilizers on other parts and some crops, and slowly sprinkled primary fertilizers on the rest. Although fertilizing does not require physical effort, it is very effective in killing time. After everything was done, a thin layer of sweat had already seeped out of Li Fei's forehead. There is no sun in autumn, but the work is still tiring. Li Fei sighed. It's okay. It's okay. Being tired now is for a good life in the future. Delicious food is waiting for me. Thinking of this, Li Fei took out the copper cup with a happy mood and made a portion of bayberry and lychee drink in it. They don't have much winemaking equipment now, but the total amount of fruit that can be harvested from the fruit trees is several dozen kilograms. So even if they use these 2 fruits to make wine, they eat the rest themselves, and they haven't eaten all of them yet. This is the benefit of planting fruit trees. So when the fruit trees of this season are grown, they can bear fruit again. And even if there is no need for a cooling buff in the space, the lychee and bayberry drink made is icy, cool, sour, sweet and thirst quenching. And she has extra materials. So why can't she make a portion to drink? Making this kind of cold drink in a copper cup is much faster than making a hot drink. Li Fei raised her head and drank it. She immediately felt that all the sweat on her body was taken back, and her mouth was full of fruit sweetness and refreshing. While drinking and walking, Li Fei suddenly came to the order board. The space farm is currently an intermediate order board, which can hold 6 orders, and it is also thoughtfully divided into categories, namely fresh, processed and bounty. But Li Fei didn't pay much attention to it recently, because the orders issued by it began to be similar to those of ordinary farm games, which were all crops they were currently planting and processed products that could be made. Even the bounty tasks were to kill a sufficient number of monsters and collect materials from the mines, such as various gems. And the rewards were naturally mostly gold coins. There were no surprising rewards, so Li Fei didn't care much. You know, for a farm game, gold coins can be said to be the most scarce, but also the least scarce, as long as you can grind. Will you still lack this in the future? But today she was left alone on the farm, and when she saw the order board that she hadn't paid attention to for a long time, she suddenly found a unique order. Chapter 233. Sharp Wolf Fangs. Requires Wolf Bones X10. Reward, Mace Blueprint X1. It seems that the rewards for bounty missions are still good. But wolf bones? Could it be that the monsters in the last big layer of the ice crystal mine are wolves? Well, after all, hawks and falcons have come out, so it's not surprising to have wolves. But what is the connection between wolf bones and maces? Even Li Fei knew that the mace was actually embedded with copper and iron, so it's impossible to grind wolf bones into that. Right? Could it be another system's bad taste? Anyway, it's a new weapon, so learn the blueprint first. Besides, before the pollen dust storm hit, the community had carried out sales activities. But it was called an activity, but there was no complete organization. Everything was spontaneously formed by the residents. However, no one would take out supplies like food. After all, people don't care much about money now. An online payment is even more impossible. So they consciously use the form of barter. Since there is no food, they will sell some tools or daily necessities to try to exchange for other food supplies, especially tools that can be used as weapons, such as the nail gun that Ning Shuwan accidentally found in the hardware store, which can be used as a controlled firearm after modification. There are also controlled tools that are obtained from nowhere, and according to Ning Shuwan, those sellers look particularly strange. Probably those outsiders who have joined the community. In fact, the original residents of the community had many complaints about these outsiders who joined in the middle. They might be unfamiliar with them, and didn't know whether they were good or bad. So they had an extra sense of rejection, and were suspicious all day long. So they would quarrel and push each other if they didn't get along. But there were also people who really wanted to buy the equipment for self-defense. They might not be able to find it even if they went out to look for it. But these people were discouraged by the high price. So there were fewer people. Of course, there were also people who were stupid and had a lot of money. But food was the most important thing. They couldn't bear to spend it. So they thought of using some other currency to complete the deal, such as gold. Although the old saying goes that antiques are worth gold in troubled times. But now none of them are. Who knows whether the antiques are real or fake when exchanging for materials, and how to sell them later. So even if they are real antiques, they are wasted in the end times. But if the gold is real gold, the situation is different. It seems that it can serve as a measure at any time and in any place, and most people can barely accept it. Moreover, before the end of the world, it can be called a prosperous era. Rich families with spare money will really buy some gold, which may come in handy at this time. Unfortunately, if it is exchanged for some tools and weapons, it is actually a huge loss. Some people gritted their teeth and agreed after a long time. Li Fei still remembers that there seemed to be circulation of gold and silver in the previous life. But that was also a transaction between the upper class. For them, a group of workers who struggled to survive in the lower class. The reward was just food, drink and so-called points. But in this life, in addition to gold, silver, jade and stones, she remembered another strange resource. That is the crystal core in the space. After all, when zombies were still everywhere in S City in the past, Li Fei had taken crystal cores from them. I don't know if it was done by the system. And she never gave her an answer. However, the rescue army's action in this life was too fast. Before she got much, the zombies in S City had been almost wiped out. Should I say this is the speed of a first-tier city? In addition, she later repelled the zombie group in the space, and went down the mine to obtain crystal cores. I almost forgot this. But according to this idea, zombies are actually mutated people. Since they can obtain crystal cores in their bodies, can they be obtained from other mutated creatures? But now most of the mutant creatures are dormant, and we have to wait a little longer to find the truth. If it is really as she thought. I don't know if others can find this crystal core by then. If it is discovered, S City and even the whole country may trigger a wave of suspicion and speculation. With the tireless and persistent spirit of Chinese scientific researchers, even if the conditions are poor, they will eventually study it out. But that should be a story for the future. Li Fei didn't ask the system for clarification, knowing that the latter has always been a riddle man in some aspects, as if it wanted her to find out everything by herself. Anyway, in her previous life, Li Fei had never heard of the existence of the crystal core until she died. But so many abnormal things have happened in this life. What if? There are always one or two things that happen in life. In short, when Ning Shuan talked to her, she also mentioned that she saw someone selling tools and weapons that she assembled by herself. There is definitely no one like a nail gun. And if there is one, she should keep it for herself. But the long lance-like weapon that Ning Shuan assembled herself is very popular. It is of course best to attack from a distance. Then there are weapons like maces. The stick is made of wood. Anyway, there are so many woods in the community now. And there are a lot of sharp metals installed on it, which makes the lethality higher. And because of this metal, the price is more expensive than other pure wood ones. But now, let alone selling items, I'm afraid I can't even go out. I have to ensure my own safety first. Li Fei looked at the order thoughtfully. Although the order has not been received yet, as long as there are enough materials in the backpack, he can go to the order board to receive the order and deliver it directly in the next second. They often do this. In addition, wolf teeth are dropped items, and Li Su will definitely pick them up and put them in his backpack when he sees them. So he is not afraid of missing them. But wolves are not solitary animals. But Li Su is alone, which makes Li Fei a little worried. But looking at the sky, the latter should be back soon. Li Fei shook his head. She should take care of the farm first. Going to the workbench to make a stone fence. Li Fei looked up at her currency column. After buying a lot of crop seeds and building upgraded buildings, the number there dropped sharply again. Li Fei roughly calculated that she was still short of the hut she wanted to build. But she could still build a fish pond. But this time, she actually had a little selfish motive. The most important thing was not to make money, but she wanted to eat. What should we eat in autumn, like this kind of river seafood? Of course it's hairy crabs. Especially crabs from a famous lake. Even before the end of the world, there was news about so-called crabs that had been overwatered. Li Fei had never eaten authentic hairy crabs. But now that she has the system, maybe she can not only eat it, but also eat it all the time. Steamed, salt-baked, garlic minced, marinated. Crab meat can be made into soup. Lion head. Even simply stir-fried with eggs is delicious. Crab roe can also be made into tofu. Soup dumplings, especially mixed with a bowl of rice or rice. If she eats this set, Li Fei will definitely not be paralyzed. With her mouth full of saliva, Li Fei decided to implement her plan when Li Su came back. Li Fei smacked her lips, pulled out the system again and asked, "System, can sea fish be raised in fish ponds?" After all, they have only raised river fish in fish ponds, and also planted plants. But now they have suddenly unlocked the beach and the ocean. And sea fish are more expensive than river fish. If they raise a batch and sell them, they will definitely make more money than raising river fish. But can marine fish really be raised in a fish pond? Li Fei was unsure for a moment. So he asked the system. The system replied, "Yes, host. But you need to trouble the host to replace the water in the fish pond with seawater first. Secondly, after the conversion, the fish pond can only raise marine creatures." Li Fei suddenly grasped one of the key words. The system was talking about creatures. But not just fish. Could it be that they can plant something on the water surface, like they raise river fish? But the plants in the sea, could it be seaweed and kelp? Li Fei's eyes lit up. seaweed, kelp, wakame, sea grapes, etc. are all well-known edible plants in the sea. And some of them are particularly delicious. Good. Good. She must build this fish pond. After coming to the furnace and habitually throwing in some or in coal, Li Fei suddenly found that there were a lot of finished items piled up on one of the forging tables not far away. It was probably because Li Su put the corresponding amount of materials in it before leaving, and they were piled up automatically after being made. Li Fei went forward and saw that they were several copper fish cages. Now that the three of them came to the space, they consciously divided the work. So they also regarded some equipment and places as their own to go around, and others didn't pay much attention to them. Li Fei looked at these copper fish cages. Although the wooden fish cages that were previously placed in the current rivers and lakes were slowly breaking down. Given the curved coastline, Li Fei subconsciously thought that these were made to be placed on the seashore. This may be the tacit understanding between family members. Besides, if you can release fish in rivers and lakes, why can't you release fish at the seaside? Maybe you can catch new seafood? Li Fei immediately took the copper fish cages to the seaside again. Li Xian was not surprised, and cast his rod into the boundless clear seawater as usual. This is the right season, and even fishing has become a relaxing thing. Quite leisurely. After Li Fei put away the copper fish cages, and asked Li Xian for some fish feed to put in, the fish cages began to work silently. Guessing that Li Su would be back soon, Li Fei simply sat down and took out the fishing rod to fish for a while. This sea fish seemed to be a little harder to catch than river fish. In addition, Li Fei had no fishing skills and hadn't touched the fishing rod for a long time. He had to take off the hook several times before he could barely catch one. He opened his backpack and saw that it was a sori. While studying it, she suddenly felt something nudging her. Turning around, she saw Zanzan holding a frisbee and shaking his tail. Yes, it seemed that she had given it the frisbee to play with. And then after throwing it out, it seemed to slip away. Could it be that it has been pestering Li Xian to play with this all this time? The mutant animals are really energetic. Li Xian saw this and sighed. It has been played many times. Why doesn't it get tired of it? It seemed to be just as Li Fei thought. So she touched Zanzan's little head, took the frisbee with shallow bite marks on it, and threw it out. And Zanzan screamed and ran in that direction. No way. This is the first time it has seen a frisbee since it was born. Li Fei shrugged, as if she didn't think it was a big deal. Besides, there were other pet toys she found outside in the storage box, and she would give them to Zizan to play with later. Li Xian, just pet it. He sighed again, and when Li Fei put the sori that she had caught with great difficulty into her backpack, he suggested, Sister, why don't we eat seafood today? For example, this sori. Just grill it. It's simple and delicious. Well, but we still have a lot left. Li Fei rubbed her chin and thought. For example, the ones we keep in the pot. Li Fei was talking about river fish. Since they started to change to copper fish cages, they have more of them. Especially the bullfrogs, eels, and a whole turtle caught in the summer. They are still kept in the basin at home. They swim around every day but can't escape. Alas, I never thought that one day she would worry about what to eat. But it takes a long time to make those. Right? Li Xian looked up at the time displayed by the system and shook his head. We have to be considerate of our eldest brother. Right? And I'm starving. Can't I eat breakfast? It seems that she doesn't understand Li Su at all. Right? Li Fei was about to refute a few words, but heard a voice behind her. What are you talking about me? Chapter 234. As soon as Li Fei and Li Xian heard it, they knew that it was Li Su who came back. They looked back and saw that Li Su was walking towards them. A series of footprints reappeared on the beach that had been refreshed. Li Fei put away his fishing rod, stood up and asked, Brother, I saw a new order on the order board. It seems to be about the last layer of the ice crystal mine. Have you seen any new monsters there? Li Su shook his head and replied, No. I have been digging in the worm soil layer during this period. How can I take a closer look? What's the new order? Li Fei was relieved and told him about the wolf pack. Li Xian also put away his fishing rod because he knew he had to go back. Zanzan caught the frisbee and ran over, still holding it in his mouth. He took it off and scooped it up and held it in his arms. I feel a little fatter. After chatting, the three people and the dog returned to reality. I don't know if it was an illusion, but they felt that the sky was darker, and there were still whistling wind and thumping sounds outside the window. as if they had formed a fierce symphony. And there was an accent in it from time to time. No one came to the door during this time, and it was unclear whether they were also repairing their own defense facilities. However, although the sunlight was blocked a lot, the temperature did not seem to drop immediately. The thermometer on the wall was still around the number starting with 3. This temperature would still feel hot without using some cooling equipment. Fortunately, the oxygen content in the invisible and colorless air began to return to normal. Compared with the scorching heat, this is more likely to cause people to die suddenly. Li Fei collected the remaining water in the large vat and filled it with fresh ice cubes. Li Xian sat directly on the soft sofa with Zizan in his arms, and Li Su went to the kitchen. It is reasonable that electricity and gas should be turned on during this period, but Li Su tried to start the fire but failed. He used electric kitchen utensils, but there was no response. So he came out and said, "There is no electricity or gas. Can you try?" Li Xian listened, picked up the remote control on the coffee table and pressed it. But the air conditioner could not be turned on. Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "Maybe the supply station was also hit by a disaster. With such a strong wind, people can't resist it at all." And she glanced at the windowsill again. Outside the glass window without curtains, the small balcony had accumulated more than 10 centimeters of pollen dust. I don't know when the wall-mounted solar panel was blown away by the wind. As soon as these words came out, Li Su and Li Xian were silent. When the power was cut off, they relied on the solar panels left by the previous landlord to restore a certain amount of electricity. But they didn't expect that they were still blown away by this evil wind. Li Fei looked at the two of them and couldn't help but chuckled. "Why are you so sad? Anyway, we didn't spend money to install it ourselves. And without the solar panel, we still have other things. Right?" Li Xian involuntarily shifted his gaze to the pots of electric sunflowers near the windowsill. The petals were still blooming, and the huge flower discs were faintly flowing with a touch of pure gold. He said happily, "Yes. We still have exotic plants. Maybe they are more useful than solar panels. Although the electric sunflowers will wither after the season in space, they can be transplanted into reality. There is moisturizing soil, and the sun never sets. So they are still blooming and are still tirelessly absorbing solar energy and converting it into electricity." Li Su also recovered his complexion, but asked again, "I just don't know how to use it." They fiddled with the solar panels to start, but they were puzzled by the exotic plants. But now that there is no gas, it doesn't matter. This electricity cannot be without. Otherwise they can only eat leftovers, or even eat raw meat and drink blood. Since they don't understand, why not just ask those who understand? Li Fei directly asked the system. But the system replied, "Host, just go and observe the electric sunflower." Li Fei, what else can she do? Of course, she should follow the system's instructions. But Li Su and Li Xian also came over and squatted down to check. The electric sunflower looks not much different from the sunflower in reality. Li Fei poked the flower disc and petals, and the former just shook slightly as a response, like other strange plants in the space. She thought for a moment, and suddenly moved the flower pot, showing the back of the electric sunflower. There is a thick flower stem on the back, but there is a magical hole similar to a power strip on the green receptacle. In the past, they just planted it, watered and fertilized it, and let it grow in charge, without noticing the wonder behind it. The three of them looked at each other and coughed to ease the embarrassment. In any case, the meal can be cooked. Li Su moved a pot into the kitchen and cooked rice in the rice cooker, and Li Xian moved a pot to the side of the oven to connect it. Then he and Li Fei took out the sori from the backpack, counted a few, and killed them together. Zan saw the brother and sister killing fish next to him, and couldn't help sniffing here and shaking his tail there. His intention was very obvious, and he almost spoke directly. The two of them didn't touch it because their hands were covered in blood. They just smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your share is included. Just wait and eat." In fact, it wasn't just Zizan who was waiting to eat. Li Fei also found a lot of seasonings and rubbed them all over the processed sori. After marinating, it was sent to the oven to start roasting. Under the warm light, it seemed to have exuded an attractive fragrance, which made Li Fei, Li Xian and Zizan salivate. In addition to rice, Li Su also made a big bowl of delicious vegetarian soup. It must be said that they now have a lot of vegetables in the granary. Just the three of them can't eat them all. The dishes finally came to the table, and the three of them were already starving. Li Fei also brought a new food bowl, filled it with a bowl of rice, soaked it with soup, and then cut the sori meat into it and stirred it, and it became a bowl of dog food. But she was not sure whether the mutant dog had the same dietary taboos as ordinary dogs. But she made a low-end version of sori. Zazan was so anxious that he kept circling beside him, standing up and breathing heavily, staring at the food bowl in Li Fei's hand with a pair of grape-like eyes. Or more precisely, the rice in it. It smells so good. It smells better than the food we usually eat. How come the owner always has so many delicious foods in his hands? But Li Fei was not so easily soft-hearted. She repeated several instructions to Zazan before finally putting down the food bowl, and the latter immediately started to eat with relish. Since Zan was in such a state, Li Fei and the other two naturally could not escape the temptation. They started working, chewing the firm and delicious sori while eating rice. The sori produced in this space was probably a circle bigger than the one in reality, and was very plump. After eating one for each person, and matching it with other food, they were almost full. Li Fei burped without any image, and asked Li Su to prepare fruit after the meal. Although the autumn fruits have been planted, it will take some time to eat them. So in terms of fruits, they still eat the ones harvested in summer. Li Su directly opened a watermelon, and put half of it in the refrigerator. But at this time, he suddenly remembered that this refrigerator still needs electricity. And it is a big one. So he immediately brought another pot of electric sunflower, found the corresponding socket shape on the flower receptacle, and connected it. With a bang, the light in the refrigerator turned on, and it started cooling again. At this temperature, now they just need to put ice cubes in the big vat, and add an electric fan. As long as the pollen dust storm passes, the world will probably fall into polar night. When the sun sets, the scorching heat will no longer exist. In short, the electricity of this air conditioner can be saved and used on other electrical appliances. After all, a fully electric sunflower can only charge about 50 degrees of electricity at most. When there is no sunlight in the polar night, it will be impossible to convert electricity. Fortunately, Li Fei bought a lot of electric miscanthus seeds. Once the miscanthus plant grows, it will form a large area. The electricity it converts should be more than that of electric sunflowers. The three of them sat on the sofa and scooped watermelon to eat. Li Fei also found the shaved ice machine to make watermelon shaved ice. Originally, the autumn space was more comfortable than the summer space. Ordinary labor was like fitness exercise. But once it returned to reality, it was like returning to that summer. Zanzan sat on the floor and stared at the three people without blinking. The transparent liquid slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth and fell on the floor drop by drop. Li Su sighed. You have eaten such a big bowl of rice. Are you still not full? Zanzan immediately barked in response. I guess it's the same as us. The fruit is placed in another stomach. Li Xian wiped her mouth and turned to ask. Sister, can dogs eat watermelon? Li Fei licked the tip of the cold spoon and answered vaguely. Why don't you try it yourself? In fact, she didn't know. She had never raised a dog. But the mutant dog can no longer be limited by the common sense of the past. For example, the appetite, physical strength, and IQ have changed. So can't the appetite also be bigger? Scientifically speaking, this is called energy conservation. Li Xian thought for a moment, then scooped a small piece with a spoon and threw it over. As for food, Zazan seemed to be ready to go. When he saw a piece of bright red melon flesh flying over, he immediately jumped up and took it away, eating it with a slurp. Li Xian fed him 2 pieces and stopped, advising, Be good. I'll give you more next time. They still have a lot of watermelons in the granary. Besides, they are not eating them as meals. Zazan whined a few times, but he didn't get willful. He lay on the floor and stopped making trouble. The three of them rested for a while, and they didn't know how anxious the people outside were. Now the lack of electricity and gas is secondary. The wind is so strong that it can even blow down the doors and windows that are not very solid. As long as the dust storm takes advantage of the gap, the room will quickly be covered with a huge amount of pollen, which is simply a double critical hit of physical and magical damage. Li Fei turned on the surveillance camera and took a look, but she didn't expect that the camera image was particularly blurry, probably because it was stained by sand and dust. She could vaguely see the pollen blowing in the air, outlining the shape of the wind. Li Xian stretched himself. No one had come to the house during this period of time. There was only the sound of the wind and nature, and the surroundings seemed very quiet. Why did he suddenly feel that they were the only ones around? Wait. Li Xian was sweating. Could it be that his words would come true? Chapter 235. Li Su asked. Fei, how do we divide the work in the space later? Li Fei thought for a while and replied. I have an idea. That is, we go down to the mine together, break through the last part of the ice crystal mine, and then we can go to the desert mine, which can be regarded as a new chapter. Li Xian pointed at himself and asked, should I go too? Not fishing? And the buff of Steam Sea Base is not over yet. Li Fei explained. The monsters in the last part are wolves, which cannot be dealt with by one person. So I thought we can go together. And Li Fei glanced at Li Xian and asked again, how long has it been since you last fought? You still need to practice when necessary. You can't just sit there fishing all day. Li Xian. Fishing is also very laborious and time-consuming. Okay. Well, actually it was like that at first. But later as the fishing skill level increased, he felt a lot easier with each level up. In addition, now he would eat food before fishing. And the buff made it even easier. And he really became a little more lazy. Li Xian and Li Su agreed with Li Fei's suggestion. Although Zanzan didn't quite understand what the three of them were saying, he still waited quietly and obediently by the side. So in the end, the three people and the dog returned to the space. And Zanzan shouted and ran and rolled on the open space. It seems that he still prefers to stay in the space. Although they decided to go down the mine together, they still had to make some preparations before going. Li Fei went to the campfire to set up the kitchen utensils to make suitable dishes. Li Xian went to the workbench to make stone fences. And Li Su went to the craftsman's table. Li Fei had told him about his plan to free the hairy crabs in advance. And if there were more fish ponds, they could not only eat but also sell them. So he would only agree to this plan. The pattern of the fish pond was colorful on the craftsman's table. Li Su thought about it. And a virtual fish pond emerged from the pattern. He then took it to the side of the two old fish ponds and put it down. And a countdown icon immediately appeared. After building the new fish pond, Li Su went to the forging table, first smelting and processing the ores obtained from the worm soil layer mine in the first half of the day, and then continued to make copper fish cages on the forging table. Li Fei had already put the materials in the campfire kitchenware, and just had to wait for the production to be completed. Seeing Li Su come to the forging table again, she went there and proposed the idea of making an iron watering can. The iron ingots needed for this would have to be replenished when we go down to the mine later. Li Su nodded, but asked again, Fei, how is your weapon? Li Fei directly took out the bone blade that he often used. After a close observation, it was indeed a little curled. After all, it took a long time, and it was also very simple to make this weapon. Li Fei glanced and asked, brother, did you find anything? Li Su nodded and smiled. While browsing the mall, I saw something that might interest you. He opened the mall interface and switched to the alchemy recipe column. It didn't take long for him to find the recipe blueprint. Li Fei looked closely and saw that the blueprint was called Repair Oil. Li Fei suddenly realized. She had been thinking about it before. The elite monsters in the mines and farms could only be killed once or several times. They only dropped a few materials in total. After making the weapon, they were gone. What if the durability of the weapon ran out? I didn't expect that this was not a problem of changing weapons, but a problem of maintenance. Ancient swords and other things still need maintenance, which is not surprising. Li Fei thought about this and continued to look. He found that in addition to the oil and lime needed for the repair oil, they probably couldn't get the remaining material in the short term. The name is fat, which is a byproduct that can only be obtained after raising animals. But their poultry houses are also being built, and I believe they will be able to have them soon. Besides, Li Fei still uses weapons that can be easily obtained with materials such as bone blades, stone hammers, and ice crystal daggers. Even the poison sword, spider bow and spider shield have not been used much, but they are brought with him. Li Fei thought about this and said, then make a few more bone blades and stone hammers. When they are done, my dishes should be ready too. The materials for making these two weapons are even simpler. If they are broken, just make a new one. Why use repair oil? Li Xian was making stone fences, replacing the broken wooden fences, and enclosing the farmland bit by bit. He saw that Zazan was still following him. As a puppy, it is better not to face the wolf pack first. Right? Thinking of this, Li Xian gestured to Zazan and said a few words. Although Zazan was a little reluctant, he still went back to the pet house. which had a cage and a pet nest, and it could stay by itself. After preparing the new weapons and eating the food, the three of them prepared to go down the mine. They were already familiar with the mine, and they went straight to the transporter as soon as they entered the cave. They just took the transport vehicle, and they did not go directly to the last part of the ice crystal layer, but went to the 5th layer of the insect soil layer first. They brushed it from the beginning first, which was their respect for the mine, because it was for Li Xian to exercise. The killing of monsters was given to him. The latter did not forget the attacking moves, and diligently killed the flying insects, splashing all over the ground. Now Li Fei and Li Xian can dig for minerals seriously. Sometimes when they encounter a crowded vein, Li Fei will place a cherry bomb, so they don't even need to dig. They are relaxed in mining, and they have more opportunities to explore this mine that they have been to many times. Logically, they only needed to dig all the way down. But Li Fei thought of the changeable system again and decided to explore it carefully from beginning to end. As a result, just when they reached the 25th floor, the ground suddenly shook for a few seconds. The three of them also noticed it and stopped in silence. But this vibration was already familiar to them. I'm afraid something new has come out. Li Fei paused, and immediately drew out the bone blade, like a pirate leader standing on a sailing ship, waving forward and saying, "Go! Go and find out what you found. Long-legged spiders. Thank you so much. There is a chance that you will get some materials after killing the spiders in this part, such as spider silk. It seems that this spider silk can be used to make more than just bowstrings." But Li Fei suddenly realized that it seemed that the monsters in the mines had only started to drop items since the spiders were killed. Other flying insects. I thank you too. After a while, the three of them found something different in a corner from the previous time they came to this floor. It was a gap that was about wide enough for one person to enter, and it seemed to be a cave inside. Looking from the outside, it was pitch black and basically nothing could be seen. Li Fei frowned, but she quickly took out a tool from her backpack. That was the torch she made with rush. There were still shadows of rushes beside the water in the autumn space, and other collectible plants were picked together. However, Li Fei had not used the props made of rushes at that time, but now they would come in handy. The three of them each held a torch, and Li Fei held the simple torch and rubbed it against the wall. Suddenly, a ball of orange-yellow flame appeared on the head of the torch, adding a ray of light to the originally not-so-bright mine. Li Su and Li Xian also lit their own torches like Li Fei, and the surroundings became brighter. Some of the light even penetrated directly to the edge of the cave. Li Fei walked in slowly, with a torch in one hand, and a bone blade stained with blood and unknown liquid in the other hand to clear the way. When she entered the narrow cave entrance, she found that there was a large area inside the cave entrance. It was really narrow at first, but it became clear immediately. No way. No way. Could it be that everything in the book is true? After all, anything is possible in the system space. Li Fei's 5 senses were extremely sharp at this moment. She heard the sound of dripping water coming from nowhere, ticking in this empty cave, and even echoing. She also felt the warm and humid air all over her face. There was no wind at all. She frowned slightly. Will there be some new type of monster lurking? Wow! Li Fei was startled by this explosion-like sound. She tilted her head and looked over. Li Xian's eyes, which had been widened at some point, were reflected with firelight at the bottom, making them sparkle even more, as if he was very surprised. She frowned even deeper and scratched her ears. What happened? Li Su asked, while raising the torch to the place where Li Xian was looking. He didn't know what he saw, and suddenly fell silent. Li Fei also came forward with a torch. After seeing the scene clearly, she couldn't help but stare at the same time as Li Xian. Mushrooms. So many mushrooms. So this is a mushroom cave? Li Xian was the first to be surprised, and the first to react. She said happily, "Sister, let's pick them first. I see a few familiar ones." Li Su said on the side. "Then you guys pick them. I'll keep watch on the side. It would be bad if a monster jumps out at this time. If it was a cave in reality, it would be fine. But this is in space, and there is no telling what danger will pop out from anywhere." Li Fei nodded, squatted down, and reached out to pick a familiar one. The next second, the system said, "Ding. You get Chanterelle X1. Li Xian also picked, and the system continued to broadcast calmly. "Ding. You get Hazel Mushroom X1. Ding. You get Morel X1. Li Fei immediately noticed something wrong. Aren't these morels only available in spring and summer? In fact, today is only the first day of autumn, and there may be morels, but they are not sure yet. But at least there is a prerequisite for morels. That is, they will only appear on rainy days. I didn't expect them to appear in this cave. Could it be that this so-called mushroom cave can refresh mushrooms of different seasons? Sister, look! Li Fei came back to her senses, and saw that Li Xian also had a mushroom in his hand. The cap of that mushroom was black, but under the firelight, it faintly emitted a faint rainbow of colors. This is magic mushrooms? This mushroom cave can actually refresh the only mushroom-like exotic plants they have ever grown? This is really a big surprise. Li Fei was excited and didn't want to ask the system carefully first, but collected all the mushrooms she could see. Chanterelles, chicken leg mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo fungus. Unfortunately, they didn't find any more magic mushrooms except the one collected by Li Xian. However, at this moment, Li Fei found a new type of mushroom in it. Chapter 236. Ding. You get a red mushroom X1. Li Fei took the mushroom. The pure red cap was dotted with dense white dots. It was poisonous at first glance, but now they have a lot of ingredients, so there is no need to eat something strange. Li Fei immediately thought. Since it is not for cooking, then this material may be useful in other aspects? In any case, collect it first. The area of this mushroom cave can accommodate at least 3 of them, but it is not full of mushrooms on the stone wall. After collecting all of them, the last mushroom also attracted their attention. Ding. You get 1 purple mushroom. Even more amazing. Li Fei felt more and more that her idea was correct. After picking this single purple mushroom, the cave was empty, and they left without any incident. That is to say, this mushroom cave might just be a welfare. But I don't know if there will be such a cave in the ice crystal layer? Li Fei couldn't help but pull out the system and asked, System, what's going on with this cave? Instead of thinking about it herself, it's better to ask the system, and see if the latter will continue to be a riddler. The system replied, Host, this mushroom cave is unlocked after entering the worm soil layer a certain number of times, and it will refresh the mushroom types unlocked so far. Of course, there are also the 2 new mushrooms that the host just got. After the collection is completed, it will refresh after a while. Li Fei nodded to show understanding. With this calculation, they did enter the worm soil layer more times. After all, every mining started from the worm soil layer, and sometimes they would go to the worm soil layer alone. Then it is estimated that when they have a certain number of ice crystal layers, there will be an additional cave. Right? Li Fei suddenly became very interested in mining again. She placed the torch at the entrance of the cave, and she didn't know if the torch would go out automatically. Li Su and Li Xian left their torches. Although the ice crystal layer was too bright to need torches, it was effective for ice monsters. After visiting the mushroom cave, the 3 of them headed for the ice crystal layer. The ice crystal layer can be used to dig up ordinary raw stones, iron ore, coal and ice, especially ice, which is a necessity for them before the temperature drops completely. Moreover, after melting into water, they don't even need to fetch a lot of water. In addition to ores, they can also dig up gems, such as amethyst, sapphire and moonstone, each of which is as clear and mysterious as the ice layer. At least before this, they haven't found an obvious place to use gems, so they basically throw them into the shipping box together with other items for sale, which is at least a source of income. However, Li Fei suddenly thought that he had already made an alchemy table. Isn't alchemy about ores and gems? Maybe these gems will become useful? So you can continue to sell all kinds of gems, but you have to keep 1 or 2 as a backup, so that you don't have to go back to the mine to find them when you need them. After killing bats, snow moths and falcons layer by layer, the 3 of them came to the last part of the ice crystal layer. A few low roars were heard from a distance, accompanied by cold wind mixed with fine ice chips. But the roars did not come from the zombies, but from some wild beasts. Li Fei stopped to tidy up, and ate a set of boiled water and a steamed bun, which not only drove away the cold, but also increased his physical strength. Li Su and Li Xian also ate some food. However, at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. They were wolves that were slightly bent over and ready to attack. As Li Fei thought, this creature usually does not appear alone. Fortunately, Li Su only went to the insect soil layer when he went there. Otherwise, No matter how powerful he was, he might not be able to defeat these wolves. The wolves bared their teeth slightly, but did not take the initiative to attack. They just stared at Li Fei and the other two. I don't know if they want to find a weakness and kill them with one blow. The hair on their body showed a cold ice blue, which was quite beautiful. I encountered ice zombies before, and the remaining 2 torches have been used up. Li Su and Li Xian held the bone blades in their hands, and stared back without fear, but with a bit of staring eyes. Well, actually they were still a little scared. After all, they had killed some bugs before, or at least bats and falcons. But this wolf was a beast through and through, which was because they were in space. Otherwise, if they were in reality, they would definitely think about how to escape. Humans have little chance of winning against some beasts, so it is better to run away. However, Li Fei was calmer than them, because people in the previous life not only had to fight, but also had to take the initiative to fight, because there was a possibility of obtaining edible resources. So they had to fight for it at all costs. But even if she did some part-time jobs, she had never been on such a dangerous mission. But now it was different. She had a weapon. So Li Fei immediately changed to a spider bow, and asked Li Su and Li Xian to take out their respective spider shields for defense, and finally neatly set up a sawtooth leaf arrow and shot it at a wolf. Unfortunately, the wolf was also very sensitive, so the arrow did not seem to hit. But it was like a gunshot in a race, and the melee officially kicked off. Li Su and Li Xian had spider shields in their hands, and they defended when the wolf pounced on them. And they were not greedy to cut twice when they found an opportunity. Li Fei did not taunt this time, but stood by and shot arrows to make up for the blow. These wolves were far more than a pack, so after a while, they slowly fell one after another. Although he was in the ice crystal layer, Li Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in fear. I feel that these are a little harder to deal with than before. Of course, Li Su said seriously. They are not even the same species. Obviously, wolves are more difficult. Li Fei went forward to retrieve the sawtooth leaf arrows and shook his head and said, now we only have to deal with a few wolves. But it is conceivable that the elite monster on the last floor must be the Wolf King. It seems that it is not easy to get to the desert mine. They have killed so many elite monsters, so they have experience to guess what they will encounter on the last floor. The leader of the wolves is of course the Wolf King, Li Xian said unhappily. We were originally thinking of breaking through the ice crystal layer in one go this time, but now we have to be prepared before we go. Li Fei did not answer, but squatted down to check the bodies of the wolves. We finally saw them, so we should give them some spoils or something? Even the monsters before have some, but the wolves don't have any. That's unacceptable. If I don't give them, she will make a fuss. The system seemed to understand Li Fei's thoughts. So after approaching the wolf's body, an icon that looked like it could be collected appeared in the air. Ding. You get wolf bones X3. Ding. You get beast meat X2. Ding. You get wolf blood X1. Ding. You get fur X1. Sure enough, Li Fei waved his hand and put all of them into his backpack. As for what each one is used for, we will talk about it when we get back, since they have already felt the danger of the wolf pack. This time Li Fei and Li Su will be on the side to watch the wind, and let Li Xian concentrate on mining. But after digging for a while, they found that this wolf pack seemed different from other monsters. Maybe because they appeared in groups to attack. The frequency of their appearance was relatively low, so after discussion, it was changed to Li Su guarding by the side, and Li Fei and Li Xian went to mine minerals together. The three people's physical strength is already in the 20s, and they have eaten food that can increase the upper limit of physical strength, which is close to the 30s. Even if they keep mining, they can dig several layers in one go. Now they finally reached the second to last floor. If they went down one more floor, they would directly attack the Wolf King. The three of them sat at the entrance of the cave and drank boiled water silently. Li Fei thought about it and found something from his backpack. After separating, he handed it to the two and said, "Take this with you." Li Su and Li Xian took a look and found that it was Remania pills that could replenish life points. Although some dishes can also replenish life points, they can't replenish as much as medicinal herbs. And they hardly used this before, even in the battle against the wolf pack just now, because of the spider shield. Sometimes the attack could be defended, so they didn't suffer any injuries. But Li Fei actually took this out at this time, which meant that he was reminding them that the Wolf King elite monster should not be underestimated. The two of them accepted it silently. But they had to face the Wolf King. After all, they couldn't break through it and go to the next level of the mine. There must be other minerals waiting for them to dig in the mine after that. After resting, they went to the last layer of the ice crystal layer with weapons in hand. The beginning of this layer, where the elite monsters are located, is usually very quiet. So quiet that you can even hear the wind in the mine and your own heartbeat. In the deep darkness, Li Fei saw a wolf with a taller and stronger body slowly coming out. It also had ice blue fur. But its eyes were as red as blood, and its fangs were longer and sharp. If it gets bitten, it will probably lose a piece of meat, and the health bar will probably go straight to the bottom. Li Fei had never experienced fighting against mutant creatures in her previous life, so she was inevitably a little scared when she met this Wolf King. But she still held the spider bout tightly in her hand, determined to grind it to death. Generally, elite monsters usually have 2 or 3 stages, but this Wolf King is simpler. That is, he roared to summon the wolf pack, but he was quite condescending, staring at them with contempt, and didn't do anything at all. As usual, Li Su and Li Xian took the lead, and Li Fei finished the job in the back. But she found that no matter how fast she was, she could only shoot 1 arrow, and the number of wolves was increasing and decreasing. I feel like it would be better to make a trap or process the arrows. Why is it developing in the direction of monster hunting again? Li Fei frowned, and suddenly stopped shooting arrows. Instead, she took out a weapon that she had not used yet from her backpack, weighed it in her hand, and looked deep. The thing in her hand looked like an ordinary potato. Well, in fact, it looks like a potato, but the inside is not necessarily. That is the potato grenade that Li Fei planted in the farmland. The space is about to go through 3 seasons. This potato grenade can be planted in all 3 seasons. After planting 3 batches, a lot of it has been accumulated in the warehouse. It's time to take it out and see how strong it is. Actually, cherry bombs are also okay, but making this kind of bombs requires ore, and they would rather spend the ore on more important things now. But Li Fei looked at the potato grenade, which did not have a fuse pull ring, so he had to shout to the front, "Get out of the way!" Li Su and Li Xian were using spider shields to defend against the wolves that were rushing over. When they heard Li Fei's words, they knew what she had thought of, and they quickly dodged to the sides. And in the next second, there was a sudden bang, and the ground suddenly exploded, forming a cloud of smoke and fire. Before Li Su and Li Xian could react, the smoke quickly dissipated, and several wolf corpses appeared on the ground in front of them. The power of this explosion is really no less than in reality. The Wolf King's eyes seemed to become redder, and he finally took action himself, roaring and running towards Li Fei. Li Xian was about to get up, but was stopped by Li Su again. What greeted the Wolf King were 3 or 4 potato grenades that exploded on him. The Wolf King was already running, and he couldn't stop the car or turn in time, so he took all the bombs. Li Fei then shouted again, "Continue the attack." Li Su and Li Xian then got up and rushed forward with their weapons in the diffused smoke. Chapter 237. The Wolf King still roared before falling to the ground, but no other little wolves appeared this time. It disappeared the moment it fell, and turned into many dropped items. Li Fei and the other 2 sighed, put their weapons into their backpacks, and almost sat on the ground to rest. Although fighting monsters does not consume system stamina, they have experienced it personally. After the battle, their bodies reflected that they were exhausted. Their heartbeats were jumping wildly, and they were sweating. Li Fei felt a chill on his face again. He looked up and saw that the cold-repelling buff was about to expire. He quickly found a few glasses of boiled water, handed them to the 2 people, and drank them himself. After doing all this, Li Fei went forward to retrieve the arrows and pick up the spoils. As usual, there were a lot of wolf bones, meat, wolf blood and crystal cores, as well as a whole piece of fur. It looked very warm in the ice crystal layer. This fur, I think it will be very useful when it's cold. Seeing Li Fei's happy face, Li Xian wiped the dust on his nose. There must be no dust in the ice crystal layer, so these are traces of the potato grenade explosion. He asked, "Sister, should we continue to the next level or go back? In other levels, we have to deal with wolves, and in this level, we have to deal with the Wolf King. It takes a lot of effort and time. It is estimated that it is getting dark outside the mine." As for the 3 of them, they relaxed and realized that their stomachs also began to growl in protest. Li Fei thought for a while and said, "Let's go back first. Anyway, We have plenty of time these days. After so long, the system did not remind anyone in reality to come to the door. Moreover, they had seen the scene in the surveillance. Even the window that Li Fei had reinforced in advance was blown out by the hurricane. It is conceivable what kind of crisis scene will be in other corridors. People will naturally stay at home and not go out. Others have too many things to worry about when they don't go out. And Li Fei and others actually have concerns. This space farm is really not enough. In fact, if they did not continue to go down, the transporter would not mark it, and they could only go down from the 35th floor next time. However, this was not a difficult task for Li Fei and the other two. They were supposed to dig more minerals, and they might even start directly from the worm soil layer. After arriving at the mine with the transporter, the three returned to the starting point. The night had indeed risen in the space. The full moon was bright. The stars were shining, and even the ground was illuminated. The quiet night was a little cooler, and the breeze blew on their faces. The first thing was to sort out their backpacks and classify the gains of the day. Some of them were to be sold in the shipping box, so they were all handed over to Li Xian, and most of them were materials, and the ores were handed over to Li Su to be burned in the furnace. Li Fei looked at the time. He had just fought in the mine, but he didn't expect to face the zombies again. But today is the first day, so there shouldn't be any elite monsters, right? Besides, some exotic plants are still planted in the farmland, unlike the last season, where they have to be eliminated by themselves. The sound of firing gradually came from the farmland, including gunshots and cannons after charging, mixed with the unique roar of zombies. They were all offensive exotic plants left over from the last season, and their attack power was not bad. Li Fei supervised from the side, practicing archery from time to time, shooting a few arrows at a zombie. There were no healing exotic plants now, so he didn't want to get hurt if he could, although the system once said that gun-type exotic plants have auto-aim. This bow and arrow does not seem to have it. If Li Fei had not barely touched a bow and arrow in her previous life, it would not have been so smooth. But she still remembered her thoughts at the time. It seems that she has to find a way to strengthen the arrows in the future, and she subconsciously thinks that it is in the field of alchemy. Ah, how did I automatically become an ADC? Forget it. What's wrong with ADC? You don't have to attract hatred. After destroying the zombies, the three returned to reality. Compared with the autumn night in the space, the room seemed brighter. After all, the pollen and dust blocked a lot of sunlight, but it didn't mean that the sun was blown away. After collecting the melted water in the vat, Li Fei added a lot of ice cubes, and then sat on the sofa without moving. Li Su and Li Xian were also like this, always feeling that today's battle was more tiring than farming. But no matter how tired they were, they still had to take in some food. Their stomachs were already beating non-stop, and even if their hands and feet were weak, they would eventually guide them to start looking for food at home. Compared with most people, this was so much better, and many people couldn't get tired even if they wanted to. Li Fei rummaged through the storage box. At this time, it would be better to make some fast food, so she quickly found 3 packages of things. Li Xian took a closer look and found it was malatang. However, this malatang was not an ordinary malatang, but one from the northeast. It was a mixture of beef tendon noodles and yellow noodles. And there was also a special seasoning package. It was just noodles, but malatang had to have vegetables. But what they lacked the most now must be ingredients. Li Fei found green vegetables, lettuce, winter melon, horse hoof shoots, potatoes, mushrooms, bean sprouts grown at home, and dry goods she had stockpiled in advance, such as black fungus, dried kelp, bean curd, fried gluten, etc. This was just vegetarian food. Li Fei found a few boxes of hot pot meatballs of different types from the freezer and prepared to add them in later. First, soak the dough in cold water for a few minutes. Connect the electric sunflower and start the electric cooker to boil water. Then you can put all the ingredients in at once. But some ingredients are resistant to cooking, while others are easy to cook, so you still have to pay attention to the order. When it is almost cooked, Li Fei takes out 3 large bowls and asks Li Su and Li Xian to come to the kitchen to serve them themselves. And then it is time to add seasonings. In addition to vinegar, sesame oil, and a little bit of chili oil, the soul of Northeast Malatang lies in the full sesame sauce, which is almost the soup base, and the whole thing looks sticky. Moreover, high-calorie foods, like sesame sauce can really save lives in the end times. Oh, right, sesame paste. Li Fei suddenly remembered something. It seems that she can also make it in her mill. Right? It seems that she has used crops such as peanuts and sesame to extract oil. Li Fei scratched her head and decided to try it as soon as one of the mills was upgraded. After mixing the spicy hot pot, the noodles and various ingredients appeared in the sesame paste. After it cooled down, the three of them couldn't help but eat it, even though they only added a little chili oil. They were so spicy that they broke out in a little sweat behind their noses, and they completely ignored the roaring wind outside the window. After filling their stomachs, they had the leisure to observe the dynamics outside. Li Xian leaned on the window and looked for a while, and asked, "Sister, I feel like the wind seems to be a little weaker?" Li Fei chewed a piece of milk chocolate and felt that Li Xian was right, because she could tell from the magnitude of the wind blowing on the trees. Thinking about when they just woke up and saw the strong wind, the branches and leaves of the trees didn't know if they had mutated. They were bent to a 100-degree angle and only dropped some leaves. But now they are slowly becoming right angles, which means there are still changes. She pondered for a moment and said, "It is a little weaker. After all, it has been almost 24 hours. Right? But the weaker is probably temporary. It will only stop for a while, and it may come back again. I just don't know how many people will be passed in this short and long 24 hours. Moreover, during these 24 hours, Li Fei in his previous life had also experienced many dangers. Fortunately, no matter how strong the wind was, the library insisted on not falling down." Li Xian shuddered and couldn't help but raise his hand to press the tape at the window joint. The pollen and dust on the small balcony were still accumulating without anyone cleaning them up. The upper layer was both blown away and increased, and it lasted forever. Li Su also came forward to look at the scenery outside the window for a moment, and suddenly sighed. If such a strong wind is used for wind power generation, it is estimated that a lot of electricity can be generated. Right? It's a pity that the new small equipment we bought can't be used. When Li Fei stocked up, in addition to the fuel-powered generators, he also bought some new water and wind-powered generators. However, after buying them, he felt that they couldn't function well with just their family, so he used exotic plants later. For example, the wind power generation equipment mentioned by Li Su is a household vertical axis wind turbine. If it is installed on the balcony at ordinary times, it can be used for trial and error. However, there is basically no wind during the polar day. They also have solar panels, and now there are electric sunflowers, so it is even more useless. However, there is wind now, but the wind is so strong that it can directly blow the windows apart, let alone the generator. I am afraid that the electricity will be blown away before it is generated. But the generator they bought is useless. What if it is a strange plant that can generate electricity like the electric sunflower? And this time it will rely on wind power to generate electricity. Li Fei licked the milk taste on her lips and immediately told Li Su and Li Xian about this idea. The two nodded hurriedly, and Li Su said, "Okay, let's rest today and go to the space tomorrow." Right? Li Fei also agreed, and the three of them washed up and slept on the floor. The wind seemed to be a little weaker this night, unlike yesterday when they were kept awake by the noise. But the three of them still got up a little later than usual. Li Fei felt that she had slept enough, so she stretched and looked out the window subconsciously. It was obvious that the edge was a little white, but the window was full of dust, so the view outside was a little blurry, and we could only judge by the sound that the wind was a little weaker. I turned on the surveillance with my mobile phone, and the probe was also dirty, so the view was not clear, but there was probably nothing moving in the corridor except the wind. With his sensitive hearing, he felt that the surroundings were quiet. Could there be fewer survivors in the whole building? But for Li Fei, as long as the building did not collapse, it would be fine. After washing with the melted water from the ice cubes, it was time for breakfast again. But the three of them were thinking about the things in the space, so they still ate fast food this morning. Li Su found 3 boxes of wontons from the freezer to cook. 1 with fresh meat, 3 fresh and 1 with mushroom meat. The bowl was sprinkled with a bag of ingredients containing shrimp skin, dried seaweed and dried egg shreds in advance. He also took out the pickled cabbage head and cut some into small pieces and put it in, waiting for the wontons to cook. Li Xian put the beans in the long container and watered it, and started to sprout. Li Fei took some dried red dates from the storage box and some soybeans and peanuts from the granary. After the wall breaker was connected to the power supply, it started to mix the liquid. So in the end, everyone got a bowl of steaming wontons and a cup of thick red date and peanut soy milk. Well, although it was a little watery, the first half of the day passed quickly. Anyway, they would have to worry about what to eat for lunch soon. But just when Li Fei was about to enjoy breakfast leisurely, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Chapter 238. Li Fei frowned. Speechless. Why do you always interrupt at the critical moment? Force the plot. Right. But she had to answer the door anyway. What if the person outside the door was a stranger? If she deliberately ignored it, outsiders would think that the person in the house had died. And then, they could find a way to come in and plunder. Let's not talk about how to get in for now. Now people have become commonplace to enter the house of no man's land. As long as there is no one. Even if there is something weird on the door, I'm afraid they will find a way to get rid of it. Fortunately, the wontons and soy milk had no smell, and most of it had dispersed. But Li Fei still grew up more cautious. Took out the air freshener and sprayed it, and then got up to answer the door. But she only opened the window on the door when she answered the door. As soon as she opened it, she smelled a strong bitter smell in the air, which was like the natural smell of flowers, but with 100 times more smell. Li Fei knew that it was the smell of a large amount of pollen added together, as if it couldn't even take in oxygen, not to mention inhaling. Just smelling it was very bad, almost suffocating. However, it also proved that the power of the IV purifier was very strong, and the difference between inside and outside the house was like heaven and earth. What's worse is that the window at the end of the corridor was definitely blown out, and now the corridor was full of wind, and the floating pollen was looking for any place to get in, especially Li Fei's window. Some tiny pollen flew in just a few seconds. Li Fei frowned and looked forward. The person standing at the door was Su Han. Okay. She understood immediately. Wasn't it that he was instructed by the property management to come and check if there were any survivors while the wind was a little weak? After all, some communication tools that can be used for direct communication are not unique to their own homes. Although the wind was howling, communication should still be possible. Li Fei raised her hand to cover her nose and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Su Han was covered in dust. But whether it was caused by dust or pollen, it must have ended up the same. The former was wearing a thick mask on his face, and he also put on goggles that he found from somewhere. So his face was not very clear, but his mental state was a bit depressed, and he had to ask loudly because of the occasional wind. "Ms. Li, are you and your family all right?" Li Fei was afraid that she would eat a mouthful of pollen if she opened her mouth. So she half closed the window and nodded silently as a response. Su Han did not ask any further questions, but said anxiously, "Ms. Li, I am now counting the number of survivors in the building. I just came up from downstairs. Please quickly reinforce the doors and windows. Many people's windows have been blown down, and some people are even next to the windows. Now the building is in chaos, so it's best not to go out." Although the words were vague, they inexplicably described a very terrifying situation. Li Fei finally understood why she could still vaguely hear a scream when the wind was the strongest. It seemed that it was not her illusion. It was not just a scream, but probably the whole building was shouting. Most of them were probably not just screaming because the glass windows were broken, but also because of the horrifying scene of the people around them being blown down by the strong wind. To blow an adult down directly, it must be at least a force 10 strong wind, and the peak at that time might be around force 12 or 13, or even higher. Right? Li Fei was silent for a moment, then nodded to show that he understood. Su Han didn't say anything more when he saw this. He felt that even if he wore a few more masks, he would occasionally inhale pollen and dust in the air after opening his mouth, and his nose and mouth were full of strange smells. This hurricane came too suddenly, and almost no one took any protection. Many people thought it was going to rain, so they opened the windows instead. Even the property management was no exception. Unexpectedly, after only a few deceptive breezes, the wind suddenly became stronger, and it was estimated to be 10 levels stronger. As if the motor was turned on, the strong wind swept countless dust and attacked the earth, and the sky outside suddenly became dark. There was no need to say much about the people outside, but the strong wind broke into the room and caught people off guard, and it was useless to react. What's worse is that not only were the windows broken and damaged, but sometimes people who were close were accidentally blown down. Now every household should be trying to fix the doors and windows, especially the property management. Fortunately, the radio was still usable, and Suhan received Leroy's order. But he dared to go out only when the wind was a little lighter. He knew the number of all the survivors' portals, unless he sneaked away. But he climbed up from the bottom, sometimes knocked on the door, and rang the doorbell. And there was silence inside. And that was definitely not intentional neglect. So there was only one result. In front of nature, people are still extremely fragile. Many windows in the corridor were also broken, which caused not only wine but also a lot of dust to flow in, and soon accumulated a layer. But Suhan felt that it didn't feel like sand when he stepped on it. He came to the 19th floor in the wind, and when he saw the window on the door of 1902 reopened, Suhan actually felt an inexplicable sense of peace. There was also a subconscious feeling that their family was still alive and well. There were still residents upstairs, so Suhan didn't ask any more questions. After closing the door and the window, Li Fei raised her hand and waved the air that had become a little dirty. She looked up and saw that the ivy on the wall was still covered with bright green, and it should start working. It was no problem to just purify the air. But Li Fei still felt that something was strange. She thought for a moment, and then she realized that the air was fresh, but it became a little dry. But she took out a humidifier that she bought when she was stocking up from the storage box without panic, connected it to the electric sunflower, turned it on, and added water. And the machine began to spray mist continuously. After all, they still have to go to the space again in a while. After finishing all this, Li Fei returned to the dining table, eating soft and delicious wontons, and drinking mellow and rich soy milk. After eating and drinking, the air returned to a fresh and comfortable state. After breakfast, except for the refrigerator and freezer, all other power was turned off. Li Su and Li Xian moved the flower pot with electric sunflowers to the balcony. The flower pot seemed to have found the target quickly, and slowly turned towards the sun. It's a pity that the sky is still full of flying sand and rocks, and the electric sunflowers can only continue to charge with the weak sunlight. But they are about to go to the space, which will take several hours. The windows have also been reinforced by them. Let them charge quietly during this period. Thinking of this, Li Fei brought Li Su and Li Xian to the space. Once they arrived at the space, the three of them started to do their own things. Li Xian was going to raise and fish as usual. There were still perch and big white fish in the two complete fish ponds. However, after discussion, they decided to use primary fish feed for perch and high-grade fish feed for big white fish, because perch is basically raised for cooking and not sold, and primary fish feed only needs insect meat, which is also economical. But big white fish is a kind of fish that is very suitable for selling by weight, so it must be fed with high-grade fish feed. Another new fish pond is still under construction, so Li Xian fed the two fish ponds. Lotuses were planted on them, but they were not fully mature. When they are fully mature, they can continue to harvest lotus seeds and lotus roots. After feeding, he took the pet food to the pet house. If Arachne is a homebody and an ice spider sister, then Zanzan is the opposite E-oriented sports student. When she saw Li Xian coming, she jumped out of the pet nest directly and greeted him with her little tail wagging. Maybe she was welcoming him to feed her? Li Xian made a gesture, and Zanzan returned to the pet nest and sat down obediently. But the corners of her mouth seemed a little wet. Arachne was still lying on the wall, and when she saw this scene, she moved down along the silk thread, as if she was also waiting for food. Fortunately, only two pets can be kept in a pet house. Wait, it seems that the pet house can also be upgraded. Right? Li Xian was thinking as he put food in the food bowl. Forget it. Let's raise these two little things first. As soon as the food bowl was full, Li Xian made another gesture to order, and Zanzan and Arachne could not wait to eat. I don't know what their daily life is like in the pet house, but it's easy to imagine that E-dog versus ice spider. Zanzan eats faster, and he drives an excavator at a young age. After eating, he came to Li Xian and continued to wag his tail, looking like he wanted to go for a walk outside. This mutant animal is indeed more like a human. Li Xian touched the dog's head first, and then went to check on the little spider. The little spider was eating the pet food one by one with both hands and feet, which made it look quite elegant. It was such a small body that could eat such a bowl of pet food. It was it that deserved to be praised. Li Xian reached out and poked the little spider, but the latter ignored it and continued to eat the food. The former felt that it had become a little furry, Is this a sign of growing up? In the end, Zazan followed Li Xian out. Li Xian had already taken all the tools and food needed for the next step. As for the dishes that could improve skills, Li Fei had prepared a batch in advance just like before, so he could just take them when he needed them. Since he had to finish the first half of the day first, Li Xian ate sugar lotus seeds, which was equivalent to eating snacks. However, the quantity of the sugar lotus seeds is limited, and we have to wait until the next batch of lotus seeds mature before we can continue to make them. In his own space, he does not need to tie a leash to lead the dog. And Li Xian first went to the water to harvest the fish cage. This journey can be regarded as a walk in reality. As a result, halfway through, Li Xian suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding. You get feces X1. Li Xian couldn't help but look at Zazan. But he didn't see any embarrassing scenes. Zazan was still sticking out his tongue, and his soft little ears were trembling. He didn't have any confusion about this product. But he had been raising Zazan for a while. Why did he only get this product today? Could it be? Li Xian thought, and couldn't help but look at Zanzan's mouthpiece, which had not yet fully evolved. Zanzan seemed to know what he was thinking, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and barked a few times, as if protesting. Ahem. Well, since the system prompted it, it's available. Li Xian remembered that this thing could be used to make items. So he put away the fish cage and returned to the work area. Seeing that Li Fei and Li Su were busy, Li Xian hurriedly came forward to talk about this little episode. Li Fei's eyes lit up, and she thought, it's good, and it may be useful now. Originally, they thought that manure must be obtained after building poultry houses and livestock sheds. But they forgot that Zanzan was also an animal after all, and could also make this product. And the first blueprint that Li Fei bought that required this thing was high-level fish feed. But facing such a single golden nugget, she still wanted to use it on things that were more advanced first. Chapter 239. After Li Xian went fishing, Li Fei opened the mall interface. Because she knew what she wanted to do, she quickly selected a specific area. After Li Fei searched and thought among a number of exotic plants, she really found a suitable one. Windmill jasmine is a climbing flower. It looks like a bunch of small windmills, but it has the fragrance of jasmine. As an exotic plant, its greatest use is wind power generation. This plant is too perfect. After it is planted, she will install it on the balcony. Isn't it a ready-made and easy-to-use wind turbine? It's just that the ideal is very full. But I don't know if it can withstand the hurricane outside. Otherwise, they put several layers of defense on their windows. But they might not be able to completely resist the evil wind. The system seemed to know what she was thinking, and suddenly said, Host, this type of tool exotic plants are all based on durability. So as long as they are installed, there will be no external influence, unless it affects the durability and causes the decline rate to accelerate. Li Fei remembered the clematis fence at the door that had run out of durability. Although they had replaced it, they calculated that the durability of the new clematis fence was not very long. It's a pity that this kind of climbing plant doesn't seem to be able to use moisturizing soil. Then, I can only plant more. The price of windmill jasmine seeds is not cheap. But Li Xian caught a lot of fish yesterday and earned some gold coins. So Li Fei bought an integer number directly. Only after buying it did she find out that this windmill jasmine is a summer season plant. If it is planted in autumn, the cost of the growth cycle will be more than doubled. Li Fei frowned and thought about it, and decided to plant it first. The farmland was cultivated and planted very neatly by them, and even the crops in it were the same in rows, which made the obsessive-compulsive disorder patients feel very satisfied. So Li Fei continued to plant, hoeing the ground with a hoe, sowing seeds, and then watering with a copper watering can. However, she had just sprinkled water on the last seed when she heard the system say at this time, Ding! Your farming skill has been upgraded to level 4. Reward, 1 special fertilizer formula. Li Fei was surprised and delighted when she heard this. It must be because she planted a large number of crops yesterday and added these windmill jasmines. So she upgraded in one go. This skill upgrade is naturally good, and it is even better to be rewarded. Freeloaders will never give up. What's even better is that the reward is a formula that is not available in the mall. And it is a fertilizer type. Even so, Li Fei still joked. System, why don't you just reward me another bag of special fertilizer? Let me try it first. The system replied slowly. Without the reward from this system, you can try it now. Li Fei raised her eyebrows and opened the recipe drawing from her backpack. It turned out that this special fertilizer was based on the high-grade fertilizer with an additional material. That is, feces. Good guy. All the items that can be nutritious to plants are added together. So the nutrition is not full? But she only has one portion now. So she can only make one portion of special fertilizer. And this special fertilizer must be sprinkled on the windmill jasmine. How about adding some snacks to Zanzan? Li Fei couldn't help stroking his chin and thinking. Okay. In fact, the countdown for the poultry house is still going on. And I will still make money during this period. When the poultry house is completely completed, I can directly buy poultry babies in it to raise. Thinking of this, Li Fei hurriedly made it, using up the product that Zanzan had worked hard to produce. And a bag of special fertilizer appeared in his backpack. Li Fei brought the fertilizer to a newly planted windmill jasmine and sprinkled it. The countdown changed rapidly, and in the end, it only took a few days to mature. This special fertilizer is really worthy of being special. As for the other windmill jasmines, Li Fei planned to use intermediate fertilizer. But in this way, she would have to use fish to make it. So she had to go to Li Xian first. In such a long time, he must have harvested something. Li Su saw Li Fei leave and put a new wave of ore into the furnace. He went to the newly opened planting area. Among the red and yellow leaves, the golden lacquer tree, whose leaves had also changed but the appearance of the trunk had not changed, was very obvious. Li Su saw a wooden barrel under the tree, which contained a sufficient amount of light golden sap, indicating that enough had been collected this time. He put away the barrel of sap, replaced it with an empty one, and then cut a hole in the trunk, letting the sap flow out slowly, and then collected it. After returning to the forging table, the first thing he made was the iron watering can that Li Fei had been thinking about. After the forging table was running, he made a stone fence on the workbench. Now the stone fence is about to replace the wooden fence. In addition, there are the materials they obtained when they broke through the last part of the ice crystal layer. After submitting the order on the order board, they received the mace drawing. Li Su took a special look at it. It was not a very troublesome process. The required materials were also available. It was just that the finished product looked very heavy, and it felt like a high-end stone hammer. Is this another weapon with high attack speed but slow attack speed? They actually use this kind of weapon, but not often. It is very effective when killing stone zombies and ice zombies. At other times, they prefer to use lighter ones. In any case, Li Su decided to make one for Li Fei first, and then if there are extra materials, he would make one for himself and Li Xian. In addition to wolf bones, the next thing to make this mace is metal ingots and so on. Li Su quickly gathered all the materials and put them on the forging table to start making it. However, there are still many wolf bones left, and its function should be similar to that of corpse bones. But Li Su suddenly wanted to make some other items for Li Fei. He opened them all and searched around, and found something that can consume bones. That is bone arrows. It's not that they are too slow, but Li Fei grows sawtooth leaves almost every quarter. Moreover, the latter grows fast, and the harvest is large. After processing into arrows, it can also attach debuffs. Li Fei often recycles them after use, so he is used to using sawtooth leaf arrows. Other styles of arrows have never been actively discovered. However, arrows are just like ammunition for firearms. How can you complain about too little? So Li Su still bought this blueprint. After learning, he couldn't wait to use a batch of corpse bones to make it. A grid in the backpack occupies up to 999, which seems very high, but as long as you accumulate, you can have several grids. It's time to consume some. After solving the bone problem, Li Su looked at the fur again. He didn't need to worry about the meat and wolf blood, as it was Li Fei's home field. But the furs that fell were materials that his tailoring skills could use. The furs dropped by the wolf pack, especially the Wolf King, were all complete ice blue furs, and there was no trace of blood on them. They felt furry and warm to the touch. Isn't this a standard leather coat? Even if they didn't make a coat, they could make other types of warm clothing. But they shouldn't need it during the polar night. But they heard that the temperature would drop after the polar night, so they had to prepare for it. Thinking of this, Li Fei also came back, and Li Xian, who was eating sugar lotus seeds, had already caught a lot of fish. Enough for her to make fertilizer for the windmill jasmine. Li Su simply told her his idea, and Li Fei agreed. But soon she gradually shifted the topic to today's lunch. Sorry. I want to eat delicious food again. Li Su didn't care. Just said, there are still a lot of vegetables in the granary. But there are still some river fish in the basin at home. How about cooking them? Li Fei nodded and said, okay. It saves us from raising them again. She didn't know whether she was compassionate or cruel when she said this. Then I have to go back early today, Li Su said. I have put all the ingredients in place. You can watch. And we will do the time-consuming and laborious things in the afternoon. After the two of them finished discussing, they each went about their own business. Li Fei went to make fertilizer, came back and sprinkled it on other windmill jasmines. Then wiped his hands and began to think about other things. Li Su had already looked at the wolf bones and fur, so she was naturally no less interested, and was ready to see what the beast meat and wolf blood were used for. First of all, beast meat. Li Fei was more familiar with this, because she had seen it in her previous life and occasionally ate it. But if it was mutant beast meat, it was actually not much different from before the mutation. But if it was the meat of a zombie creature, it would become much more filthy. Not only disgusting, but eating it might indeed cause harm to the human body or cause people to die on the spot. However, in order to survive, there are still a lot of people willing to try it. And they will die if they try it. It is said that there are researchers who want to purify the meat of zombie creatures into meat that humans can eat, all for the purpose of obtaining food. Of course, this research was unsuccessful before Li Fei died. But the wolves in this mine should be considered mutant meat. Right? Even so, Li Fei didn't want to taste it. At most, she would cook it and let others taste it. She planned in her mind, took out a piece of meat, and cut a few thin slices with a bone blade. It must be said that if the bright red meat was seen by some people who had been hungry for a long time in reality, they might really eat it directly without caring. But Li Fei had never seen what wolf meat looked like in reality, so she couldn't tell the difference. She took these slices of meat to the campfire, set up a stone grill pan and put them directly on it, making a sizzling sound. But wolf meat didn't seem to have much fat, so it couldn't squeeze out the oil. In the end, it was cooked, but it looked dry and must be very chewy. Well, let's try it later. Putting away the barbecue slices, Li Fei noticed the wolf blood again. The liquid in the backpack was a pool of patterns, and it might need a container to take it out. Fortunately, because of the alchemy table, glass was inevitably used, and sand was inevitably taken from the beach. They had to find time to dig enough sand back every time for backup. So this time, Li Fei only needs to burn glass and make a container. The container is similar to the test tubes in chemical experiments, and the wolf blood is a heavy black and red color. Although Li Fei loves to eat blood, such as pig blood, chicken blood, and duck blood, it does not mean that she will eat it without any choice. There must be other uses. Li Fei quickly thought of the mysterious alchemy and walked over. She has made a large number of insecticides on the alchemy table and directly put them in the warehouse to be used. Now there are only crucibles and various test tubes on the table. It seems that it is time to explore this alchemy technology. Thinking of this, Li Fei opened the mall interface again. Chapter 240. After arriving at the mall, she went straight to the alchemy area, and the first thing she saw was a variety of potions. After a quick look, they were divided into attack, auxiliary, healing, etc. And you can tell from the names that they are much simpler and cruder than cooking. Of course, the materials they need are naturally different from those of cooking. In addition to insecticide and repair oil, the first thing Li Fei saw was the potion that restores life and stamina. The recovery effect was comparable to 2 servings of cooking. Of course, it may be that Li Fei has not yet bought the recipe that increases a lot of values. Moreover, the materials needed. It must be said that they are still very scarce for them at present. But the only common feature is that one of the ingredients is blood. It didn't specify what kind of blood. But wolf blood can definitely be used. But can chicken blood, duck blood, and pig blood also be used? It's over. It doesn't sound bad. And the other ingredients required for the life potion, in addition to water, are any kind of healing exotic plants. Li Fei frowned a little when she saw this. Of course, Li Fei knew what the so-called healing exotic plants were. For example, the life peaches she planted in the summer, and the pomegranate doctors and healing citrus she planted this season, are all healing exotic plants. Planting this plant is not like planting a lot of ordinary crops and weapons at one time. So Li Fei is really reluctant to use a whole one to make a potion that can actually be replenished by eating more food. In the end, I was too poor and had no stock. The physical potion is simpler than the life potion. Apart from water and blood, the remaining materials are any milk. But they just built a poultry house, which obviously requires materials from a barn. And it will probably take some time. After that, Li Fei saw another detoxification potion, which only requires water, oil, sage and bat wings. Li Fei has all these materials, and she just happened to grow a batch of sage. Besides, this detoxification potion must be targeted at medicinal materials that can detoxify. If medicinal materials have different effects, then this detoxification potion that has no difference may be solved with one tube. This might be the difference between Chinese and Western medicine. Alchemy formula blueprints are generally more expensive, but Li Fei can still afford them. So she simply bought all three. As for when to make them, it depends on her. But in addition to this, she saw another potion that seems to be more suitable for making than these three at the moment. Moisturizing potion. Li Fei got excited when she saw this prefix. This moisturizing potion is obviously the same as moisturizing soil. Moisturizing soil can only be used for plants planted in pots. But this moisturizing potion can definitely be used for climbing plants like clematis and windmill jasmine. The materials needed for this potion are a bit alchemical. In addition to water, it also requires sapphires in the ice crystal layer and ice crystal fragments from the big fluttering moth. In fact, other potions usually use plants and minerals as a combination. Some use crops, and some use exotic plants. Li Fei has a plan for this. She thinks she can find some crops that can be planted in autumn to plant first. Otherwise, if she misses this autumn, it will be very troublesome if she happens to need that potion at that time. After buying these formulas, Li Fei just took a quick look and didn't buy them for the time being. After all, alchemy is just an introduction for her. Moreover, compared with various potions, she wants to find out if there are any items that can strengthen its arrows. Now she is very good at using the spider bow. In addition to the sawtooth leaf arrows that have a bleeding debuff, Li Su also made her a lot of ordinary bone arrows. These bone arrows can cause damage, but have no debuff. Since there is no debuff, Li Fei has to intervene manually. But this can actually be solved by alchemy. Li Fei originally thought of enchanting something, but there is probably no such magical setting in this space. So after Li Fei's research, he found that if he wanted to achieve what he wanted, he still had to make potions, and then assemble the small bottle of potion with the arrows, so that he could carry it and strengthen it. This doesn't sound cheap, right? Arrows are multi-purpose, and if each arrow is added with a potion, the cost of materials will directly rise by several levels. Li Fei scratched her head, but since she was here and had seen everything, she might as well buy a few to try first. So Li Fei prepared to buy some recipes that she had materials on hand or that were not difficult for them to obtain. For example, the most common poison potion is made by mixing corpse flower fluid, red mushrooms and blood, and they have only picked red mushrooms from the mushroom cave. Fortunately, they all started from the beginning when they went to the mine. So they just need to check whether there are refreshes in the mushroom cave before going to the big layer. And another purple mushroom, after mixing with honey and milk, can become a strength potion. It doesn't seem to be unpalatable. The main material of the charm potion is the magic rose. The main material of the anesthetic potion is the flash mandala. The main material of the explosion potion is the explosion walnut. And the main material of the deceleration potion is the thorn grass. It seems that those strange plants of auxiliary tool type all have their own uses in alchemy. In fact, the first thing they learned was the fire potion dropped by the elite monster after killing it. But they couldn't get the materials needed for this potion in a short time. So Li Fei had to settle for the second best and bought the opposite frost potion. As long as it is useful to the enemy, it is a good potion. In addition, Li Fei also bought a sleeping potion formula, which can make the other party fall into a baby-like sleep immediately. The materials required are both immediately available and can be planted in autumn. She plans to make it later. In fact, there are also potions that can improve people's skill levels, but the materials are more complicated. In addition, it can also be achieved by cooking. So Li Fei did not buy it and left the alchemy interface. After solving the potion problem, Li Fei looked at the blueprint again. Now, The drops they obtained from elite monsters have basically been used to make weapons and equipment. Even the bat teeth. Li Su used them to make brass knuckles. The finished product is quite handsome. But there are only 2 materials. And they are still keeping them in the bottom of the box. Li Fei happened to be visiting the mall today. So she took the opportunity to take a look. What she hadn't used yet were the huge bat wings and the pair of bat pupils. Li Fei searched for them and actually found a blueprint that could be used. She originally thought that the bat pupil could be made into a ring or something. But the blueprint showed that it was a hammer staff. After reading the introduction, Li Fei thought that this was probably a weapon with both physical and magical attacks. Well, isn't that a melee mage? And the magic attack lies in the embedded bat pupil, which can cause blood-sucking damage, commonly known as the kind that can add blood to yourself by scraping the sha. However, Li Fei was a little strange, because the bat pupil only had 2 eyes, so it could only make 2 hammer staffs, which were not enough for 3 people. Forget it. Let's do it first. Anyway, they already have a lot of weapons. As for the huge wings, Li Fei found a more magical and bizarre blueprint, which is the hang glider. Li Fei was surprised. Where will they use this? Or will there be some weird locations unlocked in the future? After all, the game originally didn't have a beach location, but the system unlocked it for them? And this hang glider doesn't look difficult. But if it is finally done, it will definitely give a lot of experience. Right? Li Fei immediately decided to buy the 2 blueprints. Then she went to buy a batch of seeds, and went to the place where the beehive and flowers were placed before. Because of the fertilizer and tree fertilizer, the wild chrysanthemums and sunflowers had already sprouted, and even the osmanthus trees had broken through the soil. So Li Fei reclaimed the land nearby and planted a field of lavender and a few laurel trees. Lavender is for sleeping potions, and the laurel leaves produced by laurel trees are for the composition of certain potions. They were not bought for no reason. However, when her farm is almost ready to close in the game, she can probably plant more beautiful flowers and plants to soothe the body and mind and cultivate her sentiments. But it is unknown how long it will take to reach that time. In addition, she bought a batch of sage seeds and planted them next to the lavender. Now in her eyes, sage is no longer a simple seasoning, but an important crop with the efficacy comparable to Chinese medicinal materials. And she must plant more. After finishing all this, Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief and returned to reality with Li Xian when the time was almost right. The wind outside the window was still blowing, and the level was constantly changing between 7, 8, and 9. Li Fei and Li Xian wanted to see what the outside had become, but the window became solid. But it did not mean that it could be automatically cleaned. It was so blurry that they could hardly see the things outside, and they could not go outside to clean it now. But at the same time, a slight fragrance had been emitted from the room, and the hot air mixed in it must mean that something was stewing in the kitchen. It turned out that Li Su had cooked the turtle he had raised, but anything captured from the space seemed to be a little bigger than it in reality. So Li Su simply cooked the turtle twice. No wonder he had to go back early. Half of it was braised for a rich and delicious taste. They also found a casserole with an induction cooker under the pot, and heated it while eating. The other half was used to stew soup, with ham and bamboo shoots, which also had a rich and delicious taste. After eating it, I felt that the meat was delicate and firm, especially the soft and glutinous skirt, which was simply a hard dish. After several days of blowing, the hurricane finally weakened a little, but the outdoor was still in a state of pollen, and the horizontal visibility was not high. Fortunately, during this period, several families still took time to meet. Wu Sini, Ning Xuan, Ming Yisong and Xiao Luo were all alive. Although the sick appearance caused by hyperoxia gradually disappeared, they were all covered in dust without exception, and their faces were also strictly protected. But the protection of the body and face is not the most important thing at this moment. With such a strong wind speed, the most dangerous thing is the doors and windows of the house. The house is relatively solid, but there are probably several incidents of doors and windows being blown off in this building. After Ning Xuan got the tape that day, she hurried back to seal her windows tightly. Wu Sini, Meng Yisong and Xiao Luo are residents. They should have this type of tool at home, and they also reinforced it efficiently. As long as the defense is done well, the harm brought by the pollen dust storm must be pollution. Not only pollute the human body, but also pollute this land that has become precarious. So in the face of this natural disaster, the best way is to stay at home. Guard the defense while surviving until the hurricane dust storm ends. This will definitely be a sharp challenge for people with few supplies around them. After reporting their safety to each other, the few people did not say much. They went back to their homes in the ubiquitous pollen and sand, saving some energy to continue to survive. Only Li Fei was thinking that he would soon have a chicken in his left hand and a duck in his right hand.